In a parallel world, the bustling metropolis of Magic City allows for the unrestricted trade of antiques. Gao Zeyue, hailing from a humble background, finds himself delivering takeout at the age of 26, with his entire wardrobe worth a mere 2,000 yuan. During a visit to an antique market, he is captivated by a blue pendant and purchases it for 20 yuan, only to discover that it transports him to the year 1960 upon wearing it, where he awakens on a dusty road at the village's entranceo world starkly different from Earth, especially the 1960s. Chapter 1. Transcendence to the 1960s. On a morning in 2025, Gao Zeyue awakens in a dilapidated shared bedroom within an old residential building on the outskirts of Magic City. The morning light seeps through the tattered curtains, casting shadows on the cracks in the wall. He rubs his sore shoulders, gazing at the ceiling with a sigh another day, yet again a repetition of the last. After hastily attending to his morning routine, he descends the stairs and mounts his battered electric scooter, speeding toward the city center. At 26 years old, with only a middle school education, he lost his mother to cancer during his adolescence, leaving him and his father Gao Quan to fend for themselves. His father runs a small supermarket in their hometown, barely scraping by. At the age of 20, driven by dreams of urban life, he carried 5,000 yuan to Shanghai. However, reality proved harsh. Lacking qualifications and skills, he resorted to delivering takeout for a living. As he navigates the bustling streets, the vibrant metropolis unfolds before him, towering skyscrapers and dazzling neon lights, but he feels a profound disconnect, as if an invisible barrier of wealth separates him from the city's opulence. Observing the luxury cars and villas lining the streets fills him with bitterness. In this era of soaring prices, healthcare is exorbitant, housing is unaffordable, and marriage seems an unattainable dream. In Magic City, property prices soar into the millions. Even if he labors his entire life, he doubts he could afford a mere restroom. With a self-deprecating smile, he resigns himself to the prospect of lifelong bachelorhood. The adage, "the impoverished couple grieves over everything," rings true. Without stable employment and housing, marriage would likely lead to swift divorce. A typical family requires at least 10,000 yuan monthly for education and daily expenses, while his meager income barely reaches 6,000 yuan. Throughout the morning, Gao Zeyue tirelessly completes delivery after delivery. As noon approaches, he receives an order from an antique street. He hastens to the merchant, retrieves the meal box, and speeds to his destination. Half an hour later, he arrives at the antique street, where the air is thick with a unique, antiquated aroma amidst the charmingly aged shops. After successfully delivering to the antique bookstore, he steps outside and is drawn to a collection of ancient coins and jade pendants at a nearby stall. Among the assortment, a blue jade pendant stands out, its warm luster exuding an air of mystery. He crouches to examine it closely. "How much for this?" he inquires of the vendor, who, engrossed in his takeout, replies without lifting his head, "All the ones outside are 20 yuan, each, take your pick." Intrigued, Gao Zeyue produces 20 yuan and hands it over, spending an additional 10 yuan on a small string to wear the pendant around his neck. Though it is merely a trinket, he feels an inexplicable connection to the blue jade. He resumes his busy delivery routine. By evening, with earnings of 200 yuan for the day, a smile breaks across his face. He stops to buy a simple dinner before returning to his rental room. Just as he sits down to eat, his phone buzzes with a message from his landlord reminding him to pay the rent. With a resigned sigh, he transfers 1,500 yuan to cover his dues. Seated in the cramped quarters, sipping cheap beer and dining, he surveys the meager furnishings with a heavy heart. To be born in this era feels like a life sentence. "I can't afford a wife, a home, or even medical care. When I die, I won't even have a grave to rest in." Under the influence of alcohol, he gradually drifts into slumber on the hard bed. At midnight, a peculiar blue light suddenly fills the silent room. The blue jade pendant on Gao Zeyue's chest begins to flicker, its glow intensifying until it transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into his chest. Then, a shocking scene unfolds. Gao Zeyue's body gradually fades within the blue light, until he completely disappears. When he regains consciousness, a heavy fog clouds his mind, and a coarse voice reaches his ears. "Hey, young man, are you all right? Why are you sleeping on the road? Lucky I found you, otherwise a horse might have trampled you." He groggily opens his eyes, and the sight before him jolts him. A verdant field undulates in the gentle breeze, with low earthen homes in the distance and a muddy path beneath his feet. Turning to face two rough-clad, suntanned men, he gasps in shock. "What the hell? Where am I? Why are there only dirt roads?" The men exchange startled glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern as they wonder if they've encountered simpleton. Yet, Gao Zeyue pays them no mind, scanning his surroundings with a racing heart. Everything here starkly contrasts the modern society he knows, as if he has traveled back decades. Stumbling toward a mule-drawn cart, his calloused fingers brush against the fresh hay, the damp scent of grass mingling with the warmth of the mule. He turns to the two men, voice trembling. "Where is this?" The pair stare at the well-dressed, unblemished young man before them, clad in unfamiliar attire, his shirt and sports pants crafted from fine fabrics they have never encountered. The sight of this barefoot man sprawled at the village entrance seems odd to them, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Xiaoling scratches his head and replies, "This is the village, of course. We're in a new Red 6 team. Which team are you from?" Gao Zeyue scarcely registers their words, instead moving closer to the mule, his fingers trembling as he touches its coarse fur, the sensation grounding him in reality. Suddenly, he whirls around, voice escalating. "What year is it now?" 1963, replies Wang Dalang, his expression blank yet curious as he studies this baffling young man, wondering if he's truly simple-minded. The words strike Gao Zeyue like a hammer to the heart. Gazing up at the azure sky, his legs buckle beneath him, and he collapses to the ground. Screaming into the heavens, he cries out, "No, no, no. I want to go back." Images from history textbooks flash through his mind. 1963, a time marked by immense suffering in China, where drought and debt forced the populace to tighten their belts for years of hardship. In this era of extreme scarcity, famine reigned. Some even resorted to eating dirt to stave off hunger, with countless lives lost to starvation, where the norm was to go without meals. Realizing he has been thrust from the modern world of 2025 into this era of deprivation, Gao Zeyue is overwhelmed by despair. Tears flow uncontrollably down his cheeks as he reflects on his previous grievances about high housing costs and the difficulty of finding a partner suddenly. 2025 seems like a paradise. At least in that time, people had enough food to eat. Here, in the 1960s, starvation is a real threat, and even tree bark might be a precious commodity. With tears streaming down his face, he gazes at the brilliantly clear sky and whispers, "I want to go back." Chapter 2. Crossing Between Two Worlds. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon the rural dirt path as Wang Dalang flicked the reins in his hand. The wooden cart, pulled by a mule, rattled over the gravel, producing a creaking sound. Gao Zeyue curled up amidst the fragrant grass, gazing at the azure sky above, feeling as though he had traversed realms. Just yesterday, he was in Shanghai, 2025, riding an electric bike delivering takeout, unwinding after work with a greasy meat rice bowl and a beer while scrolling through his phone to watch dramas. Yet now, he found himself transported to the year 1963, an era marked by severe scarcity. "Young man, why not accompany us back to the village?" Wang Dalang turned to say. "You know nothing. We can let the village head decide." Gao Zeyue, with reddened eyes, nodded mechanically. He understood that in this desolate time, he had no alternatives. Seated in the cart, Wang Xiaoling leaned closer to his brother's ear and whispered, "Brother, our village can barely feed itself. If we bring back an outsider, will the village head hold it against us?" Wang Dalang sighed. Though his attire seems peculiar, the fabric feels quite fine. He might be from a wealthy family in the city. We encountered him at the village entrance. We cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Let's bring him back and await the village head's instructions. As the cart entered the new Honglu team, it immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Farmers, poised with their hoes for work, paused to observe, while village women pointed and murmured about the man in the cart. Among the throng, 16-year-old Pan Xiaoman, renowned for her delicate features, was on her way to the fields with her parents. Upon spotting the young man clad in a long shirt with fair skin, her eyes sparkled. Unlike the burly, suntanned men of the village, Gao Zeyue emanated an inexplicable scholarly aura, and his pleasing appearance instantly captivated the young girl. The cart halted before the home of village head Yuan Kai, who was just stepping outside. He regarded the trio with astonishment. After listening to Wang Daling's account, Yuan Kai looked at the man in the cart, who was hugging his knees with a vacant gaze, and could not help but smile wryly. "You two brothers. Bringing back a stranger in a time of food scarcity, he appears too delicate for hard labor. Perhaps he is a misguided youth sent to the countryside, lost in our village." After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Kai directed, "There is an empty earthen house at the village's edge, originally intended for the youth sent to the countryside. Let him stay there." He approached the cart and kindly addressed Gao Zeyue. "Young man, since you remember nothing, stay with us. I will issue a certificate for your residency. Rest for a day, and tomorrow, join the children in cutting pigweed." Gao Zeyue glanced at his bare feet and pleaded, "Village head, could you provide me with a pair of shoes?" Yuan Kai shook his head helplessly. "Where am I to find shoes?" "Look." Even Wang Dalong and his brother are still in straw sandals. With tears welling in his eyes, Gao Zeyue turned to Wang Dalong and said, "Could you please help me weave a pair of straw sandals?" Without hesitation, the brothers skillfully gathered grass from the cart and began to weave. As Yuan Kai observed, he inquired, "What is your name?" "I needed to prepare your residency certificate." Gao Zeyue, 26 years old, he replied. "All right, I understand. I will send some food over shortly. Consider it a loan from the village, to be repaid once you earn some work points. Food is precious now. Being a village head is no easy task." Before long, the straw sandals were complete. Gao Zeyue slipped them on, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. However, the roughness of the weave pressed painfully against his soles, causing tears to spring forth. After exchanging greetings with the village head, Wang Dalong led Gao Zeyue to the earthen house designated for the youth sent to the countryside. He realized this was the best treatment available in this era. The house, with its half-height earthen walls, papered wooden windows, contained merely a clay bed, a stove, and a water jar. To gather firewood, one must venture into the wilderness. To fetch water, one had to go to the village well. Gazing at the stark simplicity surrounding him, Gao Zeyue felt an overwhelming sense of despair. In 2025, he might have resided in a cramped rental, yet he had access to running water, electricity, a shower, a smartphone, and television dramas. Here, even the most mundane tasks were fraught with hardship. Whether he could fill his stomach remained uncertain, and this was merely the beginning. The coming years would be increasingly challenging, with the possibility of the village running out of food, forcing him to flee. After bidding farewell to the Wang brothers, Gao Zeyue sat on the clay bed, surveying his surroundings. The cracks in the walls let in the wind, while the paper windows rustled in the breeze. He recalled the conveniences of modern life, his father's small supermarket, and the various encounters while delivering takeout. Those days he had once complained about now felt profoundly nostalgic. Moments later, the village head arrived with a cart laden with food, a bucket, bowls, chopsticks, and a quilt, along with discarded stools and tables from the village. Upon entering, he found Gao Zeyue staring blankly at the ceiling and shook his head with a wry smile. "Young man, come and help with the things." Gao Zeyue quickly followed the village head outside, and a smile crept onto his face as he beheld the items on the cart. Together, they carried the table, stools, and quilt inside. The village head entered with a wooden bucket and said, "You can use this bucket to fetch water at the village well. This bag contains 10 pounds of cornmeal for porridge. Here are 2 bowls and a small iron pot for cooking. You can simply break off 2 branches for chopsticks. This quilt is a leftover from my house. Wash it and use it." Gao Zeyue gratefully thanked the village head. After the village head departed, Gao Zeyue began to tidy the room, dragging his weary feet. The bedding on the clay bed emitted a pungent moldy smell, and as he shook out the quilt, he discovered dried grass mixed within the cotton stuffing. Setting the crooked wooden table and stool straight, he gazed at the half bag of cornmeal and the 2 fine blue and white bowls. A pang of sorrow swelling in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about the blue and white bowls. Their surfaces were adorned with exquisite intertwined lotus patterns. The glaze warm and the brushstrokes delicate. Such fine craftsmanship seemed impossible to produce in this era. Could these patterns be antiques? Gao Zeyue's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the small bowls. In 2025, such blue and white porcelain would command a handsome price. However, after 3 minutes of excitement, he shook his head with a bitter smile. In an age where even food was scarce, could antiques serve as sustenance? Even if they were genuine treasures, selling them in this harsh time would merely yield a few meals. Cradling the 2 bowls, he lay on the clay bed, staring at the drafty roof. Unable to suppress a murmured wish, "I want to go back." As the words left his lips, a sudden flash of white light enveloped him. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in his rental room in 2025, still clutching the 2 blue and white bowls tightly. I am back," he exclaimed, leaping up and bouncing on the bed, overwhelmed with joy. Yet, before he could revel in his elation, another dizzying whirl sent him back to the earthen house. Gao Zeyue felt darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing, but quickly realized that both instances of crossing had occurred while he was touching his chest. Speaking of coming back or going back, trembling, he reached for his chest, only to find the blue jade pendant had vanished, leaving behind only a red string. Could the jade pendant have entered my body? With a heart full of trepidation, Gao Zeyue pressed his hand against his chest once more, silently wishing to return. In an instant, the familiar rental room reappeared before him. So it was. Gao Zeyue felt a surge of astonishment and joy. It seemed that this mysterious jade pendant not only facilitated his travels through time, but also granted him the ability to navigate between eras. Gao Zeyue gazed at the exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls in her hands, contemplating the extraordinary ability she possessed to traverse 2 eras. Thus, the prospect of wealth seemed tantalizingly within reach. The 1960s were indeed a lucrative period, and with only 2,000 yuan to her name, she realized that selling these two small bowls could transform her fortunes. After a moment's reflection, she decided to visit an auction house. For the antique street was rife with deceitful individuals. Should these bowls truly be antiques, she would be left lamenting if a seasoned trickster were to swap them out. The auction house offered a far more secure avenue. If they turned out to be forgeries, then at least she would have no regrets. Resigned, she resolved to purchase rice and pork with her 2,000 yuan, trading them for Maotai liquor and postage stamps instead, as those items held considerable value in that era. Glancing at her phone, she sighed, realizing that had she delayed her rent payment by just 2 days, she could have acquired significantly more rice. With a heavy heart, she searched online for a reputable auction house, and after half an hour, she settled upon Huatian Auction House. Impressed by the photographs of its grand hall and the company's introduction. Chapter 3. The priceless blue and white bowl in her modest rental apartment. Gao Zeyue beamed with joy as she held the two blue and white bowls, hastily changing into more suitable attire. Yet, after only a few steps, sharp pain shot through her feet. Looking down, she discovered she was still wearing straw sandals. Quickly, she removed them, taking a basin and a change of clothes to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Glancing back at the sandals, she decided to leave them behind for the moment. Once she donned proper clothing and shoes, she carefully packed the bowls and rode her small electric bike to Shanghai's largest auction house for appraisal. An hour later, Gao Zeyue, clad in inexpensive garments, entered the grand Huatian auction house with a cloth bag in hand. The staff regarded her with disdain, casting sidelong glances at her attire before returning to their tasks. Feeling self-conscious, Gao Zeyue approached the front desk. "Hello," she stammered. "I would like to inquire if you accept 2 blue and white bowls." The receptionist, Li Yu, forced a professional smile, her gaze drifting dismissively over Gao Zeyue's modest outfit. "We do not accept unscheduled inquiries," she declared, her voice deliberately amplified to draw the attention of several well-dressed colleagues nearby. Gao Zeyue's throat tightened, and just as she was about to respond, her eyes caught sight of a beautifully priced exhibit in a nearby display case, causing a bitter taste to rise in her mouth. "I just want to ask," she said, trembling as she unveiled the bowls from the cloth bag, the blue glaze shimmering under the overhead lights. Li Yu's smile faltered as she glimpsed the bowls, her professional facade momentarily slipping. Casting a glance at her colleagues in the hall, she lowered her voice. "Sir, such antiquities should be evaluated at an antique market." Her tone dripped with condescension, as if she believed this was merely a foolhardy youth duped into purchasing imitations. With a wry smile, Gao Zeyue began to rewrap the bowls, overhearing the whispers circulating in the hall. Just then, the sound of polished shoes echoing against the marble floor grew nearer. Auction manager Wang Yuan had just concluded a meeting with a VIP client when his eyes caught the distinctive blue patterns peeking from the cloth bag. "Sir, please wait," he called out, striding forward. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze scanned the porcelain bowls with keen interest. "May I boldly inquire if these bowls are intended for auction or direct sale?" His voice, tinged with suppressed excitement, brought an immediate hush to the previously murmuring crowd. Startled by his sudden inquiry, Gao Zeyue stammered, "I came to sell the bowls." Wang Yuan, donning white gloves, delicately lifted the bowls for closer inspection, holding them up to the light. "These are exquisite blue and white bowls from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. The subtle gradation of color is something modern replicas simply cannot replicate." He smiled at Gao Zeyue. "May I ask your name? Are you looking to auction these bowls or sell them directly to our house?" With a bittersweet smile, Gao Zeyue replied, "My name is Gao Zeyue. These bowls were collected by my elders, and I was wondering if your auction house would be interested." Wang Yuan's smile broadened. "Of course, if I'm not mistaken. These are indeed Ming Dynasty blue and white bowls, each valued at no less than 80 million. As his words sunk in, the two receptionists at the front desk gasped in disbelief at the bowls on the table, while Gao Zeyue stared in astonishment, realizing their worth. Wang Yuan continued, "Young man, since you've come to our auction house, you likely understand the authenticity of these pieces. Therefore, I will offer you a fair price if you entrust us with the auction. The final bid could be even higher." The auction hall buzzed with excitement, as onlookers regretted not securing this lucrative deal themselves. Had they managed it, their commission would have exceeded 2 million. Gao Zeyue, still in shock, managed to respond, "Manager Wang, I need to think about it." Wang Yuan, sensing her hesitation, quickly reassured her, "No rush, no rush. Why don't we take your items to my office for further discussion?" Numbly, Gao Zeyue nodded. Still grappling with the staggering valuation of the bowls, Wang Yuan led her into the office, instructing his secretary to prepare tea. Meanwhile, the crowd outside lamented their missed opportunity. Li Yu watched the pair depart, feeling a chill of regret. The monumental transaction worth 160 million nearly fell apart due to their initial judgment of Gao Zeyue's appearance and mode of transport. In the office, Wang Yuan summoned the auction house's appraiser, who examined the bowls with a magnifying glass for several minutes before nodding in approval. Wang Yuan waved the appraiser away and turned to Gao Zeyue. May I ask what business you are in? Gao Zeyue sighed. I am merely a food delivery worker. My family has collected various antiques over the years, and I brought these two to see what they might fetch. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean to say there are more antiques in your possession? Gao Zeyue chuckled. Indeed, I often visit remote villages to procure antiquities. So I have quite a collection at home. I simply need some funds, which is why I'm selling these two first. Wang Yuan, brimming with excitement, proposed. How about this? We will purchase these two pieces from you, and we will handle the tax obligations. I can offer you 170 million. What do you think? Gao Zeyue's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure. Very well, I will sell them. Thank you, Manager Wang. I will return with any further antiques. Wang Yuan rose with delight. Mr. Gao, I apologize for any inconvenience caused by our staff today. Here is my business card. Please call ahead next time, and I will personally attend to you. Gao Zeyue pocketed the card with a smile. Thank you, Manager Wang. I will certainly reach out to you for any future sales. May our partnership flourish. Wang Yuan made a quick call, summoning the company's finance department. After handing over her bank card, Gao Zeyue watched as, half an hour later, her account reflected the staggering sum of 170 million. Wang Yuan escorted Gao Zeyue to the door, watching her ride away on her electric bike. His expression darkened suddenly as he stormed back to the front desk, reprimanding the staff and receptionists. You lot, with your narrow-mindedness, nearly ruined this grand transaction. Do you have any idea how much these antiques are worth? The auction commenced with a minimum bid of 100 million for a single item, while the highest bids for two pieces soared to approximately 250 million. Everyone present was instructed to draft a thorough self-reflection, with half a month's salary deducted as a consequence, leaving the auction hall filled with despondent murmurs. In the aftermath of this farce, the auction house instituted a new rule. Henceforth, regardless of whether one arrived on an electric bike or in cloth shoes, all individuals entering the premises would be treated as billionaires. For one could never ascertain whether beneath the seemingly disregarded exteriors lay treasures of immeasurable worth. The reception staff in the auction hall felt their hearts bleed at the thought. Securing such a deal would yield commissions exceeding 2 million, sufficient to purchase a Porsche in Shanghai, prompting widespread regret among the attendees for their lack of foresight. Upon exiting the Huatian auction house, Gao Zeyue bought a bottle of water at a nearby supermarket and drank it greedily. He felt as if he were in a dream. Yet the figures displayed on his phone threatened to drive him to madness. I possess a staggering sum of 170 million. How should I spend it? After pondering, he concluded that since he could return to the 1960s and continue earning, it would be prudent to first acquire a property, specifically, the most scenic house in Shanghai, one that offered a view of the Bund and river cruises. He envisioned waking up to the splendid vistas of the Bund. After 26 years of servitude, he was determined to rise above his previous plight. He longed for the finest house, the most luxurious sports car, and the most beautiful girlfriend, vowing never to deliver takeout again. Reflecting on the years spent delivering meals, glancing at his phone's balance made him want to weep. The two delicate blue and white bowls represented a fortune he could never hope to earn from his former toil. He felt an urge to howl at the heavens. Chapter 4. 100 million for a luxury residence. Gao Zeyue rode his electric bike, his palms still trembling slightly. The notification sound of a bank transfer echoed in his ears. After quenching his thirst, he observed the bustling streets and realized he had never truly appreciated the vibrancy of this grand city. Each day began with delivering takeout, and returning home to an empty wallet left little room for leisure or exploration. The looming threat of unpaid rent made such indulgences a distant fantasy. With uncertainty surrounding his next meal, those without support in this era often faced the harshest realities. Gazing at his bank balance, he resolved to purchase a home. Never again would he endure the indignity of renting. He donned his helmet and sped towards the most affluent neighborhoods of Lujiazui. As he surveyed the towering skyscrapers of the bustling district, the glass facades refracted the neon lights into a kaleidoscope of colors. Gao Zeyue had never envisioned entering the heart of this city in such a manner, contemplating that he had merely traversed time to the 1960s and procured two priceless antiques. Upon arriving at the sales office of Thomson Riviera, the security guard regarded him with a look of skepticism. Adjusting his collar and glancing at his inexpensive attire, he chuckled. Even in the 1960s, one donned coarse fabric, and his clothing was indeed quite presentable. Dressed in thrifted materials, his outfit appeared wrinkled as he stood before the sales office. Taking a deep breath, he felt the heat radiating from the bank card in his hand and pushed open the revolving door adorned with a golden logo. Inside, the sales hall sparkled under the brilliance of crystal chandeliers, the air imbued with a luxurious fragrance. Several sales agents clad in professional attire lounged on leather sofas. Upon noticing the young man in humble garb arriving on an electric bike, they exchanged knowing glances. Only the new intern, Lin Zeyue, approached him with a beaming smile, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. "Sir, would you like to view some properties?" Gao Zeyue felt a wave of insecurity wash over him, despite his newfound wealth. The presence of such a lovely girl made him feel rather inferior. He noted her youthful beauty, slender figure, and flawless skin, her smile accentuated by those delightful teeth. Drawing his gaze involuntarily, stammering, he replied, I'd like to see the available units, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet his attention was captivated by the floor plan displayed on the wall. The 434 square meter riverside penthouse boasted a 9-digit price tag that starkly contrasted with his current cheap rental in the suburbs. Lindsay noticed his intense focus on the price list and, upon glancing at his attire, sighed inwardly. She had encountered several such customers in her month-long tenure, most of whom were there merely to indulge their curiosity. "We are currently promoting a 33rd floor Riverview unit, featuring a 36-meter high ceiling and an entire smart home system," Lindsay enthusiastically described, catching sight of her colleagues stifling their laughter in the corner. She understood that entertaining such clients in a multi-million-dollar property showroom often equated to a waste of time. Yet, driven by the earnestness of a newcomer wishing to hone her skills, she led Gao Zeyue to view the apartment on the 33rd floor. Taking the key, Lindsay guided Gao Zeyue through the sales office, and as they approached the elevator, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his electric bike. Upon reaching the 33rd floor and opening the door, Gao Zeyue gasped, his breath catching at the sight of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framing the breathtaking view of the Huangpu River. Across the water, the Oriental Pearl Tower shimmered in vibrant colors, while boats left rippling trails in their wake. The marble floors of the living room gleamed with a warm luster, and the Italian leather sofas exuded elegance, complemented by exquisite artwork and state-of-the-art appliances. "How much is this place?" Gao Zeyue's voice came out hoarse. Lindsay paused momentarily, then flashed a professional smile. "The total price is 100 million. Would you like assistance with calculating a mortgage?" She assumed this question was merely procedural, given his attire. It would be a miracle if he could even afford the down payment. "No need for a mortgage. I'll pay in full," Gao Zeyue replied softly. Yet his words struck like a boulder plunging into a river, creating ripples of astonishment. Lindsay stared incredulously at the seemingly unassuming man, struggling to grasp the reality of his statement. After confirming several times, her excitement nearly propelled her from her seat. If she sold this property, her commission would be substantial. She hurriedly led Gao Zeyue back to the sales office. On the return journey, riding on Gao Zeyue's small electric bike, she felt elated, her earlier skepticism replaced by a broad smile. When the sales manager, busy organizing paperwork, heard that intern Lindsay had sold a property worth 100 million, his hand trembled, causing his pen to clatter to the floor. Colleagues who had been engaged in casual conversation abruptly stood, their faces painted with shock and despair. Lindsay remained rooted in place, watching as the sales manager assisted Gao Zeyue in signing the contract, still unable to believe she had sold a home valued at 100 million. As Gao Zeyue retrieved his bank card to complete the transaction, the air in the signing room felt stifling. Despite the air conditioning, he felt a feverish heat building within him as the pen glided across the purchase agreement. Memories of his days spent in a shared rental and delivering takeout, filled with despair, flooded back. It felt as though he had finally emerged from the shadows. And he thought to himself, I must hurry back to the 1960s. That era was marked by scarcity. He envisioned trading rice, flour, and pork for antique gold, an enticing proposition. Though the thought of the hardships of the 1960s made his head throb. Once the property was secured, Gao Zeyue returned to the suburbs, tidying up his clothes and bedding, including his summer quilt, and with a bittersweet smile, he decided to retrieve his straw sandals, calling his landlord to terminate his lease. Listening to Uncle Zhang on the line. "The deposit is refundable, but the remaining rent cannot be," Gao Zeyue chuckled wryly. "All right, Uncle Zhang, please refund my deposit." He felt a pang of regret as he received the transfer notification. The 1,500 yuan he had just paid felt like a loss, equivalent to 10 days of grueling delivery work. Each morning, he had toiled in the city, scraping together enough to cover his daily expenses, only to save that meager sum after 10 arduous days. He seemed to have forgotten that he still had 70 million in his account. As evening fell, he rode his small electric scooter, laden with a suitcase, into the residential community, attracting astonished gazes from both the security guards and residents. He parked his scooter in the designated shelter for electric vehicles maintained by the community staff and made his way back to the 33rd floor. After ordering a takeout meal, he sat alone, eating while gazing outside. Gao Zeyue stood on the balcony of his new home, the Jiang wind lifting his clothes, while the distant sound of a cruise ship's horn grew closer, slicing the night view of the Bund into a flowing tapestry. The height of the 33rd floor made him feel slightly uneasy, yet the nightscape was particularly soothing, with moonlight spilling over the river, creating a shimmering surface. Gao Zeyue recalled the previous day, when he had been cycling through the city, delivering meals, drenched in sweat and anxious about tardy deliveries. Now, he found himself standing in one of Shanghai's most expensive residences, with a priceless view of the river beneath him and a property deed in hand, symbolizing his newfound wealth. The following morning, he awoke to the sight of his luxurious home, filled with joy as he contemplated returning to the 1960s. He ordered 3 or 4 takeout meals, including roast chicken, which arrived an hour later. After breakfast, he put on his straw sandals, eager to return to the village. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the village had noticed his absence in the morning. He planned to collaborate with the villagers in collecting antiques, as there were none available in his village, necessitating a trip to another. The barter involved trading rice and meat for antiques. Clutching the roast chicken and rice takeout, he felt a sudden flash as he transported back to his earthen house, observing the clear blue sky outside and wondering if it was already noon the next day. He grabbed a water bucket and headed towards the village well, passing under the shade of a large tree where several ants were relaxing. One of them remarked, "You're the young man that Brother Wang Dalong brought back this morning, aren't you? Quite handsome indeed." Gao Zeyue was taken aback and quickly asked, "Are you saying I arrived in the village just half a day ago?" The ants laughed, replying, "You can't be serious, of course. It was only a few hours ago that you came to the village." Stunned, Gao Zeyue realized that time flowed differently between the two eras. While a day had passed in 2025, only half a day had elapsed here. He exclaimed in modern slang, "No way, is this even possible?" The ants exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring about his expression. In Chapter 5, A Fondness for Girls, Gao Zeyue felt as though he had discovered a new world. Realizing that if only half a day had passed here while a full day had gone by in 2025, he could spend 2 days in the past and only lose a single day in the present. He nearly leaped with joy. After inquiring about the direction to the well, he walked over, spotting the rope and wooden bucket and feeling an instant surge of nostalgia. It was his first time using such a contraption. He had never learned how to draw water from a well before, having only seen it on television. With a sigh, he tossed the wooden bucket in, grasped the rope, and watched the bucket float in the water, momentarily stunned. Just then, as noon approached, Pan Xiaoman finished cutting pigweed and headed home. Noticing the handsome man by the well, she walked over, amused by his clumsiness as he struggled to draw water. Her laughter rang out like silver bells, causing Gao Zeyue to turn, breath hitching in his throat. Under the sunlight, a girl in a wide-brimmed straw hat stood before him, her braided hair secured with a faded ribbon. She wore a pale blue floral blouse and had a slender figure, more enchanting than any internet celebrity of 2025. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and when she smiled, 2 little tiger teeth peeked out, her hands still stained with green grass juice. "Do you need help?" she asked, setting down her sickle and taking the rope. With a deft flick of her wrist, the bucket plunged steadily into the water. As she turned her wrist, the filled bucket broke free from the water, sending droplets sparkling in the sunlight. Gao Zeyue stood there, dumbfounded. Is it really that simple? He thought, glancing at the beautiful girl with the sickle and straw hat. Utterly captivated by her charm, she appeared to be around 16 or 17, her braids framing her face and exuding an aura of vitality. "I'm not very skilled with this," he admitted with a wry smile. "Could you teach me?" Pan Xiaoman approached with a smile, demonstrating how to draw water with ease. "It's really that simple," she said cheerfully. "What's your name? I saw you arrive in the village with Brother Wang Dalong this morning. Are you here visiting family?" Gao Zeyue replied with a grin. "I only remember my name is Gao Zeyue. I bumped my head and can't recall where I came from. They brought me back this morning." When the village head had just registered him in the village, Pan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. "Then I shall call you Brother Zeyue," she exclaimed. "Since you're a villager now, will you be working tomorrow?" As Gao Zeyue pulled the bucket from the well and poured the water into his wooden container, he smiled. "Of course. The village head asked me to cut pigweed tomorrow. I hope I won't embarrass myself." Pan Xiaoman laughed brightly. "Great. I'll take you. I'm the captain of our village's pigweed cutting team." Gao Zeyue nearly spilled the water from his bucket at her declaration, chuckling. "All right. I'll find you tomorrow to cut pigweed. I should head back now. I'm already dreading the work ahead." With the water bucket in hand, he returned to his earthen house at the village's edge, staring at the water in the bucket. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not just use tap water or bottled water instead? He glanced at the earthen house, realizing that collecting antiques was no simple task. He needed to build rapport with the villagers and couldn't he just expect to trade rice for antiques. After all, he hadn't even ventured out of the village. Where would he acquire the rice? Feeling determined, he declared, "Time to go back." Instantly, he found himself back in his luxurious apartment at Thompson Riviera. Gazing out at the bund, he picked up his phone and began searching for what one could do in the 1960s to acquire rice and pork freely. This way, he could barter legitimately with those items. After half an hour of research, he discovered that becoming a procurement officer was a potential avenue. But he pondered how he could navigate this unfamiliar world of the 1960s. With no clear solution, he resolved to take it one step at a time. He rode his electric scooter to the suburban department store, purchasing a pair of old-fashioned cloth shoes, gray bedding, pillows, and sheets. He was determined never to wear straw sandals again. They were too painful and might give him blisters. Returning to his opulent home, he teleported back to the 1960s, placing the village head's bedding against the wall. He arranged his newly bought bedding and pillows on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and began enjoying his takeout meal. After eating, he took a nap before wandering around the village until evening, finally returning to his dimly lit home, chuckling quietly as he settled into bed. The next morning, the crowing of roosters echoed throughout the village. As Gao Zeyue opened the door, he spotted Pan Xiaoman standing at the gate, holding 2 coarse grain cakes. "Brother Zeyue, quick, eat something. We're going to the back mountain today. It's quite a trek." The girl carried a refreshing scent of dew, making Gao Zeyue momentarily forget the arduous task of cutting grass that awaited him. At the village entrance, he noticed the village children and girls waiting for them. Pan Xiaoman called out, "Let us go," and the group set off towards the hillside. Walking along the mountain path with Pan Xiaoman, Gao Zeyue soon realized that the pigweed grew on the slope, its edges serrated. With practiced skill, Pan Xiaoman swung her sickle, neatly stacking bundles of pigweed into her basket. As Gao Zeyue made only a few cuts, his fingers were swiftly nicked, blood dripping onto the blades of grass. Observing this, Pan Xiaoman retrieved a strip of cloth from her pocket to bandage his wound, reminding him that when cutting grass, one should follow the grain to avoid injury. Her fingertips, though calloused, were remarkably gentle. Gao Zeyue gazed at the serious profile of the girl, and suddenly felt that despite the hardships of this era, it possessed a warmth and sense of community that modern society often lacks. In the village, everyone lent a helping hand to one another. As the sun began to set, the group trudged back with heavy baskets on their backs, while Pan Xiaoman regaled him with amusing tales from the village. From the incident of a family's old hen being snatched by a weasel to the cautionary note about not picking wild fruits from the back mountain. Her words reflected a deep familiarity with this land. Listening to her, Gao Zeyue's initially weary heart gradually found solace. The evening sun cast elongated shadows of the group, and as he watched Pan Xiaoman skip along, he felt an unexpected contentment in this desolate year. It struck him that he had never harbored feelings for a girl in 2025, nor had any girl ever looked his way, given his impoverished status. Yet here he was, in the 1960s, encountering such a beautiful girl, albeit far too young, at merely 16, requiring at least a couple more years of growth. As he admired her youthful and charming figure, an indescribable affection blossomed within him, but the thought of her age prompted him to recite a prayer. While both carried the pigweed back, in the morning, they had filled a basket to turn in for rations, and in the afternoon, they did the same again before parting ways at the village entrance. Exhausted, Gao Zeyue returned to his adobe house, his body aching, legs cramping. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of being outdone by a sprightly girl and a group of children. Yet, the thought of seeing the lovely girl again the next day filled him with joy, evoking a feeling akin to the pangs of first love, where absence stirs longing. Chapter 6. Purchasing pork. Dragging his weary body, Gao Zeyue finally arrived back at his adobe house in the 1960s. A day spent laboring in the fields had left him with aching joints. Each step felt as though it drained the very essence from him. He mustered the strength to place the sickle and basket in the corner of the room, glancing down at himself. His clothes were caked in dirt, exuding a mingled scent of sweat and earth. What troubled him further was the realization that he had been bitten by mosquitoes, large welts forming that itched and throbbed, prompting him to scratch them involuntarily. His gaze then fell upon the rice and roast chicken laid out on the floor. Initially, he had envisioned preparing a proper meal to reward himself, but at this moment, fatigue overcame him, leaving him devoid of the energy even to lift a finger. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to cook," he muttered to himself. He picked up the roast chicken, his thoughts drifting to the comforts of his modern mansion, with its inviting environment and the convenience of a microwave to heat his meals. With a familiar wave of dizziness, Gao Zeyue found himself back in the luxurious confines of his modern abode. He placed the roast chicken on the kitchen counter, hastily shedding his soiled clothes before striding into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over him, washing away the weariness of the day and the grime clinging to his body. After his shower, he heated the roast chicken in the microwave, sitting at the dining table and devouring it heartily. The savory aroma of the chicken enveloped him, and in that moment, he truly felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. Once he finished his meal, Gao Zeyue tidied up briefly before sinking into the softness of his large bed. Habitually, he glanced at the clock and was taken aback to discover that, despite having spent a day in the 1960s, 2 days had elapsed since his return to the present. Rising, he moved to the window. Gazing at the vibrant night scene of the city below, with its flickering neon lights and bustling traffic, feeling a swell of nostalgia. Modern life is indeed preferable. However, Gao Zeyue quickly regained his composure, contemplating his situation. While he possessed the ability to traverse between two timelines, his current existence in the 1960s was limited to laboring in the village, devoid of any opportunity to collect antiques. Continuing in this manner would only prolong the realization of his aspirations. He resolved that he could not afford to remain idle any longer. He needed to devise a plan to procure a freezer to store some pork and then seek employment in the city. This would ensure a steady income and provide more chances to engage with antiques. Without delay, Gao Zeyue set out. First heading to an appliance store where he carefully selected a large-capacity freezer and arranged for it to be delivered to his specified mansion. He then hurried to the local market, where he purchased 4 slabs of pork and several bags of rice, along with some everyday necessities. When the delivery man arrived with the freezer, rice, and pork, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the opulence of the house juxtaposed with Gao Zeyue's substantial grocery haul. "Sir, with this much rice, you could eat for a year," the delivery man inquired with curiosity. Gao Zeyue simply smiled, refraining from elaborating, and paid for his purchases. Once the delivery man departed, he surveyed the abundance of goods in his home, calculating that these provisions should secure him a decent job. After placing the freezer in the kitchen and plugging it in to freeze the pork, he arranged the rice neatly before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Having toiled all day in the 1960s and then running errands for hours, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting him to take a moment to rest. He lay on the bed and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, merely 3 hours had passed, and Gao Zeyue felt rejuvenated. Recognizing that idleness was unproductive, he decided to venture out. After changing his clothes, he strolled through the neighborhood. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself near a high-end boutique in the Thompson Riviera area. Considering that he was now somewhat of a millionaire, he felt disinclined to continue wearing his previous ordinary attire. Thus, he entered the boutique and meticulously selected several outfits and shoes. The total cost was quite steep, amounting to over 100,000. Yet Gao Zeyue deemed it a worthy investment. After all, one's appearance matters, and a good image would undoubtedly facilitate smoother dealings in the future. Upon returning home, he suddenly remembered that it had been quite a while since he last contacted his family. He took out his phone and dialed his father's number. His father's voice soon echoed through the receiver. "Son, how have you been? It's been ages since you last called home." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Dad, I've been busy with business, so much so that I haven't had the chance to call." "Business? Where did you get the money to start a business?" His father's tone was laced with skepticism and concern. Gao Zeyue quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm partnering with a businessman, and I've already made some profits. Here's 500,000 for you. Use it for whatever you need. Don't deprive yourself." There was a brief silence on the other end before his father exclaimed in astonishment, 500,000? "Son, please don't get involved in any illegal activities." Gao Zeyue hastily clarified, "Dad, rest assured, this is all legitimate business earnings. Use it comfortably, and I'll earn even more in the future, ensuring that you and Mom can enjoy life." After their conversation meandered through familial updates, Gao Zeyue finally hung up. He placed his phone down, placing a hand over his chest, inhaling deeply, and hoped that everything would proceed smoothly. After a brief respite, Gao Zeyue once again utilized his time-traveling ability. Returning to the adobe house in the 1960s, the sky had yet to brighten, and the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. He lay back in bed, listening to the occasional chirping of insects outside, contemplating his forthcoming plans, and gradually succumbed to sleep, eagerly anticipating a new day that might usher in fresh opportunities and transformations. The following morning, Gao Zeyue was roused from slumber by the melodious chirping of birds outside his window, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. He rose and exited his chamber. The morning air was particularly invigorating, imbued with the earthy fragrance of soil and the fresh scent of grass. He inhaled deeply, feeling an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing through him. Gazing at the rudimentary stove, he contemplated gathering firewood to cook porridge, but the tedious process instantly extinguished his enthusiasm. "How bothersome," he muttered to himself, and with a mere flicker of thought, he vanished in a blink back to his modern luxurious abode. Seated upon a plush sofa, he adeptly ordered a sumptuous breakfast from a food delivery service, relishing the convenience of contemporary culinary offerings. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Zeyue returned once more to the earthen dwelling of the 1960s. Noticing the sky still bore the early hues of morning, he adjusted his attire and set forth towards the village chief's residence. As he traversed the countryside, he pondered how to engage the chief in conversation, hoping to enlist someone to accompany him to the city. Walking through the village, the air was refreshingly pure, a stark contrast to the modern ambience. Indeed, the atmosphere of the 1960s was delightful, with the sky exhibiting an extraordinary azure. In the contemporary city, smog was a frequent visitor, with vehicles saturating the streets, filling the air with the acrid stench of exhaust. Even the celestial bodies above lacked the brilliance they held now. Gazing skyward, he could only marvel at how incredibly blue it was, a hue he had never witnessed throughout his life. As dawn's light filtered through the thin veil of clouds, it gently illuminated the tranquil land of the new Red Sixth Team. The sun's rays kissed the earth, mingling with the aromas of soil and grass, awakening the slumbering villagers. Gao Zeyue arose early, simply tidying his slightly worn yet clean garments. He pushed open the wooden door of his mud brick home, and a rush of fresh air greeted him, prompting an involuntary deep breath. Beholding the lush fields, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Today, he intended to seek out the village chief to prepare for potential employment in the city. With a buoyant stride, he made his way towards the chief's abode. Passing by the village's ancient tree, its grand shadow danced upon him. This venerable tree, undoubtedly aged, stood like a wise elder, its flourishing branches silently safeguarding the land and its inhabitants. Gao Zeyue reached out to caress the rough bark, feeling the imprints of time, and an unusual sentiment welled within him. Before long, he arrived at the village chief's doorstep, gently knocking. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing the figure of Chief Yuan Kai. Upon recognizing Gao Zeyue, a curious expression graced the chief's face. "Did I not ask Pan's daughter to take you to gather pigweed? Why have you come here today? I heard you performed well yesterday. Continue your work in the village, and we shall discuss your marriage prospects in due time." A wry smile spread across Gao Zeyue's face as he regarded the well-meaning chief. "Uncle Yu, I recalled that I have an acquaintance in the city, a factory leader, and I wish to visit and inquire about some forgotten matters." Yuan Cai's brow furrowed slightly, scrutinizing Gao Zeyue from head to toe. "You've toiled for a day. You're not planning to run away, are you?" Startled, Gao Zeyue internally marveled at the chief's perceptiveness and quickly replied with a smile. "Uncle Yu, I truly remember nothing. I must seek clarification about my family situation. Besides, I have already settled in the village. Where could I possibly go? Without your endorsement, I would be apprehended in the city within days." Upon hearing this, the expression on Yuan Cai's face softened, and he broke into a smile. "You're a clever lad. Tomorrow, my son Xiao Wang and Wang Dalong are heading to the city for farming tools. You may accompany them, and I shall provide you with a certificate. However, that certificate is only valid for a day. You must return early in the evening. I trust you want to eat our grain and then flee." Gao Zeyue quickly nodded, grinning. "Rest assured, chief. I shall only be gone for a day and will return by dusk." Yuan Cai patted Gao Zeyue's shoulder, imparting earnest counsel. "Work diligently in the village and strive to find a wife. At 26, it would be quite shameful not to be married. In our village, one can wed at 15 or 16. At your age, you ought to have children already." Gao Zeyue reflected that by 2025, the nation would have hundreds of millions of single individuals, making finding a wife no easy feat. It was common for men and women in their 30s or 40s to remain unmarried. In contrast, during the challenging 1960s, everyone married, presenting a perplexing contradiction. With a wry chuckle, he replied, "Indeed, hence my intent to inquire with my city uncle about my marital status and whether my parents are still around." Yuan Cai, finding his reasoning sound, remarked, "Very well, I shall have my son Xiao Wang find you tomorrow. Now, hurry along and get back to cutting grass." With a resigned affirmation, Gao Zeyue turned to his mud brick home. In the distance, he spotted Pan Xiaoman standing at the entrance of her small courtyard, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoman," Gao Zeyue greeted with a smile. Pan Xiaoman turned, her lovely brows slightly furrowed, exuding a youthful vitality. "I was beginning to think you'd run away, Brother Zeyue." Gao Zeyue couldn't help but smile wryly, reassuring her, "Why would I run? I just visited the chief to inform him that I'll be going to the city tomorrow to find my uncle." Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaoman's face fell into a worried expression. "Are you leaving the village?" Gao Zeyue, warmed by her concern, chuckled gently. "I've already settled here. Where could I possibly go? I merely want to inquire about some forgotten matters and will return by tomorrow afternoon." With this declaration, Pan Xiaoman's face brightened with a smile as she eagerly grabbed his arm. "Come on, Brother Zeyue, let us go cut grass. Our friends are already waiting for us at the village entrance." As Gao Zeyue was led forward by Pan Xiaoman, he unintentionally caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance, stirring a flutter of emotion within him. It was a sweet scent, reminiscent of blossoms in spring, mingling with the fresh aroma of dew-kissed grass, providing immense comfort. He mused inwardly about how this girl possessed an enchanting fragrance, regrettably still too young. To quell his burgeoning emotions, he silently recited a mantra for calming. Upon reaching the village entrance, a group of children chattered excitedly in anticipation of their arrival. Gao Zeyue gazed fondly at the adorable little ones, a smile gracing his face. Thus, he, the towering figure, led a delightful brigade of children to gather pigweed. As they ambled along the rustic path, the villagers cast curious glances at the sight of Gao Zeyue's towering figure amidst a throng of children, a scene that elicited laughter from many. It was widely known that this newcomer had suffered an injury and was unable to perform strenuous labor. Yet, despite this, the scene brought joy to onlookers. Rather than feeling embarrassed, Gao Zeyue reciprocated their greetings with a smile. Gradually, he integrated into this vibrant village, feeling a warm fondness for the simple folk and the kindness that enveloped him, a stark contrast to the sterile atmosphere of 2025. Throughout their journey, the children's laughter rang out, discussing amusing village anecdotes and strategizing where to find the best pigweed. Walking alongside Pan Xiaoman, she occasionally shared tidbits about the village and its quirks, and Gao Zeyue listened attentively, interjecting with playful comments that sent the children into fits of giggles. Upon reaching a verdant meadow adorned with pigweed, the children were instantly enveloped in excitement, eagerly drawing out their sickles to commence their labors. Gao Zeyue, not one to remain idle, though his movements lacked finesse, compensated with sheer strength. By midday, he had led his grass-cutting brigade to fill their baskets, earning their labor credits before retreating to rest until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun's ferocity would have waned. The villagers, wary of the oppressive heat, had retreated to their homes to avoid the perils of heat stroke, an ailment that in the 1960s offered no remedies as modern medicine does, often leaving the afflicted to bear their suffering alone, with some illnesses proving fatal. Upon returning to his earthen dwelling, he secured the door and hastened back to his luxurious residence in 2025. Stripping off his clothes, he dashed into the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing shower with floral-scented body wash to alleviate the sweltering heat. After enjoying a meal from a takeout order and indulging in a brief afternoon slumber, he reappeared in the 1960s, realizing that scarcely an hour had passed. By 3 o'clock, Pan Xiaoman had arrived early at the grand tree at the village entrance and soon noticed Gao Zeyue approaching. As he drew near, she caught a delightful fragrance wafting from him. She mused to herself that unlike her father and the other village men, who often bore an unpleasant scent, Zeyue exuded a floral aroma. With wide, starry eyes, she gazed at him in admiration. Under the shade of the great tree, Gao Zeyue observed Pan Xiaoman scrunching her adorable little nose in curiosity, akin to an inquisitive kitten. Unable to suppress his laughter at her antics, he teased, "Xiaoman, why do you resemble a little puppy?" Instantly, her eyes widened, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks as she retorted, "You are the puppy. I merely noticed that your clothes seemed to carry a pleasant scent. By the way, what soap did you use? It smells so unique." Her big, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. Gao Zeyue smiled mysteriously, deliberately withholding the answer. "That's a secret. However, I've always wondered, are you the only girl in your family? Why do you not help with the farming? It seems you only engage in these lighter tasks." Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaoman's lips curved into a gentle smile as she recounted, "I have a younger brother named Pan Dodo, who is 5 years old. Our parents take him along to work daily, and he plays with the village children beneath the trees along the field paths. We cannot leave him at home alone for fear of mishaps, so he accompanies us everywhere. I grew up similarly. I was frail as a child and prone to illness. My parents, concerned for my health, spoke to the village chief, allowing me to undertake lighter chores. However, now I cut pigweed every day, and my health has improved significantly. Moreover, as the oldest in our group, the village chief appointed me as the leader of the grass-cutting team." With pride and joy sparkling in her eyes, she lifted her chin, embodying a sense of accomplishment. Gao Zeyue regarded the spirited girl before him, finding her proud demeanor both charming and delightful. He mused that regardless of the era, there would always be such beautiful and sweet girls. Though clad in simple, coarse fabric, her natural elegance was undeniable. The delicate features of her face and her lively expressions rendered her a stunning beauty, perhaps the most radiant child in the vicinity. Sunlight enveloped her, casting a gentle glow. In that moment, time itself seemed to soften. Gao Zeyue gazed at her, his heart brimming with affection and admiration. Chapter 8. The contrast between bustling cities and rural life. The afternoon sun blazed brightly, yet its intensity had lessened from the midday heat. Beneath the grand locust tree of the new Red 6th Brigade, a lively assembly of children gathered, with Gao Zeyue standing out tall and handsome among them. The children joyfully shouted, "Let us go. The grass-cutting team is off again." Their cheerful voices echoed through the village, startling a few sparrows perched in the tree above. The villagers paused their tasks, chuckling at the amusing sight of the children. In the midst of it all, Gao Zeyue strode confidently at the forefront, the sunlight casting a towering silhouette upon him. Pan Xiaoman followed closely behind, resembling a gentle kitten, her head tilted up. Her cute little nose wrinkled in delight as she inhaled the faint floral fragrance emanating from him, an aroma that inexplicably soothed her. The village women observed this scene, stifling giggles behind their hands, their eyes sparkling with playful teasing. Whispers circulated that it seemed the young girl from the Pan family had developed a fondness for someone, hinting at the possibility of a wedding celebration on the horizon. The group meandered along the winding path toward another hillside, the children chasing one another, laughter and joy filling the air. Gao Zeyue frequently glanced back to ensure no child lagged behind, while Pan Xiaoman bounced beside him, pointing out wildflowers and rabbits darting through the grass, excitedly sharing her discoveries. Gao Zeyue listened patiently, a gentle smile gracing his lips, often responding to her chatter, which elicited peals of laughter from her. Her sweet giggles stirred something within Gao Zeyue, who thought to himself how this little girl was indeed a captivating spirit. Beautiful and playful, a delightful enigma that could ensnare any man's heart. Upon reaching the hillside, the fields were awash in pigweed swaying gently in the breeze. The children dispersed immediately, each searching for the freshest and most abundant pigweed. Gao Zeyue wielded his sickle with greater proficiency than on the first day, cutting the grass while keeping a watchful eye on the children around him. Not far away, Pan Xiaoman diligently cut grass as well, occasionally glancing up at Gao Zeyue with eyes filled with admiration. As the sun began its descent, casting a vibrant orange hue across the sky, the children filled their baskets with pigweed, their faces glistening with sweat yet adorned with satisfied smiles. They arranged their baskets and lined up, heading back toward the village. Upon returning, they proceeded to the production team's storehouse to weigh their pigweed and record their labor credits. As they noted their contributions, the children craned their necks, anxiously anticipating the recording of their names and credits. Receiving their rewards for labor, they burst into jubilant chatter, comparing who had cut the most grass that day. Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman found themselves at the back of the line when suddenly, Pan Xiaoman exclaimed, stumbling slightly and nearly falling. Quick as a flash, Gao Zeyue stepped forward to catch her. Xiaoman, what happened? He inquired with concern. Furrowing her brow, Pan Xiaoman replied, Zeyue Gidge, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts. Gao Zeyue knelt down gently to examine her foot, noticing the slight swelling of her ankle, a result of her earlier misstep. Don't move. Let me help you with your labor credits. I'll carry you back, he said, and after swiftly completing the task, he effortlessly lifted her onto his back. Instantly, a blush crept across her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her heart racing uncontrollably. Together, they made their way toward the Pan residence. At that moment, Pan Xiaoman's parents, Pan Wenhong and Lin Meixia, had just returned from work. Upon seeing Gao Zeyue carrying their daughter, their expressions turned anxious as they rushed forward. Sweetheart, what happened? Pan Wenhong asked urgently. Still basking in the warmth of Gao Zeyue's back, Pan Xiaoman felt slightly embarrassed at being interrupted. Blushing, she replied, Mother, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. Zeyue Gidge brought me back. Lin Meixia breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze turning gratefully toward Gao Zeyue. Thank you, young man, she expressed with genuine appreciation. You must be the newcomer in the village, a rather handsome young man, I must say. Have you tied the knot yet? Gao Zeyue chuckled in response. Uncle, Aunt, I am still unmarried. I just returned from escorting Xiaoman home and will head back now. Pan Wenhong and Lin Meixia warmly insisted that he stay for dinner, but Gao Zeyue graciously declined. At this moment, he felt both hungry and weary, eager to return to his earthen abode for a much-needed rest. After bidding farewell to Pan's parents, he swiftly made his way home. Upon arriving, Gao Zeyue locked the door behind him and instantly transported himself back to the year 2025. He took a quick shower, washing away the sweat and fatigue that clung to him. Subsequently, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a cold beer after a long day of labor. A bottle of beer was the perfect remedy for the summer heat, refreshing and sweet, with each sip seemingly dissipating the heat and exhaustion from his body. Sipping his beer while gazing at the splendid view of the Bund in Shanghai, the dazzling lights outside illuminated the night. The Huangpu River shimmered with glimmering waves as boats glided gently along its surface. He ordered takeout and settled in the living room to watch television, his thoughts drifting to Pan Xiaoman's slender figure and the delightful sound of her laughter, which brought a silly grin to his face. However, considering their age difference, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being an old bull chasing after tender grass. Before long, the takeout arrived. The night view outside was breathtakingly beautiful, prompting him to contemplate finding a job in the 1960s. With pork and fine rice available, he wondered if he would struggle to find employment in these trying times. As he admired the nightscape, boats sailed gracefully along the Bund, filling him with a sense of serenity. After a while, he locked the door and ventured downstairs on his electric bike, cruising around the nearby area and enjoying the illuminated night view while pondering the 1960s. Passing by the Bun's International Architectural Complex, the century-old buildings, bathed in light, created a stunning contrast against the luminous glass facades of Lujiazui across the river. Slowing his pace, he gazed at the luxury items displayed in shop windows, recalling the patched-up coarse cloth garments of the 1960s. Suddenly, he was struck by the stark contrast of it all. As he rode his electric bike into an open-air fountain square, where music played and water splashed, children frolicked among the fountains, laughter echoing as droplets refracted rainbows under the neon lights. Young couples nestled on benches, whispering sweet nothings to each other. He parked his bike and leaned against the railing, watching the fountains dance in rhythm with the music, feeling that the allure of a big city was undeniable. Young people flocked to urban centers for the vibrancy they offered. Leaving the fountain square, he made his way to a nearby large supermarket, where the shelves brimming with an array of goods dazzled his senses: imported snacks, fresh fruits, and craft beers galore. Navigating through the aisles with a shopping cart, he tossed beef jerky, instant noodles, and bottled water into his cart, alongside some beer. Carrying a hefty bag of provisions, he approached his electric bike, contemplating whether it was time to purchase a car. Riding an electric bike every day seemed impractical, especially in inclement weather. Perhaps he would treat himself to a flashy sports car soon, indulging in the lifestyle of the affluent. Chapter 9. The Weeping Girl at the Bus Stop. On the bustling streets of Shanghai, neon lights shone like stars, flickering rapidly against the dark backdrop. Gao Zeyue, donning a helmet and riding his electric bike, reveled in the vibrant atmosphere of the city after 2 hours of leisurely wandering. As he passed a bus stop, his eyes inadvertently scanned the platform. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his attention. There sat a girl with a suitcase, weeping softly on the bench. Curious glances from those waiting for the bus fell upon her as whispers filled the air. Upon closer inspection, Gao Zeyue recognized the girl with swollen eyes as Lin Zi, the sales associate who had sold him his home just days prior. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he parked his bike beside the bus stop, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, sales associate. Fancy seeing you again." Lin Zi lifted her tear-streaked face, and upon recognizing the source of her distress, she turned away in silent indignation, unwilling to acknowledge him. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Gao Zeyue mused that she was quite resilient, recalling her warm and attentive nature during their previous encounter. He parked his bike behind the bus stop sign and patiently inquired, "What troubles you, miss? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Zi glared at him with her red-rimmed eyes, her expression fierce. In Gao Zeyue's eyes, her anger only made her appear more endearing. While Lin Zi may not possess the breathtaking beauty of Pan Xiaoman, her slender figure marked her as a genuine beauty. Through her sobs, Lin Zi lamented, "It's all your fault. If the house hadn't been sold from my hands, I wouldn't be facing ostracism from my colleagues. Plus, I was so careless when signing the contract. My internship salary is only 5,000 yuan, without any commission. I endure harassment at work during the day and face exclusion in the dorm at night. You've caused me to resign." Gao Zeyue was taken aback. He hadn't realized that purchasing a home would bring so much trouble to this lovely girl. Just then, Lin Zi's stomach growled audibly, leaving her utterly mortified. And she turned away, weeping anew. Gao Zeyue chuckled softly. "You haven't eaten, have you? How about I treat you to a meal?" Lin Zi, contemplating, realized that she couldn't entirely blame Gao Zeyue. After all, it was her own oversight for not carefully reviewing the contract before signing it. She wiped her tears and, with a quivering voice, replied, "Then I want a feast." Gao Zeyue beamed. "There's an all-you-can-eat seafood place nearby, 800 yuan per person. Does that qualify as a feast? You can eat as much as you like and even take leftovers home." Upon hearing this, Lin Zi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gao Zeyue led the young girl, carrying shopping bags and her suitcase, into the buffet restaurant amidst curious stares from onlookers. While selecting dishes, Gao Zeyue engaged Lin Zi in conversation, learning more about her plight. It turned out that not only had she faced ostracism from her colleagues after selling the house, but she had also endured harassment from her superiors. Simply because of her beauty, she found herself marginalized in the dormitory as well, leading her to make the difficult decision to resign. What astonished Gao Zeyue even more was that Lin Zi was actually a second-year university student, taking advantage of her summer break to work, only to encounter such misfortune and exclusion. He inwardly reflected that in the cutthroat job market of Shanghai, it was no surprise that someone as attractive as Lin Zi would attract unwanted attention. While savoring the seafood, he playfully inquired, "So, do you have a place to stay tonight?" Lin Zi shook her head, explaining, "Hotels nearby are too expensive, and the dormitory is locked during the break. I have to wait until school starts to go back. I plan to find a cheap hotel to stay in while I look for another job." Gao Zeyue smiled. "Since we're having dinner together, We might as well be friends. It's quite an honor for me to befriend a university student. Lindsay shot him a playful glare as she munched on a large shrimp, teasingly retorting, "Who knew you would be so friendly?" Gao Zeyue continued, "If you have no place to stay, why not crash at the apartment I bought? It's 400 square meters with 4 or 5 bedrooms. You can choose any room you like. If you can't find a job, you can stay until school starts. I'm quite eager to make friends with university students." Lindsay's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Will there be rent?" Gao Zeyue rolled his eyes, replying, "Not a chance. It's my fault you have nowhere to stay. I must take responsibility for my friend." Lindsay beamed with joy. After finishing their meal, Gao Zeyue settled the bill, and the two rode off on his electric bike towards their destination. Gao Zeyue rode at a brisk pace, while Lindsay incessantly tapped his shoulder from behind, exclaiming, slow down, my suitcase is about to catch fire." Observing the sparks flying from the suitcase and the road, Gao Zeyue nearly burst into laughter, pondering that he truly ought to purchase a car. After all, it was rather inconvenient to ride an electric bike while escorting a beautiful girl. Upon returning to the community, after securely parking the electric bike, Gao Zeyue cheerfully remarked, "Shall we go? You should still remember the location of the house you sold, right?" Lindsay shot him an exasperated glance and pushed her suitcase inside. As Gao Zeyue opened the door, Lindsay stepped into the living room. Upon beholding the breathtaking view of the bund, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's stunning. I've never visited here at night, truly. A billion-yuan mansion offers an unparalleled view." Gao Zeyue observed her expression of delight and said, "With a friend like me, isn't it quite nice? From now on, I'll take you along for dining and entertainment." Lindsay cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Not impressed. Which room am I staying in?" Gao Zeyue chuckled and said, "Aside from my master bedroom, you may choose freely. Here is a spare key. It'll be convenient for you to take it when you go out." They exchanged phone numbers as well. Subsequently, Lindsay entered the bedroom she had chosen and indulged in a bath in the tub. As she relished the comforting warmth of the water, she admired the night view of the bund, reflecting, "This is the life of the affluent. It's simply too luxurious." Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue returned to his room, locked the door, changed his clothes, and then took a rest reminiscent of the 1960s. He was acutely aware that should the village chief's son come looking for him tomorrow and find him absent, it would spell trouble. After finishing her bath, Lindsay changed into her pajamas and made her way to the living room. Standing by the window, she watched as ships glided gracefully across the bund, leaving behind trails of shimmering light, her heart brimming with admiration. After closing the window, she headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and upon seeing the beer, shook her head in resignation. She took a bottle of mineral water but hesitated before also grabbing 2 beers, returning to her room. Seated by the window, she gazed at the enchanting nightscape, sipping her beer as her thoughts drifted far away. Despite the various setbacks she had encountered in her job search, her chance meeting with Gao Zeyue provided her with a temporary refuge. She mentally resolved to continue her efforts in seeking employment the following day. She couldn't remain idle for long, especially since there was still a month until school began, allowing her the opportunity to earn a month's salary. She reminded herself that although she faced numerous challenges in this bustling city, she had also encountered kind-hearted individuals, well, at least one affluent friend, who inspired her not to give up easily on her job search. As the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious living room of the Thompson Riviera, Lindsay rose early, tiptoeing into the bathroom to freshen up. The girl in the mirror gathered her long hair into a neat ponytail, donned a light gray professional suit, and applied a subtle layer of makeup, exuding an air of competence and vitality. Entering the kitchen, she gazed at the bread and milk in the refrigerator, hesitating momentarily. Remembering Gao Zeyue's words about their friendship, she felt a sense of reassurance. She heated the bread and milk in the microwave and, after preparing her breakfast, settled in the living room. The landscape of the bund appeared even more magnificent in the morning light, with cruise ships slowly gliding by, their reflections shimmering like gold on the river's surface. She took a bite of the warm bread and mused that this was perhaps the most picturesque breakfast she had ever enjoyed. The house was eerily quiet. It seemed Gao Zeyue had already left. After finishing her meal, Lindsay took the initiative to clean up the dishes and disposed of the trash downstairs. She then walked to the nearby bus stop, contemplating that the subway would be cumbersome and costly, while the bus, albeit slow, would save her some fare. The morning job search proved to be particularly fruitless. After interviewing with 2 companies, she could see their expressions dim when they learned she was only available for a summer position. "We require long-term, stable employees. Summer workers tend to be transient. Although your appearance is quite appealing for the company's image, I'm afraid you've been eliminated." The interviewer's words left Lindsay feeling disheartened. As the unfortunate girl was ruthlessly dismissed, after a meager lunch of noodles, she visited another 2 companies in the afternoon, receiving the same disappointing responses. Especially upon revealing her 1-month availability, the interviewers shook their heads in unison, politely indicating their inability to assist her. As the sun began to set, Lin Zi, exhausted, sat at the bus stop. The evening breeze from the river brought a slight chill, tousling her meticulously styled hair. She gazed at the distant glass facades of the skyscrapers, suddenly perceiving both the splendor and the harshness of this city. Chapter 10. Red Star Machinery Factory. Early in the morning, Gao Zeyue awoke to the refreshing air of the village. Stretching languidly before washing up and consuming the bread and mineral water he had purchased at the supermarket the previous night, he glanced at the 2 bags of rice beside the stove and sighed, realizing he hadn't cooked since his arrival 2 or 3 days ago. The lack of ingredients made it challenging. Boiling water or cooking rice was the extent of his culinary endeavors. Cooking meat seemed utterly impractical, as the village was small, and the scent would surely attract unwanted attention, leading to complications. Just as he finished his bread, he heard the voices of Wang Dalong and Yu Xiaoguang. Gao Zeyue donned a straw hat, slinging a basket over his shoulder, and called out from the earthen house, "I'm coming." Wang Dalong smiled and introduced, "This is Yu Xiaoguang, the village chief's son. This is Gao Zeyue." The two exchanged pleasantries as they climbed onto the mule cart heading into the city. Gao Zeyue cheerfully inquired, "Xiaoguang, do you know how many factories are in the city, and which one has the most workers?" Yu Xiaoguang replied with a grin, "I'm quite familiar with that. I know there's a sugar factory, the Red Star Machinery Factory, and a textile factory, but I've heard the best benefits come from the Red Star Machinery Factory. After all, they deal with machinery, and physical labor is more abundant, leading to better treatment than the other factories. By the way, where does your uncle work?" Gao Zeyue paused, suddenly recalling that he had mentioned an uncle in the city to the village chief. He chuckled awkwardly. "I believe he works at the Red Star Machinery Factory." Sensing their skepticism, he quickly added, "How long until we reach the city?" Wang Dalong replied with a smile, "We'll be there in 3 hours. We'll go to the agricultural machinery station to queue for hoes and saws, and then we'll wait for you at the state-run restaurant after 3 in the afternoon." Upon hearing about the state-run restaurant, Gao Zeyue's curiosity piqued. The 3 of them chatted and laughed, arriving in the city 3 hours later. There, they encountered an inspection team checking identities, but with the village chief's proof, they passed smoothly. Gao Zeyue inquired curiously about the strictness of the city's checks. Yu Xiaoguang discreetly explained, "They're checking for spies. After all, we've driven away the enemies, but some dissidents may still be hiding, intending to cause trouble." Gao Zeyue nodded in understanding. The 3 parted ways at the state-run restaurant, agreeing to reconvene after 3 in the afternoon. Gao Zeyue walked towards a nearby alley. Ensuring no one was around, he successfully slipped back to the luxurious residence of 2025, glancing at the clock to find it was already midday. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warmth into the spacious and brilliantly lit mansion. Standing in the living room, he surveyed the opulent decor and modern appliances, reflecting that home truly felt the best. As he pondered, he noticed Lin Zi's bedroom door ajar and approached to peek inside, finding her luggage still in the room. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. This girl was not only beautiful and charming, but also an educated university student. Her lively spirit and boundless energy led him to believe she had already ventured out in search of employment. With that thought in mind, he walked into the kitchen, where the utensils were plentiful and the freezer was stocked with pork. Opening the freezer, a rush of cold air enveloped him as he retrieved half a slab of pork. The piece of pork gleamed with a vibrant red hue, its texture tender and succulent. In the resource-scarce 1960s, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. He carefully placed the pork into his backpack and meticulously covered it with a thick cloth, ensuring that not a trace would be revealed. Once prepared, Gao Zeyue was once again transported back to the 1960s. When he reappeared in the alley, the familiar, antiquated atmosphere enveloped him. Upon exiting the alley, he stepped onto the street, where the sight before him weighed heavily on his heart. The pedestrians appeared gaunt and emaciated, clad in tattered garments, their faces etched with the hardships of life. They hurried along, their eyes reflecting a desperate yearning for sustenance and warmth. Witnessing this, Gao Zeyue could not help but sigh inwardly. Survival in this era was indeed a formidable challenge. He was acutely aware that parading around the streets with pork would attract undue attention and potentially lead to trouble. If he were to encounter an inspection and was asked to present proof, revealing the pork would complicate matters. Thus, he chose to navigate through the less crowded alleys, continuously observing his surroundings to ensure that no one noticed the pork in his backpack. During his journey, he approached a few seemingly amiable townsfolk to inquire about the location of the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Initially, those he questioned regarded him with a degree of caution, but upon hearing his inquiry about the factory, their demeanor softened considerably. They provided him with detailed directions and kindly reminded him to stay safe on his way. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Zeyue briskly proceeded toward the Hongxing machinery factory. Along the way, he encountered numerous scenes starkly different from those of 2025. The shops lining the streets were mostly rudimentary, offering a limited selection of goods, primarily essential items for daily living. A few children could be seen playing in the streets, their patched clothing unable to diminish their exuberance, their laughter echoing through the narrow lanes. As he continued onward, Gao Zeyue finally spotted the imposing entrance of the Hongxing machinery factory from a distance. It was a sizable establishment, with lofty buildings and smokestacks standing before him. Bustling with activity. Outside the gates, he could see workers industriously going about their tasks, while the air was filled with the mechanical hum of industry. Gao Zeyue quickened his pace as he approached the factory entrance. A few security personnel were stationed there, conducting stringent checks on those entering and exiting. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his attire and approached with an air of composure. "Greetings, comrades," he smiled at the security guards. "I seek to speak with someone from your procurement department." The head of security, Li Si, scrutinized the straw-hatted Gao Zeyue and inquired, "Do you know anyone from the procurement department?" Gao Zeyue replied with a grin, "I do not. But I would like to ask if your factory is in need of pork." Li Si's eyes sharpened, his brows knitting together as he appraised Gao Zeyue from head to toe. "Do you have any proof?" Gao Zeyue promptly retrieved the certification issued by the village chief from his pocket. Li Si took it, examining it thoroughly, but then suddenly shifted his tone, bursting into laughter. "You rascal, we are currently in a year of famine. The state-run butcher hasn't seen meat in months, and even the state-owned restaurants have resorted to selling vegetable buns. Who are you trying to fool with your claim of having pork?" Unfazed, Gao Zeyue gently set his backpack down and deftly pulled back the covering cloth. Before them lay half a glistening piece of pork, its alluring sheen captivating all eyes. The previously jovial guards were abruptly silenced, their throats involuntarily bobbing as they fixated on the pork, expressions of astonishment etched across their faces. Li Si rushed forward, grasping Gao Zeyue's hand. His skepticism swiftly transformed into an ingratiating smile. "Brother, my apologies. It seems I was blind to the meat's allure after such a long drought in the city. Please, let me fetch the head of the procurement department immediately." Though not an employee of the factory, Gao Zeyue nodded gratefully. "I appreciate the trouble you're going through." Li Si waved dismissively. "It's a trivial matter." He hurried back into the factory, kicking up dust in his wake. The remaining guards circled around the backpack, unable to tear their eyes away from the pristine pork, occasionally leaning in to inhale its enticing aroma, murmuring, "Goodness, this meat looks incredibly fresh. I wonder when we might get a taste." Their gazes were fixated on the pork, as if attempting to will it into their possession, their faces betraying their longing. Gao Zeyue stood by, reveling in their reactions, pleased that this half-piece of pork had proven to be the key to unlocking the doors of the Hongxing machinery factory. At that moment, he awaited the arrival of the head of procurement, while the guards exchanged smiles, inviting him to sit in the security room, clearly anxious that he might leave. Chapter 11. The 8th-level procurement officer takes office. The head of the procurement department, Gao Hu, had been experiencing a particularly arduous month. The procurement department had consistently failed to meet its targets in recent months. Just days prior, he had been reprimanded at a meeting by various department heads, who suggested that if he could not procure materials, he should step aside for someone more capable. Gao Hu was on the verge of resigning, overwhelmed by the challenge of sourcing supplies in such a time of scarcity. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he called, only to find the head of security, Li Si, entering with a wry smile. "Li Si, why are you abandoning your post at the gate to come here?" Li Si replied with a grin, "Director Gao, a young man, just came by asking if we purchase pork." Gao Hu slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Why bring that up now? There's not a scrap of pork to be found in the entire city. Are you pulling my leg?" Li Si, startled, shrank back but insisted. "But he truly has half a piece of pork in his backpack. Several of us in the security room witnessed it." Gao Hu stared at Li Si in disbelief. "Quickly, let us head to the gate before he leaves." The two rushed to the entrance, only to find it empty. They sighed in disappointment, but were soon drawn to the lively chatter coming from the security room. Upon entering, Gao Hu was greeted by the sight of a handsome young man. "So, you are the one selling pork?" Gao Zeyue stood up, smiling. "Greetings, Director. I have a bit of pork here. I was wondering if your factory would be interested. If not, I might check with the sugar factory." Gao Hu, eager, interjected, "Of course we are interested. Please, let me see it." As Gao Zeyue pulled back the covering cloth, Gao Hu was left astonished at the sight of the pork. "It really is pork," he exclaimed, turning to Gao Zeyue with a smile. "Young brother, let us take this pork to my office and discuss further." Gao Zeyue bid farewell to the security personnel and followed Gao Hu into the procurement director's office, where Gao Hu happily poured him a cup of tea. "Young brother, where did you acquire this meat?" Gao Zeyue frowned slightly, pondering how to respond to this question. Noticing the furrowed brow of Gao Zeyue, Gao Hu quickly added, "I understand this is a secret. The entire city is devoid of pork, and it seems you possess quite the skill to procure it. Gao Zeyue regarded Gao Hu, appreciating his understanding, and smiled. Director Gao, my name is Gao Zeyue from the new Red 6 team. As for this pork, I cannot divulge how I came by it, or I may never be able to acquire it again. I came here seeking employment, hence my inquiry with the pork. Gao Hu responded enthusiastically, well, you've come to the right place. By the way, how much pork do you have, and do you have any other supplies? Gao Zeyue pondered for a moment, realizing that whenever he desired something, he could simply return to the modern world and procure it from the market. With a smile, he declared, for now, I shall take 4 slabs of pork and 10 bags of fine rice. In a couple of days, he could also acquire chicken, fish, lamb, and more pork. Gao Hu, elated, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Brother Gao, you truly are my benefactor. No wonder you hail from the esteemed Gao family. Your prowess is undeniable. Please, bring me those 4 slabs of pork and a few bags of rice. The black market can't offer such high prices. However, I can provide you with 1.5 yuan per pound for the pork and 1 yuan per pound for the rice. Selling in the black market isn't safe. Our factory guarantees security. As for work, I can arrange for you to be a level 7 buyer with a monthly salary of 30 yuan, and I'll gradually promote you, increasing your salary over time. What do you think? Gao Zeyue considered the arrangement, but was concerned about collecting antiques. He chuckled ruefully, Director Gao, I need to gather supplies. And sometimes I might be away for several days. How can I manage my job? Gao Hu laughed, that's easily resolved. From now on, you will report to me. Just come to the factory twice a month. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Gao Zeyue was so thrilled he nearly leaped from his seat. That sounds excellent. I will deliver twice a month, bringing 4 slabs of pork, accompanied by 10 live chickens and 10 large Christian carp. What do you think? Gao Hu was on the verge of embracing Gao Zeyue, thinking to himself that this benefactor was truly his savior. No problem. I'll promote you to a level 8 buyer with a monthly salary of 35 yuan. Come, Brother Gao. Let us proceed to the Human Resources Department to complete the paperwork. After finalizing the procedures, Gao Zeyue was provided with a buyer's certificate. At the staff cafeteria, he placed half a slab of pork down. He then rode away on a tricycle to his luxurious residence. As he beheld the tricycle parked outside his mansion, he couldn't help but smile, realizing that in the 1960s, having a small courtyard would indeed facilitate transporting goods. He carried the remaining 3 slabs of pork onto the tricycle and loaded 4 bags of rice. Noticing that the tricycle was too full, he covered it with a gray sheet and returned to the 1960s. As he approached the factory, Li Si, seeing Gao Zeyue return on the tricycle, joyfully exclaimed, Brother Gao, what have you brought? Gao Zeyue grinned and replied, take a look for yourself. Li Si lifted the sheet to reveal the 3 slabs of pork and 4 bags of rice. Astonished, he exclaimed, Brother Gao, this is incredible. Gao Zeyue chuckled. Make sure to arrive early at the cafeteria for lunch. I am now a buyer for our factory and will regularly bring in several slabs of pork to enhance our living conditions. Li Si, thrilled, responded, absolutely. I'll be there early for lunch. Gao Zeyue rode his tricycle back to the staff cafeteria, where Gao Hu and Chef Wang Dongdong were already waiting at the entrance. As soon as Gao Zeyue stopped, Gao Hu eagerly pulled back the sheet to reveal the 3 slabs of pork and 4 bags of rice, grinning widely. Wang Dongdong, hurry, weigh this and prepare it for lunch. We'll let the factory leaders have the rice. It's too little for everyone. Wang Dongdong called for the kitchen apprentices to weigh the goods. 400 jin of pork cost 600 yuan, while 400 jin of rice cost 400 yuan. Gao Hu led Gao Zeyue to the finance department to collect the money for the meat, exclaiming, Brother Gao, let us have lunch together at the cafeteria. Gao Zeyue laughed. I can't, Director Gao. I need to catch a ride back to the village. We can eat together another day. Could you perhaps exchange some sugar tickets or cloth tickets for me? I'd like to buy some items from the supply and marketing cooperative. Gao Hu cheerfully retrieved a bundle of small tickets from his pocket. I've prepared these in advance. You can exchange for whatever you need. After expressing his gratitude, Gao Zeyue added, when I have the time, I'll transfer my household registration to the city. I wish to purchase a better courtyard. I'm not accustomed to living with so many people in a communal yard. Otherwise, everyone will know what I eat. Gao Hu laughed heartily one day. I'll take you to the state-run restaurant to meet Manager Su. He knows many people who can assist you. He continued, next time you come by, I'll help you apply for a bicycle from the factory, so you won't have to rely on the horse cart to return to the village. Gao Zeyue expressed his thanks to Director Gao before departing the factory. He noticed that he still had time before meeting Wang Dalong and Yu Xiaoguang. So he walked into a secluded alley. With a flicker of thought, he returned to his luxurious residence in 2025. As he opened the door, a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning enveloped him. He removed his coarse linen shirt and dashed into the bathroom, where the hot water from the shower washed away the dust of the 1960s. After changing into a cotton t-shirt and sports shorts, Gao Zeyue settled onto the sofa. deftly opening a food delivery app to order Peking duck. He pulled a cold beer from the fridge, and as he popped the tab, fine bubbles overflowed, mingling with the crisp aroma, momentarily making him forget he had just returned from the 1960s. Just as he was about to stroll onto the balcony to enjoy the view, he was startled by the muddy footprints left by the tricycle, prompting him to chuckle as he hurriedly fetched a mop to clean the marble floor. Before long, the delivery arrived, and after a hearty meal, Gao Zeyue dozed off on the sofa for over an hour. When he awoke, he noticed more than an hour had passed. He quickly dressed and hopped onto his electric scooter, heading straight to the market. At the meat stall, the vendor was astonished when he ordered 4 slabs of pork and 20 live chickens, exclaiming that he was indeed a major client. Gao Zeyue left his delivery address and ensured everything was well packaged before leisurely returning home. 2 hours later, a cold chain truck promptly delivered the goods. Gao Zeyue stuffed the meat and poultry into the freezer, selected 3 chickens to put in a backpack, and changed into his coarse linen attire. He flashed back to the 1960s and walked to the state-run restaurant, noticing that the horse cart had yet to arrive. With his buyer's certificate in hand, he meandered into the supply and marketing cooperative. Behind the glass counter, the salesperson, upon witnessing his lavish purchases of candy, canned peaches, sugar pastries, a bottle of Moutai, and even a pound of the coveted white rabbit milk candy, shifted from a wary demeanor to one of eagerness as Gao Zeyue presented his buyer's certificate. He also picked out several yards of blue coarse cloth and a pair of layered-soled women's shoes, reminiscing about how Pan Xiaoman always wore patched-up cloth shoes. And a smile crept onto his face as thoughts of the girl filled his mind. It dawned on him that he hadn't seen her all day. He had left early in the morning without saying goodbye, and now he truly missed her. When Gao Zeyue returned to the state-run restaurant with his heavy backpack, he still hadn't spotted the two. He thought to himself that next time he should buy a watch. Chapter 12. Eating stewed chicken on a summer afternoon. The sun blazed down as Gao Zeyue, donning a straw hat, had been waiting under the large tree at the state-run restaurant for quite some time. Half an hour passed, and he occasionally glanced into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. At that moment, he carried over 90 large black $10 bills in his pockets. The weight of the cash unable to conceal the joy bubbling within him, causing a smile to involuntarily spread across his face. Finally, he spotted Wang Daling driving a horse cart, leisurely transporting Yu Xiaowang along the road. Gao Zeyue hurried to greet them, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Brother Daling, I've been waiting for you for over an hour. Why are you only just arriving?" Yu Xiaowang, peering out from the cart with a wry smile, replied. "The agricultural machinery station was packed. We had to wait a long time for our turn. We're nearly starving over here. Hurry up and get in. We need to get back to the village, or my father will start nagging again." Without a second thought, Gao Zeyue nimbly climbed onto the cart, settling into the space they had intentionally left for him. As he sat down, he cheerfully offered, "Here, you haven't eaten yet, right? I brought some sugar pastries and white rabbit milk candy from the cooperative. You should have some." As she spoke, Gao Zeyue retrieved some sugar cakes and milk candies from her bag. Wang Daling and Yu Xiaowang stared at her in astonishment, their eyes brimming with surprise and confusion. Wang Daling, neglecting to take the sugar cakes, anxiously inquired, "Did you find your uncle? What is the situation? Did he buy all this for you?" Gao Zeyue paused for a moment, contemplating, and then fabricated a benevolent lie, her gentle smile unwavering as she replied, "Yes, I found him. He is the director of the procurement department at the Hongxing Machinery Factory. After I inquired about my situation, he learned that both my parents have passed away. I have no relatives left, and I'm unmarried. He was puzzled as to how I ended up at the entrance of our village. My uncle managed to secure me a position as a procurement officer at the factory. I am now employed at the Hongxing Machinery Factory." With that, Gao Zeyue casually pulled out her procurement officer's credentials from her pocket. Wang Daling, unable to read, merely cast a curious glance at the document before shifting his gaze to Yu Xiaowang. After examining the credentials, Yu Xiaowang nodded dumbly, and both exclaimed in shock, "You're already on probation." Yu Xiaowang, having attended primary school, recognized the characters. Upon seeing the prominent red seal of the Hongxing Machinery Factory printed on the document, he gasped in disbelief, stuttering, "So, you're practically a city dweller now?" Gao Zeyue smiled as she carefully tucked the procurement credentials back into her clothing, explaining, "Not quite yet. I need to ask your father for a village certificate, then go to the city community committee to transfer my household registration. Only then can I be considered a city person." Upon hearing this, both Wang Daling and Yu Xiaowang simultaneously gave Gao Zeyue a thumbs up, their eyes sparkling with envy and joy. They then eagerly devoured the sugar cakes, occasionally glancing at Gao Zeyue, their expressions filled with happiness for her. After all, having a procurement officer emerge from their village was indeed a matter of great pride. The cart with the three of them rolled slowly along the rural dirt road, the wheels crunching over the gravel with a creaking sound. Throughout the journey, Wang Dalong and Yu Xiaowang incessantly bombarded Gao Zeyue with questions about the Hongxing machinery factory, to which she patiently responded. They discussed everything from the factory scale to the security office, and even the director's office of the procurement department, engaging in lively conversation. Wang Dalong joyfully remarked, "Who would have thought, Xiao Zhe, that you would be leaving the village so soon after arriving? It's quite a fortunate turn of events to have secured such a good job. Make sure to work hard in the city, and if you have the chance, do come back to visit us often." Yu Xiaowang chimed in. "Indeed, don't forget us old pals from the village once you become a city dweller." Gao Zeyue chuckled and reassured them, "Rest assured, Dalong and Xiaowang, how could I ever forget? No matter where I go, this place will always be my home, and you will forever be my family." The cart continued its journey and soon arrived at the village. In the distance, they spotted Yu Xiaowang's father standing at the village entrance, gazing expectantly. Upon seeing the cart return, he hurried over, his expression stern as he said, "What have you all been up to? You're so late returning. The food is nearly cold." Yu Xiaowang quickly jumped down from the cart, grinning widely as he explained, "Dad, we went to the agricultural machinery station to take care of some business, but there were too many people, and we had to wait in line for quite a while. However, we have some fantastic news. Let me tell you about how Gao Zeyue found her uncle and is now a procurement officer at the Hongxing machinery factory." Upon hearing this, the village head, Yuan Kai, immediately softened, his frown dissipating into a look of satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Wonderful. Xiao Zhe, this is indeed great news. Work hard in the city, and if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yuan Kai examined Gao Zeyue's procurement credentials, noting, "Oh, you're an 8th level procurement officer. That's quite a decent salary." Gao Zeyue, taking back her credentials, replied cheerfully, "Uncle Yu, whether I'll go to the city or not is still uncertain. As a procurement officer at the machinery factory, I only need to deliver supplies twice a month. If I live in a large dormitory, it'll be noisy all the time. How could it compare to the peace of my humble courtyard? I'll stay here in the village for now and think about moving to the city later." Yuan Kai laughed heartily at her words, patting her shoulder as he said, "Exactly. You've only just arrived in the village a few days ago, and already you're thinking of moving to the city? That would surely break Uncle Yu's heart. I was even considering introducing you to a nice girl. There are plenty of good young women in the village. No need to rush." Gao Zeyue hurriedly waved her hands, pulling out 2 live chickens from her backpack as she said, "My uncle brought these 2 chickens. And I bought a bottle of good wine to thank Uncle Yu for taking me in." Upon hearing about the 2 chickens, Yuan Kai's eyes lit up instantly, and he swallowed hard, grinning from ear to ear. "You're too kind. Come on, let us head to my house. I'll have my wife prepare a delicious meal." He then turned to Wang Dalong, urging, "Hurry and take the cart to the village committee. Come to my house, and we'll enjoy some stewed chicken together." Upon hearing that he would also get to eat meat, Wang Dalong joyfully shouted, "All right, Uncle Yu," as he whipped the reins, causing the horse to trot briskly, prompting laughter from the 3 of them. "This lad, he is more excited about the meat than he would be to see his own mother," Yuan Kai teased, leading Gao Zeyue homeward. The setting sun cast long shadows of the 3 figures as they continued discussing the Hongxing machinery factory. Upon arriving at Yu's small courtyard, Yu's wife, hearing her husband's booming voice, peeked out from the doorway. Upon learning that Gao Zeyue had brought back 2 chickens, she beamed with joy, quickly tying on her apron and rushing to the kitchen to prepare. Before long, Wang Dalong arrived in a flurry. The aroma of chicken began wafting from the kitchen, the bubbling sounds of stew making everyone salivate. The 4 of them sat around in the courtyard, with Yu Xiaowang eagerly waiting for this rare chicken feast. All of them delighted for Gao Zeyue, who had become an employee of the village. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yu's mother was busy cooking, while father and son exchanged glances, feeling a mix of emotions. Just days earlier, they had worried about their family's situation, especially during this drought year when food was already scarce, and now they had an additional mouth to feed. Furthermore, having a young man in the house meant additional strain on their already limited resources. They wondered if this young fellow would cause trouble if food became scarce. After all, every household in the village was struggling with food shortages. Just a couple of days ago, Yuan Kai had been restless with worry, but now, miraculously, it seemed that things had turned around, with Gao Zeyue finding her relatives in the city and securing a position as a procurement officer, ensuring she would not go hungry even in these harsh times. It felt as if a beggar had suddenly risen to become a dignitary. Observing this handsome young man, who was so desirable to live in the city, Yuan Kai couldn't shake the feeling of unease at the thought of him leaving for the city and never returning. On the other hand, Yu Xiaowang looked at Gao Zeyue, brimming with admiration, almost moved to tears by how extraordinary it was that she had become an employee just after a trip to the city, earning a monthly salary of over 30 yuan. He lamented that he rarely saw such money in a year. If only he had an older brother like Gao Zeyue, who could take him to the city and buy him treats. Just the thought of the delicious aroma of the stewed chicken made him crave it. It had been a year since they had eaten meat, the last time being when they slaughtered a pig the previous winter. The two of them exchanged glances, feeling bittersweet. While Gao Zeyue's new job was indeed worthy of celebration, father and son felt a pang of discomfort. Knowing that this young man's good fortune meant they would not have to rely on what little food they had left in the village. Chapter 13. The machinery factory erupted. At noon, the Hongxing machinery factory was bustling with activity. The employee cafeteria crowded to the brim. A number of later employees, filled with curiosity, gazed at the bustling scene before the food distribution window and eagerly approached to discover the cause of the commotion. Typically, the cafeteria's offerings, while sufficient to satiate hunger, consisted mostly of coarse grains and meager vegetables. However, the lively atmosphere today seemed utterly astonishing. What was happening up front? Why was there such excitement today? The employees in the back could not restrain themselves from inquiring. Those in line, without turning their heads, exuberantly shouted back, "They're serving braised pork for lunch." These simple words detonated like a cannonball among the crowd. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those behind sparkled with delight as they rushed to gather around, making the already cramped cafeteria even more congested. Anticipation radiated from their faces, as if they could already smell the tantalizing aroma of the braised pork. Meanwhile, several leaders of the factory were still preoccupied in their offices. The secretaries hurriedly returned with meals for the leaders, and at the moment they opened the two lunch boxes, their jaws dropped in shock. One box contained fluffy white rice, each grain plump and emanating a delightful fragrance. The other held a vibrant, aromatic stew of pork, with tender chunks interspersed with layers of fat, its rich gravy enticing the leaders to swallow in anticipation. In the office of the factory manager, Li Xiangjiang was diligently attending to his work. Upon seeing the secretary deliver lunch, he rose and settled onto the sofa, ready to dine. He noticed the secretary, Wang, hesitating to speak and could not help but ask, "Xiao Wang, what's the matter? Is there something you wish to share?" Secretary Wang, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Manager, just open the lunch boxes and see for yourself." With a smile, Manager Li opened the boxes and was equally astonished by the sight of the rice and braised pork. He looked up at the secretary with a puzzled expression. "What is going on? Where did this exquisite grain and pork come from?" Wang sighed. "Today, Director Gao from the procurement department came to see you. I noticed you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Little did I know, the entire factory is enjoying braised pork for lunch, and even the higher-ups are having the good rice." Li Xiangjiang paused for a moment, then chuckled. "It seems Gao, who is quite adept at his job, managing to secure pork for our factory." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Go fetch him." The secretary acknowledged and exited the room. Li Xiangjiang gazed at the meal before him, picked up his chopsticks, and savored a piece of the tender braised pork. Having not tasted meat in quite a while, a look of satisfaction spread across his face as he exclaimed, "It's been ages since I've had meat. This is truly delicious." Before long, Gao Hu, the procurement director, entered the room with a beaming smile, saying, "Manager, how is lunch? I ensured they cooked it a little longer." Li Xiangjiang gestured for Gao Hu to take a seat, his face alight with amusement. "So, what is the story? You've done quite well. While the entire city struggles to find meat, you've managed to procure some." Gao cleared his throat and recounted the events of the morning. A young man named Gao Zeyue had come to the factory, claiming he could source pork and was willing to sell it to Hongxing Machinery Factory. Initially skeptical, Gao Hu soon discovered that the young man was not only sharp-witted but indeed had connections. Consequently, Gao Hu decided to trust him and appointed him as the factory's buyer. Thus, Gao Zeyue successfully brought in 4 slabs of pork and 4 bags of rice, leading to today's sumptuous lunch. After listening attentively, Li Xiangjiang clapped his hands on the table and grinned. "You've done an excellent job. We must ensure this young man is well taken care of. In these lean years, he is a resourceful individual, and if he were to join the textile factory, our employees would surely be at a loss." Gao Hu nodded vigorously, his expression brimming with pride. After a moment's thought, he added, "Manager, don't we have a few new black and white televisions in the factory? I think we should reward this young Gao. If he can bring in 4 slabs of pork and 4 bags of rice today, imagine what he could do if we had a larger vehicle. In the next half-month, we still need 4 bags of rice, 4 slabs of pork, 10 meat chickens, and 10 large Christian carps." Li Xiangjiang, pleased, nodded in agreement. "A reward is indeed necessary. We don't know how long these hard times will last. We must safeguard this young man." He added, "When he comes next time, just take him to the logistics department to claim a television." Gao Hu, delighted, nodded repeatedly. The two engaged in further discussions regarding work before Gao Hu, feeling thoroughly satisfied, returned to his office. Upon entering, he was so elated he nearly leaped with joy, muttering to himself, "I, Gao Hu, have finally turned the tables." He thought about how no one would dare offend someone from the procurement department again. He would ensure they dined on stale bread every day. He recognized that he had successfully resolved the factory's issues with meat and fine grains, providing a bountiful meal for all employees and enhancing his standing with the manager. Meanwhile, the young Gao Zeyue had become a pivotal figure in addressing the factory's supply challenges. He was confident that with his assistance, he would have further opportunities for advancement. In a mud brick house within the new Hong 6 team, the aroma of food had yet to waft through. As people gathered together for casual conversation, Gao Zeyue surveyed the interior. Noting that village chief Yuan Kai's home was no different from that of an ordinary villager, simple yet tidy. He mused that this Yu was undoubtedly an honest and upright official. His gaze inadvertently drifted to a painting on the wall, and he curiously approached to examine it closely. "Uncle Yu, I didn't realize you had an affinity for calligraphy and paintings," Gao Zeyue remarked with a smile. At that moment, Yuan Kai was cradling a bottle of Maotai liquor, his eyes gleaming with affection. He thought to himself that this bottle of Maotai was no ordinary item. It cost at least 8 yuan and required a liquor ticket to purchase. Even city leaders often refrained from indulging in it. He felt that Gao Zeyue's gift of meat chickens and Maotai in gratitude indicated his appreciation. Now that this young man had become the buyer, he must cultivate a good relationship with him, finding ways to keep him tied to the village. After all, he was the buyer, and in these hard times, the village could use a reliable ally. Upon hearing Gao Zeyue's words, Yuan Kai glanced up at the painting and smiled as he explained, "This painting isn't mine. I found it. Once, while I was in the city collecting seeds at the agricultural machinery station, I happened upon some individuals from the Red Armband group raiding a landlord's home. They tossed everything into the fire, and I noticed 2 paintings lying on the ground. So I picked them up. I hung one here and kept the other at home. If you like it, you can take it." Gao Zeyue felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "How can I accept this? I'd rather purchase it from you." Yuan Kai waved his hand dismissively, saying generously, "No need to buy anything. It's a gift. In these hard times, we'll need your support for our village." He then added, "By the way, I noticed that Pan's daughter seems quite fond of you. How about I matchmake you two?" As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted from Yu Xiaowang and Wang Dalan. Gao Zeyue, wearing a wry smile, replied, "But I'm 10 years older than her. Isn't that inappropriate?" "She's only 16. Yu Xiaowang chimed in playfully. "In our village, people usually marry by 15. If it weren't for these hard times with no food to eat, I'd have asked my father to propose already. But with everyone short on grain, adding another mouth to feed would mean hunger for the entire family. You're now the buyer, enjoying rations and a salary. What is there to fear? You don't have parents. Let my father approach your match." Yuan Kai, listening to his son, became animated with hope in his eyes. "Zeyue, since you have no parents, why not consider me and your aunt as your godparents? In the future, let us proceed with the betrothal, as it is only fitting. What do you think?" A moment of hesitation flickered in Gao Zeyue's heart. If he acknowledged the village chief as his godfather, it would certainly facilitate the acquisition of antiques in the village. Yet, this sudden declaration of kinship felt somewhat amiss. He managed a wry smile and remarked, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Yu Xiaowang hurriedly urged, "What is inappropriate about it? If you acknowledge my father, then we become brothers. They say that to tackle a tiger, one must rely on their own brothers. In times of trouble, there will be someone to look out for you." Upon reflection, Gao Zeyue realized the truth in this statement. In this year of scarcity, should he engage in the trade of grain, if trouble were to arise? The village chief's rallying cry could summon the entire village to his aid. With this thought, a smile graced his face as he exclaimed, "Then godfather, godmother, and brother Xiaowang, I shall rely on your support in the future." The couple, Yuan Kai and his wife, beamed with joy and quickly responded, "Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall take your aunt to propose." Upon hearing that the proposal would happen the very next day, Gao Zeyue felt a surge of excitement mixed with anxiety. His thoughts drifting to Pan Xiaoman's sweet smile and enchanting fragrance, momentarily derailing his train of thought. After all, proposing would require financial expenditure. He hastily reached into his pocket. But in his eagerness, a wad of bills tumbled onto the table with a loud clatter. The room's attention was instantly drawn to the scattered 10 yuan notes, leaving everyone astounded. Gao Zeyue scratched the back of his head and concocted a fib. "Godfather, this is the money my uncle gave me from selling our old house. Intended for buying a home for my marriage in the city." Yuan Kai chuckled and reassured him, "You keep it for now, there is no rush. We'll discuss the betrothal gifts once the proposal is accepted." With that, Gao Zeyue carefully tucked the money back into his pocket. At this moment, Yuan Kai was in high spirits, urging his wife to prepare a meal. "Today is a joyful occasion. Let us celebrate with a drink. This is Maotai after all. Even the city leaders hesitate to indulge in it. A bottle costs at least 8 yuan. It's a splendid way to celebrate your acknowledgement of us as your godfather and godmother." Wang Dalong and Yu Xiaowang's eyes brightened at the mention of Mao Dai. Looking at it as if it were a coveted treasure, Yuan Kai stepped into the inner room to retrieve 2 paintings, stating, "This shall be your gift from our family as your godparents." Gao Zeyue accepted them with delight, realizing that acknowledging kinship indeed had its advantages. Chapter 14. The Ancient Paintings Worth 16 Billion. As evening fell, Gao Zeyue sat at Yuan Cai's home, having feasted well, cradling the calligraphy and paintings he had acquired from the village chief, with a sense of contentment illuminating his visage. He stood at the doorway, waving his hand. "I would be grateful for your assistance in the proposal." Yuan Kai chuckled and waved back. "We are family. There is no trouble at all." Turning to Wang Dalong, he cautioned, "Zeyue has had a drink. Ensure he returns home safely first before you come back. I fear he may lose his way in the dark." Wang Dalong nodded, smiling as he departed alongside Gao Zeyue. Watching their retreating figures, Yuan Kai wore a pleased smile. He turned to his son, Yu Xiaowang, and expressed, "Xiaowang, you've done well today." Zeyue is now a procurement officer. In this year of hardship, if we were to run out of grain, it could lead to dire consequences. With him around, at least we can ensure the survival of our village. He earns 35 yuan a month, receives commodity grain, and has chosen to regard us as his godparents. We are indeed fortunate. Yu Xiaowang's lips curled into a proud smile. "Father, I understand this well. Otherwise, I wouldn't he have employed a bit of provocation to encourage him to marry Pan Xiaoman?" Yuan Kai patted his son's shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. "You are indeed clever." He then turned to his wife, Shui Wenxia, and declared, "We must go propose first thing tomorrow. We cannot afford to delay. If we wait for old Pan to return from work, it will be evening, and proposing at night is hardly proper." Shui Wenxia nodded gently, her face radiating tenderness. "This child is indeed commendable. He brought back 2 plump chickens and came directly to our home for a meal, showing gratitude. We must handle this marriage affair properly and not shortchange him." As she spoke, she began to clear the table, her mind already devising strategies for the proposal. Under the summer moonlight, Gao Zeyue and Wang Dalong walked side by side along the dirt road of the new Red 6 team. The evening breeze dissipating some of the effects of the alcohol. Wang Dalong occasionally lent a hand to steady Gao Zeyue's slightly unsteady steps, murmuring, "Zeyue, take it slow. Watch your footing." Gao Zeyue waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "It's nothing. This little wine won't hinder me." He gazed up at the moon, contemplating the wisdom of recognizing Yuan Kai as his godfather, which would indeed simplify matters in the village. Should this marriage come to fruition, it would provide a warm connection amidst the prevailing hardships. From the moment he first laid eyes on Pan Xiaoman, he had taken a liking to her. However, he felt she was too young and decided to wait 2 more years. Little did he know that in the 1960s, one could marry at the age of 16. Should he marry and nurture her for 2 years, it would be acceptable. After all, as the saying goes, with money, one could find a wife who might still be in school. Upon returning to his earthen house, Gao Zeyue retrieved a few sugar cakes and a dozen white rabbit milk candies from his backpack, a genuine smile gracing his face. Handing the treats to Wang Dalong, he spoke gently, "Brother Dalong, since little Lang couldn't come today, please take these back for him. I truly appreciate both of you for bringing me back to the village." Wang Dalong accepted the sugar cakes and candies, his face lighting up with a simple smile as he gratefully replied, "Then I'll thank you on behalf of little Lang. I'll take my leave now." After Wang Dalong had walked away, Gao Zeyue returned to his room, carefully closing the door behind him and gently placing the basket down. He then embraced the calligraphy and paintings, and in an instant, he was transported back to his opulent mansion in 2025. Entering the bathroom, Gao Zeyue splashed cool water on his face, shaking off the remnants of intoxication. After changing into a clean and smart outfit, he glanced at the time and realized it was still just past 4 o'clock. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone and dialed Wang Yuan's number at Huatian Auction House. The call connected swiftly, and Gao Zeyue spoke in a relaxed tone. "Hello, Manager Wang. I have 2 paintings I wish to sell. Are you at the office?" On the other end, Wang Yuan's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "Yes, I'm at the office. Feel free to come over, and I'll be awaiting your arrival." After hanging up, Wang Yuan turned to Ding Junjie, the CEO of Weio Entertainment, who was seated nearby. His face alight with excitement. "The seller of those 2 blue and white bowls has come back to sell more antiques." Ding Junjie, a billionaire in his 30s, whose stars were among the most popular in the industry, smiled with keen interest. "Oh, I'm curious to see what this young man has to offer this time." An hour later, Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie sat leisurely in the auction house lobby, savoring fine tea while awaiting Gao Zeyue's arrival. Wang Yuan sipped his tea, gazing out the window, and remarked with a smile, "Here he comes." Ding Junjie followed Wang Yuan's gaze and saw a boy on an electric bicycle, wearing a helmet, leisurely making his way toward the company, eventually parking at the entrance. Ding Junjie's face was one of shock, disbelief etched across his features as he asked, "Is this the man you mentioned who sells antiques? Riding an electric bicycle, and yet able to sell 2 blue and white bulls valued at 170 million? Wang Yuan could only offer a resigned smile and nod. Indeed, he is rather peculiar. Despite his wealth, he insists on riding around on that little electric bike. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuan quickly rose to his feet and hurried to the entrance to greet Gao Zeyue, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Good day, Mr. Gao. Welcome. Let us discuss matters on the sofa." Gao Zeyue entered the lobby with a smile, nodding politely at Ding Junjie, who was dressed in a suit and tie, exuding an aura of a shrewd businessman. Subsequently, he laid the paintings flat on the table. Wang Yuan donned his gloves and picked up the magnifying glass, beginning his meticulous appraisal. As time elapsed, his brow furrowed deeper, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Observing this, the reception staff in the hall gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Ding Junjie, glancing at the paintings on the table, unconsciously knitted his brows as well. Zeyue, observing the reactions of the two men, could not help but wonder, could these two paintings possibly be forgeries? However, Wang Yuan was secretly exhilarated, realizing that he had encountered a significant discovery. Suppressing his internal excitement, he forced a smile and turned to Zeyue, saying, "Mr. Gao, let us discuss this in my office. Please, roll up the paintings carefully to avoid any damage. Mr. Ding, you are welcome to join us." Zeyue secured the paintings, and the three of them proceeded to the office. Once they had unrolled and arranged the paintings again, Wang Yuan called for 2 seasoned appraisers from the company. The appraisers leaned in closely, scrutinizing the artworks with increasing alarm. Finally, they stood up, exchanging resigned smiles. And one of them spoke. "The piece on the right is undoubtedly the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion by Wang Shiji, while the one on the left is likely the Viewing the Waterfall in a Mountain Hollow by Tang Bohu." Upon hearing this, Ding Junjie sprang up from the sofa and hurried to the paintings, staring at them in disbelief. He glanced at the appraisers and Wang Yuan, eagerly inquiring, "Is this genuinely an original?" The 3 men exchanged wry smiles and nodded. Ding Junjie then turned his gaze to Zeyue and asked, "Do both of these paintings belong to you?" Zeyue, lacking extensive knowledge about antiques, simply smiled and replied, "Yes, I have many at home. I brought these to sell one and to see how much these 2 are worth." Ding Junjie was taken aback to learn that Zeyue possessed numerous antiques. Feeling that he had significantly underestimated him, he realized that this was a hidden powerhouse. The value of these 2 paintings could rival half the worth of his own company, which he had co-founded with several antique experts. In his eyes, Zeyue had transformed into an invisible mogul riding an electric bike. Wang Yuan, also smiling wryly, stated, "Mr. Gao, we estimate the value of Tang Bohu's Viewing the Waterfall in a Mountain Hollow to be over 1.6 billion, while the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion by Wang Shiji, if collected by our auction house, could fetch between 3 to 3.6 billion. However, as preface to the Orchid Pavilion is not permitted for auction, our Huatian auction house is willing to acquire it for 3.6 billion. This revelation struck Zeyue like a bombshell, leaving him stunned. He stared blankly at the 2 paintings on the table, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Wang Yuan dismissed the 2 appraisers, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. After a moment of contemplation, Zeyue determined that the Wang Shiji piece was far too valuable to part with. Recognizing the immense worth of Wang Shiji's works often highlighted in television broadcasts. Thus, he smiled at Wang Yuan and declared, "Manager Wang, I will sell the Viewing the Waterfall in a Mountain Hollow, but I shall keep the preface to the Orchid Pavilion to hang at home." Wang Yuan, feeling anxious, urged, "Mr. Gao, please reconsider. If you do not safeguard the Wang Shiji piece properly, you could incur significant loss." Yet, Zeyue remained resolute, insisting, "I will only sell 1 piece. The rest I will keep as a memento." Ding Junjie, captivated by the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, yearned to acquire it, but realized it would nearly deplete his fortune. He introduced himself with a smile, saying, "I am Ding Junjie, the CEO of Wuyo Entertainment. Since Mr. Gao is unwilling to sell that painting, I would like to purchase the Viewing the Waterfall in a Mountain Hollow." Zeyue politely declined, stating, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, but I have already agreed to sell this painting to Manager Wang." Wang Yuan felt a surge of joy, knowing that once this transaction was completed, Huatian Auction House would gain considerable prestige in the industry. He smiled as he reiterated, "As before, 1.6 billion, and we will cover the taxes." Zeyue readily agreed. "That sounds good." Wang Yuan promptly called the company chairman to report the situation. Upon learning that they could acquire the authentic Viewing the Waterfall in a Mountain Hollow by Tang Bohu for 1.6 billion, the chairman was overjoyed and immediately arranged for the finance department to transfer the funds. When informed that the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion by Wang Shiji was not for sale, the chairman felt a tinge of disappointment but instructed, Let us secure the viewing the waterfall in a mountain hollow first. And we can think of ways to acquire Wang Shiji's painting later. After hanging up, Wang Yuan notified the finance team to proceed with the transfer. An hour later, while leisurely sipping tea, Zeyue received a notification of the funds entering his account, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He rose to bid farewell to Wang Yuan, and amidst the astonished gazes of the two men, he gracefully left, cradling the painting as he rode away on his electric bike. Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie watched Zeyue's retreating figure, sharing a wry smile. The value of the painting, exceeding 3 billion, was taken away without any protective measures, an act of such nonchalance and ease that was truly astonishing. Riding his electric bike, Zeyue hummed a cheerful tune, feeling exceptionally elated. Upon returning home, he carefully hung the authentic preface to the Orchid Pavilion by Wang Shiji in his room. Gazing at the priceless calligraphy, he reflected on how, in the 1960s, people had little awareness of antiques, and he could leverage this to trade food for antiques profitably. He pondered the weight of the gift he had received from his newly recognized godparents and resolved to repay them generously in the future. Hoping to help Xiao Guang find a job in the city and perhaps buy a small courtyard to bring joy to his godparents. Chapter 15, Manager Lin. The sun at 7 in the summer had yet to set, casting a warm orange hue over the city. Zeyue stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the scenery of the Bund, feeling utterly serene. He contemplated purchasing a car the following day, having made 1.6 billion today, and thought of treating himself to a luxurious vehicle that would turn heads. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Zi had yet to return. He hoped nothing unfortunate had happened. He quickly grabbed his phone and called her. When the call connected, he said, "Little one, why are you still out so late? Do you know that your good friends worry when you are not home?" At that moment, Lin Zi, exhausted from a full day of running around, had nearly reached her limit. She entered a ramen shop, just having placed her order, and while holding the phone, she rolled her eyes wearily at the sound of Zeyue's voice. Upon answering, she replied listlessly, "I'm eating. I'll be home soon." "Why do you need me?" Zeyue detected the fatigue in her tone and asked with concern, "What are you having for dinner? I want to see if it's good. I might go and grab something too." "Ramen," Lin Zi responded tersely. Zeyue cheerfully exclaimed, "Ramen? I earned money today. Let me treat you to a feast. How about hot pot?" Upon hearing the word hot pot, Lin Zi perked up instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She called out to the ramen shop chef, "Forget the ramen." Then, she swiftly exited the restaurant and headed straight to the subway station. Half an hour later, she returned to her neighborhood. Zeyue had been waiting at the entrance of the complex for quite some time. When he saw her return, he grinned and said, "Let us go eat." The two of them arrived at an upscale hot pot restaurant nearby. Lin Zi looked at the grand establishment and stuck out her cute little tongue, saying, "This place is too expensive. Our meal will cost at least 3,000. Zeyue reassured her, "You don't have to pay, so why worry? Let us go." The cool air conditioning inside the restaurant dispelled the summer heat as they cheerfully cooked lamb and vegetables. As they dined, Zeyue inquired, "How is your job search going?" Lin Zi, initially elated by the delicious food, felt her mood dampen at his question, her little face falling. "I've applied to 4 or 5 places, but as soon as they hear I'm a summer intern, they reject me outright. If I can't find a job soon, I want to earn a salary after a month." Gao Zeyue gazed at her with a pang of sympathy, suddenly struck by an idea. "Why not work for me? I aspire to open a CAF, with a tea and beverage service on the ground floor and private rooms upstairs for discussions over tea. You could be the manager while I take on the role of owner, and we can hire additional staff. After school starts, you can return to your classes and come back to the CAF during your breaks, with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you think? You would be Manager Lin from now on, and the bonuses during holidays will be quite generous." Lin Zi's eyes sparkled at the mention of bonuses. But then her expression turned contemplative, revealing her worries. "How would my salary be calculated while I'm in class? What if the CAF doesn't profit and incurs losses?" Gao Zeyue patiently reassured her, "Your salary will remain unaffected while you attend classes. The CAF's primary purpose is to facilitate my business dealings, so profitability is secondary. Think about it. Over a year of studies, that amounts to 240,000, which is far better than a part-time job. The CAF will foster a serene ambience." Lin Zi's eyes brimmed with excitement. "So where shall we establish the CAF? What will be the investment?" Gao Zeyue replied, "Isn't there a CAF for transfer near the residential area? It has 2 floors. Lin Zi gasped in astonishment. "In Lujiazui? The rent there costs several million a year. How much coffee would we need to sell just to break even?" Gao Zeyue chuckled. "I mentioned it's primarily for business discussions. Consider it a gathering space." After pondering for a moment, Lin Zi nodded and, with a blush, softly inquired, "Could I possibly receive an advance on my salary for a month? I'm running low on funds. I'll advance you half a year's salary so you can purchase some nice clothes. After all, you'll be a female boss," Gao Zeyue replied. transferring 120,000 to her via his phone. Tomorrow, let us go shopping together once I return. Upon returning to the opulent mansion after dinner, Gao Zeyue noted that it was past 10. Given the time disparity between the two eras, he decided to spend the night in the modern world. Although only a few hours had passed in the 1960s, he feared the villagers might seek him out, so he locked his bedroom door, changed his clothes, and prepared to rest in the past. Meanwhile, Lin Zi luxuriated in her bathtub, gazing gleefully at the 12,000 on her phone, her mind racing with thoughts of an annual salary of 240,000, far exceeding what she could earn after graduating from university, prompting a joyful smile to grace her lips. As morning light filtered through the sheer curtains into Lin Zi's room, she awoke, washed up, and found Gao Zeyue absent, assuming he had left early. Relieved from the burden of job hunting, she felt particularly lighthearted, humming a cheerful tune as she tidied up and set out for a shopping spree. Riding the subway, she navigated through the city's bustling streets, stepping into various upscale boutiques. Scanning the price tags, she couldn't help but chuckle at the staggering prices, which ranged from 10 to 20,000. 20,000 for a single piece, enough to cover half a year's expenses. She mused, deciding it would be wiser to shop online instead. Though she could not indulge in her desired designer attire, the delightful experience of shopping left her with a heart full of joy. Simultaneously, in the 1960s, the village chief Yuan Kai and his wife rose early, their footsteps light as they headed towards the Pan family. In the Pan courtyard, Pan Xiaoman sat with her parents and younger brother, enjoying corn porridge and munching on steamed cornbread. Hearing footsteps outside, the family looked up. Pan's father smiled upon seeing the village chief. "Old Yu, what brings you here so early?" With a beaming face, Yuan Kai replied, "I come bearing good news. I wish to discuss a marriage proposal for my son." Pan Xiaoman's charming brows furrowed instantly, and without hesitation, she declared, "I refuse." However, the village chief and his wife remained unfazed, chuckling as they reassured her, "Just hear us out first." Then, Yuan Kai slowly recounted how Gao Zeyue, who had no parents, had taken him as his godfather. Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaoman's frown softened. When she learned that Gao Zeyue was now a procurement officer at the Hongxing mechanical factory, her parents' eyes widened in shock. They began to calculate privately. Although the suitor was 10 years older than their daughter, he was otherwise impeccable. All eyes turned to Pan Xiaoman, awaiting her response. Blushing, she murmured, "If it's brother Zeyue, then I agree." Beaming, the village chief and his wife exclaimed, "Wonderful. Since it's settled, you both can take the day off work tomorrow. I'll bring Zeyue to propose." Pan's parents beamed with delight at the prospect of having a city employee as their son-in-law, a truly coveted fortune. Subsequently, the village chief and the Pan family tidied up before heading to the fields to work. Pan Xiaoman, holding a sickle, initially intended to cut pigweed, but was instead consumed by thoughts of Gao Zeyue. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to visit him, eager to discover his feelings and whether he harbored affections for her. With a buoyant step, Pan Xiaoman set off, her mind filled with visions of a future together, her heart fluttering at the thought of marriage, exuding youthful exuberance like a playful bunny. On the village path, the sounds of neighbors chatting as they headed to work filled the air. With her dark braids and a faded but crisply pressed blue shirt, Pan Xiaoman, holding her sickle, bounded along like a little rabbit. "Hey, Xiaoman," called out several aunties who were gearing up for work. "Why are you heading the wrong way instead of to the fields?" They squinted and smiled at the lively girl. One of the aunties leaning in conspiratorially, "I heard someone is proposing to you? Is that true?" This sparked laughter among the others. Aunt Fong chimed in teasingly, "Our little Xiaoman is the prettiest girl for miles. I say she should marry someone from our village." She patted Xiaoman's hand and added loudly, "Your parents have cherished you. Marrying nearby would be splendid. If anything happens, the village chief will have your back, and the aunties will lend a hand. Don't let some smooth-talking outsider steal you away. Marrying out of the village would be unwise." Her words drew more laughter from the group, while Pan Xiaoman's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. In a soft voice, she replied, "Aunt Fong, the engagement isn't finalized yet." Just then, the distant sound of the work bell rang, snapping her back to reality. Pan Xiaoman hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, I must go," and dashed toward the end of the village, leaving the aunties in fits of laughter, all wishing they could have such a beautiful daughter. As Aunt Fong watched her sprint away, she recalled hearing of a handsome young man who had recently moved to the end of the village. Suddenly enlightened, she thought, "It seems our village beauty has taken a liking to the new arrival. Off she goes this early to see him. Looks like a proposal is in the works." The aunties chuckled, heading toward the village entrance, marveling at how much the young girl had blossomed, believing that the newcomer was indeed worthy of her. Chapter 16, Limited Edition Sports Car. At around 6 in the morning, the sun had risen, casting a gentle light over the countryside courtyard. Gao Zeyue awoke early, rubbing the sleep from his eyes before washing up. Having completed his morning routine with practiced ease, he opened the wooden door of the courtyard, inhaling the fresh, earthy air that enveloped him, prompting a deep breath and a satisfying stretch. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the tranquil village, where distant fields and wisps of rising smoke painted a picturesque pastoral scene. After residing in the city for so long, this rural life brought him immense comfort, as if all his weariness dissipated in the refreshing atmosphere. Returning indoors, he retrieved the bread they had brought back the previous evening, taking a few bites while contemplating his new role as a procurement officer, which required him to deliver goods only twice a month, freeing him from the laborious tasks he had once endured in the village. The sudden abundance of free time prompted him to chuckle ruefully. Was he destined to become an idle drifter? Collecting antiques could take its time. There was no need to rush. First, he ought to settle in. As he stood in the small courtyard pondering this, a light, buoyant footsteps approached. He turned to see Pan Xiaoman bounding towards him, her face illuminated by a radiant, vibrant smile, exuding an effervescence of youthful energy that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Gao Zeyue, observing the exuberant Pan Xiaoman before him, couldn't help but smile, inquiring, "Xiaoman, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Instantly, a blush crept across the lovely features of Pan Xiaoman, her eyes glimmering with a mix of shyness and anticipation as she replied, "Brother Zeyue, this morning the village head and auntie came to my house to discuss marriage. Do you truly wish to marry me? You are now a purchasing agent. I imagine suitors must be trampling your doorstep." Gao Zeyue, witnessing Pan Xiaoman's bashful and anxious demeanor, felt a swell of tenderness within him. He chuckled, "How could I not wish to marry someone as beautiful as you, my Xiaoman? Since you've agreed, I shall accompany my godparents to your home tomorrow to propose." Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with delight, shimmering like stars. Yet, her expression shifted to one of concern as she asked, "But what if you go to the city in the future? What will happen to me?" Gao Zeyue gently pinched her nose, speaking with affectionate reassurance, "Of course, I will take my Xiaoman along with me." The radiant smile on Pan Xiaoman's face could no longer be contained, blooming like a flower. Captivated by her pure and sweet smile, Gao Zeyue felt a surge of emotion and, unable to resist, he pulled her into a gentle embrace and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. This sudden display of intimacy left Pan Xiaoman's face aflame, and she stammered, "I need to go cut pigweed. See you tomorrow." With that, she turned and dashed towards the village entrance, her steps light, yet tinged with a hint of fluster. Gao Zeyue watched her retreating figure, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He pondered to himself that he must hasten to the city to purchase a house and relocate Xiaoman's household registration there. This way, she would no longer have to toil in the fields and could enjoy a better life. Thus, he closed the door, donned his straw hat, and set off towards the city. Along the way, villagers noticed Gao Zeyue foregoing agricultural labor and cast curious glances his way. Someone inquired, "Young man, why aren't you working today?" At that moment, Wang Daling spotted Gao Zeyue, a proud smile illuminating his face as he declared to the villagers, "Gao Zeyue is now a purchasing agent in the city, a professional. He no longer needs to toil in the fields. He earns a salary in the city." The villagers working in the fields were taken aback, staring at Gao Zeyue in astonishment. He greeted them with a smile, "Daling, I'm off to work now. Let's have a meal together sometime." Wang Daling responded joyfully, "Sure." As Gao Zeyue walked along the main road, he found himself alone and suddenly recalled his luxurious residence in Shanghai. Entering his empty home, he glanced at the clock. It was already noon. He surmised that Lin Zi had likely gone shopping. Without lingering, he decided to buy a car first. Descending the stairs, he donned a helmet and hopped onto his small electric scooter, heading towards Shanghai's most opulent forest dealership. Upon arrival, he casually parked his vehicle by the wall and strode into the dealership with a composed demeanor, unfazed by the disdainful glances from the staff and other customers. At that very moment, Ding Junjie was at the dealership with his sister Ding Ningning, both perusing vehicles. Ding Junjie caught a glimpse of Gao Zeyue arriving on his electric scooter and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, fully aware that this seemingly ordinary man possessed assets worth hundreds of billions and likely owned a plethora of antiques, yet chose to ride a small electric scooter around. Curious, Ding Ningning asked her brother, "What are you looking at, brother?" Ding Junjie replied with a smile, "Just observing a big shot trying to play it cool." Ding Ningning, slightly taken aback, followed her brother's gaze to see Gao Zeyue, scoffing, "Seriously? He looks so ordinary, just decent looking and riding a small scooter. What makes him a big shot?" Ding Junjie merely smiled wryly, opting not to explain further. Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue had entered the showroom and was inspecting the luxury cars meticulously. Ding Junjie and his sister approached him, cheerfully greeting, "Mr. Gao, we meet again. Are you here to buy a car?" Recognizing Ding Junjie from their previous encounter regarding artwork, Gao Zeyue smiled in return, "Hello, Mr. Ding. I'm just here to take a look." Ding Junjie introduced, This is my sister, Ding Ningning. After exchanging cordial nods, they wandered through the showroom, discussing the specifications of each car while occasionally glancing at the price tags. Ding Ningning's attention was captured by a McLaren with butterfly doors, priced at an astonishing 13 million. Although Ding Junjie felt a twinge of exasperation, he ultimately resigned himself to paying for his sister's choice. Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue made his way to the most luxurious exhibit, his gaze landing on a sports car, nodding in satisfaction. Initially, the sales staff had regarded the man on the electric scooter with a hint of disdain, but upon noticing Ding Junjie and his sister accompanying him, they dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Seeing Gao Zeyue's interest in the vehicle, the salesperson eagerly approached, saying, "This is a limited edition Bugatti sports car, the only one in China, valued at 120 million. Ding Ningning gasped at the exorbitant price, exclaiming, "So that's why it's in the main showroom. It's a limited edition." Gao Zeyue scrutinized the car, and as the salesperson opened the door to reveal its sleek scissor doors, he nodded in approval. Without hesitation, he took out his card and declared, "Charge it. I'll buy it." This action left both the female salesperson and Ding Ningning wide-eyed in shock, while Ding Junjie could only shake his head with a wry smile. The salesperson, stammering, took Gao Zeyue's card and identification to begin the transaction. The entire hall buzzed with astonished glances, none expecting the man who arrived on a small electric scooter to purchase a car with such ease, as if buying groceries, especially the most expensive, one-of-a-kind model. Before long, the salesperson returned with a contract for Gao Zeyue to sign, stating, "The car will be ready in 2 days. Please provide your address and phone number so we can deliver it to your home." Gao Zeyue swiftly pinned down the address for the luxurious Thompson Riviera in Lujiazui along with his phone number. Upon seeing the address, the salesperson finally realized that this seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, an affluent young master. After bidding farewell to Ding Junjie and his sister, Gao Zeyue donned his helmet once more and leisurely rode away on his electric scooter. This scene left Ding Ningning dumbfounded, and she turned to her brother, exclaiming, "Brother, he really is a big shot. Riding an electric scooter and casually spending 120 million on a limited edition sports car is like going grocery shopping. When did Shanghai have such wealthy young masters?" Ding Junjie chuckled, "That's nothing. Just a few days ago at the auction, he bought 2 ancient paintings worth 5 billion, selling one for 6 billion. Those 2 blue and white bowls I bought for over 200 million were sold by him." Ding Ningning instantly became flustered, gripping her brother's arm. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I would have made it a point to get to know this big shot." Ding Junjie could only smile helplessly. "When he first arrived, riding that electric scooter, I told you he was a big shot trying to play it cool. You didn't believe me." Ding Ningning paused, recalling her brother's earlier remark, and sheepishly muttered, "Oh, I might have said that, didn't I?" The siblings shared a moment of bewilderment, realizing that riding an electric scooter while being such a big shot was indeed quite the spectacle. Chapter 17. The CAF at Lujiazui. Gao Zeyue, having just purchased a vehicle, rode leisurely through the bustling streets, akin to an elderly person, a stark contrast to his previous life of hurriedly delivering meals on his electric bike. He had never truly savored the splendor of vibrant Shanghai. Now, each day, he meandered at a relaxed pace, basking in a newfound sense of ease and comfort. Dialing Lin Zi, he inquired, "Zi, are you free at the moment? Would you accompany me to Lujiazui to check out that coffee shop for sale?" As he spoke, an involuntary smile of anticipation graced his lips. On the other end, Lin Zi's melodious voice chimed in, "Sure, I have nothing planned. It's perfect timing for us to take a look." As the electric bike glided along the streets of Shanghai, Gao Zeyue hummed a cheerful tune. The towering skyscrapers and the throngs of bustling pedestrians created a lively atmosphere. No longer burdened by financial worries, he leisurely examined his surroundings, absorbing the city's picturesque scenery. Before long, he arrived at Lujiazui, where a striking figure caught his eye. Lin Zi, adorned in a beautiful dress, exuded elegance as the hem danced gently in the breeze, revealing her long, fair legs. Accustomed to her usual professional attire, Gao Zeyue was taken aback by her youthful and radiant appearance. Accelerating his bike, he came to a smooth halt before her, striking what he deemed a handsome pose. With a playful grin, he greeted, "Hey there, beautiful. You're quite early. Dressed so splendidly today. Are you hoping for a date with me?" Lin Zi shot him a disdainful glance, rolling her eyes as she retorted, "A date with you? Not a chance. With that look, you resemble a hapless loser." Gao Zeyue chuckled, rubbing his nose in acknowledgement of the truth. Just last week, he had indeed been a destitute individual, and had it not been for a fortuitous acquisition of a jade pendant, he likely wouldn't have had 2,000 to spare. However, times had changed, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, enough teasing our dear Zi. Let us head inside and take a look." He parked the bike beside the wall and led Lin Zi into the CAF. Inside, the CAF appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few patrons sipping coffee in the corners while two female staff members engaged in casual conversation. Approaching the counter, Gao Zeyue greeted with a polite smile. "Hello. May I ask if the owner is here? I wish to inquire about the annual rent for this establishment." One of the girls, named Xiaoqi, looked up with a faint, rueful smile. "Let me take you to the second floor." Following Xiaoqi upstairs, they arrived at a private room where she knocked on the door. Moments later, a man emerged. Xiaoqi introduced, "Boss, these folks wish to inquire about the transfer of the business." The man greeted them with a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Wang Jin, the owner of this CAF. To be candid, the business isn't thriving, and I'm looking to transfer the lease." He continued, "The annual rent for this place is 6 million, spanning 2 floors. I invested 3 million in renovations when I opened. This is Lujiazui, an excellent location. Including the transfer fee and 6 months rent, I'll let it go for 4 million. I'll call the landlord over, and you can sign the contract directly." Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi followed Wang Jin on a tour of the CAF, admiring the opulent private rooms, feeling quite pleased. This arrangement would eliminate the hassle of renovation, allowing them to focus on acquiring decorative items to create a distinctive atmosphere. They exchanged glances, recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes, and smiled at Wang Jin. "Please, call the landlord over." Returning to the lobby, they seated themselves by the window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, their hearts brimming with sophistication. Shortly thereafter, an elegantly dressed woman entered, exuding taste and charm. "Xiao Wang, who is interested in renting?" Wang Jin gestured toward Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi, and the woman appraised the two striking individuals with curiosity. "So, you two are the prospective tenants? How intriguing. I've never rented to young people before. We can sign a 3-year contract. Since you both look quite promising, I can offer you a discounted rate of 5,500,000 annually. This place spans 2 floors, approximately 400 to 500 square meters, with luxurious private rooms on the second floor." Without hesitation, Gao Zeyue replied with a smile, "Aunt Shui, I'll take it. Please prepare the contract." He added, "Wang Degu still has 6 months left on his contract. I'll sign both of yours for a total of 1.5 years rent, and we can settle the payment after that." Wang Jin and Aunt Shui were taken aback by Gao Zeyue's swift decision, their faces lighting up with joy. They hurried off to make copies of the contract. Leaving Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi in the CAF, Gao Zeyue approached the bar, smiling at Xiaoqi and another girl named Xiaodang. "What are your names? If we take over the CAF, I plan to run a tea room upstairs for business discussions. The profitability isn't my main concern. I just need a quiet place to conduct meetings. What is your monthly salary?" Xiaoqi and Xiaodang exchanged glances, their faces clouded with concern. "I'm Xiaoqi, and this is Xiaodang. Our salary is 5,000 a month." With a generous wave of his hand, Gao Zeyue declared, "I'll offer you 8,000, plus bonuses for holidays. You can continue working here with peace of mind." Xiaoqi and Xiaodang's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions transforming from worry to delight. They were overjoyed, realizing they had not only retained their jobs, but received a substantial raise. Ecstatic, they bowed to Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi, exclaiming, "Hello, boss. Hello, lady boss." The term lady boss caused Lin Zi to blush profusely, unsure whether to be angry or embarrassed. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "I'm not the lady boss. I'm the manager, just like you two." Xiaoqi and Xiaodang quickly caught on, joining in the laughter. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Before long, Wang Jin and Aunt Shui returned, and they all successfully signed the contract. Gao Zeyue transferred the funds via his phone, leaving Aunt Shui thoroughly satisfied as she departed. Wang Jin began packing his belongings and settled the girls' wages, even providing them with an extra month's pay, which made them even more jubilant. What had started as a day filled with worry transformed into one of newfound hope and excitement. Gao Zeyue granted Xiaoqi and Xiaodang a 2-day break, intending to apply for the business license that afternoon. As evening approached, the two, having worked diligently throughout the day, decided to treat themselves to a seafood buffet. At the dining table, as they indulged in delectable seafood, they discussed the CAF's decor, Lin Zi's eyes sparkling with anticipation for the new venture. Gao Zeyue, picking up a shrimp with his chopsticks, placed it in Lin Zi's bowl, saying, "Let us replace all the tables and chairs in the CAF. Even on the second floor. With the savings from renovations, we can refresh the entire establishment." Wiping his mouth, he added with a smile, "From today onwards, you are the manager. All matters concerning the CAF will be entrusted to you, Xiaoqi and Xiaodang. For major tasks, we can hire additional help, and I will cover all expenses. Make sure to encourage them. Good performance will lead to raises." Lin Zi, biting her chopsticks, shot him an indignant look. "And what about my salary? Will it not increase?" "Of course it will." Gao Zeyue chuckled at her earnestness, playfully tapping her forehead. "Every year, I'll increase your salary by 10,000. How does that sound, dear Zi?" Her eyes sparkled like stars as she rapidly calculated. With her current salary of $20,000 a month, in 3 years it would rise to $50,000. This was far superior to working for someone else. Her lips curled into a mischievous arc. That's settled then. I shall be attending school from now on, and you cannot seek another manager. We must ink a contract. All right. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Gao Zeyue chuckled helplessly, yet indulgently. Suddenly, Lin Zi sprang to her feet, dashing in her white sneakers towards the bar. She snatched the paper and pen from the server's hands, hurried back, and began to scribble fervently on the table. Gao Zeyue watched her with delight as she furrowed her brow in concentration, crafting delicate characters with swift strokes. She outlined her terms of employment, including duration and salary increments, and concluded with a clause stating that the first party could not renege. When the contract was presented before him, he shook his head with a smile, and, captivated by her eager gaze, he swiftly inscribed his name below hers. Lin Zi cradled the contract, her eyes crescenting into a radiant smile, exuding the charm of a flower suddenly in bloom, both stunning and vibrant. Gao Zeyue was momentarily taken aback, his throat involuntarily constricting, reflecting on how this spirited girl was indeed a captivating little sprite with her enchanting smile. After their meal, the duo returned home, and as soon as they entered, she dashed into the bathroom, emerging after more than half an hour. Seeing Gao Zeyue perched by the window, enjoying a can of beer while gazing at the nightscape of the Bund in Shanghai, she remarked, "You truly know how to relish your evenings. Sipping beer and taking in this view. All that's missing is a lady to kiss." Gao Zeyue turned to Lin Zi with a grin. "Then you should come over and let me steal a kiss." "I can do more than just kiss," she retorted playfully, suddenly brandishing her phone and dialing 110. "If you dare make a move, I'll ensure you spend a night in the police station." After a dismissive humph, she turned and retreated to her room, shutting the door to sleep. Gao Zeyue shook his head, chuckling softly, locked the door from within, changed his clothes, and transported himself back to the 1960s. Glancing at the sun, he noted it was merely around 10 in the morning. Chapter 18. The Little Beauty from 10 Li and 8 Villages. In the summer of the 1960s, before noon, Gao Zeyue had already walked for 40 minutes along the main road. Sweat drenched his shirt, clinging to his back uncomfortably, while he pondered how he must procure a means of transportation today. As he paused to catch his breath, wiping his brow with his shirt, a crisp sound of hooves approached from the distance. Turning around, he spotted a horse-drawn carriage slowly making its way towards him, occupied by 2 young men who were engaged in lively conversation. Gao Zeyue's eyes brightened, and he hastened to greet them with a cheerful smile. "Hello, brothers. I'm from the new Red 6th team, heading to the city. Would you be so kind as to allow me to hitch a ride? I can pay if necessary." The driver, Wang Dale, reined in the horses and exchanged glances with his companion, Wang Hao, before responding with a smile. "We're from the new Red 4th team, just from the village adjacent to yours. We're also heading to the agricultural machinery station in the city. No need for payment. Hop on." Filled with gratitude, Gao Zeyue thanked them profusely and climbed aboard the carriage. As it swayed along the bumpy stone path, the three quickly became acquainted, engaging in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Wang Dale expressed curiosity. "I've heard that the girl from the Pan family in your 6th team is exceptionally beautiful, renowned across the nearby villages. Is it true?" Gao Zeyue's heart skipped a beat, and a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. His wife, Pan Xiaoman, was only 16, yet her beauty had already spread far and wide. "Indeed, she is quite lovely, but she is still rather young. I suspect she will grow even more exquisite in a few years," he replied. This remark opened the floodgates for Wang Dale and Wang Hao, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they peppered him with questions about Pan Xiaoman's beauty and whether she was courted. Gao Zeyue, secretly amused yet feigning disappointment, replied honestly, "Yes. She has been noticed. Such a beautiful girl can't help but attract attention. I've heard a suitor is a buyer from the Hongxing machinery factory, and he is not bad looking either." The atmosphere turned somber, their expressions dimming as they gazed wistfully at the verdant fields flanking them. Wang Dale sighed indeed. "A girl so beautiful is unlikely to endure a life of hardship in the village. She will surely marry into the city and enjoy a life of ease." Observing their despondence, Gao Zeyue was struck by an idea. He considered that if he were to visit their village to trade grain for antiques, having these 2 brothers as allies would surely simplify matters. He reached into his pocket and produced a handful of white rabbit milk candies, grinning as he said, "Here, indulge in a few sweets." In those days of scarcity, white rabbit milk candies were a rare treat, not only costly, but also requiring sugar coupons to purchase. The brothers' eyes lit up again, though they hesitated. "Thank you, brother, but we can only take 2 each. These candies aren't cheap, and we need coupons." Gao Zeyue jovially insisted, "Take them. Consider it my gratitude for your ride to the city." Only then did they accept. dividing the candies between them and showering him with thanks. As the carriage continued its journey, they discussed village gossip and agricultural yields. Time flew amidst their laughter. And 2 hours later, they finally arrived in the city. Gao Zeyue bid farewell to Wang Dale and Wang Hao, expressing his gratitude once more before making his way towards the Hongxing machinery factory. From a distance, he spotted Li Si, the guard stationed at the factory entrance. Li Si, sharp-eyed, recognized Gao Zeyue immediately and greeted him with a broad smile. "Brother Gao, you've arrived. How did your meeting with the leaders go yesterday?" With a grin, Gao Zeyue produced his brand new level 8 procurement certificate, waving it in front of Li Si. Li Si's eyes widened in astonishment as he seized the certificate for a closer look, exclaiming, "Fantastic, brother. With you here at the procurement factory, we're all in for some good days ahead. You wouldn't believe how delicious the pork was yesterday. I haven't had meat in over a year." As he animatedly recounted the tale of yesterday's feast, his demeanor was reminiscent of a modern man discussing an attractive woman, and Gao Zeyue nearly burst into laughter. He clapped Li Si on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. "Brotherly, this is merely the beginning. Every month, I'll ensure the factory receives 8 portions of pork, so you can enjoy several hearty meals." Li Si nearly leapt for joy at this news, grasping Gao Zeyue's hand. "Brother Gao, from now on, you're my brother. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Gao Zeyue replied with a smile. "Then I shall call you brotherly. If I encounter any issues at the factory, I will certainly seek your assistance." Li Si puffed out his chest. "No problem. As the head of security, I have 10 men at my disposal. Just let me know if you need anything." After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Gao Zeyue finally took his leave from Li Si and entered the machinery factory, making his way to Director Gao Hu's office. Inside the factory, the cacophony of machinery echoed all around, with workers bustling about, creating a scene of industrious activity. Following the path etched in his memory, Gao Zeyue navigated through several corridors until he reached the door of Director Gao Hu's office. He straightened his attire and gently knocked. "Come in," came Gao Hu's steady voice from within. Pushing the door open, Gao Zeyue found Gao Hu seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Upon hearing footsteps, Gao Hu looked up, his face breaking into a delighted smile as he quickly rose and gestured towards the sofa. "Xiao Gao, you've come. Please, take a seat." Gao Zeyue settled into the sofa across from him, and Gao Hu poured him a glass of water before returning to his chair, his face beaming with joy. "Xiao Gao, yesterday we discussed your situation in a meeting with the factory director, and he holds you in high regard. The position of an 8th-level purchaser is hard-earned, so you must dedicate yourself to it. Yesterday, I spoke with the factory director about providing you with a bicycle, and there's also a monochrome television set as a reward for exemplary employees that you can take home with you." Gao Zeyue smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Gao and the factory director. I have 2 matters to discuss. First, I would like to inquire about purchasing a house. Second, do we have any work uniforms available? I nearly got stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Without my purchasing credentials, I wouldn't have been able to gain access." Gao Hu slapped his forehead, chuckling. "How could I forget that? I was just too caught up in enjoying the pork yesterday. Come, let me take you to collect the television, bicycle, and work attire. And we will also stop by the police station to process the bicycle registration." Gao Hu patted Gao Zeyue on the shoulder, beaming with joy. "Let us go and collect your supplies from the logistics department." The two exited the office and briskly made their way to the logistics department, with the industrious figures of workers bustling past them. Inside the logistics warehouse, various items were neatly arranged on the shelves. Gao Hu expertly guided Gao Zeyue through the paperwork, presenting her with a brand new bicycle gleaming with metallic luster, alongside a television packaged in a cardboard box. He also handed her a crisp work uniform. As Gao Zeyue caressed the fabric of the uniform, a wave of reassurance washed over her. It symbolized her new identity in the 1960s. "Now, let us go register the bicycle," Gao Hu remarked, glancing at his watch as he led Gao Zeyue directly to the police station. After filling out forms and paying the fee, the $2 bicycle registration was swiftly obtained. The sunlight streamed through the police station's glass windows, illuminating the certificate and causing Gao Zeyue's eyes to sparkle with delight. Once all matters were settled, they headed towards the state-run restaurant. On the way, Gao Hu suddenly recalled something and turned to Gao Zeyue, saying, "Zeyue, I remember you mentioned having 10 bags of rice. We brought in 4 bags yesterday, and the factory leadership was very pleased with it. Please bring the remaining 6 bags over as soon as possible. The factory is currently stocked with only coarse grains, and it wouldn't reflect well if a leader visits and finds us serving coarse food." Gao Zeyue nodded earnestly. "Director Gao, rest assured. They will arrive within the next couple of days. By the way, do you drink tea? I have some Dahong Pao tea leaves. I'd like to give you a jar to try." Dahong Pao. Gao Hu halted in his tracks, his eyes wide with astonishment. In the resource-scarce 1960s, just one tael of Dahong Pao could cost 20 yuan, a genuine luxury that was difficult to procure even with money. He couldn't help but think, goodness, this is a fine commodity. You must be quite the resourceful individual. Chuckling, he replied, bring it along next time. I'd love to share a cup with the factory director. Chapter 19, The Bicycle and Television. The summer afternoon sun warmed the streets. With people bustling in and out of the state-run restaurant, two sturdy bicycles were parked steadily in front, the crisp sound of their locks capturing the attention of the restaurant staff. Dressed in a sharp Zhongshan suit, Gao Hu stood beside the young Gao Zeyue, who was cradling a television box, slightly straining but protectively holding it, fearful of any potential damage. Upon spotting the familiar director Gao accompanied by a stranger carrying a television, the restaurant staff's faces registered surprise. They hurriedly approached, apologetically stating, Director Gao, I'm sorry, but it's past mealtime, and we have no food left. Gao Hu chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. We're not here for a meal. We need to speak with Manager Su about a matter. The staff member immediately led them upstairs with utmost respect. The wooden stairs creaked beneath their feet as Gao Hu arrived at the office door of Suda, knocking gently. Upon hearing the inviting voice from inside, he smiled and pushed the door open, ushering Gao Zeyue in with him. Behind the desk, Suda was sipping tea and gazing out the window. He looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gao Hu and Gao Zeyue with the television box. But his face quickly broke into a warm smile, enthusiastically greeting, Brother Gao, what a rare visit. How wonderful to see you. After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Hu signaled for Gao Zeyue to set down the box. The three took their seats on the sofa, and the eager staff members served them hot tea. Gao Hu took a sip, smiling as he began, Brother Su, I'm here today with a request. He gestured toward Gao Zeyue. This young man wishes to purchase a house, and given your extensive connections in this area, I wonder if you might know someone who could assist him. Suda furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, I do know a seller, but the price is quite steep, 2,000 yuan. However, the location is prime, situated in the heart of the city. In these dire times, when food was becoming scarce, who had the luxury to afford a house? Gao Zeyue listened intently, calculating that he barely had over 900 yuan to his name. Selling pork to the factory just yesterday had yielded little, and with summer's heat, the meat would spoil quickly if he waited too long. Summoning his courage, Gao Zeyue finally spoke up, Brother Su, would it be possible to exchange pork and rice for the house? The moment he uttered these words, both Gao Hu and Suda widened their eyes in disbelief. Staring at him in shock, Gao Hu marveled inwardly, goodness, so you still have supplies. Suda was equally astonished, thinking, in these lean years, how did this young man manage to acquire pork and rice? Quite impressive. Soon, a smile of delight spread across Suda's face as he replied eagerly, absolutely. Even if the homeowner disagrees, I'd be happy to purchase your rice and pork for our state-run restaurant. After discussing the details further, it was decided that Suda would contact the homeowner that afternoon, and Gao Zeyue would return the following morning for updates. With arrangements made, Gao Hu and Gao Zeyue exited the state-run restaurant and exchanged brief farewells at the entrance before riding off on their bicycles. As Gao Zeyue pedaled through the streets and turned into a tranquil alley, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Then, with a swift motion, he slipped back into his modern, luxurious bedroom. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was only 7 in the morning. Confused, Gao Zeyue muttered to himself, 8 hours in the modern world feels like 4 in the 1960s. Why does it feel like time is all mixed up? He shook his head with a wry smile, carefully placing the bicycle and television in their designated spots before changing into clean clothes. He then stepped into the bathroom for a shower to wash away the sweat and dust. Emerging from the bathroom, Gao Zeyue felt ravenously hungry and headed to the refrigerator. Retrieving 2 slices of bread and a carton of milk, he sat down at the dining table to eat. Just then, with a creak, Lin Zi's door swung open. Dressed in a pink nightgown, her fresh-faced appearance was natural and charming as she rubbed her eyes and sleepily walked out. Upon spotting Gao Zeyue at the table, Lin Zi paused for a moment, then greeted him with a smile. Hi, good morning. You're up early. Gao Zeyue looked up, his gaze landing on Lin Zi. The pink nightgown accentuating her playful cuteness, and her bare-faced beauty rendered her pure and lovely, exuding a unique charm. He couldn't help but think, having a woman at home makes a world of difference. It's comforting to see, and working together is less tiring. Waking up to such a delightful sight in the morning brightens the entire day. He smiled in response. Good morning. Having some bread? Lin Zi rubbed her eyes and replied, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first before eating. With that, she hurried into the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror. She surveyed her tousled hair and bare face, her expression quickly shifting to one of dismay as she hurriedly began her morning routine. 20 minutes later, the two found themselves in the spacious and bright living room, enjoying a leisurely breakfast while admiring the beautiful morning view of the Bund. Gao Zeyue set down the cup of milk in her hand and earnestly addressed Lin Zi. Today, please visit the furniture and decor store to select some decorative items for the shop. If there are any unsatisfactory chairs or stools, replace them all with new ones. The decorations on the second floor also require careful selection. They should embody a classical and grand style, as gentlemen will be coming to enjoy tea, and the ambience must reflect sophistication. As for the first floor, feel free to arrange it according to your own preferences. I will transfer 2 million to you. Take Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang along with you to choose wisely. If there happens to be any surplus, you three may indulge in some clothing and accessories. Do not hold back on my account. Lin Zi, who was munching on a piece of bread, nodded vigorously upon hearing the instructions. However, the mention of 2 million nearly caused her to choke, and she hastily coughed to clear her throat. Turning to Gao Zeyue, her face a picture of astonishment, she stammered, 2 million? Are you out of your mind? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? Gao Zeyue, unable to suppress a laugh at Lin Zi's adorable and shocked expression, retrieved her phone and swiftly transferred 2 million to Lin Zi's account. Gazing at the string of zeros on her phone, Lin Zi was rendered speechless, overwhelmed with gratitude, realizing the immense trust Gao Zeyue placed in her. Once she regained her composure, she smiled and said, "Understood, boss. I will bring you the receipts once I finish shopping, and the remaining funds will be allocated for coffee, milk tea, and tea materials for the store." Gao Zeyue nodded appreciatively and continued, "You have full discretion over these matters. Additionally, make sure to purchase a set of attractive work uniforms for the three of you. I noticed that the clothes Xiao Qi and the others wore yesterday were rather unsuitable and quite unappealing. Please ensure that our storefront is presented in a manner befitting its image. Should there be insufficient funds, you may front the costs, and I will reimburse you upon my return." Lin Zi nodded obediently with a smile. After finishing breakfast, she returned to her room to apply a light makeup and subsequently dialed Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang. The trio excitedly agreed upon a time and place, and they set off in high spirits to the furniture and decor store. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Lin Zi, Gao Zeyue picked up her phone and called the owners of the meat and rice stores, instructing them to deliver 10 bags of rice and 4 slabs of pork. Upon hanging up, Gao Zeyue settled onto the sofa, leisurely watching television while awaiting the delivery. 2 hours later, 2 delivery men appeared at her doorstep, perspiring profusely as they pushed a cart laden with goods. Gao Zeyue assisted in moving the rice into the kitchen and the pork into the freezer. The delivery men, observing the spacious and luxurious home of Gao Zeyue and recalling the substantial order, murmured to themselves, "This big boss certainly has a hearty appetite. Just how long will all this food last?" Gao Zeyue, surveying the neatly arranged goods, contemplated her upcoming meeting with Suda, hoping to successfully exchange the grain and pork, along with her own funds, for that courtyard house. After all, Pan Xiaoman was soon to become his wife, and he could not bear the thought of her laboring in the fields day after day. The thought of the youthful and charming girl melted his heart. Chapter 20. The village committee watches television. After purchasing the food for the house, Gao Zeyue returned to her room to change into the newly issued deep blue work uniform from the factory. This attire, reminiscent of the 1960s, imbued him with a striking vigor as he mounted his brand-new bicycle, transporting him back to the vibrant alleyways of that era. The sky was beginning to darken with the setting sun, prompting Gao Zeyue to glance upwards. Calculating the time and realizing he needed to hasten his return to the new Hong 6 team, he mounted his bicycle, carrying the television and its antenna towards the village with haste. The wheels crunched over the gravel path, creating a rhythmic sound that accompanied the rushing wind. While Gao Zeyue's thoughts drifted far away, an hour of cycling was not particularly easy for him, but the anticipation of reuniting with his godparents and Yu Xiaoguang, along with that little girl Xiaoman, caused an involuntary smile to spread across his face. As the familiar sight of the village entrance came into view, he recalled the 3-hour journey back by horse cart that morning. To his delight, he realized that cycling had reduced the travel time to merely 1 hour, prompting him to marvel at the convenience bicycles brought to this era. The sunset bathed the entire village in a warm crimson hue, with wisps of smoke beginning to rise from some houses, painting a serene and picturesque rural scene. Gao Zeyue pedaled slowly into the village, passing groups of villagers returning from work. Upon spotting him in his work uniform, they exchanged astonished and curious glances. Yu Xiaoguang, walking home with a few villagers, suddenly spotted Gao Zeyue riding his bicycle with an air of grandeur. His eyes lit up with excitement as he waved his arms and shouted, "Brother Gao! Brother Gao, you're back!" Gao Zeyue responded with a smile, "I'm back. I went to the factory to collect my uniform and bicycle, and I hurried back." Yu Xiaoguang circled the bicycle several times, his eyes filled with envy. He gently touched the handlebars and exclaimed, "This bike is beautiful, unlike my dad's, which constantly breaks down." Unable to contain his laughter, Gao Zeyue replied, It's not just the bike. You should see what's in the box behind it. Curiosity piqued. Yu Xiaowang asked, Brother Gao, what's in the box? With a mysterious smile, Gao Zeyue replied, You'll find out when we get home. As he pushed the bicycle, Yu Xiaowang, carrying a hoe, and he walked towards the village, chatting merrily. Before long, they arrived at Yuan's home, where Yuan Kai was crouched in the yard repairing a hoe. Upon seeing Gao Zeyue in his brand new work uniform, a broad smile broke across his face. As Gao Zeyue entered the yard, he called out, Godfather, Godmother, I'm back. No sooner had he spoken than Shui Wenxiao emerged from the house. The two of them beamed at Gao Zeyue's attire and his new bicycle. Yu Xiaowang, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, Brother Gao, what's in the box? Hurry and let us see. Gao Zeyue carefully set the bike down, gingerly lifted the box, and slowly opened it. The village chief's family gaped in astonishment at the contents of the box. Yuan Kai, having frequented the city, was somewhat knowledgeable and exclaimed, That's a television. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowang was awestruck, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to close it for a long while. Yuan Kai chuckled wryly and asked, Zeyue, where did you get this? Gao Zeyue explained with a smile, I helped the factory receive a large shipment today, and the factory leaders rewarded me with it. What's the matter, Godfather? Is there something wrong with the television? Yu Xiaowang added with a rueful grin, Brother Gao, our village has no electricity. Only the village committee has power. But such a precious item will surely need to be safeguarded at home. Yuan Kai nodded and said earnestly, Zeyue, keep this television safe for now. Once electricity arrives in the village, we can bring it back to watch. This is a rare treasure. Gao Zeyue looked at the humble and genuine expressions of his godparents and felt a surge of emotion. He chuckled, What's the worry? Even if my home had electricity and a television, the entire village would crowd around my house every day. Why not place the television at the village committee so everyone can watch together? It would be wonderful to gather there after work to enjoy some television. Yuan Kai and Yu Xiaowang's eyes sparkled with excitement as they envisioned the scene of the whole village joyfully watching television together. However, Yu's mother expressed concern. Isn't it a waste to place such a precious item at the village committee? Gao Zeyue smiled reassuringly, Godmother. It would be a waste to leave a television without power gathering dust at home. Godmother. My uncle sent over 2 bags of rice and half a slab of pork last night. Let's do it for our meal shortly. The Yu family gazed in astonishment at their godson, taken aback by the generous gifts delivered by his uncle. Yu's mother playfully smacked Gao Zeyue's arm, chiding, You silly child. Do you not realize that leaving pork in this sweltering summer will surely spoil it? Hurry and bring it here. I can prepare a delightful meat sauce for you. Gao Zeyue chuckled ruefully, Godmother, I can't cook. Yu's mother smiled warmly and replied, If you can't cook, then you shall come here for meals in the future. Now, go fetch that pork before it goes bad. And remember, save the rice for tomorrow's betrothal visit. Gao Zeyue grinned. 2 bags? We can consume 1. And save the other for the betrothal, as I cannot adjust to coarse grains. Yu's mother nodded approvingly. Very well, off you go. Gao Zeyue turned to Yu Xiaowang, saying, Wait for me, Xiaowang. Once I return, we shall move the television to the village committee. I will set it up for you, and we can watch it there tonight. Yu Xiaowang leapt up in excitement, urging, Hurry, Gao, go fetch it quickly. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Yuan Kai and his wife. Gao Zeyue pedaled his bicycle with great haste and, after 8 minutes, returned home. He swiftly closed the door and dashed back to the grand mansion. From the freezer, he retrieved half a slab of pork, then returned to the earthen house, placing a bag of rice onto his bike. He carefully secured the pork in a basket, binding it tightly to ensure nothing fell during the journey. Minutes later, he was back at the Yu residence. Yu Xiaowang had been anxiously peering out, and upon seeing Gao Zeyue's return, rushed over to assist. In the courtyard, Yuan Kai and his wife beamed with joy at the sight of the pork and the gleaming bag of rice. Yu's mother declared, Yuan Kai, you shall slice the pork shortly. We will stew it to celebrate Zeyue becoming a worker. The remainder, we shall render into lard. Gao Zeyue, unable to cook, nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming warmth within. Yet, Yu Xiaowang remained fixated on the television, urging, Gao, let us hurry to install it at the village committee. Yuan Kai, noticing their eagerness, finally responded, Then you start stewing the pork, and I shall accompany these children to the village committee to set up the television. Yu's mother nodded with a smile and turned to prepare the meal. Gao Zeyue and Yu Xiaowang cautiously pushed their bicycles, carefully supporting the television as they made their way to the village committee. Along the route, curious villagers gathered around, inquiring about the commotion. With pride radiating from his face, Yu Xiaowang announced, This is a television awarded to my elder brother from his factory. It will be placed at the village committee for everyone to enjoy together. You all should hurry back for dinner and then come to watch. At his words, excitement erupted throughout the village. Villagers abandoned their meals in a rush to follow them to the committee. Soon, The courtyard of the committee was filled with an ever-growing crowd of villagers, all animatedly discussing the new arrival, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. With Yuan-Cai's assistance, Gao Zeyue began the installation of the television. For the villagers of this era, the black-and-white television was a novel and unfamiliar device, yet Gao Zeyue, drawing on his modern knowledge and memories, adeptly managed the setup. He meticulously connected the various wires and installed the antenna atop the roof, adjusting it while having Xiaoguang check for a signal. Villagers formed a circle around them, their eyes fixed on every movement. Some elders craned their necks, puzzled, while children bounced with excitement, chattering incessantly. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the television screen finally flickered to life. Yu Xiaoguang shouted up to the roof, "It's working. We have a picture." The villagers gathered around in delight. As dusk fell, a bonfire was lit in the committee's courtyard, warding off mosquitoes with the scent of mugwort. The villagers reveled in the earliest television dramas from Hong Kong, utterly captivated. They stood or sat, their faces radiant with joy. Children occupied the front row, eyes wide and unblinking, while the elders marveled at the wonders of having entire stories encapsulated within the small screen. Yu Xiaoguang excitedly exclaimed to Gao Zeyue, "Gao Ge, this is incredible. From now on, we can watch such amazing things every day." Gao Zeyue nodded with a smile, observing the happiness around him. Yuan-Cai added, "Let us leave the television here. We should return home for dinner and come back later." Yu Xiaoguang, his gaze fixed on the screen, insisted, "You all go ahead. I'll stay and watch for a while longer. I'll eat when I return home tonight." Ultimately, Yuan-Cai had to tug him away by the ear. Gao Zeyue chuckled, shaking his head. In the 1960s, television was as captivating as a film, and the villagers cherished every moment. Chapter 21. The whole village watches television in the evening. At the Pan family's courtyard, wisps of smoke rose gently, carrying the aroma of dinner throughout the space. The Pan family gathered around the dining table, where simple dishes were laid out, with the village chief set to accompany Gao Zeyue for a betrothal proposal the following day. The family was filled with a sense of eager anticipation, prompting them to finish their work early and convene to discuss the union. Midway through their meal, a cacophony of excited voices from the village suddenly shattered the calm of the courtyard. Pan's father set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stood up, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "I'll go see what is causing all this commotion," he said, stepping outside. As he exited the courtyard, Pan's father spotted Old Li hurriedly approaching, his steps brisk and his face alight with excitement. Pan's father quickly stopped him, smiling. "Old Li, why the hurry?" Old Li paused, panting from his exertions, his joy evident as he exclaimed, "I just heard from my little rascal that the village has brought in a television. It's set up at the village committee, just like when they used to show movies here. The whole village is going to watch. And I heard we'll be able to see it every day after work. I must go take a look." Pan's father, upon hearing this, donned a look of surprise and excitement. He turned back to his family, exclaiming, "The village has a television now, and everyone is going to watch. Xiaoman, let us get ready and take some stools to see it. They say it's just like watching a movie." Pan's mother and Pan Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and they chorused, "Let us hurry and go see." Meanwhile, 5-year-old Pan Dodo, though not entirely grasping what a television was, joined in, shouting, "I want to go too." The family quickly tidied up, locked the courtyard door, and, filled with excitement, made their way to the village committee. As night fell, a steady stream of villagers, each carrying stools, converged toward the committee, their laughter and chatter echoing along the path. Upon entering the committee, Pan Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback as the lively atmosphere suddenly hushed, with the village youth turning their attention toward her, captivated by her beauty. Pan's father found a spot at the edge of the crowd, seating his family on a bench, ready to witness the marvel of the television. Pan Xiaoman gazed intently at the early Hong Kong television dramas playing on screen, the intense fight scenes enthralling her, her eyes refusing to blink. She immersed herself in the world of the television, feeling as though she was fighting alongside the characters. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the village chief's home was equally vibrant. Upon the table lay a fragrant dish of pork and rice, the delectable aroma wafting throughout the room. The couple, Yuan-Cai, along with Gao Zeyue and Yu Xiaoguang, gathered around the table, joyously savoring their meal. Yu Xiaoguang picked up a piece of pork, placing it in his mouth, having not tasted pork for over a year. He found the flavor to be extraordinarily exquisite. The fluffy, fragrant rice made his taste buds dance with delight. However, the thought of the village committee broadcasting a television show at the village's edge began to gnaw at him. Torn between the delicious meal and the captivating television program, Yu Xiaoguang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. A daring thought crossed his mind. He wished to take his bowl to the village committee, indulging in his meal while watching the show. Meanwhile, Yuan-Cai and his wife were reveling in their happiness, having not tasted pork for 2 years. This sumptuous feast made them feel as though life had suddenly transformed for the better. The delicate rice, sweet and tender, was a joy to their hearts. Gao Zeyue, accustomed to such meals in modern times, felt no particular thrill but took joy in seeing others so content. Yu Xiaowang, while eating, urged, "Brother Gao, let us hurry and eat. Let us go to the village committee to watch TV. I suspect Pan Xiaoman might be there as well." Upon hearing this, Gao Zeyue's eyes lit up. He swiftly finished his meal and exclaimed, "Xiaowang, let us go." This sudden action left Yuan Kai and his wife astounded. Yu's mother chuckled and said, "Xiaowang, eat quickly. You two take a stool with you. Your father and I will join later. I see the pork is quite fresh. We can cook it after watching the show." Gao Zeyue cheerfully bid farewell to his foster parents and, along with Yu Xiaowang, dashed out of the house with a stool in hand. Yuan Kai watched their hasty retreat, chuckling. These two lads are grown, yet still behave like children. Yu's mother gazed at the pork on the table, reflecting, "Zeyue is truly a good child, so grateful. He brought us this beautiful rice and half a slab of pork. Even the television, like a golden nugget, was set up for the village to enjoy together. What a selfless child." Yuan Kai nodded and solemnly remarked, "We must treat this child well and arrange his marriage properly." With stools in hand, Gao Zeyue and Yu Xiaowang hurried to the village committee. Upon arriving, Gao Zeyue stood at the entrance, scanning the room until he spotted the Pan family seated in a less crowded area to the left. He navigated through the crowd, drawing attention with his worker's attire, which set him apart. As he approached the Pan family, he expressed his gratitude with a thank you to the villagers who made way for him. Finally reaching Pan Xiaoman, he squeezed in beside her. Startled by the sudden appearance of a man, Pan Xiaoman jumped, but once she recognized Gao Zeyue, a rosy blush graced her cheeks as she smiled and asked, "Why did you come so late?" Gao Zeyue smiled and nodded at her parents, who, upon seeing his neat worker's outfit, felt quite pleased and nodded in approval before returning their attention to the television. Leaning in, Gao Zeyue whispered, "I was having dinner at my foster parents' place. Is the show good?" Pan Xiaoman nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with joy. From his pocket, Gao Zeyue produced a handful of large white rabbit candy, gently placing it in Pan Xiaoman's hand. This tender gesture drew disappointed glances from the nearby young men, who realized that Pan Xiaoman had already captured someone's heart. At that moment, the television series came to a close and advertisements filled the screen. Observing this, Yu Xiaowang stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fellow villagers, do you know where this television came from?" The crowd shook their heads, engaging in lively discussions. Yu Xiaowang continued, "It belongs to our village's Gao Zeyue, the handsome young man that Wang Dalong and his brother found a few days ago." Laughter erupted as everyone turned to the Wang brothers, who awkwardly scratched their heads. Grinning foolishly, Yu Xiaowang added, "Brother Gao is an orphan, so he has adopted my parents as his foster parents. He is also a procurement officer at the city's Hongxing machinery factory. The factory rewarded him with a television, which he brought directly to the village committee. From now on, everyone can come here to watch TV after work. Shouldn't we express our gratitude to Brother Gao?" The villagers, elated at the prospect of daily television, turned to Gao Zeyue, showering him with words of gratitude, to which he humbly nodded in response, his face glowing with modesty. Just then, Yuan Kai and his wife arrived at the village committee, overhearing Yu Xiaowang's words, and they smiled with delight. Upon noticing the village head and his wife, the crowd parted to make way. Yuan Kai chuckled, "Xiaowang speaks wisely. Since Zeyue has recognized me as his foster father, he is now like a son to me. Yuan Kai, let us all support him in any future endeavors, as he has brought this television to our village for everyone to enjoy. This television is worth over 400 yuan in the city." The villagers gasped at the mention of the television's price, responding joyfully, "Absolutely, village head. We will certainly help him with anything he needs. Now, shall we watch the drama?" As soon as the words left his lips, the opening theme of the series began to play, filling the committee with laughter and cheer. Pan Xiaoman, savoring the sweet candy, glanced at Gao Zeyue, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Meanwhile, Pan Daodu, noticing his sister's delight, hurried over. Pan Xiaoman tenderly unwrapped a piece of candy for her brother, who, upon tasting it, beamed with joy. She handed him a few more pieces, instructing, "Go give some to our parents." Pan Daodu, bouncing with excitement, ran to his parents, offering them the candy. Their faces lit up with happiness as they enjoyed the sweet treat while watching the thrilling drama. Gao Zeyue, indifferent to the television, found his joy in watching the little girl. Chapter 22, Discussing Marriage Arrangements. In the summer village committee, as everyone watched TV, mugwort was burned nearby to ward off mosquitoes. The bright bulb illuminated the committee, while on the screen, one of Hong Kong's earliest martial arts dramas unfolded. The captivating love and action intertwined, gripping everyone's hearts. Some furrowed their brows in sorrow for the characters' romance, while others doubled over in laughter at the comedic fight scenes, the joyous sounds resonating in the night sky. Yuan Kai sat in the front row, occasionally glancing back at the villagers, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. He understood that this television was not merely a source of entertainment, but had become a bond uniting the entire village. As the clock quietly approached 10:30, the drama reached its grand finale. With the final scene concluded, the screen abruptly transformed into a flurry of white snowflakes, accompanied by the crackling sound of static. The villagers awoke from their reverie, rising to gather their stools while animatedly discussing the plot. This television is truly captivating, even more enjoyable than last year's movie screenings. Indeed, without it, the days would surely feel empty. Their chatter filled the air, each face reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Yuan Kai called out to his son, Xiaoguang. Bring the television inside and lock it up tightly. We must safeguard this treasure for our village. Yu Xiaoguang carefully cradled the television, with several young men stepping forward to assist. Together, they escorted this precious gem back to the inner room of the village committee, diligently locking the doors and windows before departing. On the way home, the moonlight draped a silvery veil over the country lane. Villagers strolled in small groups, animatedly discussing the recent developments in a television drama. Some speculated about the upcoming plot twists, while others critiqued the lead actress's performance. Their laughter and chatter echoing into the stillness of the night. Gao Zeyue walked alongside Pan Xiaoman at the rear of the group, although they were side by side. Both seemed somewhat preoccupied. Pan Xiaoman stared down at her toes, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, while Gao Zeyue occasionally stole glances at the young woman beside him, his words hanging on the edge of his lips. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pan family's courtyard, Gao Zeyue took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. Uncle Pan, I have something to discuss. Pan's parents halted, and under the moonlight, they observed Gao Zeyue's earnest demeanor, momentarily taken aback before beckoning him with a smile. Come in, let us have a chat. Pushing open the weathered wooden door, they entered a tranquil yard, the only sound being the tireless chirping of a cricket in the corner. Inside the main room, Pan's mother first carried the drowsy Pan Do to the inner room and gently settled him onto the bed before bringing out several bowls of cool tea. Pan's father and mother sat down at the eight immortals table, their faces radiating warmth. Zeyue, feel free to share what's on your mind. Gao Zeyue straightened up, his gaze sincere as he addressed his future in-laws. Uncle, aunt, I wish to marry Xiaoman, and I hope for your blessing. The moment the words left his lips, Pan Xiaoman's face flushed crimson, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she ducked behind her mother, revealing only half of her bashful visage. Pan Yueyun burst into hearty laughter. Of course, your aunt and I are in full agreement. Fong mentioned that you would take Xiaoman with you to the city, and that brings us immense joy. She is our only daughter. Knowing she will lead a good life with you gives us great peace of mind. Gao Zeyue smiled appreciatively and continued, Uncle and aunt, I see that Xiaoman toils daily, gathering pigweed and laboring in the fields. I plan to purchase a house in the city and relocate her household registration there, so she won't have to endure such hard work anymore. If she finds the city dull, I can secure her a comfortable job at the factory, providing her with something to occupy her time. This revelation left Pan's parents exchanging astonished glances, their eyes brimming with delight. In their understanding, it was already a tremendous fortune for a rural girl to marry into the city, let alone a son-in-law so considerate, contemplating their daughter's future so thoroughly. Pan's mother felt her eyes welling with tears of joy and exclaimed, Zeyue, you are truly thoughtful. Gao Zeyue scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his lips. This is merely what I ought to do. I intend to take Xiaoman to view houses in the city in a couple of days and facilitate her registration transfer. After we marry, we will initially reside in the village, occasionally staying at the city house. My main concern is that Xiaoman, being unfamiliar with the city, might feel isolated. Once she feels ready to work, I shall gradually inquire about suitable positions. By the way, regarding the betrothal gifts, I am uncertain about the appropriate amount. I do have a bag of rice. I can send it over tomorrow for you to enjoy. I also have a bag for my godfather's family, he added, eliciting smiles from Pan's parents. Before Gao Zeyue could finish, Pan's father waved his hand dismissively. Forget about the betrothal gifts. You should keep the money for the house. That is what truly matters. That bag of rice is quite valuable. Consider it your gift. Pan's mother chimed in, indeed. As long as you both lead a happy life together, nothing else compares. Suddenly recalling something, Pan's father inquired, why not leave the television behind for the wedding? It would be convenient to have it at home for whenever you wish to watch. Gao Zeyue chuckled as he explained, Uncle, our village has electricity only at the village committee. Even if I installed electricity in the house and brought back the television, it would surely attract a crowd from the entire village. How would Xiaoman and I manage our lives like that? If we place it at the village committee, everyone can enjoy it together. Later, when we move to the city, I'll buy Xiaoman a color television. It will be much clearer and more visually appealing than this black and white one. This reasoning elicited hearty laughter from Pan's parents. That makes perfect sense. If you keep the television at home, the entire village would come over to watch, turning it into a spectacle of your married life. Gao Zeyue continued, rest assured. Uncle and aunt, I will cherish Xiaoman dearly. Furthermore, before our wedding, I plan to gift her a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and a color television. Although we cannot find a color television here, I can source one from a vendor in the city. We will purchase a house where we can happily live together, rather than renting a cramped shared dwelling. It wouldn't suit someone as lovely as Xiaoman to be in such chaos, especially in these harsh times. Everyone would be watching what we eat. It's better to buy a spacious place. In winter, when there's no work, I'll bring you and my godfather's family to the city so we can all enjoy a comfortable life together. We can even celebrate the new year there. You are like my parents. We can all live together and celebrate the festivities. Pan's parents, looking at their future son-in-law, smiled warmly. Zeyue, we desire nothing but for you to treat Xiaoman well. This girl has not been in the best of health, and we hold no outdated notions of preferring sons over daughters. Xiaoman has been our pride and joy. If it weren't for the village's gossip, we wouldn't even let her gather pigweed. Gao Zeyue laughed. Uncle and aunt, you can rest assured that I will pamper Xiaoman. Pan's parents erupted in laughter. The atmosphere inside was light and joyful as they discussed further details of the wedding. Pan's father suggested, how about we hold the wedding after the autumn harvest? Summer is too busy for farming, and we would have more time to celebrate once the crops are in. Gao Zeyue nodded in agreement, stealing a glance at Pan Xiaoman, who was still hiding behind her mother, her head bowed, yet unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. After a while, noticing that the night had deepened, Gao Zeyue stood to take his leave. Pan's parents accompanied him to the gate, repeatedly reminding him to be cautious on his way home. As they watched Gao Zeyue's figure fade into the night, Pan's father expressed contentedly, our Xiaoman is truly fortunate to be marrying such a handsome and prosperous city boy. Her future is secure. Pan Xiaoman playfully retorted, Father, don't say such things. With that, she dashed back into the house, her heart racing like a rabbit. Pan's parents exchanged glances, their faces alight with happiness as they realized their daughter's promising future was just around the corner. As the villagers returned to their homes that night, lying in bed, they joyfully remarked, the Wang brothers have truly brought fortune to our village. Without their rescue, we wouldn't even have a television to watch. The traveling film shows only come once a year, but now we can enjoy entertainment every night. Chapter 23, The Vibrant Lin Zeyue. The nights of the 1960s were particularly refreshing, with the moonlight illuminating the village. It felt like the idyllic retirement life one might dream of in the bustling city, fishing at the village's edge, tending to a small vegetable garden behind one's courtyard. This natural rural life was enchanting, especially with a beautiful young wife by one's side, heralding the perfect retirement. One could also imagine returning to 2025, strolling along Shanghai's Bund in a luxury car, savoring barbecues, and visiting nightclubs. The only requirement was to collect antiques. Gao Zeyue walked along the familiar dirt path towards his adobe house, the soil beneath his feet feeling pleasantly solid under the moon's glow. Each step resonated with a sense of peace and assurance, while the chorus of insects from the roadside bushes played a rustic nocturne. Finally arriving at the earthen courtyard, Gao Zeyue gently unlocked the latch and pushed open the creaking wooden door, a familiar scent wafting towards him. Upon entering the room, he secured the door and, as he touched his chest, he was abruptly transported back to his modern bedroom. The originally humble adobe house vanished, replaced by a spacious and bright bedroom in a contemporary urban setting. Glancing at his phone on the table, he noted it was still early, just past 8 in the evening. Walking into the quiet living room, he realized that the lovely girl had likely not yet returned. Gao Zeyue entered the bedroom, shedding his rural attire for a set of casual, comfortable loungewear. He then made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator. As he pulled the tab, a hissing sound erupted, and frothy bubbles spilled slightly over the edge, releasing the refreshing aroma of the beer into the air. He tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp, the cold liquid coursing down his throat, dissipating the heat accumulated throughout the day. At that moment, the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw Lin Zeyue gracefully stepping in, clad in a delicate pink dress. The hem of her skirt danced gently with her movements, resembling a lively butterfly fluttering as she entered. Her radiant smile illuminated her face, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Have you eaten yet? If not, I can order takeout for you, Gao Zeyue inquired with a smile. As she changed into her slippers, Lin Zeyue replied with a cheerful tone, I just had a meal with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang, boss. We completed our tasks beautifully today. The tables and chairs in the shop have all been replaced with new ones, and the decorations are set up. Everything looks brand new. We even purchased 3 sets of attractive work uniforms. Here's the receipt. It cost a total of 1.2 million, leaving us with 800,000. I thought we should save some for coffee and tea supplies for the shop. Handing the receipt to Gao Zeyue, she continued with enthusiasm. Gao Zeyue glanced at the receipt casually before chuckling. You can toss that receipt. There's nothing to see. You're the manager. It's your call. For the past few years, you've effectively been the owner of the shop. If you continue to perform well, I'll raise your salary. As for me, I'm just here to sip tea. If you find yourself short on cash, just let me know. Once you graduate from university, don't bother with job hunting elsewhere. I'll offer you double whatever they might pay you. Lin Ziyi's eyes sparkled with delight, brimming with excitement, as if they contained countless twinkling stars. She began to calculate in her mind the prospects of earning just 5,000 a month during her internship, and even after a few years, her salary barely reaching 20,000 to 30,000, all while having to appease company leaders. In contrast, remaining here seemed far more appealing, allowing her to escape the scrutiny of colleagues and bosses. And she would already be the boss herself. With a surge of exhilaration, she stood up and deeply bowed to Gao Zeyue, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, boss. I, Lin Ziyi, will certainly dedicate myself to your service. Boss, I purchased an Apple laptop and an iPad today. I hope you don't mind. I'll be using them in the shop to enhance our image," she added with a hint of mischief. Gao Zeyue, unable to suppress a smile at Lin Ziyi's playful demeanor, replied gently, "As long as you're happy, feel free to buy whatever you wish. Oh, and get an iPad for Xiaoqi and Xiaotang as well, so you all can pass the time when the shop is slow." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyi bowed once more, joyfully responding, "Thank you for your generosity, boss. I'll take my leave now." With that, she bounded back to her room, cradling her laptop and iPad like a jubilant little rabbit. Leaning back on the sofa, Gao Zeyue watched her lively figure vanish, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Indeed, she was a university girl, exuding youthful vigor, her eyes crescent-shaped and her speech laced with playful inflections. Even her gesture of handing over the receipt was imbued with the lightness characteristic of youth, and her soft, vibrant presence was undeniably captivating. It was no wonder that many affluent business magnates were drawn to university students. Their innate charm truly stood out. Gao Zeyue observed Lin Ziyi, with her low ponytail swaying and the floral scent of her shampoo lingering, as she effortlessly embodied the essence of youth, a beautiful flower in bloom. Watching her dash back to her room with the tablet, he mused how such an enchanting presence could effortlessly brighten anyone's day, infusing even the mundane with vibrant hues. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the thought. Having a girl at home made a world of difference, especially one as playful and charming as Lin Ziyi, who not only delighted the eyes but also brought joy to his heart. Taking another sip of beer, he moved to the window, gazing at the bustling night scene of the Bund, where brilliant lights illuminated the river and boats glided gracefully across the water, leaving shimmering trails in their wake. As he admired the nightscape, his thoughts turned to his upcoming plans. He needed to finalize the arrangements for the house, transfer Xiao Min's household registration to the city, and continue collecting antiques in the village. Once that was completed, he would seek out even more opportunities in the city. Just then, the sound of Lin Ziyi singing in the bath interrupted his thoughts. "I love bathing, oh. I love being beautiful, oh. Gao Zeyue nearly spat out his beer, coughing as he listened to the melody drifting from the bathroom, shaking his head with a smile. He thought to himself, having such an adorable girl at home truly filled life with joy. After enjoying the night view for a while longer, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and retreated to his room for rest. Meanwhile, after finishing her bath, Lin Ziyi dried her hair with a blow dryer and eagerly sat on her bed, ready to explore her new laptop and iPad. She navigated the devices with ease, having used an iPhone 13 herself, and within moments, she was logged into her ID, setting everything up. Gazing at the laptop and tablet, once a distant dream, her heart swelled with happiness and excitement. She opened her laptop and immersed herself in watching Crayon Shinchan, losing track of time as she became captivated by the animated world around her. It wasn't until 2 a.m., feeling utterly exhausted, that she reluctantly put her laptop down and snuggled under the covers to sleep. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Ziyi awoke leisurely. After freshening up and having breakfast, she noticed Gao Zeyue was not home. She took out her phone and called Xiaoqi and Xiaotang, proposing they all visit the shop together to pick out coffee and tea supplies. The three friends chatted excitedly over the phone, and she exclaimed, "The boss has approved purchasing the best tablets for each of you. We can use them to pass the time in the shop." Upon hearing the delightful news, Xiaoqi and Xiaotang jumped out of bed with enthusiasm. The trio quickly arranged a meeting point and dashed out, their laughter ringing out as they anticipated the day as shopping adventure, filled with excitement for their work at the shop. Chapter 24, Proposing with Rice and Matai. On a sunny morning in 2025, sunlight streamed into the luxurious bedroom as the 8 o'clock alarm on his phone rang punctually. Gao Zeyue slowly opened his eyes, and after getting ready, he stepped out of his bedroom, greeted by the serene silence of the living room, where Lin Zi's absence was palpable, leading him to instinctively assume she had already departed. With a touch of nonchalance, Gao Zeyue approached the door of her room and gently turned the doorknob. However, the sight within rendered him momentarily speechless. There lay Lin Zi, clad in delightful Mickey Mouse pajamas, peacefully cradling her blanket as she slumbered, radiating an aura of tranquility. Scattered across the bed were a notebook, a mobile phone, and a tablet, clearly indicative of a night spent in revelry until the early hours. A faint smile graced Gao Zeyue's lips as he chuckled silently, carefully closing the door behind him. He mused to himself, "This girl must have played on the computer until the wee hours and is still lost in her dreams." After warming some milk and toasting bread for breakfast, he gazed out at the picturesque bund, his spirits lifted considerably. Returning to the bedroom, Gao Zeyue quietly locked the door and swiftly changed his attire. In an instant, he found himself transported back to the 1960s. The world outside was still shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the occasional chirping of summer insects breaking the stillness. He reclined back on the Kong, intending to steal a few more moments of slumber, rejuvenating himself for the new day's endeavors in the 1960s. Time passed unmeasured until the village rooster heralded the dawn, its clear crow piercing the morning tranquility. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Gao Zeyue slowly rose and peered out the window. Summer mornings always dawned with an exceptional brightness, the horizon already tinged with the first light of day. With the rooster's call, the village began to stir, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys as villagers ignited fires to prepare their morning meals. Everyone was gearing up for a day of labor. The clatter of pots and pans echoing from every kitchen, accompanied by the lively chatter of neighbors, infusing the village with vitality and vigor. Gao Zeyue's gaze fell upon several yards of fabric resting on the Kong, alongside the women's shoes he had purchased for Pan Xiaoman, a packet of white rabbit candy, and a bottle of Maotai liquor. He recalled that the last time he had drunk with his godfather, they had consumed one bottle, and this remaining one would serve perfectly for the impending proposal. Elated by this thought, he hastily slung a backpack over his shoulder, hoisting a sack of rice, and set off toward his godfather Yuan-Sai's home. As he walked, he sighed, lamenting his hurried return home the previous night, leaving his bicycle at his godfather's house. Now, he could only carry this 100-pound sack of rice on foot. Though it was somewhat burdensome, the prospect of seeing his future wife filled him with immense joy. As he trudged along, clutching the rice, he encountered fellow villagers heading off to work. Their faces lit up with warm smiles upon seeing him, and he returned their greetings with polite acknowledgement, his heart brimming with gratitude for the genuine camaraderie of the villagers in the 1960s. So different from the modern-day indifference among neighbors. During the New Year celebrations, familial bonds had weakened, and the sense of kinship had gradually faded. Meanwhile, Yu Wankai and Yu Xiaowang were washing their faces in the courtyard when they suddenly spotted the brand-new bicycle. They exchanged puzzled glances before shaking their heads in bemusement. Yu Wankai remarked, "This child is too carefree, leaving his bike here and not even riding it home." Just then, they caught sight of Gao Zeyue, burdened with the sack of rice. Instantly, a smile brightened Yuan-Sai's face, and he called out to Yu Xiaowang, "Xiaowang, hurry and help your brother." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowang dashed out excitedly, joyfully taking the rice from Gao Zeyue, his face beaming with delight as he exclaimed, "Brother Gao, let's bring this rice to the family to discuss your proposal." Gao Zeyue's countenance also lit up with happiness as he nodded vigorously. Entering the house, Gao Zeyue called out, "Auntie," to which Yu Mu cheerfully responded, "Just in time, let us eat." The table was adorned with fragrant rice porridge, steamed corn buns, and mixed wild vegetables. Although Gao Zeyue intended to decline, claiming he had already eaten, he couldn't bear to reject the warm hospitality of his godfather's family. So he took a bowl and joined them. The rice porridge was sweet and delectable, the wild vegetables refreshing, yet the corn buns were rather coarse, causing a slight discomfort in his throat. He managed to consume one bun and a bowl of porridge. Once the meal concluded, the family sprang into action. Gao Zeyue pushed the bicycle while carrying the rice, and Yu Xiaowang shouldered the backpack. Together, they joyfully made their way to the Pan household. Meanwhile, Pan Xiaoman had finished her breakfast and was eagerly waiting outside, her heart full of anticipation for Gao Zeyue's arrival. Her excitement caused her parents to chuckle, teasing that her heart was already claimed by him. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps could be heard, prompting the Pan family to rush outside to greet them. Yu Wankai, with a beaming smile, warmly announced, "Greetings to our future in-laws." Instantly, the faces of the Pan family lit up with joy as they hurriedly welcomed the guests inside. Gao Zeyue strained to bring the rice inside, while Yu Xiaowang began to unpack the backpack, revealing several yards of blue fabric, a few packets of white rabbit candy, and that precious bottle of Maotai. As the Maotai was unveiled, the onlookers gaped in astonishment at Gao Zeyue. Yu Xiaowang, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Gao, Did you buy 2 bottles of Maodai? Gao Zeyue chuckled, explaining. Indeed, we drank one a few days ago, and the remaining one was just gathering dust at home. Yu Wankai remarked to Pan's father, Old Pan. This is a fine item, not your average liquor. A bottle costs 8 yuan in the city, and it requires a liquor ration ticket. Even the city officials are reluctant to indulge, saving it for holidays. Your future son-in-law treats you very well. With rice, fabric, and Maotai. The total value exceeded 100 yuan, prompting Yu Wankai to jest. I envy you. Why couldn't I have such a beautiful daughter? His humorous quip set everyone into fits of laughter. Pan's father replied with a chuckle, but you have your own godsons. This prompted Yu Wankai to join in the laughter. True, I almost forgot. Observing the merriment, Gao Zeyue added, Godfather, if you wish to drink, next time I visit the factory, I'll ask the boss for more liquor tickets and buy several bottles for you to enjoy at your leisure. Yu Wankai waved his hand, laughing, buying is a must. But we can't drink now. We'll save it for your wedding day. Then we'll have a proper celebration. Following this, the group began earnestly discussing the forthcoming union. After deliberation, they agreed that following the autumn harvest, Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman would wed. By then, Pan Xiaoman would have turned 17, considered 18 by village customs, though she was currently 16 by official reckoning. Seated side by side on a small stool, Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman exchanged shy glances, both wearing silly smiles. Gazing at his future bride, Gao Zeyue noticed Pan Xiaoman's cheeks were flushed like ripe peaches, her bashfulness endearing, filling him with joy. After concluding their discussions, Yu Wankai and his family set off to work, while the Pan family prepared for their own labor. Gao Zeyue turned to Pan Xiaoman, gently saying, You need not work today. I'll head to the city to look at apartments. If all goes well, tomorrow I'll transfer the ownership to your name. And you'll become a city dweller, no longer needing to toil in the fields. From now on, I shall provide for you. And all the household finances will be under your control. Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaoman's face lit up with a blissful smile, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Gao Zeyue, captivated by Pan Xiaoman's lovely visage, couldn't resist stealing a quick kiss from her lips before cheerfully announcing, I'm off to the city now. I'll return to see you this evening. Pan Xiaoman touched her kissed lips, her cheeks reddening even more as she waved goodbye, reluctantly parting with Gao Zeyue. Gao Zeyue rode his bicycle, his heart brimming with joy, as he sped towards the city. Along the way, he felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Chapter 25, The Quadruple Courtyard. After an hour of cycling, Gao Zeyue finally arrived at the state-run restaurant in the city. His factory worker's attire was dusted with grime, and he was drenched in sweat, yet this could not overshadow the delight gleaming in his eyes. Upon entering, a waitress greeted him with a smile, her tone tinged with apology. I'm sorry, but it's not mealtime yet. Gao Zeyue's lips curled upwards into a warm smile. I know Manager Su. I was here yesterday. The waitress paused momentarily before recognition dawned on her. This was indeed the young man who had accompanied Director Gao the previous day. She instantly donned a welcoming smile and said, Then you may go upstairs. Gao Zeyue ascended the stairs with ease, knocking on Manager Su's office door. Hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open and greeted with a smile. Hello, Manager Su. I came to inquire about the house. Su Da's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Gao Zeyue in his factory uniform, and he swiftly approached him. Brother Gao, please have a seat. I've been waiting for you. I spoke with old Lu, and he confirmed he's willing to sell. He's asking for 1,000 gene of rice and half a pig to settle at 200 yuan, and if you can add 800 more, we've got a deal. I know the black market prices for rice and meat are higher, but that courtyard was originally priced at 3,000 yuan. It was only reduced to 2,000 due to the harsh times. Gao Zeyue felt a surge of joy. This was fortuitous. He had only 900 yuan left, but there was still 1,000 gene of rice and 3 pieces of pork at home. After exchanging the house, he would still have 2 pieces of pork left. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, Thank you, Manager Su. I'll take the house. Shall we go check it out first? I'll bring the rice and pork to you this afternoon. And once the transfer is complete tomorrow, the other party can take the rice directly from you. Suda nodded with a smile. No problem. I have a tricycle in the back. You can use it. Brother Gao, could you do me a favor? If you can get some pork, could you send a bit my way? My state-run restaurant is nearly out of meat and on the verge of closing. If you can help me with meat each month, I'll call you Big Brother. Gao Zeyue furrowed his brow at the older man's request, amused by the prospect of being called Big Brother, and replied, Manager Su, there's no need to be so formal. How about this? I have 2 pieces of pork left, and I can sell them to you at 5 yuan per gene, delivering twice a month. What do you think? Suda was overjoyed, gripping Gao Zeyue's hand in gratitude. Brother, thank you so much. You can drop the Manager Su. Just call me Big Brother Su. If you need anything in the future, I will certainly help. Come on, let me take you to see the house. The two walked side by side out of the restaurant towards the city center, where the expansive park lay opposite. Gao Zeyue beamed at the splendid location, envisioning leisurely fishing trips at the park in his free time. Soon, they arrived at a quaint courtyard made of bricks and tiles, exuding an ancient charm. They knocked on the courtyard gate, and old Lu emerged, his face instantly brightening upon seeing Suda. "Manager Su, how is it going?" Suda replied with a smile, "I brought someone to see the place." Old Lu warmly invited them in. "Please, come in. Take a look, I'll prepare some tea." This courtyard was once home to high-ranking officials. If it weren't for these hard times, I wouldn't sell it for less than 5,000. Nowadays, even eating is a challenge. What use do I have for this old house? I plan to move in with my son. As Gao Zeyue entered the courtyard, his gaze was captured by the osmanthus tree. The beautiful courtyard, with its 6 rooms, satisfied him entirely. He nodded at old Lu and declared, "Uncle Lu, I'll buy it. I'll deliver the rice and pork to the back of the state-run restaurant this afternoon and tomorrow morning. I'll bring my wife to finalize the paperwork while you let the rice go. Can I give you 800 yuan now?" Old Lu's joy was palpable. "That works perfectly. I've already moved most of my furniture. What's left is yours. I'll give you the keys. And I'll wait for you at the state-run restaurant tomorrow morning." Gao Zeyue took out the money, counted out 800 yuan, and handed it to old Lu, who then returned the keys, remarking, "If it weren't for the summer heat ruining the pork, I would have wanted to buy more." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Uncle Lu, I'll be delivering pork to the state-run restaurant from now on. If you want some, just come by." Old Lu beamed widely. "That's wonderful. Manager Su, when I come to dine at your place, you must ensure there's plenty of meat." Suda could only smile wryly in response. With the house finally sold, old Lu was in high spirits. "I'll take my leave now. See you at 9 tomorrow morning at the state-run restaurant." Gao Zeyue, filled with satisfaction over the long-desired house, locked the courtyard gate with Suda and returned to the state-run restaurant. He then rode the restaurant's tricycle to a deserted alley. After ensuring no one was around, he flashed back to his bedroom, stepped out, and began moving the rice and pork. The tricycle, though seemingly small, would require 2 trips to transport everything. For the next 2 hours, Gao Zeyue worked tirelessly. When he finally delivered all the rice and pork to the state-run restaurant, Suda's face was a picture of joy as he eagerly called for the scales. The 2 pieces of pork weighed a hefty 200 jin, netting Gao Zeyue an additional 300 yuan. With a smile, Gao Zeyue asked Suda, "Do you know where old Lu's son lives? I'd like to deliver this piece of pork to prevent it from spoiling in the summer heat." Suda chuckled heartily. "No problem. I visited his son's place yesterday. I can ride my bicycle there shortly. By the way, if you need furniture, there's a furniture shop down the alley next to the state-run restaurant. You should check it out." Gao Zeyue expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother Su. I'll take my leave now and return tomorrow morning." Following Suda's directions, Gao Zeyue pushed his bicycle into a tranquil alley. He inquired with the elderly residents chatting at the alley's entrance and finally located the furniture workshop. As he pushed open the weathered wooden door, the sound creaked invitingly, revealing a yard filled with sawdust and the refreshing scent of wood permeating the air. "Hello, I'm here to buy some furniture," Gao Zeyue called out. A sturdy man in his 40s emerged from behind the woodpile, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing a customer. "Feel free to browse. The more you buy, the cheaper I can offer." Gao Zeyue wandered around the yard, meticulously examining the handcrafted furniture. He selected 2 intricately carved elm cabinets, a robust large 8 immortals table, and 6 sturdy wooden stools. These pieces, with their rustic charm and solid craftsmanship, were rare finds in contemporary times. "Brother, I'll take these," Gao Zeyue said, pointing at his chosen items. The man grinned widely. "Brother, you're the most generous furniture buyer I've encountered. I'll give you a discount. The total is 110 yuan. Gao Zeyue felt an inner delight. This amount wouldn't even buy an ordinary sofa in modern times, but could furnish an entire set here. He promptly paid, and the man called his father, and together they loaded the furniture onto the cart, wheeling it to Gao Zeyue's courtyard. The father and son deftly arranged the cabinet, table, and stools, all the while expressing their admiration. "Brother, this courtyard is truly remarkable. In prosperous years, such a sihiyuan would easily fetch 4 to 5,000 yuan." Gao Zeyue smiled in gratitude. After bidding farewell to Su Si and his son, he wandered about the courtyard, ultimately stepping into the main house. Gazing at the substantial earthen Kong against the wall, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. In the material scarcity of the 1960s, a heated Kong was an indispensable comfort for families during winter. With this warm earthen Kong, not only was he spared the expense of a bed, but it also imbued him with a sense of anticipation for the future. He envisioned cozy winter days spent with Pan Xiaoman, nestled atop the warm Kong, far from the village's chill, leading a life unencumbered by modesty. He was elated as he surveyed the spacious main room, when suddenly his gaze fell upon a painting on the wall. Intrigued, He approached it and thought it quite appealing. He decided to take it back for a closer look. Under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, he noticed a small kettle and 3 diminutive cups on the table, which also piqued his interest. He ventured into the kitchen, discovering a total of 6 cups. He planned to visit Huatian auction house to assess their value. In the 1960s, antiques were often undervalued during the famine years. People struggled to afford meals, and items could merely fetch a few meals' worth of money. Chapter 26. Ding Ning Ning's Shock. In the afternoon of the 1960s, sunlight streamed through the clouds as Gao Zeyue rode his bicycle along the rural paths. After an hour's ride, he finally beheld the familiar, verdant landscape of the village. Noticing he had ample time, he swiftly returned to his mansion. Upon arrival, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to him. He walked into the living room. Noting that Lindsay's door was still ajar, she had yet to return. He ordered a takeaway of roasted duck. Casually shedding his clothes, he stepped into the bathroom, letting the hot water cascade down, washing away the sweat and discomfort of the journey, while gradually easing his taut nerves. After changing into comfortable loungewear, he collapsed onto the sofa and made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator. The foam surged within the glass as he tilted it back, savoring a large gulp that sent a refreshing sensation coursing through him. At that moment, he recalled the roasted duck he had ordered, and his stomach growled in anticipation. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang, and the delivery person handed over the aromatic roasted duck. Seeing the delivery person reminded him of his own days as a courier, prompting him to smile as he remarked, "I'll give you a good review." Gao Zeyue eagerly unwrapped the packaging to reveal the golden, glistening duck, the skin as thin as a cicada's wing, complemented by fresh scallions and cucumber, accompanied by sweet bean sauce. Merely gazing at it was enough to make one drool. He relished the feast while sipping beer and enjoying the scenic view of the bund, devouring bite after bite until he felt satisfactorily full, letting out a contented belch. Fatigued after his meal, Gao Zeyue made no effort to tidy up, instead sprawling across the sofa, drifting into a deep slumber. 2 hours later, he slowly awoke. Glancing out at the still bright sky, rubbing his sleepy eyes, he suddenly remembered the painting and teapot he had brought back from the village. Since old Lu had already taken all the valuable items, perhaps these two could still hold some worth. Contemplating this, he promptly called Wang Yuan at Huatian auction house, before hopping onto his inconspicuous electric bike and racing towards the auction house. Meanwhile, in the office of Huatian auction house, Wang Yuan was engaged in conversation with Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning. Ding Junjie was a well-known rising star in Shanghai's business circles, while his sister, Ding Ningning, had been raised in luxury, donning a yellow skirt paired with a white blouse, her short hair accentuating her youthful elegance, exuding the demeanor of a privileged young lady. Wang Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was Gao Zeyue calling, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. After hanging up, he turned to the Ding siblings, thinking, "Why does he always call when I have guests?" Ding Junjie keenly picked up on Wang Yuan's tone, inquiring with a smile, "That Mr. Gao on the phone must be Gao Zeyue, right?" Wang Yuan nodded with a rueful grin. Ding Ningning looked at Wang Yuan with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wang Yuan suggested, "Let us head to the hall and wait. We mustn't keep this esteemed guest waiting." The trio rose and exited the office, settling onto the sofas in the hall, sipping coffee as they awaited Gao Zeyue's arrival. Half an hour later, Gao Zeyue appeared leisurely on his little electric bike at the entrance of the auction house. All the receptionists in the hall turned their attention toward him, whispering amongst themselves. Wang Yuan watched the scene unfold, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "Well, it seems our esteemed guest is still riding that little electric bike today." Ding Ningning exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't he purchase a Bugatti worth over 120 million? Why is he still on that electric bike?" Ding Junjie chuckled and shook his head. "The mindset of a big shot is beyond our comprehension." As they conversed, the trio hastened to the entrance to greet him. Gao Zeyue flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Hello, Manager Wang. Mr. Ding, why do we keep running into each other these days?" Ding Junjie responded with a smile. "I'm not sure either. I'm just accompanying my sister to select a gift for our grandfather's birthday." Gao Zeyue politely greeted Ding Ningning. "Hello, Miss Ding." She nodded slightly, returning a gracious smile. After the pleasantries, Wang Yuan eagerly inquired, "What antiques are you bringing today, Mr. Gao?" Gao Zeyue replied with a relaxed chuckle, "Oh, nothing much, just a teapot for drinking water, some cups, and a painting." The group moved to the sofas in the hall, where Gao Zeyue retrieved the teapot and cups from his bag. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined them closely. When Gao Zeyue unfurled the painting, both Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie widened their eyes in astonishment. The artwork depicted 5 distinct cows, some grazing, others gazing forward, and a few licking their tongues, rendered with exquisite detail, almost lifelike. The two men thought to themselves, "Could this possibly be the painting we think it is?" Ding Junjie turned to Wang Yuan. His voice tinged with barely contained excitement. Manager Wang, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the 5 cows painting, right? Wang Yuan quickly donned white gloves, carefully lifting the painting to examine it thoroughly. 10 minutes later, he looked up, a broad smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Mr. Ding is correct. This is the genuine 5 cows painting. Our Huatian auction house values it at 1.5 billion yuan. I wonder if this price meets your satisfaction, Mr. Gao? Ding Mingming stared at the 5 cows painting, her mouth forming an O in shock, realizing, 1.5 billion. That's the entirety of my pocket money for the past 15 years. I once doubted my brother's claims about big shots, but now I believe it. Gao Zeyue maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if the figure of 1.5 billion was merely a number to him. He smiled and said, as per usual, you all cover the tax. Wang Yuan nodded eagerly. Absolutely, that goes without saying. Gao Zeyue gestured to the teapot, asking, what about my drinking teapot, Manager Wang? Wang Yuan picked up the teapot, examining it closely, and replied with a smile. This is a Chuanxiang pot, valued at around 23 million. The teacups are made of purple clay, which aren't worth much without the teapot, perhaps around 100,000. As he opened the lid of the teapot and discovered wet tea leaves inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. You actually used it to brew tea? Ding Junjie and Ding Mingming stared at Gao Zeyue in astonishment. Gao Zeyue scratched his head, laughing nonchalantly. Yes, I used it for tea at lunch. I plan to open a store soon, selling it to invest in the business. The three exchanged incredulous glances, shaking their heads in amusement, thinking, you use a 20 million antique to brew tea? Truly a big shot, with a style of operation that is simply unparalleled. At that moment, Ding Junjie suddenly spoke up. Mr. Gao, how about selling me that teapot? My father is about to turn 60, and I'm looking for a gift. The 5 cows painting is too extravagant. I'll just buy the teapot. Gao Zeyue turned his head towards Wang Yuan and inquired, Manager Wang, is this acceptable? Wang Yuan smiled and replied, our auction house has already acquired the 5 cattle painting, so the incense pot shall be left for Mr. Ding. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yuan summoned the finance department, and within half an hour, 1.5 billion was transferred to Gao Zeyue's account. Ding Junjie also transferred the funds for the incense pot to Gao Zeyue via his mobile phone. Once the transaction was complete, Ding Junjie curiously asked, Mr. Gao, what kind of establishment are you planning to open? Gao Zeyue chuckled and responded, just something to keep me occupied. I'm opening a CAF with my girlfriend, with a tea bar on the 2nd floor for tea enthusiasts. We'll commence operations the day after tomorrow. In truth, Lin Zi was merely a female friend, but he was too lazy to clarify. Ding Junjie smiled and said, please send me the address. I'll drop by sometime. Gao Zeyue thought to himself, as a customer who also collects antiques, he might become a regular patron, so it would be wise to foster this connection. Thus, he readily provided the address of the Lujiazui CAF and packed the teacups to be placed in his tea bar on the 2nd floor. After bidding farewell to Wang Yuan, Ding Junjie, and Ding Mingming, Gao Zeyue donned his helmet and leisurely rode off on his electric scooter. The three stood at the entrance of the auction house, watching Gao Zeyue's receding figure, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Ding Mingming exclaimed, he truly is a big shot, to sell a painting for 1.5 billion without a second thought, and to use a 20 million antique for tea. When will we see such a young aristocrat in Shanghai? As Gao Zeyue rode his scooter into the warm glow of the setting sun, he felt particularly elated. Having purchased a house in the 1960s and now possessing antiques valued at 1.52 billion, his net worth was approaching 3 billion. He planned to delve deeper into antiques from the 1960s and support his wife. Noticing that it was still early, Gao Zeyue decided to retrieve the business license for the CAF and check on how Lin Zi was managing the establishment, hoping she wouldn't make a mess of it. Chapter 27, Zi Baby. At 5 in the afternoon, Gao Zeyue leisurely meandered through this bustling area on his electric scooter. The streets were bustling with vehicles and hurried pedestrians, and numerous beautiful young women graced the summer sidewalks. He found himself captivated by the sight of long legs and slender waists, wishing he could sit there and admire the beauty all day. Previously too busy to indulge in such pleasures, he now relished the leisure to appreciate the allure of women. Suddenly reminded of his own Zi Baby, who was also stunning, he hurried towards the CAF. From a distance, the CAF stood out uniquely amidst the towering skyscrapers. As he approached, Gao Zeyue surveyed the exterior d'soir of the CAF with satisfaction. It was simple yet stylish, precisely as he had envisioned. Upon entering, the scene in the first-floor lobby immediately captured his attention. The once ordinary chairs had been replaced with soft, comfortable sofas, and the brown round tables exuded a warm sheen, harmonizing perfectly with the sofas. A few oil paintings hung on the walls, enhancing the artistic ambience of the space, making the lobby both inviting and sophisticated. Gao Zeyue nodded appreciatively, thoroughly pleased with the first-floor transformation, and then ascended the stairs with a spring in his step. As he stepped onto the staircase, a cheerful cacophony of laughter reached his ears. He overheard Lin Zi, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Tang joyfully dusting the wall decorations while engaging in lively conversation. Upon spotting Gao Zeyue, Lin Zi's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect timing. I can't reach the higher spots." With that, she dashed over, grasped his arm, and pulled him towards the decorations. Gao Zeyue couldn't help but smile wryly, reluctantly joining the cleaning effort. "By the way, Z," he began, preparing to dust off the decorations, "here's the business license. You can decide where to place it. And these teacups, please find a suitable spot for them as well." These 6 purple clay teacups were worth over 100,000, so they needed to be displayed carefully. The 3 girls' eyes widened in shock upon hearing the price of the teacups. Xiao Qi exclaimed, "That's exorbitant. If one gets broken, that's several tens of thousands gone." Lin Zi gingerly accepted the teacups, carefully taking them to wash before meticulously placing them in the cabinet. After securing them, she sighed in relief, thinking to herself, "If I break one, my salary for the month will vanish." She then turned to Gao Zeyue and playfully tossed a dish rag at him, admonishing, "Dust the higher spots." Gao Zeyue chuckled as he accepted the rag and resumed his work. With their collective efforts, the second-floor tea room gradually began to exude an antique charm, the dust now thoroughly eradicated. Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Next time, don't bother cleaning. I invited you here to work, not to do housekeeping. We should hire a cleaning service next time. I'll cover the costs." It's rather absurd for the boss to be cleaning. His remark elicited peals of laughter from the 3 girls, and once they finished, the decorations were beautifully arranged, every detail showcasing the tea room's elegance. Gao Zeyue looked at the rejuvenated second floor, smiling in admiration. "Not bad, not bad. Our Z baby certainly has exquisite taste." Lin Zi beamed with pride, declaring, "Of course. I've researched extensively online. A CAF needs an elegant ambience, so the second floor must embody an antique charm." She continued, "By the way, the attic on the 3rd floor is quite spacious, with a bathroom and large room. Renting outside is too expensive for Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang. I want to renovate it so they can move in." As she spoke, she and Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang looked at Gao Zeyue with hopeful eyes, their expressions brimming with anticipation, almost sparkling with excitement. Gao Zeyue smiled and nodded, "Certainly. Renting outside is indeed quite costly. You both must be spending a significant amount on rent each month, right?" Xiao Qi sighed, "We share the rent. It's 5,000 a month. So that is 2,500 each." Recalling his own experiences with the inconveniences and struggles of shared housing, Gao Zeyue suggested, "Then, Z baby, purchase 2 beds for them and install an air conditioner in the attic. It gets too hot in the summer." The 3 girls erupted in jubilant cheers, jumping for joy at the prospect of saving so much money, which could be spent on beautiful clothes and expensive cosmetics, their excited chatter filling the air. Gao Zeyue, amused by their exuberance, tried to interject to halt the conversation, but they were too engrossed to hear him. In exasperation, he descended from the table to wash the rag in the restroom. Time flew by swiftly, and after 2 hours of diligent effort, the cleaning and arrangement of the CAF were finally complete. Gao Zeyue clapped his hands and cheerfully announced to the 3 girls, "Let us go. The boss is treating you to hot pot." The girls cheered with excitement once more. However, as they reached the door and spotted the small electric scooter, their faces instantly fell, disappointment evident. Lin Zi cast a disapproving glance at Gao Zeyue, saying, "You're a big boss. Having spent $1 billion on a house and millions on renting a shop, why not invest in a car?" Gao Zeyue, caught off guard by her question, thought to himself, "I've been dismissed by Z baby." He quickly smiled and explained, "I'm getting one. Just waiting for the plates and paperwork. It should arrive in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, the 3 girls perked up, surrounding Gao Zeyue with eager questions. "What car did you buy, boss? Is it nice? How much was it?" Gao Zeyue smiled mysteriously and replied, "It's a secret." As they spoke, they led the 3 companions toward a nearby Haidaleo. At Haidaleo, the steaming hot pot exuded an enticing aroma, and the 4 of them gathered around, their laughter and cheerful banter filling the air. They indulged in the delectable hot pot, while sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives, recounting the delightful details of selecting decor for the CAF. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their joyous conversation, and before they realized it, night had fallen. After finishing their meal, the group parted ways at the entrance of the restaurant, with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang departing first to catch the subway. Gao Zeyue then rode back to the CAF on his electric bike, with Lin Zi accompanying him. Along the way, Lin Zi animatedly recounted various amusing incidents from the renovation process and her experiences purchasing materials, completely oblivious to how closely her body pressed against Gao Zeyue's back. Gao Zeyue felt the warmth emanating from behind him and caught a whiff of her faint fragrance. Causing his heart to flutter involuntarily, He found her scent utterly intoxicating. Despite his efforts to restrain his emotions, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. The street was illuminated by the soft glow of streetlights, creating a particularly enchanting atmosphere for the two of them. As the electric bike glided slowly forward, they returned to Tangshan. Upon entering the room, Lin Zi hastily changed into slippers, retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, and settled onto the sofa with her notebook. As the night deepened, the soft light in the living room cast a warm glow. Gao Zeyue casually took a can of beer from the refrigerator, popped the tab with a soft hiss, and, sipping his drink, sat on the sofa while admiring the night view. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Zi, who was curled up comfortably on the sofa. She had casually tucked herself in, her slender legs crossed, her fair skin glistening softly under the light, resembling a captivating portrait of beauty. Gao Zeyue couldn't help but think that this little beauty was even more enchanting than the meticulously adorned women on the streets. Suddenly, Lin Zi looked up and met Gao Zeyue's intense gaze. Momentarily taken aback, a subtle blush crept across her cheeks as she playfully chided, "What are you staring at?" Gao Zeyue smiled gently, his eyes warm, teasingly replying, "Just admiring your beauty. By the way, can you drive?" Lin Zi's eyes brightened with surprise as she sat upright. Pride evident in her tone, "Of course. A few of us girls learned to drive together in our freshman year. One of my roommates even bought a car. And we often go out for drives. But why do you ask all of a sudden?" Gao Zeyue shook the beer can in his hand, chuckling, "Well, if you work hard, I'll buy you a car. That way, you won't have to squeeze onto the subway anymore." Upon hearing this, Lin Zi sprang to life, excitedly kneeling on the sofa to solemnly bow to Gao Zeyue, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. I promise I will work hard." Gao Zeyue was taken aback by her sudden gesture, fumbling with his beer. He stood up, laughingly scolding, "I'm not dead yet. No need for such grand gestures. Save that for a century later." Lin Zi burst into laughter at his words, her joyous peals echoing through the living room. Gao Zeyue watched her with a sense of delight, his curiosity piqued. He sneaked a glance at the notebook in front of Lin Zi, eager to discover what had captured her attention so completely. To his bemusement, he found the screen displaying images from Crayon Shinchan, leaving him speechless as he shook his head in resignation. He then took his beer and moved to the window, gazing out into the night, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Zi paid no heed to Gao Zeyue's reaction. She nestled back into the sofa, clutching her beer can, sipping the refreshing beverage while her eyes remained glued to the screen. The little beauty was immersed in the whimsical world of Crayon Shinchan, while the living room resonated with a serene and harmonious ambience. As the clock struck 10, the vibrant night scene at the Bund beckoned. The bright lights of the living room enveloped Lin Zi, who sat comfortably on the cream-colored sofa. Gao Zeyue stood up, stretching lazily, finished the last of his beer, and tossed the can into the trash. He smiled at Lin Zi, saying, "I'm off to rest now. You keep playing, don't stay up too late." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh, remember to buy beds and an air conditioner for Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang tomorrow. From now on, for the big cleanup, let us hire a cleaning service so you don't tire yourself out." Lost in the world of animation, Lin Zi mechanically responded with a distracted om-hom, still clutching her plush cushion. Watching her curled-up figure brought a smile to Gao Zeyue's face as he quietly retreated to his room. After locking the door, he glanced at the bicycle in the room, changed into work clothes and cloth shoes, sighing at the daily ritual of changing outfits. He mused about the convenience of having clothes that could transcend generations, eliminating the need for constant changes. Pushing his bicycle out, he blinked, and in an instant, he was enveloped by the fresh air of the 1960s, the scent of burning mugwort wafting through the air. In the distance, the village committee was brightly lit, with people gathered closely together, sitting on small benches, their laughter intertwining with the sounds of a television drama. Gao Zeyue pushed his bicycle toward the village committee, the crunch of gravel under the wheels echoing through the quiet village road. Upon entering, the village elders greeted him with warm smiles, and oldly enthusiastically called out, "Young Gao is back from work." In front of the black and white television, over 100 villagers sat on their wooden stools, filling the courtyard of the village committee. The screen displayed a martial arts film, and Gao Zeyue greeted the villagers one by one, his gaze casually scanning the crowd. It soon landed on Pan Xiaoman, who was sitting with her parents in a corner. Noticing his gaze, she blushed, her ears turning crimson as she waved cheerfully at Gao Zeyue. "Everyone, don't just focus on the TV." Yu Xiaowang suddenly stood up from the crowd, excitement illuminating his dark face. "My brother's engagement with Pan's daughter is set. After the autumn harvest, we'll hold a banquet. Everyone come and celebrate." The crowd erupted in joyful chatter, and amidst the chorus of blessings, Pan Xiaoman's face turned a deep shade of red as she hid shyly beside her parents. Gao Zeyue made his way through the bustling crowd and sat beside Pan Xiaoman. Under the flickering light of the television, he lowered his voice, "I've purchased a house. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to transfer the ownership. And we can also take a stroll in the city. In the summer, we'll stay in the village, and in the winter, we'll head to the city. Pan Xiaoman beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. Nearby, Yuan Kai and Pan's father exchanged knowing smiles, their rough hands rubbing together in excitement. As Gao Zeyue observed the lively scene before him, he couldn't help but contrast the bustling life of the big city with the simplicity of the 1960s. At 11 o'clock, the television screen flickered into static. The villagers reluctantly packed up their stools, while Yu Xiaoguang carefully maneuvered the television. Gao Zeyue approached Yuan Kai, lowering his voice. Godfather, I bought a house in the city. Tomorrow, could you provide a certificate so I can transfer Xiaoman's household registration? She won't have to work in the fields anymore. He paused before adding, the house is spacious. When we're not busy, we can have you and Godmother and Xiaoguang stay with us for a while. But honestly, I still prefer the freedom of village life. In the city, I know so few people. It feels rather dull. Yuan Kai clapped Gao Zeyue on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. As long as you've bought it, that's what matters. Come, let us go inside, and I'll help you with the certificate. Before long, Yuan Kai emerged with the stamped certificate, the ink still wet, clearly displaying the names Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman. After finalizing everything, Gao Zeyue, along with her adoptive family, laughed and chatted as they departed down the village road. Upon returning to her earthen house, the incessant buzzing sound made her frown. It seemed she needed to purchase some mosquito coils to burn. After securing the door, she swiftly retreated to her bedroom, changed into comfortable attire, and slipped into some slippers before heading to the kitchen to quench her thirst with a bottle of mineral water. As she passed by Lin Zi's room, a warm glow seeped through the slightly ajar door. Pushing the door open, she found the girl nestled in bed. Clad in a pink pajama set adorned with Mickey Mouse, clutching her laptop, the screen's blue light flickering against her eyelashes. Gao Zeyue chuckled, Z, dear. Don't sit so close to the screen at night. It's not good for your eyes. Don't stay up too late. It's bad for your health. Lin Zi looked at her quizzically and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, I feel like you're even more of a mother than my own. Gao Zeyue replied with a grin. Well, let me nag you a bit more. Make sure you don't kick off the blanket at night. You might catch a cold. Lin Zi rolled her eyes playfully, and Gao Zeyue closed the door behind her, retreating back to her room, reflecting on how lively the village was. The city felt desolate. But thankfully, she had Lin Zi to keep her company in this vast empty house. Otherwise, the solitude would have been overwhelming. Lying in bed, the city's nightscape poured through the floor-to-ceiling window, the distant neon lights of tall buildings twinkling, yet they paled in comparison to the bright moonlight of the 1960s. She reminisced about the bustling crowd in front of the village committee, the gentle smile of Pan Xiaoman, and the adorable sight of Lin Zi wrapped in her pajamas. She envisioned a future where she would no longer be a lonely soul. As the morning sun filtered through the curtained seams, Lin Zi remained cocooned in her blanket. Lost in sweet dreams, Gao Zeyue woke leisurely at 8 o'clock, her stomach grumbling in anticipation. She ordered 2 servings of soy milk and youtiao, along with 2 servings of pan-fried buns, before heading into the bathroom to freshen up. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived punctually, yet Lin Zi had yet to stir. Gao Zeyue, balancing the steaming breakfast, tiptoed to Lin Zi's door and knocked gently. From within came Lin Zi's drowsy voice, come in. Just as Gao Zeyue was about to push the door open, she realized the girl was still in her pajamas, hesitating momentarily before gently entering. There lay Lin Zi, curled up in her blankets like a lazy kitten. Gao Zeyue couldn't help but laugh. Z, time to rise. Your devoted caretaker has brought you breakfast. Hearing this playful nickname, Lin Zi giggled in response. Gao Zeyue looked at her fondly. Did you stay up late again last night? It's already 9 o'clock, and you're still in bed. Aren't you supposed to meet Xiaoqi and Xiaodang to buy a bed and install the air conditioner today? Lin Zi turned over, murmuring, there's no rush. We plan to go after lunch. She attempted to drift back to sleep, but Gao Zeyue shook her head in exasperation and gently tugged at her arm. Get up for breakfast first. You can sleep afterward. I brought soy milk, youtiao, and pan-fried buns. Tempted by the delicious aroma, Lin Zi reluctantly sat up. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the enticing scent of breakfast, instantly invigorated. I'll brush my teeth and be right there. Watching the energetic Lin Zi, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but exclaim, what a vibrant and youthful beauty you are. They chatted while devouring their breakfast, soon finishing every morsel. Lin Zi applied a light touch of makeup, resembling a cheerful butterfly as she bid farewell to Gao Zeyue, skipping out the door. Glancing at the time, Gao Zeyue noted it was already 10 o'clock. Considering how early 5 o'clock was in the 1960s, she decided to wait a little longer. After tidying up, she took out the trash, then called to order 4 portions of pork, 10 bags of rice, 10 chickens, and 10 fish. These supplies were intended for delivery to the machinery factory in a couple of days. An hour later, the delivery driver arrived promptly with the goods. Gao Zeyue carefully stored the rice in the kitchen, placed the pork and chickens in the freezer, and kept the 10 live fish in water bags, intending to take them to the state-run restaurant for lunch with her wife. Looking at her well-stocked provisions, she felt satisfied that this month's tasks at the Red Star Machinery Factory would be accomplished. Chapter 29. Pan Xiaoman's New House. At 8 o'clock in the morning, sunlight poured gently over the village of the 1960s, casting a soft glow upon the blue-tiled earthen walls. Gao Zeyue rode her brand-new bicycle, the crisp sound of the bell echoing through the tranquil village, with the villagers already at work earning their wages. The village felt deserted as she soon arrived at the Pan household, knocking on the weathered wooden door. With a creak, the door opened to reveal Pan Xiaoman, adorned in a new outfit sewn overnight by her mother, a dark blue floral blouse, with the collar and cuffs meticulously trimmed, accentuating her radiant beauty. She looked up, her bright eyes sparkling as she softly asked, "Zeyue, you're here." Gao Zeyue smiled. "Has uncle and aunt gone to work?" Pan Xiaoman nodded. "They left over an hour ago. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I can prepare something." "I've already eaten. Let us lock the door and head out." "It's over an hour to the city," Gao Zeyue urged. Pan Xiaoman quickly secured the door and glanced at the bicycle, her little face scrunching up in confusion. How do I ride this?" "I don't know how." Gao Zeyue chuckled, setting up the bicycle stand and gently lifting Pan Xiaoman's soft body onto the back seat. "Once I'm on, you just hold onto my waist, and you won't fall off." Blushing, Pan Xiaoman shyly placed her hands around his waist. Gao Zeyue pedaled, the wheels crunching over the gravel road. After a few minutes out of the village, they encountered a bumpy dirt road. Gao Zeyue halted the bicycle, and Pan Xiaoman asked, "What's wrong?" "This road is uneven. Sitting back there must be uncomfortable for you," he said, carefully lifting her down. Removing his work jacket, he placed it on the back seat for her comfort, revealing a thin shirt that showcased his sturdy chest. "Come, I'll lift you back up." He picked Pan Xiaoman up again, and their close proximity enveloped him in her sweet fragrance, her soft lips resembling fresh cherries. Looking around the empty dirt road, he was overtaken by a sudden impulse and leaned in, kissing Pan Xiaoman. Initially startled, she instinctively pushed him away, but realizing it was the person she liked, she hesitated to resist, her hands gently resting on his chest as she reciprocated the unexpected kiss. Time seemed to stretch as they embraced, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that Gao Zeyue reluctantly released her. Gazing at Pan Xiaoman's flushed face, he chuckled inwardly, thinking, "I can't kiss her again, otherwise, things might escalate." Once back on the road, Pan Xiaoman clung tightly to Gao Zeyue's waist, her face pressed against his back. Her heart racing, she replayed the kiss in her mind, feeling both shy and sweet. Is this what my mother meant by kissing a man you're going to marry? The thought of their wedding night made her cheeks burn even more, and she quickly shook her head, too bashful to think further. After more than an hour, they finally arrived in the city. Gao Zeyue led Pan Xiaoman straight to the state-run restaurant and entered Suda's office, where he was engaged in a lively conversation with an elderly man with graying hair. "Old Lu, has the rice arrived? How is it?" Gao Zeyue greeted with a smile. Old Lu beamed. "Very satisfactory, exceptionally satisfactory. The pork that Manager Su sent yesterday was truly delectable. It has been over a year since my family has enjoyed meat, and my grandson was absolutely delighted. Oh, is this your lovely daughter-in-law? She is truly beautiful." Gao Zeyue quickly introduced the two parties, and Pan Xiaoman greeted them sweetly. "Hello, Brother Su." "Hello, Uncle Lu." Sudo warmly responded. "Zeyue, later, take your sister-in-law to complete the paperwork, and then come to my place for lunch. We will have braised pork." Gao Zeyue waved her hand dismissively. "What braised pork? I'm quite tired of it. I have 10 large fish and 10 chickens at home. Let us bring over 2 fish and 2 chickens for lunch instead." This statement left Suda and Uncle Lu astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Old Lu hurriedly exclaimed, "Then let us quickly handle the paperwork. I'll join for a delightful lunch too." Suda chuckled. "Brother, why don't you bring those 10 fish and 10 chickens over at noon? I'll buy them." Old Lu, hearing this, was not pleased. "Manager Su, that is a bit excessive. You must leave me at least 2. Young man, sell me 2 fish and 2 chickens, so I can prepare a nice meal for my grandson." Gao Zeyue suddenly remembered something and asked, "Uncle Lu, I noticed you have 6 teacups. Do you have a teapot that matches? Could I trade chicken and fish for it?" Old Lu laughed heartily. "Of course. Those were all picked up during the chaos of the 4 Olds campaign. Originally, there was a set of 10, but the 4 cups I found were all broken." Gao Zeyue replied joyfully. "Then I'll trade you 3 chickens and 3 fish, and the rest we'll take to Brother Su's place for a splendid meal." "Wonderful. Wonderful." Suda beamed. "Then you can ride your tricycle with your sister-in-law to handle the paperwork and return to collect the goods." Subsequently, Old Lu led Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman to the neighborhood committee. Gao Zeyue presented the documents issued by the village and the purchasing agent's certificate from the machinery factory. successfully completing the transfer of household registration and registering the house under Pan Xiaoman's name. Next, they proceeded to the housing authority to finalize the transfer. Upon seeing both their names inscribed on the property deed, the two exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with joy. Uncle Lu, I'll first take my wife to see the house. You should hire a cart to move the rice. We'll gather again for lunch at the state-run restaurant. Don't forget the teapot. Gao Zeyue reminded him. Old Lu patted his chest confidently. Rest assured. How could I forget to trade meat for my grandson? After bidding farewell to old Lu, Gao Zeyue took Pan Xiaoman to their new home. As Gao Zeyue opened the door and pushed the tricycle inside, Pan Xiaoman, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "This house is enormous. The architecture resembles that of ancient times. The stone table, stone stools, and the osmanthus tree. This courtyard is simply exquisite." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "I heard from Uncle Lu that this house once belonged to a government official, which explains its beauty." Pan Xiaoman wandered from room to room, and Gao Zeyue said with a smile, "Look, this is running water. Just turn the tap and water flows." Pan Xiaoman was utterly fascinated as she gazed at the furniture. Marveling at the electric light bulbs, Gao Zeyue grinned. "I bought all new furniture. In a few days, I'll find someone to install a shower, so you can bathe inside. I'm also buying a television for the main room, so you can relax under the covers while watching it." Sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, Gao Zeyue watched with amusement as Pan Xiaoman darted from room to room, her youthful and vibrant figure moving about. Unable to contain himself, he seized her hand and pulled her close, settling on the stone bench beneath the osmanthus tree. He laughed. "Don't run away. There will be plenty of time to admire you in the future. Our Xiaoman smells so delightful. I could just eat her up." This remark sent Pan Xiaoman into a fit of giggles in Gao Zeyue's embrace. Laughing, "Who eats people?" The two under the osmanthus tree painted a picture of pure beauty. In the fields of the new red sixth team, the sun hung high in the sky, casting waves of heat upon the land. Aunt Fong straightened her weary back, wiping the sweat from her brow as her gaze fell upon several children frolicking on the ridge. Turning, she noticed Pan's mother bent over, weeding, and she chuckled. "Annie, I saw your future son-in-law this morning, riding a brand new 2/8 bicycle with Xiaoman towards town. Where could they be going?" Pan's mother adjusted her straw hat, a smile blossoming in the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Standing upright, she dusted off her pants, raising her voice slightly. "They're going to buy a house in the city. Zeyue's parents passed away early, leaving him some savings. He said living in the crowded courtyard was stifling, and he insisted on buying a private residence, so he could marry Xiaoman with dignity." Pan's mother wiped the sweat from her forehead, her tone filled with joy. "Today, they're transferring the house to Xiaoman's name. This girl can move her household registration to the city, and she won't have to farm anymore." Aunt Fong gasped, nearly dropping her hoe in disbelief. The surrounding women turned to look, astonished expressions on their faces. "How much does a courtyard in the city cost?" someone in the crowd inquired. Aunt Fong sighed in delight for Pan Xiaoman. "If only I had given birth to a daughter as beautiful as Xiaoman. Perhaps I could have enjoyed the comforts of the city too." Pan's mother beamed with joy, her sun-kissed face radiating even more happiness. She waved her hand and exclaimed, "It's all thanks to our son-in-law. Zeyue is truly a wonderful boy. Otherwise, we wouldn't even get to see a television in our village." Hearing the mention of television, the crowd erupted in laughter, acknowledging that it was indeed fortunate for Xiaoman to have secured such a good match in their village. If she had married someone from another village, we'd miss out on this joy. Laughter filled the air. Nearby, Pan's father squatted on the ridge, taking a sip of water and resting, chuckling at his wife's words, his murky eyes sparkling with happiness. "Auntie." Yu Xiaowang bounced over from the adjacent ridge, his towel falling off his head as he said, "My brother is now an 8th-level purchasing agent. His monthly salary is nearly 40 yuan. I hear there is potential for promotion." He laughed. "Even during this drought, they're eating white rice with cabbage every meal. Xiaoman will never go hungry. She might even gain some weight." Laughter erupted throughout the fields as people exchanged joyful whispers, envious glances directed at Pan's couple. Someone remarked, "Who says having daughters is a disadvantage? Look at how fortunate they are to have a daughter, managing to snag a city worker, no less, a purchasing agent." Meanwhile, in the city courtyard, Gao Zeyue held Pan Xiaoman close, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her neck. Chapter 30, Tidying the Courtyard. The summer sun bathed the new home's courtyard in a soft glow, and Gao Zeyue gazed at the lovely Pan Xiaoman beside him, wearing a blissful smile. With enthusiasm, he said, "In a few days, I'll buy some new bedding and install the television. Then I'll bring you over to have a good look. Once we're married, when winter comes and the village gets too cold, we can live here instead. It's much warmer with the stove than in the village. It's a pity we still have to wait 3 months. Otherwise, I'd love to marry you right away and cuddle with you every night." Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and with shyness and sweetness, she replied, Mother said we can get our marriage certificate first, and after the autumn harvest, we'll have the wedding ceremony. That way, we can live together in the city. Gao Zeyue paused. Then a glimmer of excitement lit up his eyes. Yes. Then we should talk to your parents soon about getting the marriage certificate and staying in the city for a few days. Pan Xiaoman smiled and nodded, her melodious laughter echoing through the courtyard like the chime of silver bells. She rose with graceful agility, her gaze sweeping across the room as she declared, I see there are a basin and a cloth. I shall commence the cleaning. You may go deliver your items. Your presence hinders my efforts. Return to fetch me when you are done. Gao Zeyue's lips curled into a fond smile as he replied, Very well, but allow me a kiss first. With that, he gently pressed his lips to her cheek, satisfied, before pushing his bicycle out the door. He secured the entrance, and, finding the alleyway devoid of passers-by, swiftly returned to the mansion. He loaded 10 plump chickens and 10 live fish from the water bags onto his bicycle, then sped back to the alley, pedaling towards the state-run restaurant. Upon his arrival at the restaurant, Su Da's eyes lit up at the sight of the lively fish swimming in their bags and the chickens, his face alight with surprise and excitement. Brother, you truly are remarkable. To acquire such large, vibrant fish is no small feat. Gao Zeyue chuckled. Su Da, let the kitchen begin preparations while I go fetch my wife. Su Da nodded eagerly, replying, Hurry back. Brother, I shall urge the kitchen to expedite the cooking. Meanwhile, as soon as Gao Zeyue departed, Pan Xiaoman rolled up her sleeves, filled with determination as she embarked on her cleaning task. She meticulously wiped down every piece of furniture, leaving no corner untouched. Then she swept away the dust and debris from the floor. Finally, she fetched water, evenly sprinkling it across the ground, infusing the entire space with a refreshing aroma. In no time, the formerly cluttered room transformed into a pristine haven, rejuvenated and inviting. Standing in the courtyard, Pan Xiaoman gazed at the courtyard that would soon belong to her and Gao Zeyue, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation. Elsewhere, old Lu had hired a cart for 50 cents to transport 10 bags of rice from the state-run restaurant back to his son's home. He rummaged through the kitchen to find a long and used purple clay teapot before cycling joyfully towards the restaurant. Upon his return to the courtyard, Gao Zeyue was greeted by a spotless room and damp footprints on the floor, a warm surge of gratitude flooding his heart. He called out, Wife, that will do. Let us dine at the state-run restaurant. Pan Xiaoman peeked her head out from the room, her eyes sparkling with delight as she replied, Just in time. I am quite hungry. The couple ensured all utilities were turned off before riding their bicycles towards the restaurant, their laughter and joy resonating as they celebrated their new home. At the entrance of the state-run restaurant, Su Da and old Lu had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman approach, their faces broke into wide smiles. Su Da greeted her warmly, Sister-in-law, what do you think? The little courtyard is quite charming. I assent it? Pan Xiaoman beamed and replied, It is wonderful. I just gave it a thorough cleaning. Old Lu chimed in. It seems my little courtyard has found a good owner. May you two newlyweds soon be blessed with children. Gao Zeyue quickly responded, I appreciate your kind words. The group entered the private room of the restaurant, and soon, the table was laden with the tantalizing aromas of stewed pork, chicken, and fish. Su Da and old Lu could hardly contain their appetites as they gazed at the delectable spread. Old Lu remarked, Thanks to the young brother. I too can indulge in such delightful stews. You truly are impressive. Seeing those 10 lively fish in this year of scarcity is no small achievement. Here, this is the teapot you requested. Gao Zeyue accepted the teapot, examining it closely before breaking into a joyful smile, for it matched the 6 teacups he had previously received. Filling him with delight, the 4 gathered around the table, feasting heartily while engaging in lively conversation. Each person took turns praising Gao Zeyue for having chosen such a wonderful wife, causing Pan Xiaoman's cheeks to flush with bashfulness and happiness. The meal was filled with laughter and camaraderie, a true celebration of their bonds. After dining, Su Da settled the bill for 7 chickens and 7 fish with Gao Zeyue, while old Lu, satisfied, took home 3 chickens and 3 fish. Gao Zeyue bade farewell to Su Da and led Pan Xiaoman to the supply and marketing cooperative. Together, they carefully selected various items, from everyday necessities to delightful snacks, filling an ample bag. As Pan Xiaoman sat on the bicycle, cradling the hefty bag of treats, she felt as though she were living a dream. Not only was she marrying a city worker, but also the man she adored. And they were blessed with a spacious courtyard for their marital home. Her happiness knew no bounds. Subsequently, they rode their bicycles, laden with their purchases, towards the village. The gentle breeze caressed them, the sun radiated warmth, and wildflowers swayed along the roadside, as if bestowing blessings upon the soon-to-be wedded couple. Leaning against Gao Zeyue's back, Pan Xiaoman listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her heart swelling with security and contentment. Gao Zeyue, feeling the warmth of her presence, wore a smile of complete satisfaction. By the time they returned to the village, the afternoon sun cast a tranquil hush over the settlement. As the villagers toiled in the fields, Gao Zeyue escorted Pan Xiaoman to her doorstep, his eyes sparkling as he gently advised, "I shall take my leave now. After a long day, rest well, so that we may have the energy to watch television at the village committee tonight." Pan Xiaoman nodded shyly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she replied, "My parents will return tonight. I will tell them we should obtain our marriage certificate first, so that we may reside in the city without any concerns." Gao Zeyue affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice tender as he said, so obedient. "Go rest now. I shall return home." As she entered her house, Gao Zeyue mounted his bicycle and made his way back to his earthen house. Upon returning home, he secured the door and bolted it, quickly flashing back to the mansion, finding himself in the spacious comfort of his modern abode in an instant. Checking his phone, he was surprised to see it was already 10 p.m. He changed into loose attire and stepped into the living room, where Lin Zi, clad in adorable Mickey Mouse pajamas, was nestled on the soft sofa, intently engrossed in a game on her tablet, with a lively variety show playing on the television. Lin Zi looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as she met Gao Zeyue's gaze. "You're back? I thought you weren't coming home. Turns out you were just napping." Gao Zeyue raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, "Oh, you sleeping late this morning, yet you don't allow me to catch up on my rest this afternoon?" Lin Zi chuckled, "Go ahead and sleep. The longer you sleep, the better." Gao Zeyue shook his head, retreating to the bathroom for a hot shower to wash away the day's fatigue. Afterward, he opened the refrigerator and poured himself a chilled beer. Stepping to the window to lean against the railing, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape while taking a sip, the refreshing liquid slid down his throat, bringing a wave of coolness as the day's exhaustion gradually ebbed away with the evening breeze. Inside, the soft murmurs of Lin Zi gaming intertwined with the laughter and cheer from the television, adding a touch of warmth to the vibrant night. Chapter 31. The first day of business is a resounding success. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Gao Zeyue as his phone alarm rang. After silencing the irritating sound, he promptly ordered 2 servings of pan-fried buns. At the washstand, while brushing his teeth and gazing into the mirror, he caught sight of Lin Zi emerging from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. A smile crept onto Gao Zeyue's face as he playfully remarked, "Oh, waking up early today? Are we? The sun must be rising in the west." Lin Zi shot him a sidelong glance, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders. As she tidied her locks, she remarked, "Today marks the grand reopening of our CAF. We must rise early, of course. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Gao Zeyue paused, suddenly recalling the occasion. Recently preoccupied with purchasing a home and facilitating the household registration transfer with Pan Xiaoman, he had entirely overlooked the CAF's opening. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, "With such a capable manager like you overseeing the grand opening, why should I be anxious?" Just then, the delivery boy's call came through. Seated at the dining table, the aroma of steaming shengjianbo wafted around them. As Gao Zeyue relished the delightful burst of soup from the crispy exterior of the dumpling, his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, and 2 minutes later, he hung up, his face alight with excitement. "My car has arrived. Let us go downstairs and take a look." Initially savoring her breakfast at a leisurely pace, Lin Zi perked up at his words, hastily setting down her chopsticks and urging Gao Zeyue to hurry. They finished their meal in a flurry, disposing of their trash as they made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, they encountered a throng of people gathered by the roadside, chattering animatedly. Gao Zeyue tugged Lin Zi through the crowd, and there it was, a magnificent Bugatti gleaming under the sun, its sleek design reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce. Lin Zi's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Gao Zeyue. "You didn't buy this car, did you? It's simply too flashy. How many girls will envy you when you drive this around?" Gao Zeyue shot her a playful wink, tossing his hair with flair. "So, what do you think? Am I looking dapper today?" With that, he approached the staff delivering the vehicle, signing off with practiced ease and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Turning to Lin Zi, who was still circling the car in disbelief, Gao Zeyue called out, "What are you waiting for? Hop in. Let us head to the CAF." Still bewildered, Lin Zi reached out to touch the car's sleek body, muttering, "What kind of car is this? I've never seen one before." "Such a stunning sports car with beautiful scissor doors." Gao Zeyue teased, "You'll have to guess for yourself." As the scissor doors gracefully ascended, they settled into the car, the engine roaring to life, drawing the attention of onlookers who eagerly snapped photos. The vehicle slowly exited the community and navigated the bustling streets of Shanghai, capturing the gaze of every driver and pedestrian alike. Some pulled out their phones to capture the moment for social media, while whispers circulated about the identity of the car's owner, making the Bugatti the center of attention. When the car finally parked in front of the CAF, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang, inside, perked up at the sound, bursting out like two exuberant little rabbits. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi exiting from the impressive scissor doors. Wow, boss. Is this the car you bought? It's absolutely stunning. Gao Zeyue, brimming with pride, flicked his hair and grinned. Do I look cool driving this today? Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, so cool. Absolutely cool. Meanwhile, Lin Zi rolled her eyes at Gao Zeyue's smug demeanor. The surrounding crowd grew, intrigued by the luxury vehicle and the people beside it, with many speculating about the identity of the young man behind the wheel of such an extravagant car. Some young women, unable to contain their curiosity, ventured into the CAF, ordered coffee, and eagerly inquired with the staff, whose car is that outside? Upon learning it belonged to the CAF's owner, they were astounded, promptly retrieving their phones to document the moment, gazing at the luxurious vehicle through the CAF window. The once quiet establishment transformed into a lively hub, the seats quickly filling, with a line forming at the entrance. On the upper floor, Lin Zi had been meticulously arranging decorations and cleaning the newly acquired purple clay teapot that Gao Zeyue brought back, fully engrossed in her tasks. An hour later, she descended to assess the situation downstairs, only to be taken aback by the bustling scene that greeted her. Is it already this crowded before the opening ceremony? Lin Zi murmured in disbelief. Without a moment to spare, she quickly donned an apron and joined the coffee-making efforts. Xiao Qi managed the orders and cash register, while Xiao Tang scurried about delivering food, and Lin Zi focused intently on brewing coffee. Seeing the overwhelming demand, Lin Zi decided to bring the head honcho down from the second floor to assist with serving coffee. With a wry smile, Gao Zeyue descended, carrying coffee in hand. Though all four of them were working tirelessly, customers continued to pour in. The rhythmic whir of the coffee grinder, the hissing of the steam wand frothing milk, and the chatter of patrons melded together, infusing the CAF with vitality and energy. Observing the bustling scene, Gao Zeyue shook his head with a rueful smile, contemplating how he simply wished to run a quiet CAF but instead found himself inundated with customers. Who would have thought that a single car could yield such unexpected results? A fashionable young woman, holding her phone aloft to photograph the luxury vehicle, turned to Gao Zeyue and asked, "Boss, how much did this car cost? What's South it like to drive?" Gao Zeyue smiled, offering a vague response, aware that the CAF was overflowing with patrons. Apologetically, he said, "I'm terribly sorry. We're experiencing an unusually high volume of customers today. Would you mind waiting a moment?" Recognizing the need for a solution to manage the crowd, Gao Zeyue approached Lin Zi and whispered, "This isn't sustainable. We need a plan. Perhaps we should limit the number of customers allowed inside and give those in line a ticket, so they can explore the area while they wait." Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Zi nodded in agreement. That's the only way forward. I'll also reach out for some part-time help with the current situation. The four of us can't manage alone. Gao Zeyue acknowledged her and turned to discuss new arrangements with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang. Xiao Qi began distributing tickets to those waiting outside, informing them of the anticipated wait time, while Xiao Tang moved through the CAF, soothing anxious patrons and offering complimentary lemonade. Lin Zi swiftly contacted a part-time employment platform, and soon, several young recruits arrived, quickly trained and integrated into the workflow. With the new arrangements and the addition of part-time staff, order gradually returned to the CAF. Although the pace remained hectic, the chaos of earlier had subsided. Taking a moment, Gao Zeyue stepped to the entrance, watching the crowd still engrossed in photographing and discussing the luxury car, reflecting on how his purchase had inadvertently turned into a promotional boon for the CAF. Thus, amidst the bustle and excitement, the first day of the CAF's reopening drew to a close. As the last customer departed, the four of them collapsed into chairs, exhausted and speechless. Yet, upon glancing at the encouraging figures on the revenue report, smiles of satisfaction graced their faces. Gao Zeyue, looking at his weary yet joyful companions, exclaimed, "Goodness! I merely wanted to open a CAF, and here I am, busier than a bee. But today's success is all thanks to you all." Lin Zi playfully retorted, "Oh please, spare us the modesty. It's your flashy car that drew the crowds. They didn't come for coffee. They came to see the car." Laughter erupted among them, the fatigue slowly dissipating in the warmth of their shared mirth. Chapter 32. The luxury car hits the streets. As night fell, the neon lights of Shanghai flickered to life, draping the sleepless city in a shimmering veil of color. Gao Zeyue, accompanied by Xiao Qi, Xiao Tang, and Lin Zi, stepped into a quaint hot pot restaurant, where crimson lanterns hung gracefully in the corridor, and a billowing mist enveloped the air, infused with the tantalizing aroma of beef tallow. The copper hot pot gurgled invitingly, its vibrant red broth bubbling with an abundance of Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers. Eagerly, Xiao Qi tossed slices of lamb and beef into the pot, sending a flurry of sizzling droplets into the air. With a smile, Gao Zeyue remarked that if they ever found themselves short-staffed, they could hire some part-time help, noting that while the initial buzz of a new opening was exhilarating, it would inevitably wane with time. He deftly picked up a glistening piece of vegetable, dipped it into the sauce, and savored the flavors. Mouth full of lamb. Xiao Tang mumbled reassuringly, "Don't worry, boss. We've already posted photos and information online." Meanwhile, Lin Zi was meticulously crafting her dipping sauce, occasionally stealing glances at Gao Zeyue's handsome visage. Amidst the steaming hot pot, the four clinked their frosty beer glasses together. Lin Zi's cheeks flushed a delicate rose under the warm yellow light, her face gleaming like a pearl. As Gao Zeyue observed her earnestness in preparing the food, he was suddenly reminded of her adorable, sleep-drenched appearance from that morning, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across his lips. After indulging in a hearty meal, the quartet strolled back to the CAF, their path illuminated by vibrant neon lights. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang hurried upstairs to the staff dormitory, while Lin Zi gazed at the imposing Bugatti parked in the lot, its body shimmering with an alluring glow under the streetlights. "Z, how about a drive to enjoy the breeze?" Gao Zeyue jingled the car keys, the metallic clinking resonating sweetly. Lin Zi's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her delicate brows knitting together. "Isn't that a bit reckless? That car looks incredibly expensive, and you haven't even mentioned the price. If anything happens, I might as well sell myself to cover the damages." She absent-mindedly traced her fingers over the sleek surface of the car, recalling the automotive magazines she had seen earlier, each price tag adorned with a daunting string of zeros. Gao Zeyue chuckled, "No need to fret about any dings, they're on me." He leaned in closer and lowered his voice, "If you're worried about the car, just drive slowly." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, igniting a blush that crept up Lin Zi's cheeks. Grabbing the car keys, she pressed the button, declaring, "This is your idea." As the scissor doors rose gracefully, they settled into the luxurious interior. Lin Zi inhaled deeply, taking in the leather seats that conformed to her body, the dashboard glowing with a celestial blue light, and the steering wheel feeling solid and reassuring in her grasp. With a roar that echoed like spring thunder, she gently pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from the bow. The breeze from the Bund enveloped them, mingling with the humidity from the Huangpu River, causing Lin Zi's hair to dance wildly in the wind. Observing the cars that veered away from them, she turned to Gao Zeyue, puzzled. "Why is everyone avoiding us?" Gao Zeyue simply smiled, gesturing towards a driver in the adjacent lane who was holding up a phone to capture the moment, flashes strobing in the night. At each traffic light, pedestrians gathered around, some craning their necks to peer inside the vehicle, while others whispered excitedly about its stunning appearance. A bold young woman even flashed a heart sign through the window towards Gao Zeyue. Lin Zi frowned playfully, tapping her fingers on the steering wheel. Then her eyes lit up with an idea. "Let us head to the pedestrian street. I've heard the night scenery there is breathtaking, like something out of a movie." Gao Zeyue pondered for a moment before replying, "Wherever the most beautiful ladies are, we could stroll around if there are plenty of them." Lin Zi immediately retorted, "You big-headed goof. I'm going to enjoy the night scenery, not to accompany you in your quest for pretty girls." "All right then, let us go." As they approached the entrance of the pedestrian street, the dazzling neon lights painted a grand advertisement against the night sky. When the Bugatti glided in, it felt as though the entire street had hit pause, all eyes drawn to the sleek sports car, even live-streaming influencers rushing over with their phones raised high. As the scissor doors opened, the sound of camera shutters erupted. Lin Zi elegantly stepped out, her tall figure accentuated by her chic ensemble, exuding the aura of a fashion icon. Following closely behind, Gao Zeyue, with his white shirt sleeves casually rolled up, walked alongside her, and for a moment, they resembled models promoting the car. Arriving at the pedestrian street, Lin Zi was enchanted by the accessory stalls, flitting about like a joyful butterfly among the myriad of choices. "This star-shaped hairpin is perfect for Xiao Qi, and this pearl bracelet would look stunning with a qipao." She held up the trinkets beneath the streetlight, her eyes sparkling like stars. Gao Zeyue trailed behind, carrying her purchases and, when she wasn't looking, slipping a few more items into the shopping bag that caught her fancy. An hour passed before Lin Zi began to feel the fatigue in her ankles, clutching a few plush toys and letting out soft whines. Just as they approached the parking area, they were met with a throng of admirers. A group of stylish girls stood on their toes to capture the moment, while one influencer narrated excitedly, "Dear viewers, this is a globally limited Bugatti. In China, it costs over 100 million. Excuse me, coming through. We need to head home." Gao Zeyue urged as he carefully navigated through the crowd, protecting Lin Zi, who was clutching her plush toys. As the crowd parted, Lin Zi pressed the key, and the car illuminated with a brilliant blue glow, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. As she settled into the driver's seat, she overheard the envious murmurs of the girls behind her. "That sister looks so cool. A beauty with a handsome guy and a supercar. What a dream come true. The engine roared to life once more, and the Bugatti gracefully exited the throng. Lindsay gazed into the rearview mirror, watching the bustling street recede into the distance. A sense of surreal bliss washing over her. Just months ago, she had fretted over her job and living situation, yet here she was, gliding through the streets of Shanghai in a luxury car. Turning to Gao Zeyue in the passenger seat, she found him idly fiddling with the car's air freshener and the plush toys she had just purchased. "What are you thinking?" Gao Zeyue, sensing her gaze, reached over to smooth the wind-tossed strands of hair from her face. The moment their fingers brushed sent a jolt through Lindsay's heart, and she quickly looked away, stammering, "And nothing, just feels like a dream." As they merged onto the elevated highway, the nightscape of the Huangpu River unfolded beneath them, the neon lights of the Oriental Pearl Tower casting a kaleidoscopic reflection on the water. Lindsay slowed the car, allowing the evening breeze to fill the cabin. Gao Zeyue activated the car's sound system, and soft melodies blended with the unique, humid essence of nighttime Shanghai, enveloping them in a cocoon of tranquility. Suddenly, Lindsay recalled something. "By the way, how much did this car actually cost? Why has everyone been so captivated by it all day? Our CAF has practically turned into a luxury car hotspot, and look at us now. There isn't another car in sight for 10 meters. It feels almost surreal." She glanced at Gao Zeyue, who continued to smile without revealing the price. "Since you're being secretive, I'll just assume this car is my new business partner. If you don't need it in the next few days, I'll use it to attract customers to the CAF. It's far more effective than handing out flyers or ads. Look at how all the beautiful ladies come to the CAF to drink coffee and take pictures. We're almost becoming an internet sensation." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Then what car will I drive in the meantime?" Lindsay grinned mischievously. "Don't you have that little electric scooter? Just use that for your business ventures." Gao Zeyue shook his head, amused at her antics. "You do realize that before I bought this car, you said it was unbecoming for a boss of my stature to ride a scooter? Now that I have a car, you want me to revert to it? It seems you're quite the hypocrite." Lindsay clenched her small fist in a gesture of defiance, exclaiming, "Why do you have an issue with me being the store manager?" Gao Zeyue quickly flashed a smile and grasped Lindsay's tiny fist, saying, "No objections, no objections. Oh, your little hand is truly lovely. May I take a closer look?" Lindsay glared at Gao Zeyue, who was fondling her hand as if she were about to plant a kiss on it, and retorted, "If you don't release your piggy paw, I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red." Laughing, Gao Zeyue promptly let go of the young girl's delicate hand. Chapter 33. Fondness for the young girl. The two, exhausted after a long day's work, returned home early to rest. As Lindsay drifted off to sleep, Gao Zeyue retrieved half a slab of pork from the freezer, changing into his work attire. He then found himself transported back to the 1960s, judging by the time. It seemed to be midday. He placed the pork in a woven basket and made his way towards the Pan family's home, where Mr. and Mrs. Pan were resting alongside their youngest son. The summer sun was mercilessly blazing. Work would not commence until after 2 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Pan Daodu played by the fields with his parents. Upon knocking on the door, Gao Zeyue was greeted with joy as his future bride, Xiaoman, opened it. "Zeyue, what brings you here in the middle of the day? Come in quickly. You wouldn't want to suffer from heat stroke. What do you have in your basket?" Gao Zeyue smiled and replied, "Let us talk inside," as he noticed Xiaoman's parents smiling at him. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt Pan. I brought some pork for you." Aunt Pan was astonished, staring at the slab of pork in Gao Zeyue's basket. "My child, in this year of famine, pork is exceedingly precious. Why would you buy this when we could sustain ourselves for 3 months with the rice you brought last time? This pork must be worth at least 150 yuan, right?" Gao Zeyue chuckled. "I noticed that Xiaoman is quite slender. She is turning 17 soon, but looks more like a 15-year-old girl. I thought I'd bring this to help her gain some strength. Also, Uncle and Aunt, I would like to discuss something with you," Gao Zeyue continued. Mr. Pan, smiling, encouraged him. "Go ahead." Gao Zeyue pondered for a moment before saying, "As you know, I am a procurement officer and sometimes need to be away for several days at a time, possibly even half a month. After Xiaoman and I marry, I worry about her being alone during my prolonged absences. I propose that she returns home while I handle procurement. If we're in the city together, I'll make sure she comes back to stay whenever I'm away for an extended period. Otherwise, it's quite daunting for her to be alone in the city." Mr. and Mrs. Pan were delighted, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful. We were concerned too. If Xiaoman marries you, we would miss her dearly. If she goes to the city, we'd miss her even more. This way, after your marriage, you can remain close to us." "Of course, we agree." Gao Zeyue expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Also, we now have a city household registration. We'd like to obtain our marriage certificate first. Once we have that, it signifies our marriage. We plan to hold a wedding in 3 months during the autumn harvest." Otherwise, living together in the city without formal recognition wouldn't be appropriate. Mr. Pan chuckled. All right. You two decide for yourselves. I heard from Xiaoman that you bought a large courtyard for quite a sum, right? Gao Zeyue laughed. It wasn't too expensive. A good year for the small courtyard was around 4,000 to 5,000. I managed to purchase it for 2,000 yuan during these famine years. In winter, when there's no work, Uncle Pan, you should come stay with us for a while. With 6 rooms, we want to even fill them all. Mr. Pan laughed heartily. Good. We'll think about our son-in-law's fortune. After chatting for a while, Gao Zeyue finally took his leave and returned to his earthen house. He tightly shut the door, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his modern room, overwhelmed by fatigue. He swiftly undressed and collapsed onto his bed, the sound of his deep slumber echoing in the room. The next morning, around 8, a profound sense of hunger roused him from sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Gao Zeyue entered the living room and saw Lin Zi seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast. He greeted her with a smile. Good morning, my little Zi. Up so early for work. You truly are a dedicated employee. Lin Zi glanced up, rolling her eyes at him. What a load of nonsense. Of course, I must work hard now that I've received my salary. Unlike you. By the way, are you going to the store today? If not, please hand me the car keys so I can drive it to promote our store. With a reluctant sigh, Gao Zeyue tossed her the car keys. All right, enjoy yourself. Lin Zi swiftly caught the keys, her face lighting up with joy, and hurriedly finished her breakfast before dashing out the door, disappearing in an instant. Gao Zeyue watched her retreating figure, shaking his head and mumbling to himself. It feels like I've adopted a daughter whom I must pamper. In the morning, Gao Zeyue rode his electric bike straight to the furniture store. With thoughts of his upcoming wedding in the 1960s, he carefully selected items in the bedding section. Ultimately, he chose a set of gray-blue sheets, pillowcases, and duvet covers. This color was understated and resistant to dirt, perfectly aligning with the simplicity of that era while remaining timeless. This will be just right for the wedding, he thought with satisfaction as he made his purchase and arranged for delivery to his home. After leaving the furniture store, he hurried to the old market. In a shop specializing in vintage electronics, he spotted a brand new old-fashioned color television. Color televisions were non-existent in the 1960s, and he envisioned the surprise it would bring Xiaoman when he brought it back. He paid for it without hesitation and also purchased some matching antennas and components. Next, he made his way to a wedding supplies store, meticulously selecting bright red double happiness characters, exquisite candy boxes, paired red candles, and curtains adorned with mandarin ducks playing in water. He was determined to create a festive atmosphere for the wedding, ensuring Xiaoman would enter the Gao family in style. As he selected items, he found himself smiling blissfully, lost in thoughts of their future together. Having completed his shopping, he realized it was nearly noon and felt a wave of contentment as he surveyed his overflowing shopping cart. Upon returning home, he sank into the soft sofa and ordered a steaming hot takeout meal. While waiting, he reviewed the wedding preparation checklist. Images of his wedding with Xiaoman dancing in his mind, his lips curving into a smile. The takeout arrived swiftly, filling the room with the enticing aroma of spicy delicacies. Yet, Gao Zeyue found himself somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by the wedding planned for 3 months in the 1960s. He hastily finished his meal and took a brief nap on the sofa. Eventually, a knock at the door stirred him from his slumber. The delivery personnel from the furniture store arrived, bringing in the gray-blue bedding. He assisted in moving the items inside. Touching the soft fabric and imagining Xiaoman's surprised expression upon seeing them, his heart brimming with anticipation. After receiving the bedding, Gao Zeyue felt a familiar wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the 1960s. He looked up to see the evening glow gradually fading from the horizon. It was around 6 or 7 o'clock. Remembering that the village committee would be screening the earliest martial arts drama from the 1960s that night, and that he would be able to see the beloved Xiaoman, his spirits lifted, and he made his way to the village committee with a light step. From a distance, he could hear the commotion emanating from the village committee, mingled with the stirring soundtrack from the television and the excited gasps of the crowd. As he quickened his pace, he noticed a throng of people crowding around the earthen building of the village committee, tightly packed in layers. A 20-something-inch black and white television sat on a wooden table in the center of the yard, its screen casting a ghostly blue light that illuminated the villagers' faces in a flickering glow. Gao Zeyue struggled through the crowd, repeatedly saying, "Excuse me," as he searched eagerly for Xiaoman's figure. At last, he spotted that familiar slender silhouette seated on the front row, the red ribbon at the end of her braid swaying gently with her movements. "Xiaoman," Gao Zeyue called out, weaving through the throng to reach her side. Pan Xiaoman turned her head at the sound, her eyes instantly lighting up, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Zeyue, you finally made it. The martial arts drama tonight is truly captivating. I've heard it's a Hong Kong production, and it's simply marvelous. As she spoke, she shifted slightly, leaving a trace of her warmth on the bench. Gao Zeyue sat down beside her, his gaze casually sweeping across the surroundings. He noticed several villagers standing on benches, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. A few elderly folk nestled comfortably in bamboo chairs at the back, puffing on their pipes while savoring the unfolding spectacle. The expressions of the crowd ebbed and flowed with the drama, furrowing brows in moments of tension and erupting into applause during exhilarating scenes, enveloping the courtyard in a joyful cacophony of laughter. At that moment, the television shifted scenes, revealing a heroine clad in white, wielding a sword with graceful agility as she soared through the air, her blade gleaming as she engaged in fierce combat with another female warrior. The crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment, while eager children in the front row waved their small fists, exclaiming, "So impressive!" Xiaoman was equally entranced. Clutching the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes glued to the screen, occasionally stealing glances at Gao Zeyue, her gaze brimming with excitement and curiosity. Zeyue go. So this is what a female hero looks like. I've only heard about them on the school radio before. I never imagined I could see one on television. Gao Zeyue gazed at Xiaoman's innocent exuberance, his heart swelling with tenderness. He softly reassured her, there will be many more wondrous things to experience, and I shall introduce you to them all. As he spoke, the night breeze wafted the fragrant scent of distant rice fields, carrying a hint of coolness. He subtly shifted closer to Xiaoman, seeking to shield her from the brisk wind. As the plot thickened, the story reached its climax. The heroine, in a bid to save her beloved, faced off against a nefarious antagonist. During a particularly tense moment, Xiaoman instinctively grasped Gao Zeyue's arm, her fingers tightening with concern. Her face etched with worry. He looked down at her, warmth flooding through him as he gently patted her hand, signaling her not to fret. The villagers around them were equally engrossed, some holding their breath in suspense, while others murmured about the unfolding drama. When the heroine finally triumphed over the villain and embraced her lover, the courtyard erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. The crowd praised the heroine's bravery, animatedly discussing the thrilling fight sequences. As the television concluded its broadcast, the audience gradually dispersed. Gao Zeyue and Xiaoman strolled homeward side by side, the moonlight spilling over the country path, casting a silvery sheen upon their figures. Still lost in the recent drama, Xiaoman excitedly remarked, "Zeyue go. How I wish I could be as formidable as that heroine. Then I could protect myself and my family." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "In my heart, you are far more impressive than any heroine. As long as I am here, I will always protect you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoman felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her head bowing shyly, yet her lips betrayed a smile that could not be contained. Gao Zeyue gazed into the night. "It's still early. Shall we not sit for a while at my place?" Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed a deeper hue, and she softly acquiesced. Their fingers intertwined, their pace unconsciously quickening. As they pushed open the wooden door of the earthen house, Gao Zeyue could no longer contain his longing, wrapping her in a warm embrace. The softness of her form collided with his chest, and he leaned down to capture her shy lips, kissing her tenderly for a long moment. "All right, I must return now. We are not yet married, and if I linger, our parents will worry." With a smile, Gao Zeyue escorted the young girl back home. Chapter 34. The Exquisite Purple Clay Teapot. The night had deepened, and at 11 o'clock, Gao Zeyue gently returned the young girl to her home. After several days of relentless toil, he was utterly exhausted and collapsed into bed in his humble earthen dwelling from the 60s, falling into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted until the early morning, when the soft light filtered through the window, awakening him around 7. After freshening up, he mounted his bicycle, riding towards his foster father's home against the backdrop of the rising sun. At his foster father's residence, he enjoyed a steaming hot breakfast, and amidst the envious glances of Yu Xiaoguang, he pedaled away towards the courtyard in the city. The courtyard, basking in the morning sun, appeared particularly bright. Gao Zeyue wheeled his bicycle into the yard, gently secured the gate, and returned to the main house. In a flash, he traversed between the modern mansion and the 60s courtyard. Once, twice, thrice, he transported colorful televisions, wedding supplies, bedding, and pillows to the courtyard. Inside the main room, Pan Xiaoman had already tidied the Kong to perfection. Gao Zeyue beamed at the pristine setup, envisioning it as the future resting place for him and his bride. In the 60s, the Kong was typically adorned with a mat, and he carefully laid the sheets upon it, meticulously folding the bedding and arranging them neatly inside. He placed the wedding supplies in order and positioned the colorful television steadily on the table opposite the Kong, to ensure the television received a proper signal. He climbed onto the rooftop, diligently installing the antenna. After a brief respite, Gao Zeyue took the Dahong Pao tea leaves bought for him by Lin Zi, hopped back on his bicycle, and headed towards Director Gao's office at the machinery factory. Upon entering the office, a broad smile lit up his face as he greeted. "Brother Gao, I'm here. I'm ready to hand in this month's tasks, and here is some tea for you and the factory director. Gao Hu's face instantly brightened at the sight of Gao Zeyue. Wonderful. I've been waiting for you for several days. By the way, how is the house coming along? Have you managed to buy it? Gao Zeyue nodded with a smile. I've purchased it. I owe it all to you, brother Gao. Here, this is for you. Upon seeing the large canister of tea leaves on the table, Gao Hu was taken aback, exclaiming, what a huge canister. This must be worth 400 to 500 yuan. I can't possibly accept such a gift. Gao Zeyue hurriedly waved his hand, chuckling, I have several more at home. Just accept it. If you feel bad about it, perhaps you could give me a few liquor tickets in return? My foster father and father-in-law particularly enjoy drinking. Gao Hu burst into hearty laughter. What's the big deal? I don't drink, and the liquor tickets given by the factory are of no use to me. They're all yours. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 liquor tickets from his desk and handed them to Gao Zeyue. These tickets can't possibly compare to your several hundred yuan worth of tea leaves. If you receive more tea in the future, you could sell it to the factory, which would come in handy when the leaders visit for inspections. Gao Zeyue accepted the liquor tickets with a grin, nodding in agreement. All right, brother Gao. I will make sure to bring good tea to the factory in the future. Then I'll head off to gather supplies now. This time, I have 4 sides of pork, 6 bags of rice, 10 meat chickens, and 10 large Crucian carp. I'll be back next month, he added. Gao Hu's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother, that is fantastic. This time, our procurement department will surely stand out at the factory. I'll tell the director next month to promote you to a level 9 procurement officer. After chatting for a while longer and bidding farewell to Gao Hu, Gao Zeyue rode back to the small courtyard and then flashed back to the modern mansion. He placed a call to have the pork, fish, chicken, and rice delivered. And 2 hours later, the 3-wheeled cart returned, loaded with supplies from the 60s. He pedaled straight to the Red Star Machinery factory, delivered the goods, collected over 1,000 yuan, and then rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 10 bottles of Maotai in one go. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he secured the door and flashed back to the modern era. He headed to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and downed a can of beer, sighing, what a tiring day. I've been running around all this time. After a moment's rest, Gao Zeyue leisurely rode his electric bike to the store, cradling a box as he stepped inside. As the glass door swung open, the rich aroma of coffee mingled with the soothing melodies emanating from within, momentarily catching Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning off guard as they spotted each other. What a pleasant surprise to see you both here, exclaimed Gao Zeyue, cradling a box in her arms. What brings you to my humble CAF? Ding Junjie, rising with a smile, let his gaze wander to the attention-grabbing limited edition Bugatti parked outside. I heard Mr. Gao opened a new establishment a few days ago and wanted to take a look. It's quite impressive, exuding a certain flair. However, I must say, that supercar at your entrance must have drawn the eyes of everyone on the street. It belongs to a friend who borrowed it for a spin and parked it here. Gao Zeyue casually explained before warmly inviting, if you two aren't in a rush, why not join me upstairs in the tea room? Then I shall impose upon you. For I am also curious about Mr. Gao's tea offerings, Ding Junjie replied, glancing at his sister, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to accept the invitation. Ding Ningning, her curiosity piqued, leaned closer to Gao Zeyue's box and inquired, what treasures lie within? A few bottles of vintage liquor intended for display in the CAF, Gao Zeyue smiled, leading the siblings up the spiral staircase. The tea room on the second floor was infused with a delicate sandalwood fragrance, and the fading twilight cast a soft glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Spotting Lin Zi arranging the tea utensils, Gao Zeyue called out, Zi, prepare a pot of fine tea for our esteemed guests. The siblings exchanged glances, recognizing Lin Zi as the girlfriend Gao Zeyue had mentioned previously. They couldn't help but admire her beauty and elegance. Seated in the private room, Ding Junjie turned his attention to the box, asking with a smile, might I take a look at this liquor? With deftness, Gao Zeyue unfastened the box, revealing 10 bottles of Mutai nestled within deep brown velvet, their antique labels exuding an air of nostalgia. Ding Junjie's breath hitched as he delicately lifted one bottle, scrutinizing the production date and sealing craftsmanship under the warm yellow light. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, is this Mutai from the 1960s? Indeed, Mr. Ding. You have a discerning eye, Gao Zeyue replied, raising a cup of tea brewed by Zi, reflecting on the exquisite taste imparted by a beautiful hand. Ding Ningning leaned in, her face a mask of curiosity. Brother, is 1960s Mutai particularly special? Ding Junjie chuckled wryly at his sister. This Mutai from the 1960s commands at least 2 million per bottle. Just imagine the value of this entire box. Ding Ningning's mind raced at the thought, realizing they were indeed in the presence of someone quite influential, indulging in Mutai worth 2 million from the 1960s, an entire box at that. Turning her gaze back to her brother, she noticed him admiring the teapot Lin Zi had brought over. Curiously, she asked, Brother, What's the matter with this teapot? Aren't we here to enjoy tea? It seems improper to be holding someone else's teapot. Ding Junjie sighed with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gao, this must be a top-tier antique Yixing teapot, valued at no less than 60 million. You truly possess exquisite taste to brew tea with such a valuable piece. Gao Zeyue was taken aback, unaware of its worth. I had no idea it was so valuable. I simply needed a teapot and took it for use. Didn't the auction house say that the teacups were not worth much? Ding Junjie chuckled softly. Teacups and Yixing teapots are not in the same league, especially when they come as a set. The siblings stared in disbelief, contemplating how an ordinary CAF could house 2 million worth of matai and a 60 million antique Yixing teapot and cups. It was simply outrageous. In the private room, the three enjoyed tea, with Ding Junjie and his sister casting furtive glances at the Yixing teapot and its 6 accompanying cups. Sipping tea brewed from the 60 million Yixing teapot instantly transformed their experience, heightening their senses. Gently placing his teacup down, Ding Junjie adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Mr. Gao, would you be willing to sell me 2 bottles of this matai? My father's 60th birthday is approaching, and I thought it would bring him joy to share a few drinks with friends on special occasions. Finding 1960s matai is quite a challenge nowadays. It is indeed a rare commodity, he added, his tone earnest and hopeful. Gao Zeyue chuckled inwardly, recognizing the potential of this friendship. You need not be so formal. Just call me Zeyue. 2 bottles are hardly enough? I'll sell you 5. Ding Junjie's face lit up with a broader smile. Thank you, Zeyue. By the way, is that Wang Shiji calligraphy still available? Upon hearing this, Gao Zeyue's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, it's hanging in my bedroom. I thought the auction house undervalued it, so I decided to keep it for now. Expect to see more antiques in my shop in the future. You are welcome to visit anytime. Ding Junjie beamed. That sounds delightful. My sister and I will come by for coffee and tea more often. He was pleased to have made an acquaintance with such a prominent figure. Someone who casually possessed art worth billions and a teapot valued at 60 million, certainly worth cultivating a friendship. He then turned to Gao Zeyue. Could you please package those 5 bottles of matai for me? Gao Zeyue called out to Lin Zi, who was engrossed in watching Crayon Shinchan. Zi, could you please package the liquor for Mr. Ding? Without lifting her gaze, she replied, got it. Moments later, she returned with a small wooden box, deftly packing the 5 bottles of matai and placing the box beside the table. Mr. Ding, your liquor is ready. Thank you, Miss Zi, Ding Junjie said with a smile. Pulling out his phone, I'll transfer the payment to Zeyue. A notification chimed on Gao Zeyue's phone. You have received 10 million yuan via Alipay. Lin Zi's expression froze, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Gao Zeyue's phone. Those bottles are worth 10 million? That's exorbitant. Why didn't you mention it earlier? If I had accidentally knocked one over, I would have lost 10 years worth of salary. Her reaction elicited laughter from Ding Junjie, Ding Ningning, and Gao Zeyue. Ding Ningning, with her wide eyes, teasingly remarked, Sister Zi, with your beauty, I'm sure Zeyue wouldn't make you pay for it. He even lent you a limited edition car worth 20 million. How could he expect you to compensate for a mere 2 million bottle of matai? Realization dawned on Lin Zi, and she furrowed her brow, playfully twisting Gao Zeyue's arm. Why didn't you disclose the car's price? How could you let me drive such an expensive car? If I were to damage it, I wouldn't be worth the cost. Her playful demeanor, coupled with a hint of mock threat, sent the trio into fits of laughter. All right, please stop twisting my arm. Gao Zeyue chuckled. It's just a car. I promise to buy you a more modest one when school starts. With a playful pout, Lin Zi finally released him, saying, Thank goodness Ningning warned me about the car's price. Otherwise, I would have drawn too much attention at school. Perhaps even earned an undesirable reputation. All right, whatever our dear Zi wants. Gao Zeyue said indulgently. Hearing this, Lin Zi let out a satisfied hum and turned to leave. Ding Junjie observed the scene with a hint of surprise. I didn't realize Miss Zi was still in school. Gao Zeyue nodded, her eyes filled with affection, and replied, Indeed. This girl worked during the summer and was often bullied by others. I thought of opening a CAF for her to pass the time, so that after she graduates from university, she won't have to face obstacles while searching for a job. By the way, Ningning should be starting university soon, right? Ding Ningning smiled and responded, Yes, I'm a freshman. The three engaged in lively conversation, transitioning from discussions about antique collections to university life, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. After a while, Ding Junjie glanced at the time and prepared to take his leave. It's getting late. We should be on our way and not disturb you any longer. He picked up a small box containing matai and, along with Ding Ningning, headed toward the door. The trio became curious as they heard Lin Zi's laughter from outside. Upon reaching the second-floor hall, they spotted Lin Zi nestled on the sofa, clutching a notebook and munching on snacks, completely engrossed in Crayon Shinchan. When she noticed their approach, she hurriedly attempted to close her notebook, looking utterly adorable, which made Ding Junjie and his sister chuckle. Miss Z truly retains her childlike innocence, still relishing cartoons. Ding Junjie teased. Ding Ningning chimed in. Brother, I love watching them too. Z, don't mind them. I'll come over another day to watch with you. Lin Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Great. I'll buy more snacks and fruits, and we can just hang out on the second floor. Gao Zeyue, gazing at Lin Zi, smiled at the Ding siblings and remarked, Now you understand why I affectionately call her Z baby, a girl who adores animated shows. The trio shared a light laugh. Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi accompanied Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning to the store entrance. Ding Ningning's McLaren was parked by the roadside, its butterfly doors slowly rising, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Lin Zi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, What a beautiful car. It looks even better than yours. Gao Zeyue shot her a playful glare and replied, This car costs over 10 million. The butterfly doors are indeed favored by girls. Mine has scissor doors, which most men prefer. Once you start school, I'll buy you one for your commute. Lin Zi pondered for a moment and shook her head. No, it's too expensive. If I drove that to school, it would be too conspicuous. She then turned to Gao Zeyue and said, Boss, you've made 10 million today? What are we having for dinner? Gao Zeyue looked at the vibrant, youthful girl with a smile and said, You can have whatever you desire. Let us take Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang along. At that moment, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang, who had just emerged from the store, were thrilled at the sight of Ding Ningning's luxury car, excitedly discussing what they wanted to eat. The three girls huddled together, chattering animatedly about dinner plans and the earlier conversation regarding sports cars, their laughter echoing along the street. Back in the CAF on the second floor, Lin Zi eagerly opened her notebook again, continuing to watch Crayon Shinchan. Gao Zeyue sat beside her, fiddling with her phone, observing the girl's infectious laughter, and playfully admonished, Stop giggling so much. You'll turn into a chicken if you keep it up. Lin Zi looked up at Gao Zeyue and cheekily replied, Mind your own business. Go wash that teapot and those cups. Can't you see I'm busy? Gao Zeyue couldn't help but smile ruefully, pondering why she often felt drawn to this lively girl. Shaking her head, she thought about the charm that such a youthful, spirited college girl naturally exuded. After sitting up from the sofa, she washed the teapot and cups, then prepared a fruit platter, patiently waiting to dine together after work. As night fell over the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, the city lights began to twinkle. The clock struck 8, signaling the end of the CAF's workday, while the three girls, Lin Zi, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Tang, were still engaged in animated discussions about what to have for dinner. Xiao Qi eagerly expressed her desire for seafood, while Xiao Tang had her heart set on Peking duck, and Lin Zi was particularly fond of Sichuan cuisine. Their lively debate resembled a joyful chorus, and Gao Zeyue, watching their adorable antics, could only shake her head with a wry smile. Seeing that time was slipping away, Gao Zeyue intervened with a suggestion. All right. How about we opt for a seafood buffet? It's not far from here. We can walk there. They have an abundance of options, and you can choose whatever you like. Plus dessert and drinks afterward. This way, you won't have to argue about what to eat. Lin Zi paused, then asked, Are you referring to that seafood buffet that costs over 800 per person? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang instantly perked up, their faces lighting up with excitement at the thought of a lavish buffet. Once they locked up the store and stepped outside, they headed toward the seafood buffet. Along the way, Lin Zi animatedly recounted her adventures from the previous day when they had driven luxury cars through the pedestrian street, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang listened with wide eyes, captivated by her lively storytelling. Xiao Qi couldn't help but sigh. What a pity that the boss's car is too small. Otherwise, we would love to go out and explore too. Lin Zi shot Gao Zeyue a playful glare, teasing, Exactly. It's both small and expensive. I wouldn't dare to drive it again. If anything happened to it, I couldn't afford to compensate, even if I sold off all my organs. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang looked at Gao Zeyue in disbelief, simultaneously asking, Boss, is your car really that expensive? How much does it cost? Why can't we find it online? Gao Zeyue smiled effortlessly. Z baby is driving a limited edition Bugatti today. It costs around 120 million. Honestly, it feels like a big toy to me. I prefer riding my little electric bike freely. The three girls' eyes widened in shock at her words. Lin Zi exclaimed, No wonder so many people come to the CAF to see your supercar. It was like everyone stared at us yesterday. Even all the other cars kept their distance from yours. So, this means there's only one of these in Shanghai? Gao Zeyue nodded with a smile. The girls regarded their boss with newfound admiration. To them, spending 100 million on a house was comprehensible, as it provided a lifetime of shelter. However, purchasing a car for over 100 million seemed utterly extravagant. Xiao Qi, astonished, asked, Boss, are you some wealthy heir in Shanghai? Gao Zeyue laughed, What heir? I used to be a food delivery person, but I've made some money in the antique business. She then urged, All right, let us hurry. Aren't you all hungry? And if you two want to explore the night scenery of Shanghai next time, wait until I buy a car for Z Baby. That way, we can drive 2 cars together. After all, our Z Baby is the manager of this CAF, commuting by subway to school and back to work. I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Lindsay shot him an adorable sidelong glance, her voice laced with a touch of defiance as she declared, "Humph. I don't believe you. Not a single word you say is the truth." Gao Zeyue, along with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang, exchanged amused glances at Lin Zi's charming demeanor, unable to suppress their laughter. Soon, the quartet arrived at a lavish seafood buffet restaurant, where the dazzling lights illuminated a cornucopia of seafood delights, lobsters, crabs, oysters, and salmon, all exuding an enticing aroma. The 3 girls, eyes sparkling at the opulent spread, resolved to make the most of their 200 yuan expenditure. They guided Gao Zeyue through the culinary wonderland, joyfully selecting their favorite dishes and indulging in the feast. Observing their merriment, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but smile contentedly. His primary aim was happiness, indifferent to the profitability of his CAF, which primarily served as a diversion for the 3 girls from the challenges of job hunting. After a sumptuous dinner, Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi escorted Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang back to the CAF. Turning to Lin Zi, he cheerfully suggested, "Shall we take a stroll at the Chenghuang Miao to walk off our meal?" Lin Zi's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly agreed, "Sure. But you have to drive. I'm not brave enough to take the wheel." With a chuckle, Gao Zeyue produced the car key, and with a click, the scissor doors of the Bugatti gracefully lifted, reminiscent of a butterfly poised for flight. As they elegantly settled into the car, passers-by paused, casting envious glances at the striking couple and their extravagant vehicle. Gao Zeyue ignited the engine, and the sports car roared to life, smoothly gliding onto the road. Onlookers seemed to instinctively create space, clearing the way for the luxury car, while many attractive young women seized their phones to capture the moment. Lin Zi, witnessing the spectacle, shook her head and exclaimed, "What a waste of money. I bet with this car, you wouldn't even need to chase after girls." She mused that simply parking the car would attract a swarm of beautiful women, and if Gao Zeyue were to invite one home, she might find herself ousted. At a red light, stunning women crossing the street couldn't resist glancing at Gao Zeyue, their eyes filled with admiration and affection. This stirred a pang of discomfort in Lin Zi, who, in frustration, commanded, "Pull over up ahead. I'll drive." Gao Zeyue was taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he asked, "Aren't you afraid to drive?" Lin Zi, sulking, retorted, "You driving this car is too much of a magnet for girls. I need to shield you from potential admirers. Otherwise, we might end up with another boss lady at the CAF, and we 3 girls would surely face difficulties. Who knows? I might even have to make space for you all to move." Seeing the pouting yet undeniably charming girl beside him, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately responding, "All right, let us heed our Z baby's wishes." Arriving near a bus stop, Gao Zeyue gallantly opened the scissor door, and Lin Zi gracefully followed suit. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, they exchanged seats. Spectators whispered, speculating whether the two had quarreled, captivated by the beauty of the supercar. Lin Zi took the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, gently pressing the accelerator, and the car surged forward with ease. Despite her earlier claims of fear, she exhibited remarkable driving skills. Before long, they reached the vicinity of Chenghuang Miao, parked the car, and commenced their exploration on foot. The bustling temple, with its charming ancient architecture illuminated by lights, was particularly enchanting. The streets were lined with stalls selling traditional crafts and delectable street food, the air alive with shouts and laughter as they marveled at the vibrancy of Shanghai. Entranced by the exquisite trinkets, Lin Zi darted from stall to stall, meticulously selecting her purchases, soon amassing an impressive collection. Gao Zeyue patiently followed, offering his insights from time to time. As they strolled, they sampled an array of snacks, the sweet and fragrant osmanthus cake, steaming soup dumplings, and soft, sweet zongzi, each delightful bite eliciting their praise. They ambled through the temple grounds, savoring the city's distinctive nighttime ambience, engaging in playful banter until they realized it was already 11 o'clock. As the night deepened, the crowds began to disperse, and with their arms laden with charming accessories, Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi made their way back to the car. Once inside, Gao Zeyue revved the engine, the roar echoing as they embarked on their journey home, drawing the attention of onlookers once more. In the late-night glow of Shanghai, beneath the shimmering neon lights, Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi concluded their evening of leisure, returning home. Gao Zeyue casually switched on the television to a movie channel while retrieving a bottle of beer from the fridge, sinking comfortably into the sofa. The chilled beverage slid down his throat, alleviating the summer heat. Upon their return, Lin Zi immediately retreated to the bathroom. Though the night in Shanghai was not excessively hot, The humidity and warmth of summer had left her perspiring after an evening out. The sound of running water filled the air as Gao Zeyue watched the movie, listening to the faint sounds from the bathroom, pondering how quiet and lovely beautiful girls could be. Before long, Lin Zi emerged clad in a Mickey Mouse pajama set. Her hair damp, a few strands clinging to her fair skin, radiating youthful vitality. Gao Zeyue caught a glimpse, and a rush of warmth surged through him. As Lin Zi stepped out, seeking a hairdryer, she sensed the intensity of his gaze upon her. Turning her head, she met Gao Zeyue's fiery eyes. And with a haughty demeanor, she declared, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have you castrated." Gao Zeyue, caught off guard and nearly choking on his beer, chuckled to mask his embarrassment. "What is wrong with admiring your beauty? You look stunning. Shouldn't I be allowed to look?" He replied, before inquiring, "By the way, do you have a boyfriend in college? Given your charms, I imagine there must be hundreds, if not thousands, vying for your attention." Lin Zi felt a flutter of delight at his compliment, but her smile faded into a bittersweet expression as she replied, "I'm still studying and have to rely on my family for financial support. I have a younger sister also in school, and our expenses already burden our parents. Instead of seeking a boyfriend, I'd rather work to earn my tuition and living costs. I've sent half of my salary back to my parents. I'm too afraid to send all of it, or they might think I've done something wrong to suddenly earn 120,000 yuan. They took out a loan to buy a house for me and my sister, and we still have over 4,000 yuan in monthly payments. With the cost of living so high, housing and medical expenses, how can I afford to waste time on a boyfriend?" Gao Zeyue, taken aback, remarked, "Oh, our Zi baby is quite the mature and open-minded one. Don't you long for a sweet romance and the joys of love?" Lin Zi retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet, turned around, and with her charming little brows furrowed, retorted, "That's not right. What do you mean by female joy and male love? It sounds as if we women are the ones who are always joyful. It should be male joy and female love, don't you think?" Gao Zeyue chuckled and replied, "It's the same thing. Seeing you so beautiful and adorable, with your tall figure and youthful radiance, a veritable goddess, surely there are women who have needs for men? How do you address yours?" Initially flattered by Gao Zeyue's compliments, Lin Zi's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation upon hearing his follow-up question. She stormed over to the sofa, hurled the hairdryer onto the table, and playfully struck and twisted Gao Zeyue's arm and waist in mock fury. "I'll show you how to resolve it. You resolve it. You big fool." Gao Zeyue, finding Lin Zi's anger amusing, laughed as he dodged her playful swats, pleading, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I promise I'll keep talking to you about it next time." Before he could finish, Lin Zi became even more incensed, climbing onto him and delivering a flurry of playful slaps to his back and arms. Their playful tussle lasted for over 10 minutes. And only when Gao Zeyue's pleas for mercy became incessant did Lin Zi finally relent, dismounting from the sofa with a haughty huff. "Let us see if you dare to speak nonsense again." Wearing her Mickey Mouse pajamas, she took the hairdryer back to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. The sound of the dryer soon filling the room. Gao Zeyue looked down at his wrinkled shirt and shook his head with a smile, realizing that even when angry, Lin Zi was stunningly beautiful. As he reminisced about their playful exchange, his mood lifted, and it was only at 11 o'clock that he retired to his room to sleep. The following morning, Gao Zeyue awoke to find that Lin Zi had already left for the store. He approached the refrigerator, retrieved milk and bread, warmed them in the microwave, and began his breakfast. After finishing, he glanced at the time and realized that 2 days had elapsed since he had traversed time. While only a day had passed in the 1960s, he returned to his room, donned his work uniform, and flashed back to the quadrangle of the 1960s. It was still morning, and sunlight bathed the courtyard in a serene glow. Feeling a touch of boredom, Gao Zeyue rode his bicycle through the streets until he stumbled upon a state-run hardware store. Intrigued, he stepped inside, where a variety of household items from the 1960s were neatly displayed. Stoves and ash buckets lined the shelves. Approaching the counter, he smiled at the attendant and said, "Hello, comrade. I would like to purchase a wall-mounted showerhead, the kind where one can mix hot and cold water using a bucket. Do you have such an item?" The attendant scrutinized Gao Zeyue's work attire before responding, "Yes, we do, but installation in your room will require some adjustments to the drainage. The total cost, including installation, is 40 yuan. Gao Zeyue glanced at the stoves nearby and added, "Then please include 3 stoves and their corresponding ash buckets, along with some charcoal." The attendant looked astonished. "In this heat of summer, why do you need so many?" Gao Zeyue chuckled, explaining, "There are many people at home, and it's more convenient to buy in bulk. Using charcoal in the east room during summer is easier. Otherwise, cooking in the main house would be unbearable." The attendant nodded. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to assist you. 4 3 stoves and their ash buckets, plus 1 showerhead. The total will be 100 yuan. After the installation, you can pay an additional 10 yuan for labor." Having settled the payment, A man in his 30s soon arrived from the back with a cart, beginning to load the items. Together, they returned to the courtyard. And with Gao Zeyue's help, by noon, the 3 stoves and the showerhead were installed, along with the necessary drainage modifications. After giving the installer 10 yuan for his work, Gao Zeyue closed the courtyard gate, beaming at the newly installed showerhead, imagining the delightful moments he would share with his beloved Pan Xiaoman in the future. He envisioned a carefree life in the 1960s with Pan Xiaoman and dreamed of having a daughter as beautiful as her. His thoughts drifted to Pan Xiaoman, the softest presence in his heart during this era. He imagined their married life. Each morning, sunlight streaming through the windows into the courtyard. They would rise together, enjoy breakfast in their cozy yard, and perhaps take leisurely strolls in the nearby park, returning home to continue their exercises, all while sharing laughter. In the evenings, after a long day's work, they could wash away their fatigue under the shower, warm water cascading down as Pan Xiaoman's cheerful laughter echoed in the bathroom. They could assist each other in drying off while recounting the day's amusing tales. After their bath, they would sit on stone benches in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, dreaming of a beautiful future together. As Gao Zeyue envisioned these idyllic scenes, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He resolved to meticulously plan and beautify the courtyard, creating a comfortable haven for himself and Pan Xiaoman. He began to imagine how to arrange the rooms and craft a private retreat for their intimate moments. He planned to plant flowers that girls adore, such as roses and jasmine, infusing the courtyard with their delightful fragrance. He also envisioned a grape trellis that, come summer, would be laden with vines, providing a shaded spot to enjoy sweet grapes together. Inside the house, he would change the bedding and curtains, adorn the walls with lovely wallpaper, and acquire exquisite decorations, transforming the rooms into a beautiful and refined sanctuary. Though such items were rare in the 1960s, they could be effortlessly procured in the present. As the afternoon sun continued to blaze, Gao Zeyue gazed at the empty courtyard, filled with longing for Pan Xiaoman. Having missed her dear presence for 2 days, he could no longer contain his yearning and promptly prepared to return to the new Hongli team to find her. After securely locking the courtyard gate, he hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled towards the supply and marketing cooperative. The rhythmic sound of the wheels rolling over the stone path echoed his eager heart. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Gao Zeyue scanned the shelves, meticulously selecting treats for Pan Xiaoman. Amidst the astonished gazes of the sales clerks, he picked out 5 cans of yellow peaches, their translucent flesh shimmering enticingly in the glass jars. He also chose some white rabbit milk candies, wrapped in creamy paper, and several brown sugar cakes, exuding a rich sweetness. Having completed his shopping, Gao Zeyue could hardly contain his excitement as he set off towards the new Hongli team. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, yet it could not dispel his longing for Pan Xiaoman. An hour later, he finally returned to the village entrance. Greeted by the cheerful smiles of the villagers tending to their fields, Gao Zeyue warmly responded to each salutation, his face radiating with happiness. Unintentionally, his gaze swept over the trees bordering the fields, and he was instantly captivated by a familiar figure beneath one of the trees. There was Pan Xiaoman, playfully interacting with her little brother Pan Dodo, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a soft glow upon her delicate form. Gao Zeyue's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he hurriedly approached her, pushing his bicycle forward. "Xiaoman, what are you doing in the fields? Weren't you told not to come out here? It's scorching hot." Gao Zeyue's tone was laced with concern. Pan Xiaoman looked up, her eyes brightening at the sight of him, her smile blossoming like a radiant flower. "Zeyue Gidge, you're back." "At home, feeling aimless, I wish to assist my parents. However, they declined my offer, leaving me to entertain my younger brother instead." Gao Zeyue approached them, gently wiping the beads of sweat from Pan Xiaoman's forehead, and tenderly remarked, "Your parents are merely concerned for you. Look, I have brought you a little surprise." As he spoke, he lifted the bag in his hand. Intrigued, Pan Xiaoman leaned closer, and upon seeing the contents, she exclaimed in delight, "Canned peaches." Hearing this, Pan Dodo, who had been playing nearby, immediately dropped the twig in his hand and dashed over, his eyes sparkling as he shouted, "Sister, brother-in-law, I want to eat canned peaches." The unexpected title left both Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman momentarily stunned before they erupted into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that such a small treat could prompt this innocent child to casually refer to him as brother-in-law? Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a playful glare at her brother, while Gao Zeyue's heart swelled with joy. This single utterance signified a recognition of their bond that filled him with immeasurable happiness. Gao Zeyue crouched down and affectionately ruffled Pan Dodo's hair, grinning as he said, "All right, let us indulge in these canned peaches." He opened the can, retrieved a spoon, and first offered a scoop to Pan Xiaoman. Impatiently, Pan Dodo tugged at his sister's hand. prompting Gao Zeyue to chuckle and feed him a spoonful as well. The sweet aroma of peaches enveloped them as the trio sat beneath the grand tree, savoring the rare joys of a summer afternoon. Chapter 38. Canned peaches in the sweltering afternoon of the new Honglu team, despite the clock inching past 3. The sun relentlessly scorched the earth. Cicadas sang tirelessly from the treetops. The shaded area beneath the village's great tree became a precious refuge from the heat. A bicycle rested quietly in the shade while Gao Zeyue sat below. His gaze softened as he observed the delicate Pan Xiaoman feeding Pan Daodu the canned peaches. The little girl and her brother took turns relishing the treat, their joy palpable. As Pan Xiaoman savored the sweet nectar, her eyes squinted into crescent moons. Her lips glistening with syrup, and a blissful smile graced her face, as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the delectable kin in her hands. Pan Daodu, ever eager, occasionally nudged his sister for a bite, while Gao Zeyue looked on with affectionate amusement. They all reveled in this precious moment of tranquility. From a distance, Yu Xiaowang's keen eyes spotted the familiar bicycle, and his face lit up with surprise. He hurriedly approached the grand tree, breathlessly exclaiming, "Brother Gao, you're back." Upon reaching them, he gazed at the canned peaches with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Last night at the village committee, they mentioned you hadn't returned. When I asked sister-in-law, she said you were out gathering supplies and would be back in a few days." His words came out in a breathless rush, yet could not mask his elation. Pan Xiaoman felt a rush of warmth at being referred to as sister-in-law, her cheeks blooming with color like the evening sunset. Flustered, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Gao Zeyue's or Yu Xiaowang's eyes, and quietly scooped another spoonful of peaches to feed Pan Daodu, attempting to mask her shyness. Gao Zeyue found the scene endearing and smiled gently, explaining, "I'm a procurement agent. It's quite normal for me to be away for several days at a time. By the way, where are your parents?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flitted over Yu Xiaowang, who was eyeing the canned peaches with palpable longing, his throat bobbing as he swallowed, revealing just how tempting he found the treat. Yu Xiaowang quickly replied, "My parents and Uncle Pan and Auntie are busy with the fields down below. I spotted your bicycle from afar and rushed over." Just then, Gao Zeyue turned and retrieved 3 cans of peaches from the bicycle's basket, presenting them to Yu Xiaowang with a smile. "These are for you. Take them to share with your parents and Uncle Pan and Auntie. They'll be a refreshing treat in this heat. Oh, and there are brown sugar cakes and milk candies as well. Make sure to take some for them. Pan Xiaoman, Daodu, and I will head back now. But don't eat them all. Remember to share with your parents." Yu Xiaowang's eyes sparkled with delight as he beamed, quickly accepting the cans and grinning widely. "Brother Gao, you can count on me to deliver." With that, he clutched the precious cargo tightly and dashed off towards the fields, his eagerness reminiscent of a child envisioning the joy of their parents savoring the delightful treats. Gao Zeyue watched Yu Xiaowang's retreating figure before turning his attention back to Pan Xiaoman and her brother. By this time, the two had devoured every last drop of syrup from the cans, their spoons gliding over the insides as they licked them clean with satisfaction. Observing their contentment filled Gao Zeyue's heart with joy. Seated beneath the mottled shade of the locust tree, Gao Zeyue watched as Pan Xiaoman gently wiped the syrup from Pan Daodu's mouth with a handkerchief. With a smile, he announced the final can of peaches. "You can enjoy this when you return. Just remember to share with Daodu." Pan Daodu, initially lost in thought while gazing at the stuffed canvas bag on his brother-in-law's bicycle, brightened at this news, his eyes sparkling like stars. The creamy white wrapper of the milk candy was barely visible, and the little boy was unable to tear his gaze away. He scampered over in his small cloth shoes, looking up eagerly at Gao Zeyue and imploring, "Brother-in-law, can I have a piece of the milk candy? The last ones you gave us were devoured by my sister and me." His small hands clutched at the hem of his shirt, refraining from reaching for the bag, despite his evident yearning. A warmth spread through Gao Zeyue's heart. Most village children would rush in a frenzy for sweets, yet this little one, despite his strong desire, remembered the lessons of restraint taught by his parents. Gao Zeyue chuckled and replied, "These are for you and your sister." He unfastened the ties of the canvas bag and handed it over. "Everything inside is for both of you. Please, take it all." The wax paper-wrapped brown sugar cakes, the plump canned peaches, and the white-wrapped milk candies spilled out into the sunlight, glistening enticingly. Pan Daodu's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled with excitement, nearly pressing his nose against the bag. "Is this all for me?" Upon receiving confirmation, he spun around and joyfully leaped into his sister's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister, let us take this home and enjoy it together." On their way back to the village, Pan Daodu bounced ahead like a jubilant little monkey, clutching the canvas bag tightly. Pan Xiaoman jogged to catch up, calling Daodu, "Slow down. Don't trip." Before she could finish her sentence, the little boy turned back, shaking the heavy bag and blushing. "I want to carry it myself. I've never seen so many delicious treats before." When the trio returned to the courtyard, Pan Dada eagerly tore open the brown sugar cake. As he broke apart the crispy red treat, a rich aroma of brown sugar wafted into the air. After sharing one with his sister, he carefully wrapped up the remainder. Hugging the canvas bag closely, "I'll wait for our parents to come back, so we can all eat together." His bright eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at his sister, filling Gao Zeyue with warmth. Meanwhile, in the fields to the south of the village, Yuan Kai and his wife, along with Pan Yueyun and her husband, bent over, watering the parched soil. This year's drought had forced villagers to trek daily to the small river at the village's edge to fetch water, their shoulders blistered from the heavy burdens. As the four straightened their backs to relieve their aching muscles, they suddenly heard Yu Xiaoguang's voice calling from the path, "Father, Mother, Uncle Pan, Aunt Yu Xiaoguang." Breathlessly clutching a bounty of food, rushed in, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. "Brother Gao has returned. Allow me to deliver some provisions." Pan Yueyun wiped his face with a coarse cloth and, upon noticing the village chief's son cradling a glass jar of yellow peach preserves, a smile blossomed in his eyes. "Old Yu, you've chosen a commendable foster son." Yuan Kai chuckled heartily, patting Pan Yueyun on the shoulder. "And you two have a fine son-in-law." The four of them, carrying buckets and yokes from the fields, ambled joyfully to a shaded spot by the water to rest. Yuan Kai continued with a grin, "This lad has a good heart. He still thinks of us old folks." With that, he plucked several slender twigs from a locust tree and fashioned them into rudimentary chopsticks. As the lid of the jar popped open with a satisfying sound, a sweet and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The four gathered beneath the tree's shade, using their makeshift chopsticks to share the yellow peach preserves. Yu Xiaoguang bit into a brown sugar pancake, its crisp texture mingling with the sweet, caramelized flavor, and could not help but give a thumbs up. Delicious. The city's fare surpasses even that sold at the cooperative in town. As evening descended, the weary villagers trudged homeward, their steps heavy from a day of fetching water. Despite their exhaustion, the prospect of watching television that night lifted their spirits, especially when they thought of neighboring villages where there was no such entertainment after toil. Upon entering their home, Pan Fu and Pan Mu were greeted by the flickering firelight of the kitchen, where Gao Zeyue was busy at work, his daughter assisting by washing and chopping vegetables, their laughter filling the air. Pan Mu gazed at this heartwarming scene, her heart swelling with joy. "This young man is truly wonderful, even as a procurement officer. He treats us with respect and helps Xiaoman prepare our meals. Most city dwellers look down upon us village folk. Yet here is a son-in-law who brings us food and cooks for us. Where else could we find such a gem?" Pan Fu nodded vigorously, his face beaming with uncontainable delight. Just then, Pan Daodu rushed in, clutching a bag brimming with snacks, his eyes sparkling. "Mom, Dad, brother-in-law bought us so many treats. My sister and I saved some for you. Let us enjoy them together." Pan Fu affectionately ruffled his son's hair. "Go ahead and indulge. Your mother and I will be having dinner soon." Gao Zeyue's voice chimed from the kitchen. "Uncle, Auntie, dinner will be ready shortly. Please wash your hands." In no time, a fragrant spread was laid out on the table. The stir-fried pork glistened enticingly, having been prepared with rendered fat for longevity, paired with thick, aromatic rice porridge. The family gathered around, sharing stories of village life as Pan Fu poured some homemade liquor from a jar to toast with Gao Zeyue. Upon hearing of the severe drought this year, which required the entire village to rely on hauling water for irrigation, concern etched itself on Gao Zeyue's brow as he looked at his in-laws. He pondered the situation, realizing that if this drought persisted for another 2 or 3 years, the villagers would be utterly exhausted. Chapter 39, The Wine Jar. As the steam from the dinner wafted through the air, the rich aroma of sorghum liquor mingled with the fragrance of braised pork and cabbage. Gao Zeyue picked up a piece of marbled pork belly and placed it in Pan Xiaoman's bowl, smiling as he said, "Xiaoman, do try this. Isn't it delectable?" Pan Xiaoman squinted with delight, extending her small hand to accept the bowl. "It's delicious. Ever since you came, our meals have improved tremendously." Pan Fu and Pan Mu exchanged amused glances, their hearts warmed by the scene. As Gao Zeyue chatted with Pan Fu about the joys of living in a courtyard in the city, he jokingly suggested that they might visit in winter and return in spring. Pan Mu, while serving her daughter, shook her head gently in refusal. "As splendid as the city may be, it cannot match the comfort of village life. After living here for most of my life, surrounded by familiar faces, I do feel lost in the city without anyone to converse with. It would be stifling." Reflecting on this, a contented smile graced her face. "Ever since you brought home that television, all the villagers gather at the committee to watch together. It's quite lively. Where else could we find such camaraderie?" Pan Fu nodded in agreement, and Pan Daoda chimed in. "Hurry up and eat, Mom and Dad. Once we finish, we can watch TV." Pan Fu patted Pan Daodu's head. "All right, your brother-in-law and I just need to finish our drinks, then we'll tidy up before heading out." Suddenly, Gao Zeyue paused. Gazing at the wine jar in his hands, admiring its design. Uncle Pan, where did you get this lovely jar? Pan Yuan, taken aback, chuckled. It's just a jar. If you like it, take it. This has been in my family since my father's time, used for storing liquor. I've kept it well to avoid spills. Gao Zeyue smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Uncle Pan. I'll bring you some Moutai next time. Let us not drink just the homemade stuff anymore. Pan Fu laughed heartily. Then I'll enjoy the benefits of having a son-in-law. The group erupted in laughter, and Pan Mu found a smaller jar to transfer the liquor, handing the larger one to Gao Zeyue. After tidying up, they took their stools and strolled toward the village committee. Once they reached their small courtyard, Gao Zeyue set down the jar, embraced Pan Xiaoman, and planted a kiss on her cheek, grinning. Did you miss me today? Pan Xiaoman, cheeks flushed, nodded shyly. I did. As he gazed at the sweet young girl who was soon to be his wife, his hand instinctively slipped beneath her shirt, kissing her tender lips, eliciting soft gasps from her. However, sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, he quickly halted, furrowing his brow. Why are you so thin? Pan Xiaoman, blushing deeper, replied with a wry smile. We have little grain at home. Mom and Dad often give their share to us siblings. I see my brother frequently complain of hunger, so I save some for him and eat less. But ever since you arrived, our family has been enjoying rice porridge and braised pork, so I should gain some weight. Gao Zeyue shook his head with a rueful smile, contemplating the family dynamics where parents sacrifice for their children and siblings look out for one another. He gently reassured her. Next time, I'll bring over a few meat chickens for you and your aunts to enjoy. You won't go hungry with me around. Just keep this between us. Pan Xiaoman nodded, her face aglow, and he patted her shoulder, realizing that, given her current state, consummating their marriage might be unwise. Pregnancy could lead to complications in childbirth. He decided to wait for a few more months. Embracing her again, he inhaled her sweet scent, and together they made their way to the village committee. Pan Xiaoman bouncing with excitement, urging him to hurry. Watching her, Gao Zeyue sighed, thinking, I suppose I'll just dote on her like a precious daughter for now. She is far too thin. Upon reaching the village committee, they were warmly greeted by the villagers. Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman returned the greetings with smiles, making their way to join Pan Fu's family. Settling onto their stools, they eagerly watched the television, captivated by a martial arts drama from Hong Kong. Their eyes sparkling with delight, not a single blink to be seen. Gao Zeyue turned to glance at Pan Xiaoman, equally mesmerized by the screen, and couldn't he help but chuckle at the simplicity of the villagers, utterly enchanted by a mere television show. The village committee was filled to the brim each evening. The 20-something-inch black and white television perched on a long table, broadcasting the thrilling martial arts film. The villagers were transfixed, gasping in awe at the unfolding drama. Gao Zeyue, seated beside Pan Xiaoman and Pan Fu's family, chuckled at the sight of everyone so engrossed in the show. He mused that in this isolated mountain village of the 1960s, a single television could bring such pure, uncomplicated joy, a simplicity and innocence that seemed all too rare in the modern world. In contemporary society, individuals are often seen engrossed in their mobile devices, with television seemingly relegated to the background. Yet, in the 1960s, television was the primary source of entertainment for everyone. Pan Xiaoman was utterly captivated, her eyes glued to the screen and her small hands tightly clutching Gao Zeyue's arm. Observing her rapt expression, Gao Zeyue felt a surge of tenderness in that moment. He realized that this simple, unadorned life was far more precious than the ostentation of modernity. Pan doubted dashed over, brandishing a big white rabbit milk candy. Her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Sister, brother-in-law, have some candy. Her exuberance elicited hearty laughter from those nearby. Chapter 40. The Astonished Young Master Dong. In the evening at the village committee, Gao Zeyue took in the beauty of his wife and the earnestness of the villagers. He mused that life in a village during the 1960s was rather pleasant, envisioning evenings spent with his wife and children by the warm hearth. Gathering at the village committee to watch television brought him great satisfaction. Alas, his humble adobe house posed a challenge. Perhaps he would gradually consider building a brick house, suitable for both city and village living. In this year of severe drought, chaos sometimes erupted in the cities, with red armbands patrolling and the populace gripped by anxiety. In contrast, while the village faced its own drought difficulties, it was surrounded by familiar faces and warm human connections, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The drought could be mitigated. They could utilize a pump to draw water from the nearby dam, dig wells, and cultivate vegetables to trade for grain at the factories in exchange for sustenance. Gao Zeyue gazed at Pan Xiaoman, an impulsive desire rising within him to kiss her rosy cheeks, but with villagers all around, he could only conceal his affection deep within his heart. As the television drama drew to a close around 10:30, the audience lingered, reluctant to leave. They chuckled, expressing their eagerness to return for the next episode, while Pan Xiaoman, her cheeks flushed with excitement, echoed, We must come back early tomorrow. Gao Zeyue affectionately observed the little girl's delight as Yu Xiaowang cheerfully transported the television into the committee room, accompanied by the militia captain, who ensured its safety to avoid any mishaps that might deprive them of tomorrow's viewing. The villagers erupted in laughter, and when Yu Xiaowang emerged jubilantly, Gao Zeyue called out, "Xiaowang, please summon my godfather, the village secretary, and the production team leader." Yu Xiaowang happily complied, bringing forth several village leaders, including the recently departed production team leader. Pan Xiaoman, noticing Gao Zeyue was engaged, waved goodbye to her parents while holding her little stool and leading her brother home joyfully. Seated with Yuan Kai and several village officials, they all took their seats on small stools. Yu Xiaowang cheerfully urged, "Gao Gu, if you have something to say, please do." Gao Zeyue addressed the gathering. "Godfather, I heard from Uncle Pan that this year's drought has left us without rain. It's too exhausting for you all to fetch water daily from the dam. Given the vast amount of land in the village, we should not tire ourselves out. We must find a way to help ourselves. Every household has its own plot of land, correct? I can procure some vegetable seeds for you to plant, and I will help sell them at the Hongxing Machinery Factory so we can have some income." He continued, "And Godfather, tomorrow, please refrain from fetching water. I will arrange for 2 gasoline pumps and several hundred meters of piping to draw water directly from the dam to the fields. You can simply irrigate the land." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai and the other village officials burst into animated discussion, their spirits lifted. Yuan Kai furrowed his brow. "Zeyue, are these gasoline pumps expensive? If so, we can forego it." Gao Zeyue, smiling, reassured him, "Godfather, they are not costly. Consider it my way of repaying the village for the kindness it has shown me. I can also bring the vegetable seeds along." Laughter erupted among the group, and Gao Zeyue joined in, reflecting that the few antiques he acquired from the village were trivial in comparison. After the meeting concluded, the villagers rejoiced at the news of no longer needing to fetch water and at the prospect of growing vegetables in their plots to earn money. Praising the benefits of having a procurement officer in the village, Gao Zeyue exchanged a few more words with Yuan Kai before making his way back to his adobe house. Once inside, he envisioned his luxurious residence. After changing his clothes and glancing at the time, which read 2 in the afternoon, he wandered into the living room and chuckled at the sight of the door to Zi's room wide open, with her Mickey Mouse pajamas laid on the bed. On this summer afternoon, the overcast sky offered a refreshing coolness. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Gao Zeyue noticed the car keys on the table had mysteriously vanished. It was evident that Z had taken them. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he needed to promptly buy the girl a car, lest his vehicle become her mobile billboard. Carefully packing the small wine jar he had retrieved from Pan's family into a wooden box, he dialed Wang Yuan from Huatian Auction House. After ending the call, he leisurely rode his beloved electric scooter towards the auction house. At that moment, in the office of Huatian Auction House, a distinguished guest was present, Dong Tianbao, the scion of the municipal secretary. His mother was a shareholder in Wuyo Entertainment, while his father, a man of integrity, held a high-ranking position, with his mother being the deputy head of the entertainment company and their family wealth amounting to billions. Dong Tianbao had come to select a valuable antique worth hundreds of thousands as a birthday gift. Typically, such minor buyers would be attended to by reception staff in the lobby, but due to his esteemed status, Wang Yuan personally greeted him. As Dong Tianbao examined a small antique bowl valued at several hundred thousand, he frowned, expressing dissatisfaction. "Manager Wang, this bowl seems rather underwhelming. The design is quite commonplace for a gift." Wang Yuan, wearing a forced smile, was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a secretary rushed in to inform them that Gao Zeyue had arrived. Wang Yuan's face brightened at this news, and he promptly told Dong Tianbao, "Please, take your time looking. I have an important guest to attend to. My secretary will assist you in your selection." He hurried towards the lobby. Upon reaching the sofa in the lobby, Wang Yuan greeted Gao Zeyue with a beaming smile. "Young Master Gao, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was preoccupied with some official matters and attending to a significant client. May I inquire what treasures you have brought this time?" Gao Zeyue, unhurried, replied, "No rush. This is a wine jar left by my elder. I thought the design quite appealing and wanted to have you take a look." The two moved to the side of the sofa, and Wang Yuan donned gloves to inspect the jar closely. As he leaned in, he detected the lingering scent of wine within the porcelain, prompting a wry smile as he remarked, "You truly did use it for wine?" Just then, Dong Tianbao, having exited the office after failing to find a suitable gift, spotted Wang Yuan examining a porcelain vase on the table and approached with curiosity. After scrutinizing it, Dong Tianbao turned to Gao Zeyue, expressing eagerness. "Brother, I quite like this piece. Would you consider selling it to me?" Taken aback, Gao Zeyue glanced at Wang Yuan and inquired, "Who is this?" Wang Yuan promptly introduced, "This is young Master Dong. His mother is a director at Wuyo Entertainment." Due to the sensitive nature of Dong Tianbao's father's position, Wang Yuan refrained from mentioning it. Gao Zeyue replied with polite warmth, "Greetings, young Master Dong. Allow Wang manager to appraise this porcelain piece first. Then you can decide whether or not to purchase it." Dong Tianbao nodded in agreement. Observing this, Wang Yuan hesitated and cautioned, "Young Master Dong, perhaps you should reconsider. This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white vase depicting the story of Giguzi descending the mountain. Its pristine condition warrants a starting price of 1.5 billion, with estimates suggesting it could reach upwards of 1.8 billion. Dong Tianbao's eyes widened in shock, stuttering, "How much? 18 billion? That's exorbitantly expensive." He mused to himself that his mother's shares in Weio Entertainment were worth a staggering 4 billion. This seemingly trivial antique before him could rival half of her hard-earned equity, equating to numerous years of his pocket money. As Dong Tianbao gazed at the artifact on the table, he silently exclaimed in disbelief. With a wry smile, he gestured dismissively, saying, "Forget it, I won't buy it." Observing this, Gao Zeyue generously remarked, "Then let us sell it to your Huatian auction house for 18 billion. As per our usual arrangement, you will handle the taxes." Wang Yuan, brimming with excitement, eagerly replied, "Sure, young Master Gao, please hold on a moment. I will have the finance team transfer the funds immediately." Subsequently, Gao Zeyue departed on his electric scooter with a flourish, while Wang Yuan and Dong Tianbao stood at the entrance of the auction house. Watching the diminishing silhouette of the scooter, Dong Tianbao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "He rode an electric scooter to sell an antique worth 18 billion. Wang Yuan, shaking his head with a rueful smile, added, "And that's not all. Last time, he brought 2 paintings. One sold for 16 billion, and another, a genuine piece of Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su, valued over 30 billion, which he opted to take back unsold." Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao couldn't contain his astonishment. "Wow, what a big shot." Gao Zeyue then visited a store selling water pumps, purchasing 2 gasoline pumps along with several barrels of gasoline and hundreds of meters of plastic tubing, arranging for delivery to a specified location. He also stopped by a seed store to buy 5 large bags of tomato, cucumber, and eggplant seeds, ensuring they were sent to the designated address before finally returning to his lavish residence. By 5 in the afternoon, all the items were delivered. After several trips back and forth, Gao Zeyue managed to transport everything to the earthen house from the 1960s. Observing that the sun had yet to rise, he decided to return to the modern era to check on his store. Chapter 41. The Joyful CAF. On a summer evening around 6. The blazing sun cast its warm rays upon the bustling streets as Gao Zeyue leisurely navigated through the throngs of commuters on his electric scooter. In the distance, he spotted his CAF, its sign glowing softly under the sunlight. Arriving at the entrance, he expertly parked his scooter, retrieved the lock, and meticulously secured it. Raising his gaze to the CAF, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. This was his carefully crafted enclave, providing a stable job for Zeyue. Upon entering, the familiar aroma of rich coffee enveloped him, and the elegant music combined with the cool air conditioning instantly refreshed him. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang stood behind the bar, exchanging glances and stifling giggles upon seeing their boss arrive on his scooter. Gao Zeyue, keenly aware of their playful demeanor, raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "What are you two giggling about?" Xiao Qi, with her lively and cheerful personality, was the first to tease, "Boss, with your extravagant supercar, how does it feel to ride that little scooter every day?" After her comment, she mischievously winked, her eyes sparkling with delight, while Xiao Tang stifled her laughter. Gao Zeyue, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter that echoed throughout the CAF. He remarked, "It can be quite troublesome. If it rains heavily, I might end up drenched. However, in the next few days, I plan to take you and Zeyue to buy a car, so we can explore Shanghai together after work." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang instantly erupted with joy, bouncing in place with radiant smiles and sweet voices filling the CAF. "Thank you, boss." Gao Zeyue, heart warmed by their happiness, waved his hand and said, "Why call me boss? That feels too formal. From now on, just call me Brother Zeyue. Since you're here, we are family, and calling me boss feels distant. Just do your best. I don't need the business to flourish, but rather a serene and elegant environment." The CAF's second floor would cater to antique sales and Maotai liquor, requiring a tranquil atmosphere for customers. "You just need to provide exceptional service for my esteemed guests," he added. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement as they replied, "Okay, Brother Zeyue, we will definitely listen to Sister Zeyue." Gao Zeyue nodded in satisfaction, his face beaming with joy. "Be good and diligent, and during the new year, I'll reward each of you with a Porsche worth 2 million. You can take your families for a nice trip then." Initially, the two girls clapped in delight, but upon hearing Porsche, they froze, mouths agape, stammering, "Porsche?" Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, before excitedly shouting, Brother Zeyue, are you really going to buy us cars for the Spring Festival? Gao Zeyue, amused by their naive expressions, affirmed with sincerity, absolutely. So work hard, and consider the 2 Porsches as your red envelopes for the new year. Overwhelmed with joy, their smiles became even more radiant, and they eagerly promised to do their best. Gao Zeyue chuckled, I'll head upstairs now, after work. Let us treat ourselves to some seafood noodles. With that, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Once he disappeared around the staircase corner, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into jubilant screams. The sudden noise drew the attention of several patrons working on their laptops, who glanced toward the bar. The 2 girls, arms linked, bounced around with beaming smiles, their excitement palpable. On the 2nd floor, Gao Zeyue had designed a welcoming space for entertaining guests and enjoying tea while admiring antiques, decorated in a style that was both rustic and comfortable. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Gao Zeyue immediately spotted Lin Zi nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a movie on her MacBook. The flickering light from the screen danced across her face, highlighting her delicate features with playful expressions. He approached her, plopping down beside her, and teasingly remarked, Oh, our Zeisn T watching Crayon Shinchan today. She has upgraded to movies? Lin Zi frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance his way. Scoot over. Don't sit so close to me, she pouted, shifting her petite form away adorably. Gao Zeyue couldn't help but burst into laughter, his amusement filled with affection. Lin Zi blinked in surprise at his contagious laughter, her brows knitting in annoyance as she retorted, What is so funny? What is there to laugh about? Gao Zeyue, still chuckling, pulled out his phone and played a humorous video, saying, Look at you. Don't you resemble that little pig wiggling its bottom in the video? Lin Zi initially giggled, but then her expression shifted to mock outrage. You're calling me a pig? You're asking for trouble. As she spoke, she playfully pinched, twisted, and lightly punched him, her small fists landing harmlessly against him. Instead of flinching, Gao Zeyue relished the playful banter, thoroughly enjoying their light-hearted scuffle. Just then, Xiao Qi ascended from downstairs and, upon witnessing the scene, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter before exclaiming, Sister Zi, the coffee supply delivery has arrived. Please settle the bill. Lin Zi rose from the sofa, adjusting her slightly disheveled dress, and shot a glare at Gao Zi, saying, I'll let you off this time. But next time, you're done for. As she made her way downstairs, Gao Zeyue gave Xiao Qi a thumbs up, silently thanking her for her timely intervention. Xiao Qi, understanding his gesture, smiled and descended the stairs, chatting amicably with Lin Zi. As the 2 descended the stairs, Gao Zeyue settled on the sofa, reflecting on the delightful moments just experienced, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. This CAF, to him, was not merely a business establishment. It was a cherished haven shared with Lin Zi, Xiao Qi, Xiao Tang, and others. Below, Lin Zi was engaged in verifying accounts with the supplier, while Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang assisted her. Their trio erupted into fits of laughter, infusing the evening's CAF atmosphere with vibrancy. Gao Zeyue strolled through the various private rooms of the CAF, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, patiently arranging the teaware. His gaze lingered on a magnificent Zisha teapot valued at 60 million. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to keep it when esteemed guests arrive. Serving tea from this exquisite pot would certainly convey prestige, and besides, he was not lacking in funds. He could simply dig up antiques from the 60s with rice and money. Yet, as he surveyed the private room, he felt an inexplicable void. When Lin Zi ascended the stairs, Gao Zeyue furrowed his brows and inquired, Do you feel like something is amiss in the private room? Lin Zi, perplexed, shook her head. Suddenly, Gao Zeyue's eyes brightened. What if we transform one of the rooms into a mahjong parlor? The moment he uttered this, he was met with a scathing glance from Lin Zi, who retorted playfully, You're utterly unlearned. Chapter 42, A Night of Dancing at the Club. The night was as dark as ink, and the skyscrapers of Lujiazui illuminated with dazzling lights, the neon reflections flowing across the glass facades, showcasing the unique splendor and dreams of this international metropolis. Gao Zeyue, accompanied by Xiao Qi, Xiao Tang, and Lin Zi, strolled through the vibrant streets, making their way to a delectable seafood noodle restaurant. Upon entering this distinctive eatery, they were greeted by bright lighting, the rich aroma of seafood, and a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning, which swiftly dispelled the warmth of the summer evening. The 4 ordered bowls of steaming seafood noodles, the sweetness of shrimp and crab harmonizing with the elasticity of the noodles, creating a delightful medley of flavors that had the 3 girls singing praises. The vivacious Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang eagerly recounted amusing anecdotes from the CAF, their cheerful laughter echoing through the restaurant. Suddenly, Xiao Qi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother Zeyue said he'd gift us each a Porsche for the spring festival. Xiao Tang nodded enthusiastically in agreement. This declaration momentarily stunned Lin Zi, who had been focused on her noodles. She looked up at Gao Zeyue, her expression a blend of confusion and feigned irritation. Observing Gao Zeyue's large feet, she boldly stepped on his toes. Gao Zeyue, caught off guard, winced as Lin Zi's petite foot landed squarely on his, causing him to scrunch his face in pain, struggling to swallow his noodles while exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, what have I done to deserve this?" Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang burst into uncontrollable laughter, while Lin Zi, unable to suppress her mirth, stifled a giggle before adopting a mock-serious tone. "If Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang are getting Porsches, then I want one too." Gao Zeyue, charmed by her feigned anger mixed with a hint of playfulness, replied indulgently, "All right, my dear, how about we consider a different model? Aren't you fond of Ding Ning's McLaren with butterfly doors? Would you prefer that instead? Since we have the means, why not drive a fine car? When you go to school, let them gawk. Just tell them it's your boyfriend's supercar. What's the harm? We certainly can't forsake a luxury vehicle for public transport." Lin Zi pondered his words, initially taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. "That does seem reasonable. But wouldn't it be too ostentatious? Besides, you aren't my boyfriend." Gao Zeyue chuckled and clarified, "I'm merely using a metaphor, all right? Look at Ding Ning. She undoubtedly drives her luxury car to school. Why should you be concerned? Furthermore, if you ever decide to resign from the CAF, I can always reclaim it." Lin Zi, who had been nodding in agreement, suddenly flared up at his last remark. Stepping fiercely on Gao Zeyue's foot again, "You're the one who won't quit. With such a generous salary and luxury car perks. I'll work until your business collapses. No, if you go bankrupt, I'll stick with you. There's no way I'm giving up the luxury car." Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang observed their boss's comical plight and Lin Zi's adorable indignation, thoroughly amused, secretly thinking that the future proprietress of the CAF was a certainty. Gao Zeyue rubbed his sore foot, repeatedly conceding, "You're absolutely right. It's all yours. Everything is yours." The three girls resumed their lively chatter, excitedly discussing the prospect of driving their new cars after work, envisioning delightful outings. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang eagerly anticipated the Spring Festival 6 months hence, dreaming of cruising through the streets of Shanghai in their Porsches, relishing the joy it would bring their families, and the opportunity to flaunt it before their relatives. After their meal, the night had deepened. Gao Zeyue parked the electric scooter at the CAF, while Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang bounded up the stairs, clutching a tablet to play games. Gao Zeyue, behind the wheel of his Bugatti supercar, couldn't help but glance at Lin Zi's fair legs in the passenger seat. A wave of impulse washing over him, a desire to reach out and touch them. But considering the potential repercussions, he reluctantly shook his head, banishing the thought. "Shall we head home or go out for some fun? If we return home, you want to even engage with me, just clutching your computer to watch shows?" Gao Zeyue inquired with a smile. Lin Zi pondered for a moment before responding, "How about we hit the nightclub for a while? I went once with my dorm mates. We split the bill, ordered via mate Yuan, sipping beer at a booth in the hall, and even danced on stage." Gao Zeyue's lips curled into a teasing smile as he quipped, "Shall we split the bill too?" No sooner had he spoken than Lin Zi shot him an exasperated look. She eagerly picked up her phone, joyfully placing an order, exclaiming, "Thanks to my boss for buying me a car. I'm about to splurge. Let us spend 1,888 yuan on a night out. We'll grab some drinks and have fun. After all, returning home means either sleeping or watching shows, and with your car, it'll be convenient for us to go out." Gao Zeyue smiled indulgently, saying, "All right, I'll defer to you, my dear Z, whatever you say goes." The supercar roared to life with a deep, thrilling growl, akin to a beast poised to spring, as it sped towards the nightclub. As they passed, pedestrians halted in their tracks, their gazes riveted on the stunning supercar. The onlookers expressed a mix of awe and envy, whispering, "I wonder which wealthy heir from Shanghai is out flaunting his car tonight." Before long, the supercar came to a halt at the nightclub entrance. The kaleidoscopic lights and deafening music enveloped them instantly. The security personnel at the club rushed over to guide the luxury vehicle to a parking spot. While everyone outside marveled at the Bugatti, young Master Dong, bored and meeting friends for drinks at the nightclub, had just parked his car when he gazed at the flawlessly sleek Bugatti with its scissored doors opening gracefully, filled with admiration. Upon seeing Gao Zeyue and a beautiful girl emerge from the vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback. Gao Zeyue, stepping out, also recognized young Master Dong, and they exchanged friendly nods. Lin Zi gleefully linked her arm with Gao Zeyue as they entered the nightclub, weaving through the throngs of people until they reached their reserved booth. Young Master Dong remarked, "Riding an electric scooter in the afternoon and arriving in a billion-dollar supercar at the nightclub in the evening. Truly, a low-key yet lavish lifestyle." Their table was already adorned with exquisite wines and delectable snacks. Lin Zi lifted a glass of beer, savoring a sip, feeling the bubbles dance on her tongue. Gao Zeyue admired the rosy hue of her cheeks under the lights, his gaze filled with affection. As the music intensified, Lin Zi set her drink down, grasped Gao Zeyue's hand, and declared, "Let us go dance on the stage." Gao Zeyue smiled as she allowed herself to be led into the center of the dance floor. Upon entering the nightclub, young Master Dong made a beeline for the private room on the second floor. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of the Ding siblings, Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning, alongside the club owner Wang Yong and two lovely young ladies. Dong Tianbao entered with a warm smile, exchanged pleasantries with everyone, poured himself a drink, and engaged in lively conversation. In the midst of their chatter, Dong Tianbao suddenly brought up Gao Zeyue's earlier escapades at Huatian Auction House, as well as her recent appearance in the parking lot driving a limited edition Bugatti. Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning exchanged amused glances, chuckling as they remarked, "We didn't expect her to bring Lin Zi along for some fun." Gao Zeyue, observing the vibrant and charming girl before her on the dance floor, felt a ripple of emotions within her. She was acutely aware that amidst the glamour and allure of this bustling metropolis, she had already been deeply captivated by Lin Zi. Similarly, Lin Zi, through their shared moments, began to relish the sense of adoration that came with having Gao Zi by her side. Chapter 43, Young Master Dong's Dependence on Family. The night in Shanghai was a tapestry of dazzling neon lights and the intoxicating allure of nightlife. This city that never sleeps was always filled with ceaseless temptations and fervor. Inside this opulent nightclub, the pulsating music, flickering lights, and throngs of dancing patrons painted a mesmerizing portrait of urban nightlife. At the center of the stage, Gao Zeyue reveled in playful antics with Lin Zi. Dressed in a flowing dress and dainty white shoes, Lin Zi's graceful figure was accentuated beautifully, while Gao Zeyue donned a simple yet stylish casual outfit. Their silhouettes on stage drew the attention of many onlookers. They swayed to the rhythm of the music, relishing this rare moment of leisure, their laughter echoing amidst the vibrant beats. Suddenly, two inebriated men staggered towards Lin Zi, their eyes gleaming with ill intentions. One man reached out with a heavy hand, intending to grasp Lin Zi's waist. Quick as lightning, Gao Zeyue dashed forward, forcefully swatting the man's hand away and swiftly shielding Lin Zi behind her. The abrupt commotion brought the dance floor to a standstill, with all eyes turning towards the four of them. Tension filled the air as the revelers sensed that conflict was imminent and hastily vacated the area. Their curiosity piqued as they awaited the unfolding drama. At that moment, Ding Ningning emerged from the private room, initially hoping to find Lin Zi amidst the lively atmosphere. Upon witnessing the escalating situation on stage, she gasped in alarm and hurriedly rushed back toward the private room. Bursting through the door, she called out anxiously, "Brother, Wang Yong. Someone's trying to bully Sister Zi." Inside the room, Ding Junjie, Dong Tianbao, and Wang Yong had been leisurely conversing. Upon hearing Ding Ningning's urgent plea, the three sprang to their feet almost in unison. Ding Junjie furrowed his brow and commanded, "Wang Yong, quickly instruct your staff to intercept those men." Wang Yong immediately grabbed a walkie-talkie, bellowing, "Attention, all security personnel. Proceed to the stage immediately and ensure the safety of the young man and woman on stage. They must not be harmed." Seeing Wang Yong take charge, Ding Junjie felt a modicum of relief and suggested, "Let us go see for ourselves." Thus, Ding Ningning led Ding Junjie, Dong Tianbao, and Wang Yong out of the private room toward the nightclub's dance floor. On stage, Gao Zeyue stood protectively in front of Lin Zi, contemplating the possibility of a brawl. If it came to blows, she thought, she would simply have to endure a few bruises and perhaps a trip to the police station. Just then, the nightclub security personnel, wielding batons, swiftly arrived, encircling Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi. The lead security officer sternly addressed the two men, "Gentlemen, it would be wise for you to refrain from causing a disturbance. These two are esteemed guests of our establishment." The two men, identified as Wang Tao and Cheng Hui, despite their intoxicated state, momentarily froze at the sight of the approaching security. Wang Tao scoffed, "Esteemed guests. Who cares? I'll cause a ruckus if I please." However, as they caught sight of Ding Junjie, Dong Tianbao, and Wang Yong advancing towards them, their bravado quickly evaporated. Panic flickered across their faces, their expressions resembling that of frightened children. With a sardonic smile, Dong Tianbao quipped, "Oh, isn't this Wang Gongzi and Chen Gongzi? Here to cause trouble for my friends after a few drinks?" At the mention of his name, Wang Tao and Cheng Hui suddenly sobered up, hastily apologizing, "Dong Gongzi. Ding Gongzi. We had no idea they were your friends. We'll take our leave immediately." With that, the two men scurried away, tails tucked firmly between their legs. Ding Junjie chuckled at Gao Zeyue, remarking, "Young Master Gao seems to be in high spirits, accompanying Zi for a night of fun. Why not join us in the private room for a while?" Gao Zeyue managed a wry smile, internally grateful for Ding Junjie and the others' timely arrival. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a rather precarious situation. Thank you, Brother Ding and young Master Dong, for your assistance. Let us indeed head upstairs. Ding Ningning rushed over, affectionately embracing Lin Ziyi, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "If you're looking to have fun, come join us. This nightclub belongs to our friend Wang Yong. Next time, give us a call, and I'll personally show you around." Gao Zeyue and Lin Ziyi exchanged amused glances, unable to stifle their laughter. They had not anticipated encountering Ding Ningning and her brother during their night out, marveling at the serendipitous nature of their meeting. On their way to the private room, Ding Ningning animatedly shared tales of the nightclub's highlights, particularly raving about the karaoke rooms on the second floor, which elicited joyous laughter from Lin Ziyi. With Ding Ningning's company and engaging chatter, Lin Ziyi gradually shed the remnants of her earlier scare, her face once again alight with happiness. Upon entering the private room, Wang Yong warmly welcomed them, summoning waitstaff to bring forth several bottles of premium liquor and exquisite fruit platters. The group settled in, exchanging introductions. In his introduction, Dong Tanbao mentioned only his mother, omitting any reference to his father, which piqued Gao Zeyue's curiosity, though she chose not to pry further. Raising his glass, Gao Zeyue sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wang Yong, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wang, for alerting the security to ensure our safety. Otherwise, we might have ended up at the police station." Wang Yong chuckled heartily, replying, "Young Master Gao, it was but a trivial matter. Next time you come, just let me know, and I'll ensure our security team looks after you both throughout your visit. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest." Gao Zeyue smiled gratefully once more. Ding Junjie then turned to Dong Tianbao, curiosity evident in his eyes, and asked, "Do you know those two wastrels from earlier?" Dong Tianbao sighed with a wry smile. "Their parents hold positions in government agencies. We crossed paths at a gathering once. Just two spoiled brats, emboldened by their parents' status, who think they can cause trouble wherever they please." Ding Junjie nodded thoughtfully, and the two exchanged glances, observing Lin Ziyi and Ding Ningning chatting animatedly. Both unable to contain their bemusement, they contemplated how beautiful young women seemed to attract trouble wherever they went. At that moment, Gao Zeyue turned to Dong Tianbao with a grateful smile. Intrigued, Dong Tianbao inquired, "May I ask where you are currently employed, young Master Gao?" Instantly, the others in the private room turned their attention to Gao Zeyue, eager to uncover his background. Gao Zeyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, pondering why his humble position as a coffee shop owner warranted such keen interest from these high-profile individuals. However, he calmly replied, "I'm merely opened a coffee shop, selling a few bottles of Maotai and some antiques. There's nothing grand about it." Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao and Wang Yong exchanged knowing smiles, thinking to themselves how remarkably modest this individual was. Gao Zeyue took a sip of his drink and observed Lin Ziyi and Ding Ningning chattering animatedly about which car to purchase. He shook his head in exasperation and turned to Dong Tianbao, asking, "What does young Master Dong do for a living?" Dong Tianbao shrugged his shoulders and replied with a nonchalant expression, "I live off my parents." This candid response elicited hearty laughter from everyone in the private room. They all agreed that to speak so openly about relying on one's parents was a rare feat, and Dong Tianbao truly stood out in this regard. Afterwards, Gao Zeyue engaged in conversation with the group for a while longer. As time passed and the night deepened, they realized it was getting late and prepared to head home. Wang Yong enthusiastically accompanied them out of the nightclub, intending to see everyone off. When Gao Zeyue and Lin Ziyi reached their vehicle, the scissor doors of the Bugatti slowly ascended, causing Wang Yong to pause in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is this the limited edition car, the only one in all of Shanghai?" Ding Junjie, Dong Tianbao, and Ding Ningning all nodded with smiles. Wang Yong excitedly circled the sports car, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's absolutely stunning." Gao Zeyue bid farewell to the group with a smile, before getting into the car and starting the engine. The Bugatti roared to life with a deafening sound, and Gao Zeyue waved to everyone as he drove away. The sleek silhouette and distinctive sound left both Wang Yong and Dong Tianbao gazing enviously in the direction of the departing car. Ding Ningning observed their wide-eyed expressions and scoffed. "TCH, such lack of experience. The teapot in their shop is worth 60 million. Brother, let's head home." Ding Junjie, with a resigned smile, got into his sister's car and departed as well, leaving Wang Yong and Dong Tianbao standing at the nightclub entrance, both disheveled by the wind, still pondering Ding Ningning's mention of the 60 million yuan teapot. Their minds were engulfed in shock, filled with doubt and awe. They had never expected that the seemingly ordinary Gao Zeyue could be so enigmatic. Particularly, the roar of the Bugatti as it left was simply magnificent. Chapter 44, The Enchanting Beauty Beneath the Tree. On the streets of the Magic City, Gao Zeyue drove the supercar, soft music flowing from the interior, intertwining with Lin Ziyi's bright laughter. Zi's eyes sparkled with joy as she enthusiastically recounted amusing anecdotes from her conversation with Ding Ning Ning. The little girl's lively eyes radiated happiness, and Gao Zeyue, listening intently, found himself smiling with indulgent affection. At a traffic light, the supercar came to a steady halt. Through the rearview mirror, Gao Zeyue noticed that the car behind maintained a cautious distance of 5 meters, causing him to chuckle softly. Lin Zi, following his gaze, exchanged a glance with him, and they both burst into laughter. Gao Zeyue's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Zi's fair legs, and he felt an impulse to reach out and touch them. Shaking his head, he recalled the 1960s he had traversed into, having researched extensively online. The world of that era appeared to be starkly different from the 1960s of this reality. Upon reflection, it seemed to be a parallel timeline, entirely distinct from this world. In that 1960s, he was soon to have a wife. Yet in this modern society, he could not simply sever the lineage, risking a future devoid of descendants. Previously, lacking the means to marry had been one thing, but now that he possessed wealth, marrying became imperative. Otherwise, what was the purpose of earning money? His gaze returned to Lin Zi's cheerful face, and Gao Zeyue remarked, "It seems we are out of food at home. Shall we take a stroll through the supermarket?" Lin Zi paused momentarily before joyfully nodding. "Sure. I want to buy some strawberries and fruits to take to the shop tomorrow." Gao Zeyue teased, "Won't you just buy them at the shop? Why must we go out to purchase them?" Lin Zi explained with a smile, "The fruits at Lujiazui are far too expensive. The three of us can't afford them." Hearing this, Gao Zeyue felt even more fond of her. She was so sensible, avoiding unnecessary expenditures. And being a university student at a prestigious institution in the Magic City, her values were commendable. Unlike some other beautiful girls who struggled in life and resorted to live streaming or suggestive dancing for money, this little girl not only worked part-time to save for her family, but also sent money home, a rarity indeed. As for himself, while he had earned some money selling antiques, he was merely a person who hadn't even graduated from middle school, and the disparity between him and Lin Zi felt insurmountable. Nonetheless, he silently resolved to win Lin Zi's heart, believing that if they were to have children in the future, it would be wonderful if they were as cultured and morally upright as she was. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the supermarket. As soon as the car was parked, Lin Zi eagerly hopped out, exclaiming, "The fruits at the suburban supermarket are very inexpensive, unlike Lujiazui, where they are exorbitantly priced." With that, she grabbed Gao Zeyue's hand, pulling him into the supermarket, pushing a shopping cart. Not long after entering the supermarket, Lin Zi suddenly stopped and plopped down into the shopping cart, playfully instructing Gao Zeyue, "Let's go. You'll go wherever I point." Gao Zeyue chuckled at her whimsical demeanor, shaking his head in amusement as he pushed the cart under her direction, weaving through the aisles. They selected various food items together. And when Gao Zeyue reached the baby formula aisle, his attention was drawn to 2 cans of formula. He thought of Pan Xiaoman, who was far too slender and needed substantial nourishment. Merely eating meat was insufficient. She needed to drink some formula to improve her health. These cans, once the outer packaging was removed, would merely appear as 2 inconspicuous tins, not drawing attention in the 1960s. Without hesitation, he placed both cans in the shopping cart and handed them to Lin Zi. Sitting in the cart, Lin Zi looked puzzled and asked, "What do you need baby formula for? You're not a child, and I don't drink it either." Gao Zeyue joked, "If Zi doesn't drink baby formula, can she still be called Zi?" Lin Zi pouted adorably, scolding, "You silly head. I don't drink baby formula. Are you looking for a beating?" Seeing her about to get upset, Gao Zeyue quickly clarified, "It's a gift. It's not for you to drink, so don't take it personally." Afterwards, they picked out some additional food and fruits, and observing the reasonable prices, Gao Zeyue felt a wave of nostalgia. Once a poor boy who could hardly afford fruits, now he was able to shop so freely and enjoy the company of such a beautiful girl. It felt almost surreal. At the checkout, as Gao Zeyue prepared to pay with his phone, he was taken aback to find Lin Zi had already stepped forward to settle the bill. He blinked in surprise and chuckled, "Why spend your money when I could have paid?" Lin Zi turned back with a smile, "You've treated me to meals several times. This time, I'll treat you. And about the car you're planning to buy me, I know it's to uphold the shop's image, so if I leave, I'll return the car. I don't want to be taken advantage of by you wealthy folks in the future." Gao Zeyue playfully replied, "Then I'll take advantage of you. You should offer yourself in return." Lin Zi, without looking back, retorted with a single word, "Get lost." Once they returned home, Lin Zi rushed to her room to shower and changed into adorable Mickey Mouse pajamas. After washing some strawberries, she carried a plate to the balcony. Enjoying the strawberries while admiring the night view, Gao Zeyue emerged from his bath, and upon catching sight of the elegant silhouette of Zi on the balcony, his heart brimmed with joy. It was not merely the presence of a beautiful girl that delighted him. He also relished the playful banter they shared. As night deepened and Zi settled into rest, Gao Zeyue grasped the 2 cans of milk powder, closed his eyes and felt the familiar sensation of dizziness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the earthen dwelling of the 1960s. Stepping outside, he noted that dawn had broken over the village, with sunlight spilling across the countryside, creating a scene of tranquil beauty. Gao Zeyue secured 2 water pumps and a can of gasoline onto his bicycle, draping several hundred meters of hose over the handlebars, and began to push the bicycle towards the fields at the village's edge. In the distance, he spotted Pan Xiaoman playing beneath a tree with her younger brother and several other children, dressed in simple, coarse cloth and sporting 2 braided pigtails. She appeared like a captivating painting in the sunlight. As he beheld her figure, an impulsive desire surged within him. He longed to rush over and embrace Pan Xiaoman, planting a kiss on her cherubic lips. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, forcing a smile as he approached her on his bicycle. Pan Xiaoman, who had been laughing and playing with the children, inadvertently looked up and her eyes lit up at the sight of Gao Zeyue, her face brimming with uncontainable joy. "Brother Zeyue, you've come." Her melodious voice chimed as she sprang to her feet and jogged towards him. Her stunning smile left Gao Zeyue momentarily entranced, for she was truly a petite beauty capable of captivating a city with a mere smile. "Brother Zeyue, why have you come? And with so many things?" Pan Xiaoman exclaimed, curiously examining the water pumps, gasoline, and hoses on the bicycle. Gao Zeyue snapped back to reality and affectionately patted her cheek, saying, "I thought it was time to water the fields, so I brought some tools." "Hello, brother-in-law," shouted Pan Dodo, with several other children echoing the greeting. Gao Zeyue was taken aback, but he soon joined Pan Xiaoman in laughter. He pulled out a handful of large white rabbit candies from his pocket, cheerfully offering them to each, instructing them to stay close and play right there. "Thank you, brother-in-law," the children chorused, eliciting more shared laughter between Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman. Chapter 45. The fiery pursuit of a marriage certificate. The summer sun scorched the land of the new Red 6 team. Waves of heat radiating from the fields under the relentless sun. Yu Xiaowang, having just carried several buckets of water, collapsed onto the ridge, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. He gazed at the parched earth and thought to himself, "Brother Gao, please bring back the water pump quickly, otherwise, I dread to think how much longer we must endure this." Suddenly, joyous laughter erupted from beneath a nearby tree. Yu Xiaowang looked up to see Pan Xiaoman playing with several children, and beside her stood a familiar figure, Brother Gao Zeyue. His eyes widened in surprise, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he dashed towards the tree, calling out, "Brother Gao! Brother Gao!" Hearing the commotion, Gao Zeyue turned and beamed at him. He pulled out a few more large white rabbit candies from his pocket, shaking them playfully as he said, "Xiaowang, have some candy." Yu Xiaowang, feeling a bit shy, scratched the back of his head before accepting the candy. He eagerly unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth, his face instantly lighting up with joy. "It's so sweet," he exclaimed. At that moment, Yu Xiaowang's attention was drawn to the items on the bicycle. Curiously, he inquired, "Brother Gao, what is this?" Gao Zeyue chuckled as he explained, "A water pump. Didn't I mention I would bring one for the village yesterday?" Yu Xiaowang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "So soon?" "You did mention it, but my father and the village leaders thought it would take several days, so they had us continue fetching water today." Gao Zeyue patted Yu Xiaowang's shoulder and instructed, "Go tell your adoptive father and the villagers to stop fetching water. We'll draw it from the bridge dam." Ecstatic, Yu Xiaowang turned and sprinted back to the fields, shouting the good news. Before long, the village chief, Yuan Kai, and his wife, Shui Wenxia, approached. Gao Zeyue greeted them with a smile, saying, "Adoptive father, adoptive mother, I brought the water pump today. Why are you still fetching water?" Yuan Kai inspected the bicycle and the water pump closely, chuckling, "We didn't want to delay you, so we started fetching water just in case." "Xiaoguang, take down the hose, place one end in the irrigation ditch by the field, and hold the other end as we head to the bridge dam," Gao Zeyue directed. "Let me do it," Yuan Kai interjected quickly. "Xiaoguang, stay here and watch this end of the hose." The group erupted in laughter, and Gao Zeyue pushed the bicycle ahead, while Yuan Kai pulled the other end of the 2 hoses towards the dam. As they reached the dam, a crowd began to gather, all curious about the unfamiliar machines. Gao Zeyue skillfully poured gasoline into the water pump and pulled the starting cord, causing the engine to roar to life as both pumps began to operate. Water surged from the 2-meter-deep reservoir at the bridge dam through the hoses. Before long, Yu Xiaowang returned, exclaiming, "Father, water is gushing from the 2 hoses in the irrigation ditch. We don't have to fetch water anymore. Hurry back to grab shovels and get to the fields." The villagers cheered at the news, relieved that they would no longer have to toil in fetching water. Villagers from New Red 4 and 6 teams, who had come to fetch water, gazed in wonder at the 2 machines across the way. Soon, the village leaders from both teams arrived, staring in shock as they watched the water flow into the irrigation ditch of New Red 6 team. They conferred with Yuan Kai, suggesting they borrow the pumps when finished. To which Yuan chuckled, "We can't lend these out. They were brought back by my hard-working boy after all." He turned to find Gao Zeyue, only to discover he had already vanished. Yuan observed his son, Yu Xiaowang, who was intently watching the water pump, and asked, "Where did your brother go?" Yu Xiaowang paused, then replied with a grin, "Father, brother Gao saw that everything was fine, so he took Pan Xiaoman home." Yuan nodded, instructing, "All right. Keep an eye on the machines. Once the village is done drawing water, take the machines and gasoline back to the village inn and store them safely." The village leaders from the 4th and 5th teams exchanged rueful smiles, realizing that they could not provide fuel for the machines. Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue rode his bicycle back home with Pan Xiaoman. A smile of happiness adorned his face as he said, "Xiaoman, look what I brought for you. This is milk powder. If you drink a big bowl each morning and night, you'll gradually get better. Your parents can have some too. And Dodo can join in as well. I'll bring you more once this is finished." Pan Xiaoman gazed at the 2 cans, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she replied, "Brother Zeyue, this milk powder is too expensive. Please don't buy it again." Gao Zeyue looked at her tenderly and smiled. "You needn't worry about that. You're so thin, we can't consummate our marriage until you're healthier. Otherwise, if you were to become pregnant, it could be perilous for both you and the child. Thus, I'll continue to bring you some chicken to nourish you," he added. Pan Xiaoman listened intently, nodding seriously, her heart filled with gratitude. Just then, Gao Zeyue leaned in and kissed her gently. He embraced her slender waist, caressing her tenderly until her cheeks flushed crimson. After releasing her, he chuckled, "Shall we go find your adoptive parents for a certificate, so we can apply for a marriage license?" Pan Xiaoman shyly nodded, her blush deepening. The 2 set down the milk powder, locked the door, and made their way to the village committee. Yuan was joyfully discussing the matter of the water pump with the villagers when he was momentarily taken aback by the arrival of Gan Xiaozai and Pan Xiaoman. He inquired, "What brings you 2 here?" Upon learning that they intended to obtain a marriage certificate, Yuan was wholeheartedly supportive, smiling as he remarked, "Now, in the city, one must be 18 years old to marry. Pan Xiaoman would soon turn 17 in 2 months, which sufficed." And he offered to write a note indicating she was a few months older. The couple was elated upon hearing this. With the note from their guardian in hand, they sought out Pan's parents in the fields to announce their decision to go to the city for their marriage certificate. Pan's mother smiled encouragingly, saying, "Hurry along. It's fine to stay a couple of days longer. Now that you have the certificate, you are officially a couple." The 2 joyously rode their bicycles, laughing and chatting, arriving at the city's Civil Affairs Bureau before noon. With the village certificate and proof from the neighborhood committee in hand, they successfully obtained their marriage certificate. Gao Zeyue, overwhelmed with happiness, scooped Pan Xiaoman into his arms and spun her around, her laughter ringing out joyfully at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Later, they dined at a state-run restaurant, where manager Su, upon hearing the news of their marriage, expressed his genuine delight. After their meal, they packed some leftovers for dinner. When it came time to settle the bill, manager Su chuckled, "Brother, aren't you just slapping my face? This state-run restaurant will rely on your deliveries in the future. You needn't pay, just deliver the meat on time at the end of the month." The couple gratefully thanked him and returned to their courtyard with their meal. As the evening sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard, Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman sat together, gazing at their marriage certificate, their eyes brimming with affection. Gao Zeyue prepared hot water for their bath and had bought Pan Xiaoman a purple silk nightgown, while he wore a coffee-colored one. Pan Xiaoman's excitement was palpable as she admired the colorful television, the red silk wedding quilt, the candles, and the kettle, growing increasingly fond of them. "How wonderful it will be to watch television under the covers tonight," she exclaimed. Gao Zeyue, with a tender smile, replied, "First, take a bath and change into your clothes. Then we can eat and enjoy some television. You love watching it, don't you?" Pan Xiaoman nodded shyly, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 46. A sweet newlywed night. The evening light streamed through the glass window, illuminating the simple shower area where Gao Zeyue stood, listening to the kettle bubbling as the water neared boiling. Turning, he noticed the beautiful Pan Xiaoman, blushing as she fidgeted with the hem of her dress at the doorway, her bashfulness reminiscent of a blooming flower in summer, both delicate and endearing. Gao Zeyue smiled tenderly and remarked, "Why are you so shy, my dear? We are officially husband and wife now. Don't worry, once you've regained your health, we can consummate our marriage. I cherish my precious wife too much. Let us wait until you're rosy and plump for that." Pan Xiaoman furrowed her brows, saying, "I don't want to be that fat. Aunt Wang in the village looks unappealing since she gained weight." Gao Zeyue laughed heartily, amused that she cared so much about her appearance. "Well then, let us wait until your little bunny grows plumper. That'll be fine, right? Now, let us wash up, change into clean nightwear, and enjoy our meal while watching television. Isn't that what you love most?" He coaxed her playfully, resembling a big bad wolf enticing a little girl. Pan Xiaoman's face flushed at the mention of television, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Under Gao Zeyue's gentle persuasion, she felt as though she were a child being led away, softly closing the door behind her. The soft glow of the light bulb illuminated the room, creating an ambience both bright and intimate. Gao Zeyue watched as Pan Xiaoman slowly removed her clothing, her feet clad in the slippers he had brought from modern times, cautiously shielding her chest. Her skin was as fair as snow, yet her figure was too slender, her thighs as thin as his arms, causing him to feel a pang of tenderness. He beckoned her closer, softly saying, "Why be shy? We are one now. You're far too thin. Once we return to the village, I'll bring back some fat chickens for Auntie to nourish you." Pan Xiaoman lowered her head slightly, responding in a whisper. Once the water was ready, Gao Zeyue poured the scalding hot water into the makeshift shower head, mixing in some cold water to reach a comfortable temperature before turning on the tap. Water flowed gently through the plastic tubing as he also shed his clothes and donned slippers. Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed crimson upon seeing Gao Zeyue, her bashful expression stirring a longing within him. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace, tenderly kissing her lips, his kisses soft and cautious. Careful not to hurt her. Pan Xiaoman's breaths grew rapid under his affectionate kisses, her soft gasps filling the air. After a while, as she gradually calmed down, Gao Zeyue picked up the shower head to begin washing. He took out a small black bucket filled with shampoo for girls that Lin Zi had purchased, carefully washing Pan Xiaoman's hair. The sweet floral scent of the shampoo made her exclaim in delight. It smells so sweet, like petals. In this warm and intimate atmosphere, the little girl began to relax, and the two enjoyed a romantic bath together, their affection blossoming amidst the steam. Gao Zeyue caressed Pan Xiaoman's soft, elastic skin, his breath quickening. Ultimately unable to hold back, he embraced her neck and kissed her again, guiding her gentle hand downwards. The bathroom was filled with soft sighs, and after half an hour, they finally satisfied their desires and began to dry off. Pan Xiaoman's face was flushed as she sweetly said, "Zeyue, I didn't expect bathing together to be so pleasant. It's a pity my health isn't great. Otherwise, we could have consummated our marriage." Gao Zeyue, content, replied, "My dear, there's no need to rush. We'll wait until you're fully recovered before we consummate our marriage." Pan Xiaoman shyly nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. Let us go heat up the food. The television will start soon." After changing into clean nightwear, they warmed the meal they had brought back from the restaurant. Across the dining table, their eyes met, filled with love and sweetness. After finishing dinner, Gao Zeyue sat back in his chair, pulling Pan Xiaoman into his embrace as they watched television together. The faint scent of her body enveloped him, stirring a response within him once more. As Pan Xiaoman focused intently on the screen, she suddenly paused, glancing back at him with her cute little frown before turning back to the television. Her demeanor both playful and adorable. The walls were adorned with festive decorations, and 2 red candles flickered softly beside them, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere for their newlywed night. Gao Zeyue nestled his head against Pan Xiaoman's neck, greedily inhaling her sweet scent as they became immersed in the drama, savoring their blissful time as newlyweds. As the clock struck 10, signaling the end of the show, Pan Xiaoman prepared to blow out the candles and sleep. Gao Zeyue gently grasped her hand, smiling. "Why blow out the candles? Let them burn through the night. Just turn off the electric lights. It's our wedding night. Let the candles burn all evening." Pan Xiaoman nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. As they nestled under the covers, Gao Zeyue could no longer contain his affection, tenderly slipping Pan Xiaoman's nightgown off and kissing her once more. It was only in the deep of night that they finally fell asleep in each other's embrace, both wearing blissful smiles. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Gao Zeyue gazed at Pan Xiaoman's lovely face beside him, reaching out to gently caress her slender waist before planting soft kisses on her rosy lips, filled with tenderness and sweetness, until Pan Xiaoman was gently roused from her slumber. The two exchanged a tender smile, their eyes brimming with affection and sweetness. Gao Zeyue rose to prepare a pot of rice porridge, and once they had finished their meal, they began to tidy up their belongings in preparation for their return to the village. The concern weighed heavily on Gao Zeyue's mind, for he could not bear the thought of leaving Pan Xiaoman alone in their little courtyard for an entire day, especially in the tumultuous climate of the 1960s, an era marked by scarcity and unrest. In the village, with Pan's parents and the neighbors present, Pan Xiaoman's safety would be more assured. Gao Zeyue meticulously placed a cushion on the bicycle's rear seat, hoping to make the journey more comfortable for Pan Xiaoman. Standing in the small courtyard, she gazed fondly at their love nest, the place where they had shared beautiful memories on their wedding night, her face illuminated with joy and delight. Though they had yet to consummate their marriage, the intimacy they had shared made them feel like a true couple, with only the need for a grand ceremony in the village to complete their union. Seeing Pan Xiaoman lost in thought, Gao Zeyue could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips, softly saying, "All right, let us return to the village. This is your home. You may come back whenever you wish. I am uneasy leaving you alone. We shall return together when your parents accompany you." Pan Xiaoman nodded eagerly, her smile brightening the moment. Securing the courtyard door, they set off towards Xinhong's 6 team. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed them, and the sun shone warmly, as if bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Meanwhile, Lin Zi, in the modern day, felt an inexplicable void in her heart due to Gao Zeyue's absence, causing her to forget simple tasks throughout the day, much to the amusement of Shao Qi and Shao Tang, who stifled their laughter. Chapter 47, Milk Powder. On a morning in the 1960s, Gao Zeyue pedaled his bicycle, with Pan Xiaoman's small head resting against his back, her heart and eyes full of admiration for her husband. As they passed by the post office, Gao Zeyue suddenly halted, prompting Pan Xiaoman to lift her head in curiosity and ask, "What is it, Brother Zeyue?" With a smile, Gao Zeyue replied, "Let us purchase a few stamps. I wish to send them to a friend." They entered the post office, only to be taken aback by its sparsity. Gao Zeyue called out cheerfully to the staff, "Hello, miss, I would like to buy some stamps." The woman at the counter retorted, "You should address me as comrade." Gao Zeyue exchanged a wry smile with Pan Xiaoman and quietly remarked, "It seems we have inadvertently displeased this comrade." Pan Xiaoman stifled a laugh before sweetly addressing the counter attendant, "Greetings, comrade, we would like to buy some stamps." The attractive Wang Guifeng, upon seeing the charming young lady, felt her spirits lift and responded with a smile. "Oh, little girl, what stamps do you wish to buy? Each person may only purchase one." Pan Xiaoman turned to Gao Zeyue, while Wang Guifeng scrutinized the handsome couple and inquired, "Are you siblings? You both look quite charming." Pan Xiaoman beamed and replied, "We are husband and wife. Our elders enjoy collecting stamps, so we wish to buy a few." Gao Zeyue added with a grin, "Indeed. I am a purchasing agent at the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Here is my identification." Wang Guifeng examined the credentials and chuckled, "Ah, a purchasing agent. In that case, I shall sell you each 2 stamps, but no more, lest I breach the rules." Pan Xiaoman joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, comrade." Gao Zeyue, gazing at his beloved wife, mused that being a purchasing agent paled in comparison to having such a lovely spouse. Wang Guifeng opened the stamp album and said, "Choose from here." This DeLong stamp was released 2 years ago, and only 2 remain, priced at 80 cents each. The others are 50 cents each. Gao Zeyue laughed, declaring, "I will take 2 of the DeLong stamps. Since we just married, let's also have 2 of the nation's mountains and rivers are all red stamps." After purchasing the stamps, Pan Xiaoman smiled and said, "Thank you, comrade." Wang Guifeng replied with a warm smile, "Come back again next time." Gao Zeyue found the exchange amusing, and the couple rode their bicycle back home. Upon reaching the village, they spotted Yu Xiaoguang, wearing a straw hat and idly guarding the water pump. Gao Zeyue called out, "Xiaoguang, why are you here all alone?" Yu Xiaoguang looked up and, seeing the happy couple, rushed over with a grin, "Brother Gao, sister-in-law, you have returned. How did it go with the marriage certificate?" Gao Zeyue replied happily, "It's all set and safely stored in the city." Yu Xiaoguang, relieved that they had secured their marriage certificate, thought to himself that the village had truly benefited from Pan Xiaoman's presence. He reflected on how, without her, there would be no television or water pumps in their village, and villagers would have to carry water on their backs, resulting in sore feet. Suddenly, he noticed the milk candies Gao Zeyue had handed over. Pan Xiaoman chimed in, "These are the wedding candies we brought for you." Yu Xiaoguang gleefully accepted them, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. My father asked me to watch over the water pump, as everyone is busy irrigating the fields. Today, if we manage to pump the water, it will suffice for the entire village's needs. Truly a blessing from Brother Gao." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "It's a small matter. If anything arises in the village, do not hesitate to inform me. I will find a way. I am a member of this village too, and I have spent much time here these past few years. With the outside world being so chaotic, the village feels much safer." Yu Xiaoguang was overjoyed, and after a bit more conversation, Gao Zeyue led Pan Xiaoman back to their humble earthen home. With a wry smile, he remarked, "My house is rather shabby. You should stay with your family for now. Once autumn arrives, we will plan a proper wedding and consider building a brick house for us." Pan Xiaoman nodded. "Then, Brother Zeyue, whenever you miss me, I shall come to keep you company." Gao Zeyue thought to himself how enchanting she was, and he took a bag of rice and 2 cans of milk powder back to Pan Xiaoman's parental home, intending to dine there from now on. Cooking for himself was a daunting prospect, especially with limited ingredients and skills. Upon reaching Pan's home, he and Pan Xiaoman had yet to arrive, when she joyfully exclaimed, "Father, Mother, we are back." Pan's father and mother were taken aback. "How could you return so quickly after just one day?" They noticed Gao Zeyue carrying rice and Pan Xiaoman holding 2 cans, eagerly inquiring, "How did it go?" Did you obtain the marriage certificate? Gao Zeyue replied with a smile. Uncle, aunt, we have secured it. Now we only await the autumn wedding. Pan's parents were overjoyed and urged the couple to rest for a while. Pan's mother went to prepare a meal, and Pan Xiaoman joined her in the kitchen. Gao Zeyue cheerfully said, Aunt, please heat some water. I brought milk powder for you all to enjoy. Pan's father laughed. At our age, we don't need milk powder. But Xiaoman and Dodo are quite thin. They should drink it daily. Pan's mother nodded in agreement, praising her son-in-law for his care of his wife. Before long, the water was heated, and Gao Zeyue brought out 4 large bowls for the family. Pan's mother looked on with concern. Gao Zeyue reassured her, Aunt, do not worry. Just enjoy it. Having a bowl morning and night is good for your health. If it runs out, I will buy more. Pan Dodo, after letting the milk powder cool for a moment, took a sip and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Sister, come quickly. This is so delicious and sweet. Pan's mother and Pan Xiaoman joined him at the table, and Pan's father brightened, declaring, It truly is delicious. Not to mention, it's more delightful than that done by 2 milk candy. Pan Xiaoman, savoring the milk powder, had her eyes squinting with joy, causing Gao Zeyue's heart to skip a beat. Before long, Pan's mother prepared a meal of pork stir-fried with vegetables and rice porridge for lunch. Pan Dodo, after finishing half a bowl, exclaimed, Sister, I'm full. What should I do? Laughter erupted around the table. Pan's mother chuckled. This milk powder is indeed delightful. Just a few sips are enough to quench one's hunger. Xiaoman and Dodo, you should each have a bowl morning and night. As for your father and me, we shall stick to solid food. They chatted about the courtyard home in the city, with Pan Xiaoman extolling its virtues to the skies, mentioning the rain shelter, the large red wedding quilt, the pajamas, and the television, which made Pan's father and mother's eyes shine with anticipation. Once the autumn harvest is complete, we must go and see it, they said eagerly. After finishing their meal, Gao Zeyue addressed a few individuals, stating that he would be away for a day or 2 to procure supplies, reminding Pan Mu to ensure Pan Xiaoman receives her milk powder. As Gao Zeyue rode away on his bicycle, Pan Mu anxiously pulled her daughter into the house, inquiring, Did you 2 consummate your relationship last night? Pan Xiaoman, her cheeks flushed, replied, Mother, Brother Zeyue is concerned that I am too thin. We will consummate our relationship when I have gained some weight. We are worried that if I become pregnant in poor health, it could lead to complications. Pan Mu smiled, praising her son-in-law's thoughtfulness. Upon returning to his makeshift abode, Gao Zeyue parked his bicycle inside and closed the door, quickly retreating to his luxurious home. Realizing it was already 5 in the morning, he changed clothes and opened the door, only to find the living room lights still aglow. In the baby room, Lin Zi was fast asleep in her Mickey Mouse pajamas, having kicked her blanket off, causing Gao Zeyue to shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 48, An Ambiguous Morning. The morning sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a gentle glow in the beautifully adorned pink master bedroom, illuminating Lin Zi's face with a tender beam. Groggily, she blinked her eyes open, rubbing them as she gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. The city gradually awakened in the morning light, the view outside inviting, with throngs of people exercising near the pond. In the neighborhood, leaves rustled gently in the breeze, heralding the soft unfolding of a new day. Wearing her Mickey Mouse pajamas, Lin Zi lazily stretched, her joints emitting soft cracking sounds. In that fleeting moment, she sensed something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that she had left the bedroom lights on and the door ajar before falling asleep while waiting for Gao Zeyue to return. Was it possible he had come back? The thought sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Hastily, she threw off the covers, slipped into her cute slippers without straightening her pajamas, and dashed out of the bedroom. In the living room, Gao Zeyue leisurely held a cup of water while watching television. Upon noticing his familiar silhouette, Lin Zi's heart settled, a smile instinctively blossoming on her lips. Hearing the commotion, Gao Zeyue turned to look at Lin Zi, who, with her unadorned face and tousled hair, appeared even more pure and beautiful as she stood in the living room, her eyes crinkling with delight. Gao Zeyue couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, Why do you kick off your blanket while sleeping? And why is every light in the living room on? Aren't you afraid being home alone? Lin Zi's heart tightened. She couldn't very well confess that she had waited for him all night. With a quick flick of her eyes, she fabricated an excuse. I was scared being alone in such a large house, and with you not here, I thought it would be frightening if the lights were off when I came out for a drink. Suddenly, recalling that Gao Zeyue hadn't returned the previous night, jealousy bubbled within her, and she added sourly, By the way, did you not come back last night because you were out with some girl? You wealthy people are always itching to find someone to entertain yourselves with at night. Gao Zeyue, having just taken a sip of water, nearly choked, spraying it everywhere. Coughing a few times, he thought, She actually guessed right, but I was just out looking for a wife from the 60s. Clearing his throat, he defensively replied, I was busy with business. Sometimes I may be away for several days. How about you? my lovely lady, spend some time with me. Lindsay shot him an exasperated look, retorting, you should let me know next time you plan to be gone for long. Otherwise, I won't wait for you to return. The instant the words escaped her lips, she realized her slip, her face turning crimson. However, Gao Zeyue keenly caught her remark, smiling as he said, all right, I'll heed your advice, Z. If I'm away next time and you feel frightened in the evenings, you should invite your classmates or good friends to keep you company. Once school starts, you shouldn't stay in the dorm. Come live here instead. I feel especially uneasy if I return to find you absent, leaving the place cold and empty. Lindsay settled onto the sofa, adjusting her somewhat disheveled hair, and replied, I'll be in my 3rd year this fall, and my sister has also been accepted to our school. I want her to move in when school starts so we can come back together. Gao Zeyue paused briefly, then smiled. Then let us hurry this afternoon to buy you a car. Otherwise, your sister will arrive for school, and you two will have to squeeze into the subway every day. She's my sister, not your sister-in-law, Lindsay countered, but she began to ponder how little private space they would have once her sister arrived. She continued, perhaps she should just stay in the dorm. If you're not around, I'll call her over to keep me company. Gao Zeyue smiled indulgently. All right, I'll follow your wishes. Why haven't you freshened up yet? It's already past 8. You should be getting ready for work. Ah, Lindsay exclaimed, suddenly remembering the time, and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom to wash up, calling back, please grab a piece of bread and some milk from the fridge and heat them in the microwave. I bought you soy milk and fried dough sticks. You should eat first before doing your makeup, Gao Zeyue replied with a grin. 40 minutes later, Lindsay emerged from her room, having meticulously done her makeup. Her hair flowed gracefully, and her youthful, fashionable attire made her radiate even more vibrantly. Gao Zeyue looked at the beautifully adorned girl at the table and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Indeed, it takes a significant amount of time for beautiful girls to get ready, but you look stunning. His gaze fell upon Lindsay's pants, and he frowned. Are those pants a tad too short? Lindsay, her pants resting above her knees and revealing a glimpse of her fair, lovely legs, retorted, you're the one who's short. These pants reach my knees. It's not like I'm wearing shorts. Gao Zeyue smirked mischievously, then can I touch them? Speaking of which, you really should find a partner. How old are you? At your age in the 60s, you could already have 2 children. Are you perhaps frigid? Should I assist you in rekindling your desires? Before he could finish, Lindsay swiftly approached him and playfully twisted his waist, causing Gao Zeyue to yelp in pain. Resembling a pig being slaughtered, I'm sorry, Z, I was wrong. Only then did Lindsay release him, huffing, that LL teach you to speak carelessly. The two continued to tease each other, their laughter echoing. As Gao Zeyue observed Lindsay's youthful exuberance, he mused that he needed to win her over quickly, realizing that Pan Xiaoman's health would not permit them to consummate their relationship in the coming months. It would not do for the little girl to rely solely on her own hands to satisfy her desires. Once someone indulged in the pleasures of the flesh, it was hard to resist. Gazing at Z's delicate waist and fair legs ignited a reaction within him, prompting thoughts of returning to his wife. After Lindsay finished her breakfast, the two hurried downstairs. In the garage, the limited edition Bugatti shimmered under the lights, and Gao Zeyue gallantly opened the scissor doors for Lindsay. Once inside, he drove the vehicle, the engine roaring like a beast awakening. As they exited the garage, the supercar sped down the road, attracting the attention of pedestrians who paused to admire. The engine's thunderous roar intertwined with the astonished gazes of onlookers, creating the most luminous spectacle on the city streets. Lindsay turned to look at the dashing Gao Zeyue, furrowing her brows, contemplating whether she could truly hold on to such a handsome and wealthy man. With his appearance, driving a supercar around the streets, it was likely that dozens of beautiful girls would approach him, seeking to seduce him. Lindsay sighed, staring out the window. Upon arriving at the store, Xiaoqi and Xiaodong watched as the dashing duo emerged from the vehicle, the scissor doors opening gracefully. It seems that the two individuals are not merely here to work. Rather, they are like participants in a dazzling fashion show. With handsome men and beautiful women, accompanied by luxury cars, they create an incredibly striking scene, especially when the scissor doors swing open, making them look exceptionally stylish. Chapter 49, The Priceless Stamps. The summer sun streamed through the glass of the CAF, illuminating the interior as Gao Zeyue and Lindsay sauntered in. The lively duo, Xiaoqi and Xiao Tang, instantly brightened with excitement, bouncing forward to greet them with cheerful voices. Hello, Brother Zeyue. Good morning, Sister Z. Gao Zeyue smiled warmly. How have you been these past few days? Not too busy, I hope. Xiaoqi pouted her adorable little brow and let out a soft sigh. Brother Zeyue, during the first couple of days after opening, people flocked here to take photos and catch a glimpse of your car. We were quite busy for 2 or 3 days, but it has become rather quiet again, much like when our previous boss was around. Gao Zeyue laughed heartily. No worries, as long as you're enjoying yourselves. When it's quiet, just use the tablets to watch dramas or play games. Our CAF aims for a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Whether we make money or not is secondary. Happiness is what truly matters. We'll earn from upstairs, while down here serves as a way to keep you entertained. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang exchanged knowing glances, stifling giggles as they looked at Lin Zi. They both understood that Brother Zeyue likely opened this CF primarily to keep Sister Zi occupied. Lin Zi, feeling their gaze, asked curiously, "What are you staring at? Is my makeup smudged?" Gao Zeyue looked at her with affectionate teasing. "We're admiring your beauty, your cuteness, and how you resemble a little kitten. If only your temper could be a tad better, you'd be perfect." Lin Zi's eyes widened in surprise. Her face flushed with indignation as she raised her hand toward Gao Zeyue's waist. Seeing this, he quickly dashed upstairs, laughter escaping him. Lin Zi pursued him, playfully protesting. "Who are you calling a little kitten? Who has a bad temper?" Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang stood by, laughing uncontrollably, as the playful banter between the two enveloped the CAF in a joyful atmosphere. In the morning, Lin Yuan from Huatian Auction House heard from Ding Junjie that Gao Zeyue had opened a CAF, and there was a vintage Mao Tai from the 1960s on the second floor. Intrigued, he arranged to come over for tea. Gao Zeyue was lounging on the sofa upstairs, watching a drama on his laptop with Zi, his hand attempting to sneak around her slender waist. Suddenly, Xiao Qi bounded over, announcing, "Brother Zeyue, there are visitors." Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi paused, hastily putting down the laptop as they descended the stairs. Upon seeing young Master Dong, the Ding siblings, and Wang Yuan from Huatian Auction House, Gao Zeyue greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, welcome. Let us head upstairs to chat." Lin Zi's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of Ding Ningning, and she immediately linked arms with her, engaging in a friendly conversation. Watching this scene, Gao Zeyue shook his head in mild exasperation and led everyone to the private room upstairs. The private room was elegantly decorated yet refined, and Gao Zeyue skillfully boiled water and brewed tea, his movements fluid and graceful, exuding sophistication. Soon, the aroma of tea filled the air, and everyone raised their cups to take a gentle sip. Wang Yuan set down his cup, smiling as he said, "Young Master Gao, I've heard you have vintage Mao Tai from the 1960s. Could you sell me a few bottles? My father and grandfather are fond of it." Gao Zeyue responded with delight. "Of course. It seems I have made some good friends. Business is indeed coming my way." During their conversation, Gao Zeyue learned that Wang Yuan was the son of the chairman who founded Huatian Auction House, leaving him secretly astonished. He thought to himself, indeed, those who can afford 5 bottles of Mao Tai are not ordinary individuals. Such connections may prove invaluable in the future. Young Master Dong lifted his teacup, sipped, and marveled at the top-tier purple clay teapot and cups on the table, exclaiming, "Indeed, tea brewed in a teapot worth tens of millions tastes extraordinary, elevating one's status." The room erupted in laughter. Ding Junjie placed his cup down, inviting, "Zeyue, my father's birthday banquet is at the beginning of next month. I would like to invite you and Zi to attend." Gao Zeyue glanced at Ding Ningning, who was animatedly chatting with Lin Zi, and pondered. Since Ding Ningning was a friend of Zi, and they might need to collaborate with these business magnates in the future, he smiled and replied, "I must prepare properly then. I need to consider what outfits Zi and I will wear, as well as the birthday gift. It's my first time attending such a banquet." Ding Junjie adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, chuckling, "Leave the clothing arrangements to Ding Ningning. My aunt runs a fashion design company, and she'll ensure you both look splendid." Gao Zeyue promptly expressed his gratitude. "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Brother Ding." Suddenly, Gao Zeyue recalled the 4 stamps in his bag, and his eyes lit up. He asked with a smile, "Brother Wang, does your auction house collect stamps? I have a few from the 1960s. Wang Yuan perked up at once, eagerly responding, "Of course. I'd love to see them." Gao Zeyue retrieved the stamps from his bag and gently placed them on the table. As the 4 stamps came into view, Ding Junjie and Wang Yuan gasped in astonishment, simultaneously exclaiming, "The big dragon stamps." The room fell silent. Young Master Dong curiously leaned in, observing the 4 stamps on the table and questioning, "What is so special about these 4 stamps? They look like mere pieces of paper." Wang Yuan carefully picked up the stamps, smiling ruefully as he explained, "These are the big dragon stamps, the first edition released by our Huaxia. Just these 2 pristine ones alone are valued at 50 million each." Young Master Dong, sipping his tea, immediately spat it out upon hearing this. Wang Yuan, quick on his feet, hurriedly shielded the stamps, fearing they'd be drenched by Dong Tianbao's tea spray, leaving everyone in fits of laughter. Wiping his mouth, Dong Tianbao pointed at the other 2 red stamps and asked, "What about those 2 red stamps?" Wang Yuan smiled as he regarded the red stamps in his hand, saying, "These are the nation's rivers and mountains in red, valued at 13 million each. Would you say they are expensive?" Young Master Dong nodded vigorously, dumbfounded. "Expensive indeed. Ding Junjie looked at the stamps on the table, his eyes gleaming with fondness as he recalled his father. He smiled and asked Zeyue, "Could you sell me one of the nation's rivers and mountains in red? My old man loves this stamp. We have a big dragon stamp at home, but we don't yet have this red one." Gao Zeyue pondered for a moment before replying with a grin, "Brother Ding, since your father is celebrating his birthday, consider this red stamp as my gift to him. It saves me the trouble of pondering what to bring him on his special day. The remaining 3 stamps can be sold to Brother Wang and your auction house." Everyone stared at Gao Zeyue in shock. Gifting a stamp worth 13 million was an act of remarkable generosity. Yet Gao Zeyue thought simply that he could return to the 1960s and purchase such stamps for 50 cents each. Viewing this as a gesture of friendship towards the Ding siblings, Dong Tianbao swallowed hard, envious of Gao Zeyue's lavishness, thinking to himself that he was indeed a generous friend. If only he could be gifted a stamp worth 13 million. Wang Yuan laughed, handing Ding Junjie one of the stamps while carefully securing the other 3. He then took out his phone to arrange a transfer with the company's finance department. Ding Junjie, cradling the red stamp, cherished it with great care, gently placing it in his wallet. He smiled and said, "You are both warmly invited to the birthday banquet." Zeyue and Zeye. Upon hearing the name Zeye baby, everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Zeye, who was chatting with Ding Ningning, and burst into laughter. Lin Zeye's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she shot a reproachful glare at Gao Zeyue. This only left Gao Zeyue in a state of bemusement, and the others couldn't help but admire the camaraderie between the two. Before long, a staggering sum of 10 million from 5 bottles of Mao Tai, along with 3 stamps valued at 113 million, was transferred to Gao Zeyue's account. After engaging in further conversation, the group took their leave when Ding Junjie mentioned that he would have Ding Ningning deliver their formal attire in a few days. As they exited the CAF, several luxury cars were parked outside, including 2 Bentleys and Ding Ningning's eye-catching butterfly door McLaren, alongside Dong Gongzi's impressive Porsche. Xiaoqi and Xiaotang, upon witnessing the spectacle outside, rushed out and exclaimed, "Wow, so many luxury cars." However, they quickly added, "But none are as stunning as our Zeyue Gige's Bugatti." Gao Zeyue, watching the 3 girls, laughed heartily indeed. "We've made some money today. Let's lock the doors and take a break at noon, then treat you all to a lavish meal." The 3 girls, upon hearing this, jumped with joy, their faces beaming with delight. Chapter 50. Zeye's mother's chatter. The afternoon sun lazily streamed into the CAF, while the temperature outside soared to a sweltering 38 degrees, making the air conditioning inside feel refreshingly cool. Lin Zeye, Xiaoqi, and Xiaotang, 3 vivacious and charming young ladies, had just returned from their meal and eagerly pulled out their phones, expertly opening Mate 1 to order 3 cups of milk tea. Gao Zeyue, sitting nearby, couldn't help but wear a wry smile as he observed their animated discussion about which milk tea was the tastiest. Before long, the milk tea arrived, and the 3 girls, cradling their drinks, sipped and chattered excitedly, their laughter resonating throughout the CAF. Lin Zeye held her taro ice milk tea with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "This taro ice milk tea is absolutely delightful." Turning to Gao Zeyue, her eyes sparkling, she suggested, "What if we start selling milk tea too?" Gao Zeyue chuckled and shook his head, patiently explaining, "Perhaps not. Most milk teas are made using chemical ingredients. Enjoying one occasionally is fine, but if we opened a shop, you'd be consuming these unhealthy drinks daily, and you must be cautious about your health." He continued, "Coffee is different. It can invigorate the weary employees and bosses in the vicinity." Lin Zeye pondered his words, realizing the wisdom in his advice. Moreover, she thought, if the CAF sold milk tea, it would inevitably attract many beautiful girls, creating a chaotic atmosphere. And if some of these alluring ladies were to pursue Gao Zeyue, who drove a supercar, it would lead to complications. Thus, she nodded and discarded the idea. After a brief respite, Gao Zeyue stood up and cheerfully told Lin Zeye, "Zeye baby, let us go buy a car. Once your vehicle arrives in a couple of days, we can take Xiaoqi and Xiaotang out for an evening of fun." Xiaoqi and Xiaotang's eyes lit up instantly, bouncing with excitement, even more thrilled than Zeye baby about the car purchase. Having listened to Lin Zeye regale them with tales of the nightlife and scenic pedestrian streets of Shanghai, they were bursting with anticipation, urging Gao Zeyue and Lin Zeye to set off without delay. With the beautiful Lin Zeye by his side, Gao Zeyue hopped into the dazzling Bugatti and sped toward the 4S dealership. From a distance, Ling Xiaofang, the salesgirl who had previously sold the Bugatti to Gao Zeyue, spotted the supercar and her eyes sparkled. She quickly rushed to the entrance to greet them. The other salespeople, slower to react, could only watch in awe, filled with envy. Gao Zeyue and Lin Zeye elegantly opened the scissor doors and stepped out of the vehicle, a sight that elicited admiration from the surrounding sales staff. Gao Zeyue recognized Ling Xiaofang and greeted her warmly. "Hello. I brought my friend to select a vehicle." Ling Xiaofang responded with enthusiasm. "Welcome, Mr. Gao. Let me guide the two of you inside to browse. Gao Zeyue waved his hand, saying, no need to browse. I'll take the butterfly door McLaren that Miss Ding purchased last time. Ling Xiaofeng paused for a moment, then beamed with delight. Of course. She led Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi to the McLaren showroom. Lin Zi listened intently as Ling Xiaofeng detailed the features of the $12 million supercar, growing increasingly exhilarated. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, brimming with adoration for the vehicle. When Ling Xiaofeng lifted the butterfly door, Lin Zi could hardly contain her excitement, jumping up and down with unbridled joy. Seeing her happiness, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but smile, observing her radiant grin and the way her lovely legs danced with excitement. He marveled at how captivating a happy woman could be. He turned to Ling Xiaofeng and declared, I'll take this one. Let's process the payment. Please have it delivered to Thomson Riviera in a couple of days. Ling Xiaofeng happily accepted the bank card and proceeded to assist Lin Zi with the paperwork, including the purchase contract, vehicle registration, and insurance arrangements. On their way back, Lin Zi chattered animatedly about her plans to buy car air fresheners and plush toys online to adorn the passenger seat of her new car, her enthusiasm palpable. Gao Zeyue, watching her with affectionate indulgence, felt warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, Ding Junjie and his sister returned to their villa. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted their father, Ding Haifeng, leisurely tending to the flowers. With an uncontainable joy, Ding Junjie exclaimed, Dad, look what I brought back for you. Without looking up, Ding father continued to prune the plants. Chuckling, what could it be? Did you buy another exquisite flower? Ding Junjie, with a mysterious smile, produced a red stamp from his wallet. Ding Haifeng's eyes widened in surprise as he accepted the stamp, exclaiming, oh, you've finally found the National Rivers and Mountains stamp. That must have cost a pretty penny. Ding Ningning chimed in, smiling. Dad, it didn't cost anything. It was a gift from a friend of ours. Ding Old Master was taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. He thought to himself, this is worth more than 10 million. To give it away so casually speaks volumes about their friendship. Following this, Ding Ningning recounted tales of the purple silk teapot, the Lantingyi Su, the 1960s Mao Tai, and her acquaintance with Gao Zeyue during the purchase of the supercar. Ding Old Master listened with a smile, saying, this young man seems promising. Whether or not to hold a birthday banquet is secondary. He has already sent a gift. A banquet must be arranged. I want to see what he's like, and I hope to acquire that Lantingyi Su painting. It's a national treasure. Not something easily purchased for 30 or 40 million. Ding Junjie and Ding Ningning nodded in agreement. As Gao Zeyue returned with Lin Zi to the CAF, Xiaoqi and Xiaodang could hardly contain their curiosity, rushing over to eagerly inquire, did you buy it? With a beaming smile, Lin Zi immediately pulled out her phone to showcase exquisite photos of the McLaren's exterior and interior. The radiant butterfly doors and luxurious interior instantly ignited the girls' excitement, prompting them to squeal and chatter animatedly around the phone, their joy so infectious it could nearly lift the roof off the CAF. Gao Zeyue observed the lively scene, shaking his head with a chuckle. Indeed, three women can create quite the spectacle. This performance could grace a stage. As they gradually regained their composure, he ascended to the second floor alone to inspect the wine cabinet, only to discover that the Mao Tai was also gone. He decided to revert to the 1960s to procure some wine tickets. Additionally, he contemplated purchasing a few stamps. The DeLong stamps were no longer available. But there were others, mere cents in value, which have now transformed into collectibles worth millions. Downstairs, Lin Zi's phone suddenly rang. Her mother, brimming with joy, inquired over the line, my dear, how has work been for you these past few days? Do you still have some money on you? If not, I can transfer some to you. You, my child, are working hard to earn your living expenses. Why should you send us any money? Lin Zi, listening to her mother's familiar nagging, could not help but feel a wave of happiness wash over her. With a smile, she replied, Mom, I'm perfectly fine. I am doing exceptionally well as the manager of the coffee shop. The boss treats us wonderfully. With school starting next month, if I don't have classes, I'll head back to the shop to help out. My daily earnings exceed 600 yuan. Her mother, delighted to hear of her daughter's stable employment, felt reassured that Lin Zi would not face difficulties finding a job after graduation. After all, she was now a manager, which was undoubtedly preferable to enduring the frustrations of a typical office worker. That's wonderful. As long as you're working well, keep it up. Your sister will be heading to school at the end of the month, so please keep an eye on her. Don't let her wander off. Take care of her. Help her settle into her dorm, and show her where to eat in the school cafeteria. Once she has settled, see if they need temporary workers where you are. She has been clamoring for an Apple laptop, saying she can't do without one. An Apple tablet would suffice, but I told her to earn it herself like you did. Listening to her mother talk about her sister and the cheerful chatter at home filled Lin Zi with warmth, and she smiled as memories of her younger sister Lin now surfaced. What a delightful little troublemaker she was. Chapter 51. The supercar encounter. The night in the bustling metropolis shimmered, resembling a stunning beauty enticing one to this city of wealth. Gao Zeyue drove his Bugatti, the roar of the engine resonating deeply through the streets. Seated quietly in the passenger seat was Lin Zi, who had just finished dinner with the three girls from the shop. Afterward, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang returned to the store to shower and play games. Ever since Lin Zi had gifted them iPads, their post-work hours had been consumed by gaming and binge-watching shows, with idle moments spent engrossed in honor of kings on their iPads. As the car glided into the bustling district, Gao Zeyue casually rolled down the window, allowing the refreshing evening breeze to sweep through the vehicle, dissipating the air conditioning within. The Bugatti came to a halt by the roadside, and Lin Zi stepped out to purchase snacks and drinks from the supermarket. The presence of such an extravagant supercar was akin to a colossal magnet, drawing the gaze of passers-by, especially the young and beautiful women. Before long, several girls approached Gao Zeyue, some shyly smiling, others boldly flirting, and a few even bending their long, fair legs while smiling sweetly to request his WeChat. Their short skirts and shorts accentuated their graceful figures, revealing ample fair skin as they leaned in. Gao Zeyue looked at the stunning girls with a bittersweet smile. His body reacted instinctively to the allure of these beautiful young women, yet internally, he felt a pang of frustration. His wife from the 1960s was no longer capable of intimacy, and he needed to take things slowly with Z to avoid scaring her off. He resolved to seek out a good girl who was marriage material, not one of those who casually approached with the intent of a fleeting liaison. He politely declined each advance, yet the girls appeared undeterred. Two fashionable young women leaned in, exposing their assets, and coyly asked, "Hey handsome, are you going out to have fun tonight?" In a fluster, Gao Zeyue quickly turned his head, a hint of panic in his voice. "My girlfriend will be out shortly." Upon hearing this, the stylish girls reluctantly gazed at the supercar as they walked away, frequently glancing back with disappointment etched on their faces. Meanwhile, inside the supermarket, Lin Zi anxiously queued to check out, her gaze fixed on the scene outside through the glass. With each girl that approached Gao Zeyue, a wave of jealousy surged within her, causing her earlier excitement over buying a car to plummet. After finally completing her purchase, she stormed out of the supermarket, pulling open the scissor doors with vigor and climbing into the car amidst the envious stares of onlookers. Throughout the drive, Lin Zi furrowed her brow in displeasure, uttering not a word. Once home, she could no longer contain herself, her tone laced with evident jealousy and dissatisfaction. "Were those girls who approached you earlier particularly attractive?" Gao Zeyue was taken aback by the question, awkwardly clearing his throat and scratching the back of his head. I didn't notice. Besides, none of them could hold a candle to you, my Z. They were merely wearing black stockings. What if you tried wearing them one day?" A skirt paired with black stockings looked stunning. Upon hearing the compliment, Lin Zi's mood slightly improved, but the mention of black stockings made her frown and retort, "I would never wear those." "You want me, a student, to wear black stockings? Are you asking for a beating?" Gao Zeyue hurriedly laughed and apologized. "I was just joking. I think black stockings look nice, and I was curious how you would look in them." Despite his reassurances, Lin Zi's mood did not brighten. As she sat in the car, she sighed quietly, her thoughts heavy. Gazing at the handsome and affluent Gao Zeyue beside her, she was consumed with worries. In her eyes, a wealthy young man like him, driving a supercar, must have countless alluring girls vying for his attention, eager to climb into his bed that very night. Though she too was young and beautiful, she understood that beauty was fleeting. In a few years, even more stunning girls would emerge, tempting him away. Lin Zi felt that, given the nature of such a man who changed girlfriends as easily as one changes clothes, remaining merely friends might be the wisest choice, for friendships endure, while romantic relationships are fraught with uncertainty. Since arriving home, Gao Zeyue had keenly sensed Lin Zi's melancholy. He cheerfully suggested, "Z, how about we enjoy some beer while taking in the night view?" Lin Zi looked up at the stylish, handsome, and wealthy man before her and sighed again, her tone somewhat frosty. "I'm not in the mood. I'm going to bed." Her sudden shift in demeanor perplexed Gao Zeyue, who murmured to himself in confusion, "Wasn't she just fine this afternoon?" Her long, slender legs were practically soaring with joy. "What's wrong? Is it that time of the month?" Gao Zeyue shook his head in resignation, realizing that it was best not to provoke a girl during her menstrual cycle, lest she truly become irate. He walked to the refrigerator, retrieved a can of beer, and made his way to the balcony. Standing there, gazing at the dazzling night view of Lujiazui, he was overwhelmed by emotion. The night in Lujiazui was a spectacle of brilliance, with neon lights reflecting off the river, creating a breathtaking tableau. Once, he had been merely a delivery worker, passing by this area and yearning for the grandeur of the high-rise apartments from afar, filled with envy and longing. At that time, he dreamt of owning a residence in the Thompson Riviera, fantasizing about standing here each night, quietly admiring the stunning view. He would have willingly traded a month of his life to experience such a lifestyle. Yet now, he had indeed realized that dream, residing in the very place he once coveted. This home represented more than just a shelter. It was a resolution to a heart's desire, a wish that, if left unfulfilled, would become an everlasting regret. Of course, purchasing a villa was not out of the question, but their vastness necessitated hiring a maid, which he deemed unnecessary at this stage. Perhaps in the future, when he had a family and children, he could consider acquiring a villa. Gao Zeyue gazed upon the gently gliding boats on the river, enchanted by the night scenery, her spirits soaring to heights that wealth could scarcely procure. Lin Zi luxuriated in a warm bath, her mind swirling with visions of Gao Zeyue being approached by the chic and beautiful girls on the street that evening. The little girl pondered the possibility of Gao Zeyue succumbing to temptation, indulging in playful escapades with the alluring lady adorned in seductive black stockings. Perhaps even sharing a hotel room, entwined in a night of passion. What would become of her then? Would she find herself supplanted as the manager of the establishment? Lin Zi felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. She had joyfully purchased a car earlier that afternoon, only to nearly lose her position by nightfall. The young girl spent the entire night in a tempest of thoughts, forgoing her computer and phone, ultimately retreating to bed, her mood soured. In her dreams, she was haunted by images of Gao Zeyue and the beautiful girl entwined in a romantic embrace, even envisioning herself caught in a similar scenario, leading to a fitful night of sleep. Chapter 52. The Girlfriend is One. As night fell, Gao Zeyue noticed that Lin Zi had yet to emerge from the bathroom and mused that her monthly visitor had likely arrived. He had wished to engage her in conversation, for chatting with beautiful women made sleep all the more delightful. Turning off all the lights in the living room, he prepared for bed, lying down with a heavy sigh. On one hand, he had a wife who was unavailable, and on the other, his future bride was still pursuing her studies. This duality weighed heavily upon him, and soon he succumbed to slumber. In the morning, he ordered 2 breakfasts and, upon seeing the lackluster Lin Zi emerge from her room, warmly greeted her. "Ah, my darling. You are awake. Are you hungry? I've prepared soy milk and fried dough sticks for you." Lin Zi frowned and replied, "Could you refrain from calling me darling? It makes you sound like my father." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Very well, let us enjoy breakfast." As they dined, he observed Lin Zi's pallor and inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? If so, perhaps it would be best to rest at home today." Lin Zi paused, lifting her head in surprise. "How did you know I was unwell?" she thought. Recalling the restless night spent dreaming of Gao Zeyue and the enchanting girl, their bodies entwined. Gao Zeyue smiled and remarked, "Isn't it the case that girls often experience discomfort during certain days of the month? Your complexion has been off since yesterday." Hearing this, Lin Zi's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "You're the one who's in discomfort. Your whole family is. I simply didn't sleep well. It's not as you say." Gao Zeyue was taken aback, placing a hand over his heart. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I had terrified you. I've read that women can be quite fearsome during this time, and I didn't want to provoke you." Lin Zi felt both amused and exasperated, declaring, "I'm upset because you were flirting with those beautiful girls, not due to any monthly discomfort." Gao Zeyue, amused by her naivety, replied, "Why would I pay them any mind with such a stunning girl like you in the car?" He pulled her close, laughing. "I told them my girlfriend was coming out soon, which made them all leave. Would you be my girlfriend?" Lin Zi blinked her adorable eyes and said, "I'll consider it." Observing her hesitation, Gao Zeyue playfully pressed a kiss on her lips, asking, "Are you willing now?" With her cheeks flushed, Lin Zi stubbornly replied, "I'm still considering." Yet, her lips were swiftly captured by Gao Zeyue again, and after a minute, he smiled at her bright red face and asked, "Are you willing now?" She shyly admitted, "I am." Gao Zeyue couldn't help but admire her slender figure, fair legs, and perky chest, internally exclaiming how enchanting she was, yearning to seize the moment. However, recalling that she was still in school, he refrained. They embraced closely, but suddenly Lin Zi felt something pressing against her and hastily distanced herself from him. Grabbing her bag and car keys, "I must head to work now," she declared. Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Aren't you going to put on some makeup?" In a fluster, Lin Zi replied, "I'll do it at the shop." The young girl dashed from the house like a startled rabbit, prompting Gao Zeyue to laugh heartily. The morning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and as he recalled Lin Zi's flustered departure, a tender smile graced his lips. Her rosy cheeks and hurried escape reminded him of an adorable, frightened rabbit, both charming and heartwarming. He mused that their relationship could not be rushed. Patience was essential, especially since she was still a student. Hurrying could frighten away this beautiful girl who enjoyed sparring with him verbally. After tidying the breakfast table, Gao Zeyue expertly dialed the local pork delivery service, ordering 6 portions of pork and 6 chickens. In this modern age, a simple phone call sufficed to procure goods, and within 2 hours, the ingredients would arrive. He arranged for them to be placed in the refrigerator and transferred the payment before bidding farewell to the delivery man. Subsequently, he donned a fresh outfit and transported 4 chickens back to the 1960s, just as dawn began to break. At around 5 in the morning, Gao Zeyue placed the 4 plump chickens into a cloth bag and secured a sack filled with vegetable seeds to the back of his bicycle. The morning air in the village was fresh, tinged with earthy fragrances as he pedaled towards Pan Xiaoman's home, the wheels kicking up fine dust along the narrow path. The wooden door of the Pan family courtyard was locked. As Pan's mother opened the door, preparing to light the fire in the kitchen, she heard a knock. Upon seeing her son-in-law standing outside, her face lit up with a smile. "Oh, you're back so early. Did you not sleep last night?" Gao Zeyue grinned, quickly handing her the items in his hands. "Auntie, I returned last night, and thought I'd bring you 2 chickens this morning to help Xiaoman regain her strength. Here are some vegetable seeds as well. Is Xiaoman still asleep?" he inquired. Pan's mother beamed as she accepted the chickens and seeds. "Not yet. This girl, like her brother, only gets up after I've made breakfast." Gao Zeyue nodded, chuckling. "In that case, I'll head over to my godfather's house first and come back to check on Xiaoman later. Be sure to come back soon. I'll start stewing the chicken. We'll wait for you to eat together," she called after him. Departing from the Pan household, Gao Zeyue headed straight to his godfather Yu Wankai's home. He spotted Yu Wankai and his son Yu Xiaowang washing their faces in the yard and called out, "Good morning, godfather. I brought back vegetable seeds and 2 chickens for you and Annie." Yu Wankai straightened up, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, you dear boy, always thinking of us." Yu Xiaowang swiftly took the chickens and exclaimed, "I'll take these to mother right away. We're having chicken for breakfast." Gao Zeyue waved his hand. "I want to be staying for breakfast. I need to check on Xiaoman. I just delivered 2 to the Pan family to help her regain her strength. She's too thin." He turned to Yu Wankai, earnestly stating, "Godfather, please distribute these seeds among the villagers. Once they bear fruit, I'll take them to the city to sell at the machinery factory, allowing every household to gain a bit of income. What do you think?" Yu Wankai nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with happiness and gratitude. "Good, good. You always think of everyone." After Gao Zeyue departed, Yu Wankai gazed at his retreating figure, reflecting with emotion to Yu Xiaowang, "Truly, we've rescued a golden nugget in our village. He is always considering the welfare of the community." Yu Xiaowang nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Dad, the village leaders from teams 4 and 5 mentioned yesterday that they want to borrow the water pump. Should we lend it to them?" Yu Wankai declared without hesitation, "Loan. We are all from nearby villages, helping each other out. In the future, if anything happens in our village, they can lend a hand too. If we run out of oil, I'll have your elder brother procure some. During these calamitous years, everyone supports one another." Upon returning to the Pan household, Gao Zeyue found Pan's parents bustling about in the kitchen, with wisps of smoke gracefully ascending from the chimney. He rolled up his sleeves and eagerly took a seat at the stove, assisting in stoking the fire. Sounds of rustling came from within the house, and soon after, Pan Xiaoman emerged, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing her husband, a delightful blush instantly adorned her cheeks as she playfully chided, "Mother, why didn't you call me when you got up?" Seeing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Pan's father let out a hearty laugh. "What is the point of waking you when the food isn't ready? Your brother is still fast asleep." Gao Zeyue glanced over at the kitchen window, where the morning light illuminated Pan Xiaoman, her flushed face resembling a perfectly ripe apple. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the enchanting beauty before him and shower her with affectionate kisses. Instead, he simply smiled and gently advised, "Quickly wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon." Pan Xiaoman cast a furtive glance at him, her heart fluttering with joy, before shyly lowering her head and darting towards the yard. Chapter 53, The Unmatured Xiaoman. As breakfast time approached, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the small courtyard of the Pan family. Seated around a modest dining table were Pan's family and Gao Zeyue, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter and cheer. Pan Dodo, with a juicy chicken leg in hand and sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Having a brother-in-law is wonderful. We can enjoy meat often." Her sweet voice elicited hearty laughter from those present. Gao Zeyue, unable to resist the charm of the little one calling him brother-in-law, affectionately ruffled Pan Dodo's hair. "You, my dear, have quite the sweet tongue." The room erupted with joyous laughter. Gao Zeyue filled the little girl's bowl with chicken, playfully remarking, "You're too thin. Eat more to nourish yourself." He then turned to Pan's mother, his tone gentle. "Annie, is there another bowl? Let us get Xiaoman some chicken soup." Pan's mother, delighted by her considerate son-in-law, promptly replied, "Of course, I'll go prepare it." Meanwhile, Pan Xiaoman felt her cheeks flush upon hearing this, glancing shyly at her parents and younger brother, who were all smiling at her. Quickly, she obediently lowered her head to eat, her bashfulness provoking another round of laughter from the others. Gao Zeyue gazed at the harmonious family scene, his heart brimming with warmth. He then proposed, "Uncle and Auntie, since we have the irrigation pump running for the fields these days, and there's not much to do, why don't we take a trip to the city? It would also give you both a chance to see the new house that Xiaoman and I have acquired." At his suggestion, the eyes of those seated at the table sparkled with excitement. However, Pan's father furrowed his brow, hesitating. "Is that feasible? Although the fields are not busy now. Wouldn't 2 days be too long?" Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Let us leave after we finish work this evening and stay just one night. I'll also buy some stamps tomorrow. I need your help to see if we can get a few more. We'll return tomorrow evening." Pan's mother nodded enthusiastically, having longed to see her daughter's new abode. After all, the couple had just registered their marriage, and it was likely they hadn't had the chance to tidy up yet. "That sounds good. We can take a day off work," she added. "But we need to get a certificate from the village chief, in case there are inquiries in the city." Gao Zeyue responded with a cheerful smile. "No problem. I'll speak to my godfather this evening. Actually, we should go to the fields together to find him," he suggested, and with that, the Pan family grew animated, eagerly anticipating the moment they could finish work in the afternoon. After breakfast, Pan's parents took Pan Dodo to work while Pan Xiaoman and Gao Zeyue stayed behind to wash the dishes. As Gao Zeyue watched his precious wife diligently scrubbing the plates, her fair face stirred an irresistible impulse within him, an urge that was hard to suppress. Once they finished washing, Gao Zeyue could no longer contain himself. He swept Pan Xiaoman into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. He then carried her into her room. At that moment of intimacy, as he caressed her chest, a sudden clarity washed over him, and he sighed inwardly. Observing Pan Xiaoman's flushed face, reddened by desire, and feeling her delicate frame, he felt a pang of sympathy. Lamenting the plight of having a wife, yet being unable to indulge freely. With a wry smile, he remarked, "My precious wife smells delightful. I truly wish to fatten you up quickly." Pan Xiaoman responded playfully, "Zeyue, don't worry, I'll be plump soon enough." The two indulged in sweet affection for a while before heading to the fields together. Upon reaching the old tree in the fields, they spotted Pan Dodo playing joyfully with 2 other children beneath it. Gao Zeyue turned to Pan Xiaoman with a smile. "All right, go play with your brother. I'll seek out my godfather." Pan Xiaoman, her cheeks flushed, shyly replied, "I'm not a child. What would I play with them for?" Gao Zeyue nearly burst into laughter, saying, "Then just keep an eye on the little one and make sure he doesn't wander off." He then made his way to the fields, finding the village chief, Yuan Kai, and recounting the plan to visit the city in detail. Yuan Kai chuckled, "That sounds fine. Come by this evening and take your in-laws for a good stroll in the city." Gao Zeyue enthusiastically suggested, "Why don't you and Annie join us for the outing?" Yuan Kai waved his hand dismissively. "No, you two go. It's a busy time in the village right now, and if they can't find me, it'll be troublesome." With a smile, Gao Zeyue bid farewell to his godfather and returned to the old tree at the edge of the fields. From a distance, he saw Pan Xiaoman surrounded by several children, drawing on the ground with sticks. As he approached, he nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Pan Xiaoman earnestly teaching her brother and the other children how to draw pigs, chickens, and sheep. Suddenly aware of someone behind her, she turned to see her husband, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly dropped the stick. Gao Zeyue chuckled, "You enjoy playing with them. I'm off to get some rest. I'll come back to find you in the evening." Saying this, he pulled out a large white rabbit candy from his pocket and distributed it to the children and his wife. The children squealed with delight, jumping around and chorusing, "Thank you, uncle." Hearing this, Gao Zeyue was initially taken aback before shaking his head with a wry smile. At 26, it was indeed the age to be addressed as uncle in the village. After bidding farewell to Xiaoman, Gao Zeyue returned to the small courtyard of the earthen house, locked the main gate, and stepped inside, transitioning into the opulent mansion. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was already noon. Suddenly, he noticed an incoming call on his phone, and upon seeing it was from Ding Junjie, he was filled with curiosity. Why would Ding Junjie be calling him? After dialing back, he heard the message that the user was busy, causing him to chuckle and shake his head. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the CAF's second floor, illuminating the soft sofa. Lin Zi, clutching her notebook, found her lips curving into a blissful smile as she spent the entire morning daydreaming about Gao Zeyue, lost in sweet thoughts. Just then, Xiao Qi ascended the stairs, intending to discuss lunch options with Lin Zi. Noticing Lin Zi's joyful demeanor, she approached with curiosity, playfully asking, "Sister Zi, what good news has you so elated?" Having held in her joy all morning with no outlet, Lin Zi excitedly replied, "I'm in love with the boss." "Wow!" Xiao Qi exclaimed, instantly bursting into cheers as the two embraced in excitement. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Tang rushed upstairs to investigate. Upon learning the delightful news of Lin Zi's romance with Gao Zeyue, she too began to jump for joy. Xiao Qi, holding Lin Zi's hand, beamed, "From now on, Sister Zi is truly the rightful mistress of the CAF." The two of us are no longer afraid of being bullied by the new boss lady. With the red envelopes we received during the spring festival, it seems that a Porsche is within our grasp. Little Tang chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, Sister Z. You both must take good care of yourselves. Our future happiness depends entirely on you two. Brother Zeyue is so generous to his own people. We vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Such joyous news calls for a proper celebration. Lin Zi, her face aglow with happiness, exclaimed, All right. Since I'm in such a good mood today, let's close the shop for an hour at noon and treat ourselves to a seafood buffet. The three girls cheered, hand in hand, bouncing down the stairs. They joyfully locked the shop door, their faces radiant with uncontainable delight as they chatted and laughed their way to the seafood buffet restaurant. Chapter 54, Purchasing a Villa. In the sweltering summer sun of the Magic City, the air was thick with the unique heat of a bustling metropolis. At noon, Gao Zeyue lounged in his luxurious residence, enjoying the cool air conditioning. He retrieved a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator and strolled leisurely to the balcony. Standing high above at the Thompson Riviera, he marveled at the magnificent view of the Bund below, boats traversing the river, which filled him with a profound sense of joy and satisfaction. Suddenly, he recalled that Z's younger sister was soon to arrive in the Magic City for university. If she were to appear and disappear unexpectedly at home, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Frowning slightly, he pondered, it seems prudent to purchase a house to store supplies. Since I intend to move, I might as well go all out and buy a villa. As he contemplated his housing plans, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Ding Junjie. With a smile, Gao Zeyue answered, and the cheerful laughter of Ding Junjie filled his ear. Zeyue, could you possibly sell that calligraphy of the Lantingyi Su to my father? He heard you have it, and is absolutely thrilled to offer 5 billion for it. Upon hearing the figure of 5 billion, Gao Zeyue's heart skipped a beat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ding Junjie seemed to sense his astonishment and continued, Zeyue, for my father's birthday, please consider transferring it to him. It would surely bring him great joy. Quickly regaining his composure, Gao Zeyue beamed and replied, All right, Brother Ding, come over. The painting is at my place. Call me when you arrive at Thompson Riviera, and I will come down to meet you. After hanging up, Gao Zeyue couldn't contain his excitement and jumped around the living room. Previously, Huatian Auction House had offered him 5 billion. Now, he was set to earn an additional 5 billion. He mused to himself how valuable this friendship was, recalling that the 13 million postage stamp he had gifted was indeed worth it. Suddenly, he remembered his housing plans and thought to inquire about the villa when Ding Junjie arrived. An hour later, Gao Zeyue greeted Ding Junjie and his sister at the door. Upon entering, Ding Mingming rushed to the balcony, gazing enviously at the Bund's stunning view. Brother Zeyue, you truly know how to enjoy life. Bringing Sister Z here to admire such beautiful scenery every day. Gao Zeyue chuckled. When I first came to the Magic City, I dreamed of owning a place here. Now that I have the means, I must fulfill that wish. He then carefully retrieved the Lantingyi Su from his room. Ding Junjie took the painting, scrutinizing the intricate calligraphy. Nodding in approval. Zeyue, I'll take this painting now. You mustn't have any second thoughts. I'll have the money transferred to you immediately. Gao Zeyue replied with a grin, Brother Ding, I have little interest in antiques. I acquired it solely for profit to lead a better life. By the way, do you know of any good villas for sale? I want one with a swimming pool and luxurious rooms. Ding Mingming's eyes lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, There is a villa for sale in our community, Tang Palace. You and Sister Z should move there and be our neighbors. That way, I can visit Sister Z often. Gao Zeyue paused, turning to Ding Junjie. Is this Tang Palace villa good? What is the price? Ding Junjie patiently explained, It's quite nice. Complete with a swimming pool and garden. The community is reputed to be the most luxurious in the Magic City, and there aren't many villas here. A friend of mine has a well-decorated villa for sale. The prices have dropped over the last 2 years. It was around 800 million not long ago. But now you could get it for 600 million, and you wouldn't need to worry about renovations, which typically take at least 6 months. Gao Zeyue's eyes brightened, and he eagerly said, Then please, Brother Ding, make the call. Let us go see the villa now. If it suits me, I want to complete the purchase this afternoon. Ding Junjie and his sister exchanged surprised glances, silently marveling at how effortlessly Gao Zeyue approached such a significant purchase, treating it as casually as buying vegetables. Ding Junjie immediately called his friend, who, upon learning someone was interested in buying the villa and could finalize the deal right away, happily agreed to meet them at Tang Palace in an hour. After hanging up, Ding Junjie announced, All right, let us go. He has already headed to the villa. The three of them descended and climbed into Ding Junjie's Rolls-Royce. Noticing Gao Zeyue joining them, Ding Mingming curiously inquired, Brother Zeyue, why aren't you driving your Bugatti? It would look so impressive on the road. Gao Zeyue chuckled helplessly, I let Z drive it to the store. The trio burst into laughter. An hour later, They arrived at Tang Palace and followed Ding Junjia's friend into the villa's courtyard. Gao Zeyue was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. Brother Lin, the seller. Warmly introduced, this villa features French architecture, comprising 3 floors above ground and 1 below. I spent over 100 million on the renovations. The villa spans nearly 2,000 square meters, with 16 rooms and 12 bathrooms, and the garden is over 1,500 square meters, enveloping the villa. It includes a study, tea room, a wine cellar, a media room, and an indoor swimming pool, all amenities you could wish for. As Gao Zeyue stepped inside, he felt as though he had entered a royal palace. With opulent decor, exquisite furnishings, beautiful tiles, and luxurious tables and chairs, which opened a portal to an entirely new world. He thought to himself how fortunate it was to have friends. Without Ding Junjia and his sister, he would have been utterly clueless about buying a house. Selling the painting had proven valuable, not only in terms of profit, but also in forging friendships. Ding Ningning couldn't help but exclaim, "It's even more luxurious than my home. It's truly magnificent." Ding Junjia looked at his younger sister, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Can our father really afford to have our home decorated like a palace?" Ding Ningning paused, pouting slightly. "No, but my adorable appearance brings laughter to everyone." Gao Zeyue meticulously examined every corner of the villa, asking, "Are the furniture and appliances included?" Brother Lin nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. The total price is 600 million, which is already the lowest offer." At that moment, Gao Zeyue received a notification on his phone confirming the transfer of the 5 billion from Ding Junjia for the painting. Brother Lin gazed at the string of zeros in the message, astonished, inwardly marveling. This truly is a big shot. 50 billion. Gao Zeyue grinned and said, "Brother Lin, I'll take this villa. Can we proceed with the transfer now?" Brother Lin checked the time and confidently replied, "No problem. I have a friend who can help us complete the transfer procedures in just over an hour." Seeing this, Ding Junjia remarked, "You take your time. My sister and I will head back now to show this painting to our father." Ding Ningning, reluctant to leave, said, "Brother Zeyue, please move over quickly. I want to play with Sister Z." Gao Zeyue smiled and bid farewell to the Ding siblings. 3 hours later, Gao Zeyue held the brand new villa title deed tightly in his hands, his heart brimming with joy. He returned to the villa, carefully placing the property deed into the drawer of the master bedroom. He then made a phone call to order 2 freezers to be delivered to the basement of the Tang Palace villa, contemplating how much more convenient it would be to store things in the future. As evening approached, Gao Zeyue hailed a taxi, preparing to head to the CAF. Sitting in the cab, he gazed out at the bustling streets, pondering that the delivery of Z's sports car should arrive tomorrow. Life without a car had indeed been quite inconvenient. However, thoughts of his newly acquired luxurious villa and the 5 billion earned from selling paintings brought him joy. Today was truly a splendid day. He had a girlfriend, earned money, and purchased a villa. The image of Lindsay, her snowy white legs seemingly ready to take flight in happiness, instantly brightened his mood. Yet, he considered that it would be better to live in the villa after marriage. For now, they could enjoy their romance at the Thompson Riviera, relishing the night views together. Glancing at the taxi's slow progress, he eagerly anticipated seeing Z. Chapter 55. The shy Z. As Gao Zeyue pushed open the CAF door that evening, Xiaoqi and Shouting greeted him with bright smiles, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Brother Zeyue and Sister Z, on your romance." Gao Zeyue replied with a smile, "Thank you for your congratulations. Save the big red envelope for the wedding." The 2 girls instantly leaped with joy. Inside, a handful of customers were gathered by the window snapping pictures of a Bugatti supercar. Gao Zeyue chuckled and shook his head, inquiring if Lindsay was upstairs. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he prepared to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by 2 fashionably dressed girls with striking legs. "Are you the owner of the CAF? Is that car outside yours? I checked online. The new limited edition Bugatti costs 12 million. Is that true? I've heard it's the only one in Shanghai," the girls excitedly questioned. Gao Zeyue smiled wryly, catching sight of Lindsay watching him from the staircase, and quickly said, "The car is for my wife." The girls, momentarily crestfallen, asked if they could exchange contact information to hang out, to which Gao Zeyue, with a resigned smile, replied, "I don't have time. I need to stay home with the baby." Xiaoqi and Shouting stifled their laughter at Gao Zeyue's words, and Lin Zi joined in the mirth as the girls reluctantly departed. As Gao Zeyue ascended the stairs, he noticed Xiaoqi and the others giggling. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Zi pretended to play with her computer on the sofa, her little ears perked up. Sitting beside her, Gao Zeyue admired her beautiful legs beneath her dress, wrapping his arm around her slim waist and planting a kiss on her cheek, saying, "You smell delightful, Z." She turned to him, feigning annoyance. "Aren't you supposed to be going home to take care of the baby? Why are you here?" Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Aren't you my baby?" With that, he playfully pressed her down on the sofa and kissed her, his left hand gliding up her long, exquisite leg. As Lin Zi was kissed, she suddenly felt something pressing against her abdomen. Startled, she pushed him away, blushing with indignation. "What are you doing?" Gao Zeyue straightened his clothes and adjusted Lin Zi's skirt with a grin. "That's just a natural reaction for a man. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't find happiness in this lifetime. Come on, can I have another kiss?" Lin Zi, resembling a startled rabbit, sprang up and exclaimed, "I think I heard Xiaoqi calling for me," before dashing down the stairs in a flurry. Gao Zeyue laughed heartily, thinking how he had finally touched Zi's lovely legs. The comfort of her beautiful legs was blissful, and he envisioned the happiness of embracing her every day after marriage. He casually picked up Lin Zi's notebook to research information from the 1960s, noting that it was getting late. Estimating it was only noon in the 1960s. He took the laptop and went downstairs. Observing the three girls chatting below, Gao Zeyue cheerfully announced, "Today, Brother Zeyue is in a good mood. I made some money. Shall we treat you to a grand meal?" As he descended the stairs, Lin Zi eagerly grabbed the notebook, exclaiming, "We already had a big meal for lunch." Xiaoqi chimed in, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. "Yes, we specifically celebrated your relationship." However, before she could finish, Lin Zi put down the notebook and covered Xiaoqi's mouth, her bashful yet charming demeanor causing everyone to burst into laughter. Gao Zeyue teased, "Even if we've eaten, we can still enjoy more. How about a classy Western steak dinner? It sounds sophisticated." The three girls shook their heads vigorously, Xiaoqi struggling to escape Lin Zi's grasp, quickly saying, "Forget it. I've read online reviews about Western food not being filling, and the knives and forks are too much trouble. I'll definitely be hungry again afterward." Gao Zeyue looked at the three girls, feeling both amused and warmed by their simplicity. While other girls might rejoice at the thought of dining in a high-end restaurant, these three remained unpretentious, preferring a more comfortable experience. He turned to Lin Zi and asked with a smile, "So, what do you want to eat?" The three girls perked up, chattering excitedly. Xiaoqi expressed a desire for grilled skewers, the sizzling kind. Shouting mentioned wanting cold beer to accompany the barbecue. Lin Zi chimed in enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy. Before long, they unanimously agreed on barbecue and beer. Gao Zeyue grinned and made an okay gesture. "Let us go." The four of them happily locked the CAF door and made their way to the barbecue restaurant. Along the way, Xiaoqi bounced ahead like a cheerful child, frequently turning back to share her must-try skewers from the menu, eager to sample every option. Lin Zi walked closely beside Gao Zeyue, occasionally whispering sweet nothings, her gaze filled with the warmth of love. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they found a well-ventilated and bright spot to sit. The owner, an enthusiastic woman, greeted the young patrons with a smile and handed them the menus. Lin Zi eagerly snatched the menu, rapidly selecting lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled eggplant, and corn, scribbling down a myriad of items, and didn't he forget to add a few bottles of cold beer at the end. Gao Zeyue chuckled at her adorable flurry of activity, affectionately ruffling her hair. Soon, the skewers began arriving at their table, and the aroma enveloped them. Xiaoqi and Xiaoding each grabbed a lamb skewer, taking a bite and exclaiming how delicious it was despite the heat. Lin Zi maintained her grace, nibbling on her lamb skewer slowly, a bit of sauce adorning her lips. Gao Zeyue laughed and wiped it away, causing her cheeks to flush with a touch of embarrassment. As they sipped on cold beer and shared stories from the restaurant, Gao Zeyue reveled in the laughter of the three girls. Watching the smoky warmth of the barbecue before him, he felt that this was the essence of life. Reflecting on his past as a delivery driver, devoid of friends, car, or home, he remembered the struggles of counting every penny just to enjoy dinner. Having Lin Zi, this beautiful girl, by his side in this era was a divine blessing. Midway through their meal, Xiaoqi suddenly had a brainwave, exclaiming they should take a commemorative photo. She grabbed her iPhone and pulled the three of them in for a group shot. Lin Zi and Xiaoding eagerly requested copies of the photo, and the three girls joyfully shared their snapshots on social media. After finishing their barbecue, the three girls were satisfied and full, while Gao Zeyue had to remain sober to drive. He dropped Xiaoqi and the others back at the CAF. Then, with Lin Zi clutching the Apple notebook, he stepped into the supercar amidst the envious gazes of passers-by. With a roar, the supercar sped away from the street. Soon, they returned to Thompson Riviera. Upon entering, Gao Zeyue changed into slippers and found Zi adorably tipsy, her lovely legs bouncing as she lay on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Unable to resist, he embraced her beautiful legs and caressed them, kissing her soft lips. Before long, Lin Zi began to breathe heavily, but suddenly she snapped back to reality. Blushing as she said, "I'm still in school. Can we wait until I finish university?" Gao Zeyue responded with a smile. "All right, you will be mine sooner or later. A little more time doesn't matter." The two exchanged affectionate gestures, and Lin Zi, realizing he was already her boyfriend, playfully suggested, "Why not come into my room to sleep?" Gao Zeyue chuckled wryly. If I go in, I surely won't be able to resist you tonight. Startled, Lin Zi swiftly closed the door, prompting Gao Zeyue to burst into laughter, while Lin Zi shyly burrowed into her blankets. Chapter 56. The Pan family comes to the city in the serene night. The view outside the window was delightful. Gao Zeyue gently pushed open the door to Zi's room. Inside, Zi was peacefully asleep, her small face slightly flushed, a sweet smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Gazing at the slumbering beauty, Gao Zeyue wore a tender smile as he carefully tucked the fallen blanket around her, worrying not to wake her. Once assured of her sound slumber, he tiptoed out of the room and headed to the kitchen, retrieving the last 2 chickens from the freezer. With the thought of the Pan family's dinner plans in the city tonight, he decided to bring the chickens along and quickly changed his attire, instantly finding himself transported back to the soil-baked house of the 1960s. Upon returning, he faintly heard voices outside the yard. He opened the door and stepped out, discovering Pan Xiaoman and her younger brother, Pan Daodu, squatting at the entrance, diligently drawing rabbits and chickens in the dirt with sticks. Upon seeing Gao Zeyue, Pan Xiaoman joyfully jumped up, tossing aside her stick, and exclaimed, "Brother Zeyue, you're awake." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Gao Zeyue smiled and inquired, "How long have you been waiting?" Pan Xiaoman playfully wrinkled her adorable nose and replied, "Daodu and I came over right after lunch. When there was no response to our knocking, I figured you must be tired and sleeping, so we waited here. By the way, the village chief has given our parents the necessary documents, so we can head out now. Father even borrowed the village cart, so our entire family can take a trip to the city." Hearing this delightful news, Gao Zeyue exclaimed, "Then let us set off at once." He turned to retrieve the 2 chickens from the house, wheeling his bicycle out. After securely locking the door, the trio chatted and laughed merrily as they made their way to the Pan residence. Upon arrival, Pan's father and mother had everything prepared, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for their daughter's new home in the city, eager to embark on the journey. Noticing his son-in-law bringing 2 more chickens, Pan's father chuckled. "Didn't you just eat this morning? Why bring 2 more? Gao Zeyue explained with a grin, "I originally brought back 6, intending to cook them at home. But then I thought it would be better to take them to the city." Pan's father and mother beamed, praising their son-in-law for his thoughtful consideration. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the family boarded the cart, setting forth towards the city in grand fashion. The bicycle was securely placed atop the cart, and Gao Zeyue comfortably sat, holding Pan Xiaoman's soft little hand. With transportation provided, who would want to pedal a bicycle in the sweltering heat? As they reached the village entrance, they encountered neighbors heading to work, who curiously inquired, "Old Pan, where are you taking your family?" Pan's father, beaming with joy, replied, "My son-in-law bought a house for my daughter in the city. We're going to see it." Aunt Wang from the village teased, "This handsome young man, and your Xiaoman aren't even married yet. Why are you calling him son-in-law?" Pan's mother chimed in with a smile. "They went to the city a few days ago to get their marriage certificate. They are now officially husband and wife, with the wedding ceremony to be held after the harvest." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaoman, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't that a bit too fast?" Several aunties expressed their envy, wishing they had such a beautiful daughter who could also enjoy a few days in a brick house in the city. Aunt Wang joked, "Now that you have the certificate and the house, all that's left is to have a baby. You too should have a child soon to bring joy to your parents." Laughter erupted among the group, and after a lively chat, Pan's father urged the cart onward, while the villagers watched the Pan family depart with envious glances, sighing at their good fortune for having such a wonderful son-in-law. By 4 in the afternoon, after a long journey, the family finally arrived in the city. Passing by the post office, Gao Zeyue noticed it was still open and led the Pan family inside to purchase 5 stamps. He mused, had that lady from last time been there, perhaps they could have bought 10. After acquiring the stamps, he took the family to the entrance of the courtyard. Pan's father and mother gazed in awe at the ancient, elegant 4-sided courtyard, their eyes widening as they stuttered, "Is this really the house you bought? Isn't this where ancient officials lived?" Gao Zeyue laughed, glancing at Pan Xiaoman, and reassured her parents, "Uncle and aunt, you are absolutely right. This courtyard indeed belonged to a high-ranking official in the past, but it now belongs to us." He unloaded the bicycle, opened the main gate, and the Pan family, filled with curiosity and astonishment, slowly stepped into the small courtyard. Upon entering, they found a stone table and benches nestled under a flourishing osmanthus tree and several brick houses, the entire courtyard radiating an air of tranquility and affluence. Pan's mother couldn't help but exclaim, "This is like heaven compared to our village house. It's simply stunning." Gao Zeyue pushed the bicycle into the yard, enthusiastically stating, "Uncle and aunt, take your time to look around. Oh, let Xiaoman prepare some hot water for you so you can bathe and cool down. The city has running water, making bathing quite convenient. I've also bought you silk pajamas for a cool night's sleep. I've purchased new bedding as well." The kitchen is stocked with rice and condiments for cooking, so we can stew 2 chickens tonight. Please take your time to explore. I need to use the cart to deliver some items to the factory. But I'll be back shortly, he added. Pan's father and mother responded quickly. Then you should go and return early. We'll wait for dinner. Gao Zeyue nodded, closed the gate behind him, and departed with the cart. In the courtyard, Pan Xiaoman flitted about like a joyful bird, bouncing and skipping with her parents and brother, excitedly exploring each room. Upon entering the shower room, the family was even more astonished, with Pan's father marveling. This city is so convenient. With this, we can bathe every day. They then visited the main room, where a colorful television, bright red wedding quilts, and brand new furniture exuded an atmosphere of matrimonial celebration. Pan Xiaoman's parents joyfully remarked, "Girl, you've truly married up. This courtyard is akin to a noble's residence from ancient times, and with Zeyue being a procurement officer, you'll never go hungry. Prepare for a life of luxury." Pan's mother added with a laugh, "Who would have thought our not-so-grown daughter could bring home such a golden son-in-law, allowing us to bask in some city life?" Pan Xiaoman blushed and laughed, linking arms with her parents. "I want to go hungry, and surely you want to either." The family erupted into laughter, with Pan's mother admiring the beautiful bedding, exclaiming, "How lovely." Pan Xiaoman led her mother to the eastern room, pointing at the quilt with a smile. "Mother, your bedding is especially beautiful." Pan's mother reached out to touch the silk quilt on the large heated bed, exclaiming in delight, "This is silk, I assent it. What a fine quilt." She turned to remind Pan's father and Daodu, "Dear, after bathing tonight, put on these pajamas and use this quilt. Don't get it dirty." Pan Xiaoman chuckled, "Mother, this bedding is specially prepared for you. When you come to visit, use this. If it gets dirty, I can wash it." The bedding in the western room was prepared for Uncle Yu, the village chief's family. Pan's mother nodded emphatically, "With such clean bedding, we must bathe before sleeping." Pan's father looked at the mother and daughter, offering a resigned smile. The family toured each room, marveling at the exquisite decor, brand new furniture, and the array of intriguing spices and kitchenware in the kitchen. Pan's mother found everything to be remarkably novel. In her hand, Pan Daodu clutched a large white rabbit milk candy she had taken from the candy bowl in the main room, trailing behind her parents while curiously gazing around. Occasionally indulging in a piece of candy, her face illuminated with a joyful smile. Chapter 57. Xiaomin's 3 turns and 1 ring. In the afternoon, Gao Zeyue drove the horse-drawn carriage to a deserted grove on the outskirts of the city. The wheels of the carriage crunched over the fallen leaves, producing a delicate sound. He surveyed his surroundings, tethered the horse to a tree, and, confirming he was alone, vanished in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, Gao Zeyue found himself back in the kitchen of his modern mansion, where an enveloping silence reigned, punctuated only by the soft hum of the refrigerator. He tiptoed to the freezer, cautiously pulling open the door, lest he awaken the slumbering Z baby. A cold gust rushed towards him, and he squinted as he retrieved 6 slabs of pork, carefully moving them out piece by piece. After 2 trips, he finally transferred all the pork onto the carriage, covering it meticulously with a sturdy burlap sack. Gazing at the pork, Gao Zeyue sighed. "Next time, I should just move things from the villa. If I wake the little girl, and she sees me hauling pork in the middle of the night, she might think I've lost my mind or am suffering from somnambulism, and that would be troublesome." A wry smile spread across his face as he brushed off the ice shards clinging to him, resumed his seat on the carriage, and raised the whip, setting off towards the Hongxing machinery factory. Upon arriving at the factory, Li Si was peering out at the entrance, spotting Gao Zeyue's carriage approaching. His face brightened with delight. "Brother Gao, I haven't seen you in several days. I thought you had quit." Gao Zeyue laughed as he jumped down from the carriage. "I was out gathering supplies for the factory. Where would I find supplies just sitting in the factory? Director Gao said I only need to come twice a month." Li Si's eyes sparkled with interest. "What supplies did you bring this time?" Gao Zeyue pulled back the burlap sack to reveal the fresh pork inside. Li Si's eyes widened in astonishment, a mix of joy and lamentation on his face. "Brother, why didn't you come earlier? It's almost time to get off work. And we want get to eat pork today. The factory doesn't serve dinner either." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Come to the canteen early tomorrow, and I promise you'll enjoy stewed pork." Li Si beamed, unable to contain his excitement. "Great. Thanks for the heads up, brother. I will definitely go early with the others." After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Zeyue drove the carriage into the factory, navigating his way to the staff canteen, where he found Chef Wang Dongdong, unloading the pork for weighing. Wang, holding the receipt, remarked with a look of appreciation, "Brother Gao, if only you could come a few more times a month. The last batch of pork lasted only 2 days. You should have seen the scene during mealtime. It was a frenzy." Gao Zeyue shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "I wish I could, but it's quite a hassle. 2 trips a month is already quite commendable." He understood all too well that in this era of scarcity, making 2 deliveries a month was already a considerable feat. Any more would attract undue attention. After bidding farewell to Wang Dongdong, Gao Zeyue took the receipt to the procurement office where Gao Hu was. Upon seeing him, Gao Hu greeted him with a broad smile. "Brother Gao, what good stuff have you brought today?" Gao Zeyue handed over the receipt, stating, "I brought 6 slabs of pork." Gao Hu's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is just in time. We have a leadership inspection in the next few days, and this pork will help us shine in front of them." Seizing the opportunity, Gao Zeyue inquired, "By the way, do you have any tickets for liquor, sewing machines, watches, or bicycles? I just got married and would like to gather a 3 turns and 1 ring for my wife." Gao Hu burst into laughter. "Brother, you are something else. In these times when people can barely fill their stomachs, you are getting a 3 turns and 1 ring for your wife. Truly impressive." As he spoke, he opened his desk drawer and pulled out a stack of tickets. "I've been preparing these for you. This is my reward application to the factory director on your behalf." Gao Zeyue examined the tickets closely, discovering several for liquor, fabric, bicycles, watches, and sewing machines. His heart swelling with joy. It was indeed a timely boon. After chatting a bit longer with Gao Hu, he departed with the tickets in hand. Gao Hu watched his retreating figure, feeling pleased at having such a capable assistant like Gao Zeyue, which might even lead to his own promotion in the future. With a contented hum, he leisurely brewed himself a cup of tea. Gao Zeyue took the tickets to the finance office, where he collected 900 yuan, then hurriedly drove his carriage to the state-run shopping center before it closed. At the shopping center, armed with his procurement agent credentials, he successfully acquired everything he needed: a brand new bicycle, a gleaming sewing machine, an exquisite plum blossom watch, a dozen bottles of Mao Tai, and some fabrics. As dusk settled, Gao Zeyue returned home with his laden carriage to the courtyard. Hearing the sound of the carriage, Pan Xiaoman hurried out to open the door. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the piled goods. "Brother Zeyue, what is this?" Gao Zeyue grinned as he lifted the burlap sack. "A surprise for you." Pan Xiaoman gazed at the bicycle, sewing machine, and other items, her astonishment rendering her speechless. She turned and called, "Mom and Dad, come quickly. Brother Zeyue has brought back so many things." Pan's father and mother rushed out, equally taken aback by the sight before them. Pan's father joked, "Did you rob a bank?" Gao Zeyue chuckled as he explained, "I've been busy lately, but today I finally had the time to gather everything for Xiaoman's 3 turns and 1 ring." He retrieved the elegant plum blossom watch from his pocket and placed it on Pan Xiaoman's wrist, saying, "Now you have the bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and television, all complete." Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed crimson as she admired the beautiful watch on her wrist, murmuring, "Thank you, Brother Zeyue." Pan's father waved his hand with a smile. "All right, let us get everything inside and eat." "Oh, is that Mao Tai? You and I should celebrate with a bottle tonight." Gao Zeyue nodded and turned to Pan's mother, saying, "Auntie, I bought some fabric. You and Xiaoman can figure out how to use the sewing machine. It's perfect for making a few new clothes for everyone, and they can be worn back in the village." Pan's mother nodded with a smile. "I know how to use it. The village head has one, and I've often gone to your godmother's house to use it." The family worked together to unload the carriage, bringing all the items into the house before leading the horse back to the yard for feeding. Pan Xiaoman curiously touched the new bicycle and circled around the sewing machine several times, her face radiant with happiness. At dinner time, the table was filled with stewed chicken and rice as the family gathered together, enjoying television and drinking Mao Tai, happily chatting away. After the meal, Pan's mother urged everyone to wash up and change into their night clothes. Pan's father and Pan Daodu finished bathing, donning their cool silk pajamas, and remarked on how refreshing they felt. Pan's father chimed in, "The clothes in the city are indeed nice. They feel so cool when worn." Meanwhile, Pan's mother and Pan Xiaoman could hardly contain their excitement as they began cutting the fabric, fiddling with the new sewing machine. Gao Zeyue, alongside Pan's father and Pan Daodu, sat in the main room watching television, laughter occasionally erupting around them. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck midnight. After diligently finishing 2 pieces of clothing, Pan's mother and Pan Xiaoman finally prepared to rest. Pan Xiaoman tidied up her things and headed towards her parents' room. Pan's father and mother were taken aback. "Why aren't you sleeping in the main room? What are you doing here?" Pan Xiaoman's face turned beet red as she quietly replied, "Isn't it because the wedding hasn't been arranged yet?" Pan's mother, understanding, chuckled, "Then sleep beside your mother. You child, you really are shy." Gao Zeyue, having witnessed Pan Xiaoman's bashful demeanor as she mentioned wanting to sleep in her parents' room, felt a surge of affection. Go on, go on." After the lights in the east room dimmed, Gao Zeyue closed the door behind him, gazing at the bottle of Matai and the neatly packed stamps on the table. "I decided to keep 1 bottle of Matai for myself, while the rest were placed in a bag." A flashback took me to the luxurious mansion, where I picked up my phone to find that it was already past 10 in the morning. As I strolled into the living room, my eyes fell upon the keys of a supercar resting on the table, and I couldn't help but smile, guessing that the girl had received her McLaren. having driven it to work that day. After changing my clothes and tidying up, I called Lin Yuan from Huatian auction house to inform him that I had 5 stamps to sell. With 10 bottles of Matai in tow, I headed downstairs and sped off in the supercar towards the auction house. In the CAF, Lin Zi beamed with joy upon seeing her McLaren butterfly door parked outside, while Xiaoqi and Xiaodang showered her with compliments. The 2 girls gleefully inquired, "When are you getting married? When will you have kids?" The 3 young ladies playfully teased each other in the CAF. Chapter 58. Profits and gains inside the cool, air-conditioned lobby of Huatian auction house. The staff enjoyed the refreshing atmosphere, despite the sweltering August heat. Wang Yuan leisurely sipped his tea, savoring its fragrance, while his gaze casually scanned the hall, awaiting the arrival of esteemed guests. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar disrupted the tranquility, drawing everyone's attention to a stunning Bugatti supercar racing towards them like a fierce beast. The car's sleek silhouette dazzled under the sun, each curve exuding opulence and flair. Gao Zeyue calmly maneuvered the supercar into the parking lot, the elegant vehicle appearing to perform a captivating display. All the reception staff stared in awe at the priceless supercar. Under their watchful eyes, Gao Zeyue stylishly opened the scissor doors and stepped out, exuding charisma. Liu, the receptionist, was transfixed, her eyes wide with shock and regret. She recalled the first time Gao Zeyue visited the auction house, dressed modestly and carrying 2 blue and white porcelain bowls, appearing utterly unremarkable. Back then, she had almost dismissed him and nearly had him escorted out. Little did she realize that the man standing before her now, radiating affluence and confidence, was the same individual she had once underestimated, leaving her filled with remorse. Wang Yuan had already made his way to the entrance, wearing a welcoming smile. "Young Master Gao, I see you finally decided to take the supercar out for a spin. I thought you might arrive on your little electric bike again." His teasing words were accompanied by an unmistakable admiration for the supercar. Gao Zeyue laughed heartily. "It's not that I wanted to. It's just that my little Z drives her car to work every day, leaving me no choice but to ride the electric bike. However, I just bought her a new sports car a couple of days ago, which arrived today. Now I can finally take my car out for a leisurely drive." As he spoke, he waved the bottle of Matai in his hand, his smile growing ever brighter. Wang Yuan gestured towards the office. "Shall we discuss this in my office?" Gao Zeyue waved his hand dismissively. "No need, Brother Wang. Let us chat on the sofas in the lobby. It's spacious and comfortable here." They walked side by side to the sofas, where Wang Yuan's eyes landed on the bottle of Matai in Gao Zeyue's hand. "Are you planning to treat me to a drink with that bottle of Matai this afternoon?" he joked. Just then, Liu approached with 2 cups of tea, placing them gently before the 2 men. Gao Zeyue looked up at Liu and smiled politely. "Thank you." He then turned to Wang Yuan, grinning. "Since I often trouble you, consider this bottle of Matai a token of appreciation." Wang Yuan accepted the bottle, examined it, and chuckled. "Brother, you're quite generous. This bottle of Matai from the 1960s is worth at least 2 million. Liu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, a wave of regret washing over her. She never expected the man she had once looked down upon would present such an extravagant gift, a mere bottle of liquor worth more than her 10 years' salary. Wang Yuan finally noticed Liu still standing nearby and glanced at her quizzically. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly lowered her head and returned to the reception desk, her mind racing with thoughts of her past attitude towards Gao Zeyue, filled with regret. On the sofa, Wang Yuan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Zeyue, do you still have that Lantingyi Su calligraphy piece?" Gao Zeyue replied with a smile, "Brother Ding's father purchased it for 50 billion. He is quite generous. 50 billion just like that. In a couple of years, it will indeed be worth that much." Wang Yuan marveled at the thought, but quickly shifted the conversation. "By the way, what stamps have you brought this time?" Gao Zeyue chuckled as he carefully produced a large dragon stamp along with 4 piece of red across the nation stamps from his clothing. Wang Yuan took them, scrutinizing them with admiration. "Impressive. They're in pristine condition. The large dragon stamp is worth 50 million. And the A piece of red across the nation stamps are worth 13 million, totaling 102 million. We'll cover the tax for you." Gao Zeyue nodded in satisfaction. Wang Yuan promptly made a call to arrange the transfer of funds. After a brief chat, Gao Zeyue stood to take his leave, revving off in the supercar. Wang Yuan stood at the entrance of the auction house, watching the supercar disappear into the distance, a sigh escaping his lips. Regret filled his heart. Had he known, he would have spent 50 billion on the Lantingyi Su as well. But alas, there are no remedies for regret. Meanwhile, Liu, at the reception desk, was equally remorseful, lamenting the lost opportunity to befriend a wealthy young man. As Gao Zeyue drove the supercar, humming a cheerful tune, he felt elated. "I've made money. I've made money. What a splendid day." Having earned a substantial sum, he chuckled, realizing he needed to hurry to the CAF to find his beloved Z for a warm embrace. The supercar sped down the street, arriving at the CAF in no time. Gao Zeyue parked the Bugatti beside Lin Zi's McLaren, admiring their two dazzling vehicles, feeling a sense of joy. They were practically a matching couple of supercars. Lin Zi, upstairs, heard Xiaoqi announce that her brother Zeyue had arrived, and she eagerly dashed down like a jubilant rabbit, rushing into her boyfriend's arms. Gao Zeyue caught Lin Zi securely, savoring her soft form and the delightful scent of her shampoo, teasingly saying, "My little Z, did you miss me so much after just one night apart?" Lin Zi looked up, her bright eyes sparkling. "I woke up this morning and saw you were gone. I was ready to show you my new car." Gao Zeyue gently tapped her nose. "I sent it to earn money for my little Z to spend? Of course. I had to get up early. Now let us take this Matai home," he said, lifting the bag containing 9 bottles of Matai, locking the car, and walking into the CAF with Lin Zi. As they entered, Xiaoqi and Xiaodang excitedly exclaimed, "Hello, brother Zeyue." Gao Zeyue smiled back, "Since you're so sweet-tongued. Lunch is on me. What do you want to eat? I'll order it for you." The 3 girls cheered in unison, declaring they wanted sushi. Gao Zeyue chuckled as he picked up his phone to order 4 luxurious sushi sets, requesting the restaurant to deliver them promptly. Subsequently, Gao Zeyue escorted Lin Zi to the 2nd floor, placing the Maotai on the table. Lin Zi gazed at the bag, her eyes filled with intrigue. Could it possibly be another bottle of Maotai from the 1960s, valued at 2 million? Gao Zeyue chuckled and nodded. "You're quite perceptive, my dear." Lin Zi playfully rolled her eyes at him, but Gao Zeyue could hardly resist. He wrapped his right arm around her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. His left hand, too, wandered, slowly resting upon Lin Zi's chest. After a couple of minutes, observing the rosy hue on her cheeks, Gao Zeyue mischievously remarked, "Let us see if you dare to cast those flirtatious glances my way again. I might just wear out those lovely lips of yours." Lin Zi burst into laughter, gently pushing him away. Once they separated, Lin Zi descended the stairs to retrieve a wooden box, carefully placing the 9 bottles of Maotai inside. After securing them, she couldn't help but sigh. "Oh dear, just 1 bottle costs the equivalent of my salary for 7 or 8 years. If I were to break a bottle, I would mourn for years. Think of how many snacks that could buy." She stowed the box of Maotai in the cabinet of the private room, but upon turning around, she discovered that Gao Zeyue had fallen asleep on the sofa. Looking at his slumbering face, Lin Zi felt a pang of sympathy. He must have risen exceedingly early to handle all this Maotai. She tiptoed over, draping a blanket over him gently, adjusting the air conditioning slightly before settling quietly beside him. Her gaze tenderly fixed on the man she cherished, her heart brimming with happiness. Chapter 59, Supercar Shopping at Midday. A beautifully packaged set of 4 luxurious sushi plates was delivered on time, ordered by Gao Zeyue for the girls. Xiaoqi and Xiaodang beamed at the sushi, and Xiaoqi impatiently dashed upstairs, calling out, "Sister Z, it's time to eat." However, as soon as she reached the 2nd floor, she spotted Lin Zi, making a shushing gesture with her finger to her lips. Lin Zi cast a brief glance at Gao Zeyue, who was peacefully sleeping on the sofa, and whispered, "Brother Zeyue is asleep, let us keep quiet." Xiaoqi understood immediately, and the 2 crept downstairs. Lin Zi softly suggested, "Let us eat first. We can warm it up for him in the microwave when he wakes up." Thus, the 3 gathered around the coffee table in the lobby, happily indulging in sushi. Xiaoqi exclaimed, "Indeed, there's a reason for the price. This sushi is delicious." The 3 girls erupted into laughter. While enjoying her sushi, Lin Zi's eyes were fixated on the supercar parked outside the shop, her eyes sparkling with delight. Noticing this, Xiaoqi teased, "Sister Z, don't just stare. It's already yours." She added with envy, "I'm so envious of you. You have such a caring boyfriend and a stunning supercar." Lin Zi turned to the 2 girls, laughing as she replied, "Don't be jealous. During the spring festival, Brother Zeyue will buy you both a Porsche as well. I suspect you 2 will be even more exaggerated than I am, staring at the car all night, wishing to climb in." The 3 girls burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lin Zi appeared to recollect something, her expression turning serious as she said, "By the way, don't touch the 9 bottles of Maotai in the cabinet on the 2nd floor. They're from the 1960s and worth 2 million each." She added, "I was extremely careful when placing them." Xiaoqi and Xiaodang were so astonished that they momentarily forgot to chew their sushi. Xiaoqi exclaimed, "Sister Z, did you say 2 million per bottle? That makes it 18 million for the 9 bottles." Lin Zi nodded solemnly, prompting Xiaoqi and Xiaodang to quickly swallow their sushi. Assuring her, "Don't worry, Sister Z, we won't even step into that private room." They exclaimed in disbelief, "My gosh, 1 bottle is worth a Porsche." Indeed, it seemed that Brother Zeyue wasn't relying on the coffee shop for profits. The 3 agreed to avoid touching anything in the private room, lest they break something and end up owing a debt they couldn't repay. If Gao Zeyue were to mention the value of the purple silk teapot in the room being 60 million, it was likely that the three girls would avoid the second floor altogether in the future. Gao Zeyue slept soundly until 6 in the evening, groggily checking his phone to find that it was indeed 6 o'clock. He mentally calculated the time difference. It was only 3 in the morning in the 1960s. It was manageable, as he could return in 8 hours. Looking at the blanket covering him, a warm smile spread across his face. He descended the stairs and saw Lin Zi sitting by the glass window of the coffee shop, grinning at his supercar. Approaching the bar, he asked Xiaoqi with a smile, "How long has your sister Zi been sitting there?" Xiaoqi suppressed her laughter, replying, "She's been there since noon." The three erupted into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Lin Zi turned, spotting Gao Zeyue, and the two girls doubled over in mirth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She stood up and said, "Stop laughing. Aren't you hungry? You've slept until 6. Let me heat up the sushi from this afternoon for you." Gao Zeyue rubbed his stomach, realizing he was indeed hungry, and replied with a grin, "No need to heat it up. The shop is empty. Let us close early and go out for some crayfish instead. We can leave the sushi for Xiaoqi and Xiaodang to have as a late-night snack." He added, "Aren't you too eager to explore the night scenes of Shanghai? After dinner, around 7, we can have a good stroll." Xiaoqi, Xiaodang, and Lin Zi squealed with delight at this suggestion. Gao Zeyue covered his ears, grinning at the three girls bouncing with excitement. Thinking to himself that their voices could rival a soprano, the three quickly turned off the lights and locked the door, and together, they merrily made their way to the crayfish restaurant. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant, where everyone enjoyed their meal immensely. Xiaoqi shouted, "Should we order a few bottles of ice-cold beer?" Gao Zeyue chuckled in reply, "If you don't plan on going out tonight, then yes, feel free to order." The three paused, and Xiaoqi suddenly realized, "Oh right, we can't drink and drive." Thus, they opted for a few cans of soft drinks and resumed their joyful feast. After dinner, they returned to the shop's entrance, where Gao Zeyue drove his Bugatti, with Xiaoqi beside him, while Lin Zi took her own supercar with Xiaodang. The roar of the two supercars filled the air, instantly becoming the most striking sight on the street. Xiaoqi and Xiaodang were thrilled. This was their first time riding in a supercar for a fun outing. Wherever the two supercars went, other vehicles quickly diverted, maintaining their distance. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqi and Xiaodang exclaimed, "Driving a supercar is fantastic. There is hardly any traffic." They arrived at the pedestrian street, and as soon as the two supercars parked, they captivated the attention of all passers-by. After parking in the nearby lot, they joyfully explored the pedestrian street. The three girls were brimming with excitement, chattering incessantly. They eagerly pointed out attractive plush toys to purchase and lingered on beautiful clothing, unable to tear their eyes away. Gao Zeyue trailed behind, chuckling at their exuberance. Shaking his head in amusement, they wandered through the stores, sampling various snacks and enjoying the scenic views along the street. Xiaoqi and Xiaodang occasionally gasped in wonder, filled with curiosity and delight at their surroundings. The three girls reveled in the sights of the pedestrian street, snapping countless photos with their phones. With Lin Zi linking arms with Gao Zeyue and Xiaoqi, capturing moments as they strolled. Gao Zeyue, however, wore a slightly distressed expression. Having walked for just over 10 minutes while the three girls snapped photos incessantly, immediately posting them on social media. The quartet indulged in several cups of milk tea, selecting trinkets, hairpins, and charming slippers from various shops. In a quaint street-side accessory store, exquisite earrings and uniquely styled necklaces captivated the attention of the three girls. Joyfully, they meticulously chose their hairpins, and Lin Zi immediately fell in love with a lovely hairpin designed for a high ponytail. Ecstatically, she adorned herself with it and turned to ask, "Zeyue Gidge, do I look good?" Gao Zeyue smiled and nodded, his gaze lingering on the ponytailed Zi, whose delicate face, framed by playful strands of hair, radiated youthful charm. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the little girl and shower her with affectionate kisses. At a plush toy store, the trio found themselves enchanted, with Xiaoqi and Xiaodang absolutely delighted by an adorably clumsy raccoon plush. Lin Zi, on the other hand, chose an irresistibly cute teddy bear. Before long, all three were cradling large, fluffy toys, their endearing appearances catching the eyes of passers-by. As they strolled along, they chattered animatedly about the charms of their plush companions, their laughter echoing through the pedestrian street. Zi, already a beauty with her exquisite features and sweet smile, exuded an air of elegance with every movement, and holding the plush toy only added to her adorable allure. Xiaoqi and Xiaodang, youthful and vivacious, walked alongside her, and together, the trio of lovely girls became a striking spectacle, drawing countless gazes. While they reveled in their playful antics, Lin Zi's family group chat erupted with activity. Lin now exclaimed, "Sister, why didn't you tell me you were dating someone?" Lin Zi's parents chimed in with voice messages. "Is the young man quite handsome? Do you attend the same university?" How well do you know one another? How old is he? How long have you been acquainted? Lin now shouted, Sister, just wait. When I visit next month, I'll have to interrogate you. Didn't you say you wouldn't date in college? Lin Zi had set her phone to silent mode at noon, fearing it might disturb Gao Zeyue, and now, happily wandering the pedestrian street, she paid no heed to the messages, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, in a nightclub, the Ding siblings, Dong Tianbao and Wang Yuan were enjoying drinks and conversation in a private room. Wang Yuan chuckled, Master Ding, you truly are impressive. Securing that painting from Gao Zeyue for 50 billion speaks volumes about your audacity. Dong Tianbao, caught mid-sip, sputtered, 50 billion? Ding Ning Ning. Glancing at the spilled drink that nearly splashed onto her clothes, disdainfully moved to sit beside her older brother, remarking, Dong Gongzi, could you be a bit more restrained? It's my family's money, not yours. Laughter erupted among them, and Dong Tianbao hastily apologized, realizing that he was indeed in the presence of a heavyweight. After only a few days, he had encountered fortunes amounting to 70 or 80 billion. Surely, this fellow's wealth must exceed 1,000 billion. Chapter 60, Jealous Lin Zi. That night, Gao Zeyue and the three girls were having an absolute blast on the pedestrian street. Glancing at the time, Lin Zi cheerfully suggested, we should head back, or we might struggle to get up for work tomorrow. Xiaoqi and Shouting nodded enthusiastically, and the trio, clutching their adorable plush toys, accompanied Gao Zeyue to a nearby parking lot. There, they spotted several girls gathered around two luxury cars, snapping photos. They cheerfully requested, excuse us, ladies. Could you please move aside? We need to head home. 5 fashionable and alluring girls, displaying their long legs and bare shoulders, made Lin Zi furrow her brow. Among them, the most stunning young woman, clad in stockings with flowing long hair and appearing nearly 18 or 19, smiled and asked, is this your car, handsome? Can we get to know each other? Let's go out tonight. Lin Zi promptly rushed over, wrapping her arms around Gao Zeyue, and playfully replied, sorry, little sister, but the handsome young man you mentioned is already taken. Xiaoqi and Shouting stifled giggles from behind, enjoying the sight of Lin Zi's jealousy. Gao Zeyue found her possessive demeanor utterly adorable, and turning to the group of beautiful girls, he smiled, I'm sorry, but my wife has spoken. We must return home. Instantly, the girls, crestfallen, left with lingering glances. Lin Zi, irritated, declared, next time we go out, you must bring me along. Gao Zeyue, with a teasing smile, replied, all right, next time. I'll tie you with a rope to my belt. How does that sound? This elicited a burst of laughter from the three girls. As Gao Zeyue opened the scissor doors and butterfly doors of the car, they departed the parking lot amidst the roar of the engine. The pedestrians on the street paused to admire the luxury vehicles, and once they had driven away, whispers began to circulate. Who knows which wealthy scion or heiress has graced the streets tonight? Gao Zeyue dropped Xiaoqi and Shouting off at their shop, and the two little girls waved happily, clutching their raccoon plush as they entered. Upon returning home, Lin Zi changed into her slippers and joyfully hugged her plush toy, exclaiming, it feels wonderful to drive out and have fun after work every day. When I first arrived in the Magic City for school, I envied those who drove out at night. Now that I have my own car, it's truly delightful. Gao Zeyue, donning his slippers, watched his precious girlfriend embrace the teddy bear, her elegant high ponytail framing her face. He smiled and settled onto the sofa, saying, as long as my baby is happy, that's all that matters. With a gentle hand, he caressed her snowy white legs, pulling her closer as he kissed her. As their kisses deepened, Lin Zi suddenly felt something hard pressing against her and, flustered, pushed Gao Zeyue away. Gao Zeyue chuckled, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. He continued to caress her soft legs, feeling utterly content. After planting another kiss on her lips, he said, you must be tired after a day of fun. Go wash up and rest. Lin Zi, her cheeks flushed, clutched her teddy bear and retreated to her room to undress and take a bath. Gao Zeyue grabbed a bottle of beer from the fridge, enjoying the night view as he sipped, reveling in the relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Zi soaked in the bathtub. Gazing out at the night sky, her thoughts troubled. What if Gao Zeyue couldn't resist and sought out other women, especially those beautiful girls from the parking lot, who would eagerly accompany him if he desired? The little girl felt increasingly anxious and instinctively reached for her phone, only to suddenly scream. Hearing her shriek, Gao Zeyue rushed to the bathroom, flinging open the door to find her happily playing with her phone in the tub. With a smile, he approached her and teased, what are you yelling about at this hour? I thought you had hurt yourself. Lin Zi's face turned crimson upon seeing him. But then she remembered there was no need to be afraid of her boyfriend. Turning to him, she said, we went out tonight, and I posted photos on social media, which my parents and little sister saw. The family group chat exploded. My sister called me 80 times. Gao Zeyue laughed, what is the big deal? We're just a normal couple. There's nothing to fear. It's too late. Your parents are probably asleep. Tomorrow, Just tell them you're dating someone and plan to marry after graduation. Lin Zi nodded eagerly, her spirits lifted. Gao Zeyue added, but wait. Isn't it common for kids to block their parents on social media? How did they see your posts? Lin Zi playfully replied, who else could it be? My sister didn't block them, she told our parents. Gao Zeyue burst into laughter, realizing that the sisters were quite the amusing pair. Suddenly, Lin Zi sensed an intensity in Gao Zeyue's gaze. Her cheeks flushed as he took her hand and coyly said, baby, I want to take a bath too. Can we go together? Lin Zi, recalling the beautiful girls from the parking lot, blushed and shyly nodded. Gao Zeyue, brimming with excitement, swiftly disrobed and stepped into the vast bathtub, embracing the delicate beauty before him as their lips met in a fervent kiss. The two of them sighing with pleasure in the warm water. Gao Zeyue's hands wandered over the young girl's petite form, the sensation proving utterly delightful as he guided her soft hand toward his lower body. In an instant, Ziyi's eyes widened in shock. A blend of innocence and curiosity reflected within them, igniting a spark of longing as they continued to exchange tender kisses in the bathtub. Soon, both found themselves feeling quite content and emerged from the tub to rinse off the soapy remnants. After donning their sleepwear, they nestled into Ziyi's bed, where Lin Zi, with a charming frown, remarked, after graduation, if you desire, we shall consummate our union. Should you wish, I can assist you as I did today. Gao Zeyue, cradling Ziyi's supple form, affectionately replied, of course, my Zi, your every word is my command, and they drifted into slumber entwined in each other's arms. After more than an hour of rest, Gao Zeyue glanced at Lin Ziyi's phone, noting the time was past 2 o'clock. With gentle care, he placed a kiss on her forehead, tucked her under the blanket, and returned to his room to change clothes before being transported back to the 1960s. Upon his arrival, he observed that the hour was just past 6 in the morning. He opened the door and stepped outside, greeted by the sight of Uncle Pan's family, all awake and bustling about. Uncle and Aunt, you rise so early, he exclaimed with a smile. Uncle Pan chuckled, in the village, we have grown accustomed to early mornings for work. When Xiaoman came to awaken you, she found the door latched and quiet. So I assumed you were quite weary yesterday, and let her be. Gao Zeyue grinned. Indeed, I was a tad fatigued, and turned to see Xiaoman happily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Observing his aunt busy at her sewing, he added, Auntie, there's no rush, if need be. We can stay another day and return tomorrow. Aunt Pan beamed, no need for that. With the sewing machine, I can finish quickly. I've already completed 2 garments. And with Xiaoman's help this morning, we should be able to make 3 more, so we can all return to the village in new clothes. Gao Zeyue replied, Auntie, let's not hurry. After breakfast, I shall take you all for a stroll in the city, to the park to admire the lake, and then to the state-owned department store. We can also visit the entrance of the Hongxing machinery factory where I work. Uncle and Aunt Pan's eyes lit up with delight as they agreed. Very well. We shall follow our son-in-law's plan. In the kitchen, Xiaoman, overhearing the pleasant conversation, felt immense joy, while Daodu looked up at her sister and whined, Sister, stop smiling. I am hungry. Chapter 61. A day in the city after breakfast, the sun bathed the courtyard in warmth as Gao Zeyue joyfully led Uncle Pan, Aunt Pan, Daodu, and Xiaoman on their city exploration. Their first stop was the park, where the fresh air mingled with the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers. Uncle Pan gazed at the clear lake and the leisurely boats drifting upon its surface, a smile of contentment gracing his face. The city truly is splendid, with beautiful scenery and such a large lake for recreation, he exclaimed. Gao Zeyue chuckled in response. Uncle, I still believe the village holds its charm. It is tranquil and the air is pure. While the city has its allure, it can be rather chaotic, with those red armbands inspecting everyone. Uncle Pan nodded solemnly, acknowledging the disorder that had recently plagued the city. I heard from the village chief that during a visit to the city, these red armbands confiscated numerous calligraphies and antiques, claiming they were relics of the 4 olds to be destroyed in the name of progress. Your godfather even salvaged a couple of pieces. However, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of selling those 2 paintings. Uncle Pan sighed, yet, I've heard of many families secretly hoarding old calligraphies to trade for food and meat on the black market. Alas, in these trying times, one can only wonder when it will all come to an end. Aunt Pan added with concern, Zeyue, when you come to the city, it is wise to remain discreet, as the environment can be perilous. Gao Zeyue nodded with a smile, secretly contemplating a visit to the black market, where he might procure some antiques for his beloved. As they strolled onto a stone bridge in the park, they leaned over to gaze into the water below, their spirits lifted. Some fishermen leisurely cast their lines beneath the bridge, while Gao Zeyue held Xiaoman's hand, both their gazes filled with affection. After wandering the park for a while, he guided the group to the entrance of the Hongxing machinery factory where he worked. Uncle and Aunt Pan stood before the grand entrance, their expressions one of astonishment. Aunt Pan exclaimed, "This is enormous. It's almost as large as our village." Gao Zeyue laughed, explaining, "Uncle, this factory employs nearly 1,000 people. Could it be anything less?" Uncle Pan and Aunt Pan nodded in agreement, admiration shining in their eyes. After leaving the factory, Gao Zeyue took them to the state-owned department store. A first for the Pan family. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the myriad of goods on display, their eyes darting about in wonder. The store staff recognized Gao Zeyue, who had made quite the purchase the previous day, and greeted him enthusiastically. "Young man, back again. What do you intend to buy today?" With a grin, he replied, "A few pairs of shoes for my wife and her family, a comb, and some snowflake cream." The attendant cheerfully fetched the items. Uncle Pan interjected with urgency, "Zeyue, let's skip the shoes. Auntie can make them for you." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Uncle, since we are here, let us buy ready-made ones. It won't cost much." Thus, he purchased a pair of shoes each for Uncle Pan, Aunt Pan, Daodu, and Xiaoman. He then picked up the snowflake cream, explaining to Aunt Pan and Xiaoman, "Annie, Xiaoman, this is beneficial for the skin. After washing your face in the morning, applying it will help to brighten your complexion." Both Aunt Pan and Xiaoman gazed curiously at the small round box containing the cream. After completing the purchases of shoes, snowflake cream, and a comb, he also grabbed some white rabbit milk candies and a few cans of yellow peaches. Daodu clapped her hands in delight at the sight of the treats. As their shopping spree concluded, the hour approached noon, and Gao Zeyue realized the house was nearly devoid of ingredients, save for a bit of rice. He promptly led the family to the state-owned restaurant for lunch. Upon recognizing Gao Zeyue, the staff greeted him warmly. "Brother Gao, if you hadn't come, we would have run out of pork." Gao Zeyue responded with a smile. "All right, I'll drop by later to deliver some." He then inquired, "Is Manager Su in today?" The attendant cheerfully replied, "He stepped out for lunch, but should return this afternoon." Before long, several bowls of fragrant pork noodles were served, and everyone began to eat with joy. Uncle and Aunt Pan observed how the staff treated other patrons with indifference, yet greeted their son-in-law with such warmth. Pride swelling in their hearts as they marveled at their son-in-law's capabilities. After their meal, they leisurely strolled back to the courtyard. Upon returning, Uncle Pan took Daodu for a midday nap, while Aunt Pan continued sewing with Xiaoman. Gao Zeyue exchanged pleasantries with Xiaoman before departing the courtyard. He wandered into the alley beside the courtyard and was instantly transported back to the luxurious mansion. Noticing the time, it was already 10 in the morning, and he glanced into Zi's room, where only a few adorable dolls remained on the bed. Recalling Zi's graceful and fair figure from the previous night, Gao Zeyue felt a surge of elation. He pulled out his phone and skillfully dialed the butcher's number, ordering 10 slabs of pork, 40 meat chickens, and 10 large crucian carp to be delivered to the Tangong villa. After hanging up, he changed his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and drove the luxury vehicle toward the villa, its sleek body glistening in the sunlight. After waiting for over an hour at the villa, 2 young men arrived in a delivery truck and parked in front of the mansion. The 2 individuals gazed in astonishment at the grand villa, whispering softly, "This person is truly peculiar. Instead of indulging in steak, lobster, or seafood, they only seem to relish purchasing pork, chicken, and fish." After several trips back and forth, they finally stowed all the goods in the freezer on the basement level. Once Gao Zeyue confirmed everything was in order, he picked up his phone and made a direct transfer. After the delivery person departed, Gao Zeyue efficiently packed 2 slabs of pork, 14 chickens, and 10 sizable crucian carp into burlap sacks. He then dashed back to the small courtyard, greeted Xiaoman, and placed 4 of the chickens and 10 fish in the yard before hurrying off in a horse-drawn cart to the state-run restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant's back entrance, Suda spotted Gao Zeyue and approached him with a beaming smile. "Brother, I heard you brought your wife and her family here for a meal. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I would have liked to host you personally." Gao Zeyue chuckled. Next time. I rushed over because I heard there was no pork left at the restaurant." Inside the kitchen, several apprentice workers weighed the 2 slabs of pork and the 10 chickens. Gao Zeyue, holding 400 yuan in payment, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Su De before happily returning to the small courtyard. The afternoon sun at 4 o'clock still blazed warmly. Pan Fu observed the 4 chickens and 10 fish, his eyes crinkling with delight. "Zeyue, this child is always thinking of ways to ensure our girl eats well." The family swiftly folded the newly made clothes, carefully packaged the new shoes, and gathered the food and supplies, preparing for their return to the village. Gao Zeyue smiled, saying, "Uncle, Aunt, you head back first. I need to oversee the material collection at the factory these next few days. I won't be able to return to the village just yet. Please take good care of Xiaoman and make sure to stew a chicken for her daily. She is far too thin." Pan Mu nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will ensure Xiaoman returns home plump and rosy." The group erupted into laughter. Gao Zeyue pulled Pan Xiaoman into an embrace, whispering, "Be good at home and wait for me to return." Pan Xiaomin's cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled her face against Gao Zeyue's shoulder and nodded softly. I will wait for you in the village. They waved goodbye to Pan Fu as he drove the cart away, watching until the vehicle vanished from sight. Gazing at the empty road, Gao Zeyue couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that with his in-laws present, he hadn't even had the chance to kiss the little girl properly. Turning back, he locked the courtyard door and instantly flashed back to the Tangwa villa, changing out of his plain work attire into casual clothes before revving up his sports car and heading to the CAF. At the CAF, Lin Zi had clutched her phone for the entire day, too apprehensive to call her parents back. In the group chat, she had merely written, "I'm at work. I'll call back when I'm free." As evening approached, Lin Zi contemplated her phone and sighed. Oh well, better to die early and be reborn quickly, before decisively dialing the number. The call connected abruptly, and her younger sister, Lin Now, exclaimed, "Stinky elder sister. Instead of studying diligently, you're busy dating. Who said you shouldn't look for a partner in college? If I find out, I'll skin you alive." Their mother chuckled, snatching the phone away, pushing Lin Now onto the sofa, and scolding, "Get off. Are you itching for a beating again?" In the CAF, the charming lights illuminated Lin Zi's gently lowered eyes as she twirled a cup of milk tea in her hands. Listening to her sister's playful complaints, she chuckled. "I'm just dating. Does it need to be such a big deal? Besides, I'm 20, and surely more sensible than you." Lin Now retorted, "Oh, so you're going against your own words. Didn't you say in college we shouldn't date until after graduation, until we find a stable job?" Lin Now continued indignantly. "You always lecture me about late marriage and late childbearing, saying that without a stable job, we shouldn't even consider marriage." Lin Zi, hearing her sister's outburst, teased, Now, I heard from Mom that you wanted to buy a notebook. How about I get you one when school starts?" Lin Now's enthusiasm was instant. "Really? The Apple notebook?" Their mother, overhearing the conversation, interjected, "You want to buy one? Go work in Shanghai and buy it yourself. Your sister works hard for her money." Their mother continued, "Sweetheart, don't listen to your sister. Earning money is not easy. Keep some for yourself and don't let that boy spend all his money on you." Lin Zi laughed. "We just started dating a week ago. There's no rush." She added, "His name is Gao Zeyue, 26 years old, running a business in Shanghai. He owns a house, a car, and a shop. He is quite ambitious." On the other end of the line, her mother immediately inquired, "But is he trustworthy? Does he care about you? What are his plans for the future? When will you get married?" Lin Zi couldn't help but laugh at her mother's barrage of questions, shaking her shoulders in amusement. "Mom, it's only been a week. But he seems eager. I told him to wait until after graduation to marry, and he agreed." Lin Now, clinging to their mother's arm, shouted from the phone, "Sister, keep your eyes peeled. Don't let yourself be deceived. Absolutely no cohabitation before marriage." Lin Zi shook her head in amusement, glancing at her gleaming McLaren parked in the lot, preparing to tease her younger sister further. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the line, followed by Lin Now's assertive voice, "I'll be in Shanghai in half a month, to keep you on guard, so you don't get deceived and end up counting money with him. Is there a place for me to stay?" Lin Zi replied cheerfully, "Of course. My bed has enough space for you. Your petite frame can easily fit." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Lin Zi hung up, her fingers still warm from the heated phone. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Gao Zeyue standing behind her, smiling as he watched her. Startled, she recoiled as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, playfully scolding, "Why didn't you say anything? You scared me to death." Gao Zeyue stepped closer, his voice lowered with affectionate amusement. "I wanted to, but I didn't want your mom and sister to overhear." "Good point," Lin Zi pouted, then recalled something and asked, "Why did you leave so early this morning?" "I woke up at 5 to use the bathroom, and you were already gone." Gao Zeyue feigned a weary expression. "What else? To support such a beautiful girlfriend? If I don't work hard, how can I afford to marry you?" With a mischievous grin, Lin Zi playfully pinched his waist, causing him to exaggerate his reaction, eliciting giggles from Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang behind the bar. As they ascended to the second floor, Gao Zeyue informed the two, "Tonight, we finish work at 8. Let us all go out for dinner and then hit the nightclub." Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang cheered excitedly, while Lin Zi couldn't help but bounce with joy, her long legs almost lifting off the ground. Gao Zeyue, captivated by her delight, found himself instinctively reacting to her soft body. The moment they reached the second floor, he enveloped Lin Zi in his arms. Their bodies pressed together. She smelled faintly of flowers, and he leaned down to kiss her. At first, Lin Zi responded softly, but when she felt the hardness beneath her, she panicked and pushed him away, her cheeks flushed. "Don't mess around. We're in the CAF. It would be embarrassing if Xiao Qi and the others saw." Gao Zeyue chuckled. All right. We'll listen to our little Zi," promptly seating her on the sofa while his hand naturally caressed her fair leg, his fingertips grazing the delicate skin of her thigh. Lin Zi furrowed her brows and pondered. After all, They had spent the night together. Her boyfriend was hers to cherish, and she could indulge as she pleased. She embraced her laptop, joyfully immersing herself in her movie while snacking. Gao Zeyue, brushing his fingers along Zi's fair, beautiful legs, couldn't help but be captivated by the adorable expressions she wore while playing on the computer. In the next moment, his warm lips brushed against her lovely, pale ear, giving it a gentle nibble. Lindsay felt as though she had been jolted by electricity, springing to her feet as her laptop nearly slipped from her grasp. Her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, with a rosy hue spreading to her ears. Gao Zeyue laughed heartily, tousling her hair. So RZ baby, is this sensitive here? Downstairs, Xiao Qi exchanged amused glances with Xiao Tang, unable to contain their laughter. On the sofa in the second-floor living room, Lindsay glared at Gao Zeyue, but when she caught sight of the mirth dancing in his eyes, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving with delight as she said, "Stop teasing." She settled back beside him, allowing him to play with her beautiful legs, his fingertips occasionally brushing the inner side of her knees, causing her to shiver slightly. Suddenly, Lindsay recalled something and exclaimed. Now said she would come to Magic City in half a month. You must behave well then. Upon hearing this, Gao Zeyue chuckled. It's great that your little sister is coming. I often worry about you being home alone. With you two together, I can rest easy. Our neighborhood is safe. But our house is a bit too large for you to stay alone. It's bound to be frightening. Lindsay pouted adorably, but if she comes, we can't sleep together anymore. Gao Zeyue gazed at the beautiful girl and, with a playful peck on her lips, said, Then we might as well get our marriage certificate early. After you graduate from university, we can hold the wedding, allowing us to live together openly. There are plenty of contraceptive methods available, so we can wait to have children until after your graduation. Otherwise, I'd have to wait 2 more years, and I can hardly contain myself. How does that sound? Lindsay immediately frowned. Let me think about it. Gao Zeyue pressed another kiss on her sweet lips and said, Take your time to consider. I'll take my time kissing. The two of them began to playfully tussle on the sofa, laughter echoing in the living room. Lin's mother smiled, saying, I thought your sister would be 30 before she married and had kids. I didn't expect her to have a boyfriend so soon, planning to marry after graduation. How wonderful. I can hold my grandchild early. Lin now shouted, Mom, my sister's marriage is still a long way off. We don't even know if that guy is reliable. I'll check his character first before reporting back to you. Lin's mother replied with a smile. All right. But you need to buy your own laptop with your own money. Don't ask your sister for it. She still needs to spend her money on her relationship. Lin now was instantly left speechless. Chapter 63, The Commotion in the Village. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun was about to set. On the dirt road of New Red Team 6, villagers were making their way home, hoisting their hoes and carrying sickles. Suddenly, a cheerful jingling of a horse-drawn carriage bell approached, shattering the tranquility of the workday. Everyone turned in unison to see the Pan family's carriage slowly swaying towards them, laden with several bulging bags. Aunt Wang chuckled. Oh, the old Pan family is back. How is it going in the city? Xiaoman's mother. Is the house all right? Is your son-in-law settling in? Pan's father pulled on the reins, and the tall mule snorted with delight as he replied, It's wonderful. How could it not be? It's all brick and tile houses, with a coal-burning courtyard. You just twist the water pipe, and water comes out. There's even a dedicated bathing room. You can bathe as soon as you heat the water. It's simply splendid. The villagers gasped in astonishment, their eyes riveted on Pan Xiaoman, who wore a new blue cloth dress, her braid tied with a red ribbon. Her cheeks flushed from the attention as she shyly clutched the hem of her dress, hiding behind her mother. Pan's mother, sitting in the carriage, beamed. Not only is the house good, but my son-in-law also took us for a stroll in the park. There are fish in the lake, and many people were fishing under the bridge. And the Red Star Machinery Factory is bigger than our entire village. My son-in-law said there are 1,000 people working there. The crowd gathered around the carriage, murmuring in excitement. Goodness, 1,000 people? Our Team 6 only has a little over 200. One factory equals the population of 5 of our teams. Aunt Wang chuckled. Did your son-in-law take you to the state-run mall? I've heard they have everything there. Delicious food. Fun things, you name it. Pan's mother replied with a smile. We did visit. We bought a bunch of snowflake cream, candy, and fabric. My son-in-law even took us to a state-run restaurant to eat. The waiters were stern with others, but they greeted my son-in-law with smiles, bringing our meals first. The villagers looked at the Pan family with envy, commenting on how they wished they could produce a daughter as beautiful as Xiaoman or have a city worker as a son-in-law. Pan Xiaoman's face turned bright red at the compliments. Just as everyone was animatedly chatting, Yuan Kai approached, carrying a shovel. What are you all standing around for? Hurry home to cook. There's going to be a TV show at the village inn later. Yesterday's episode was the best one yet. Oh no. I completely forgot about that. Everyone slapped their foreheads, and those with hoes and baskets quickly dispersed, hurrying home. Pan's father suddenly remembered something and pulled a bag from the carriage. In-laws, Zeyue asked me to bring you 2 live chickens and 3 large Crucian carp. He also said he's reserved a room for you in the courtyard. New bedding and sleepwear are all prepared. Come stay for a few days when things calm down in the fall. Yuan accepted the bag, its weight causing his arm to bend slightly, and smiled. Zeyue is such a kind-hearted child. Once the autumn harvest is over, I'll bring my wife to see Xiaoman and the new house. Dad, let us go home. Pan Dodo shouted from the carriage. We need to eat, and then watch TV. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and amid the jovial noise, Pan's father waved goodbye to Yuan, guiding the horse-drawn carriage toward the village committee, the wheels crunching over the gravel. Just as Yuan was about to take a step, he heard his son Yu Xiaowang calling from behind, urging Dad, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you heading home? After dinner, we need to hurry to the village committee to watch TV." Yu Xiaowang was driving a cart filled with a brand new water pump. He jumped down, opened the bag, and grinned upon seeing the chickens. Wow, these chickens and fish are huge. Dad, has Brother Gao returned? Your Uncle Pan brought them back. Your brother has been thinking of us, Yuan replied, handing over the bag. Let us hurry home and stew them. I'm quite hungry too. After we eat, we'll take the cart and the water pump to the village inn to watch TV. Yu Xiaowang shifted the water pump aside, took the bag, and jumped back onto the cart. Dad, sit tight. I'll hurry. We'll eat first, then deliver the cart and the pump to the village inn for the show. In the evening, the Pan family was joyfully preparing dinner. Pan's mother cheerfully instructed, Xiaoman, you must eat well. The sooner you nourish yourself, the sooner you can start a family and have a plump baby. She lightly tapped Pan Xiaoman's little head with a spatula, adding, Today, you saw how everyone looked at you in the village. Who wouldn't envy you? Marrying a city worker, especially one from Red Star Machinery Factory, is the envy of many families. Thankfully, you two got your certificate early. That eases my heart. Quickly get healthy and give me a grandson or granddaughter to reassure me. Pan's father chuckled from the table. Dear, now that they have their certificate, you can rest assured. Is there anyone still eyeing a married man? Pan's mother furrowed her brow and remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. Outside, in times of famine, a single bag of grain can procure a bride. You've seen how effortlessly our son-in-law acquires pork, chicken, and fish. Any daughter would be drawn to him. While the villagers here are sincere and would not be swayed. What about those from other villages? What about city folk? Therefore, having a child is essential to secure him. Marriages can end in divorce, but with a child, that becomes impossible. Pan Xiaoman's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought of the intimate moments that would lead to a child, and she dared not respond to her mother's words. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Pan's mother chuckled and shook her head, tossing a handful of coriander into the pot. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us finish this meal. We still have to catch our drama later. In a couple of days, when Zeyue returns, you two should have a good chat. The more a couple converses, the happier they become. At 7:30, the village square resembled a bustling fair, alive with excitement. Under the eaves, a black and white television sat, its screen veiled by a thin cloth. The villagers convened at the village committee, carrying their own small stools, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand marketplace. Even the children from the neighboring Hongwu 5 team hurried over, eager to watch the television at Lu team. Laughter erupted among the villagers, who cheerfully made space. While Pan Xiaoman sat beside her parents, delighting in the show, wishing that Zeyue would be there too. In a modern CAF, Gao Zeyue playfully admired Lin Zi's lovely legs and inquired, So, have you given it any thought? Lin Zi frowned and sighed, You possess such wealth. I may be somewhat attractive now, but will I remain so in a few years? What if you grow fond of a younger girl down the line? Taken aback by her words, Gao Zeyue replied, Rest assured, having a gorgeous university student like you as my wife is something I would cherish immensely. If you're worried about my fidelity, once we marry, I can transfer the ownership of our residence to your name. Should anything unforeseen occur, you and our children would have a stable home. He continued, The dowry consists of a luxurious apartment in the Thompson Riviera and this McLaren sports car. What do you think, my Z baby? Lin Zi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the mansion worth over 120 million, yet she smiled wryly. I'll discuss it with my sister and consult my mother as well. Could you wait for me for half a month? Gao Zeyue embraced her gently and kissed her softly. 2 years is too long, but half a month is quite manageable. Now, shall we go dine? Afterward, we can enjoy some leisure time. Instantly, their spirits lifted, and laughter filled the air. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang had already arranged everything downstairs, dressed and ready, eagerly watching the clock as it ticked closer to 8. When Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi descended, they found the two girls fixated on the clock. Upon learning they were eagerly anticipating 8 o'clock, the four burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 64. Investing in a nightclub. In the evening, Gao Zeyue took the 3 girls out for dinner nearby, and dressed in stylish casual attire. They hopped into two supercars en route to the nightclub. On this street, the Bugatti and McLaren had become the most striking sights, dazzling as they graced the avenue at night. Inside the luxurious vehicles, the three girls were brimming with excitement, and Gao Zeyue chuckled at Xiao Qi, reflecting on the joys of wealth that allowed for such outings. This evening, Gao Zeyue was treating them, and as they arrived at the nightclub, all the boys and girls waiting to enter paused to gaze at the stunning cars. Everyone watched as the two magnificent vehicles, guided by security, pulled into the VIP parking. Gao Zeyue, exuding charm, swung open the scissor doors and stepped out with Xiao Qi. Lin Zi and Xiao Tang gracefully emerged from the butterfly doors, locking the car before Gao Zeyue led the trio into the nightclub. Girls lingering at the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the young man driving the Bugatti, hurried inside, hoping to meet him. The four friends reached their reserved spot in the nightclub, and the waiter swiftly brought over fruit platters and beers. Lin Zi, laughing, shed her jacket and said, "Xiao Qi, Xiao Tang, let us hit the dance floor." Both Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang, exhilarated by their first visit to a nightclub, followed Lin Zi onto the dance floor, where they began to dance with abandon. Gao Zeyue watched them with a smile, sipping his drink. Meanwhile, in a private room, the owner Wang Yong, along with young Master Dong and the siblings Ding Junjie, enjoyed their drinks and conversation. Suddenly, the security captain's voice crackled through Wang Yong's intercom. Boss, the last time the young master in the Bugatti came, he is back with three girls." Upon hearing Gao Zeyue's name, Wang Yong grinned and replied, "Make sure the security in the dance area keeps an eye on him. We wouldn't want this big shot to get into any trouble again." Setting down the intercom, he turned to his companions, saying, "It seems our esteemed guest has returned with not just one, but three lovely companions this time. Quite impressive." Ding Ning, visibly annoyed, remarked, "Isn't he already dating Z? Why is he bringing other women along?" Young Master Dong's eyes lit up with excitement. "I want to see this." Ding Junjie and Wang Yong chuckled. "Let them go check it out." Ding Ning and young Master Dong exited the private room, inquiring with the security personnel about Gao Zeyue's table before making their way directly over. Gao Zeyue was enjoying fruit and soda while watching the three girls joyfully dance, his eyes sparkling with delight. Suddenly, he spotted Ding Ning approaching, obstructing his view of Lin Zi and the others. Recognizing her, he exclaimed with a smile, "Miss Ding." "Young Master Dong, why do I keep running into you at the nightclub?" Ding Ning frowned. "I heard you brought three girls here. Is that true?" Gao Zeyue chuckled. "Indeed. Look over there. That's my Z baby, along with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang." Ding Ning turned to see the trio on stage and burst into laughter, joining them on the dance floor. Young Master Dong, amused, sat down and remarked, "I heard you brought three girls, and I thought you had swapped girlfriends again." Gao Zeyue frowned at the implication, and laughter erupted among the group. On the dance floor, Lin Zi was thrilled to see Ding Ning and pulled her into the rhythm, and the four of them joyfully danced together. Gao Zeyue and young Master Dong sipped their beers, watching the lively scene. After more than 20 minutes, the girls finally tired out, giggling as they supported each other while stepping down from the dance floor. Noticing Lin Zi's forehead glistening with sweat, Gao Zeyue reached for a wet wipe and gently dabbed her face, his touch tender as if caressing a precious gem. "Oh, I can do it myself," Lin Zi exclaimed, blushing as she felt the tickling sensation of his touch, snatching the wipe away. Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang stifled their giggles, while Ding Ning shot her a knowing glance. Young Master Dong teased, "Gao Zeyue certainly dotes on his girlfriend." To which Gao Zeyue raised an eyebrow. "Of course. My Z baby is my treasure." Laughter filled the air once more. The first floor was too loud, and young Master Dong suggested, "Gao Zeyue, it's rather noisy down here. How about we head upstairs to the private room where Ding and Wang Yong are?" Gao Zeyue pondered for a moment. After all, Ding Junjie was his esteemed VIP customer, and it was indeed appropriate to extend a greeting. He turned to Lin Zi and inquired, "Shall we go?" Lin Zi nodded, with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang chiming in enthusiastically, eager to experience the VIP lounge of the nightclub for the first time. The group ascended to the second floor, and as they passed the dance floor, Lin Zi wrapped her arms around her boyfriends, playfully winking at Gao Zeyue. Earlier, she had spotted a few girls rising to approach Gao Zeyue, which startled her into claiming her boyfriend's territory by clinging to Gao Zeyue's arm. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Wang Yong greeted them with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Young Master Gao, you've finally arrived. Just inform the security personnel that you're here, and they will escort you to the private room. It's quite noisy out here." Gao Zeyue chuckled and replied, "Z and the two girls want to dance for a bit, so I'll stay on the first floor with them. I also wouldn't want to disturb Brother Wang." Ding Junjie also stood up to greet them, adding with a smile, "We often come to the nightclub as private rooms for fun in the evenings. If you're free, you should join us for a drink sometime." Gao Zeyue responded with a grin, "All right, I'll reach out to you next time I come to play." Mainly, these three girls enjoyed dancing on the first floor, and I'm here to keep an eye on them. Wang Yong laughed. No worries, if they want to enjoy themselves. I'll have the security on the first floor look after them. We can relax here with a few drinks and chat. Gao Zeyue sighed with a wry smile. I'd love to drink, but who's south going to drive? My sports car only accommodates 2 people. Everyone burst into laughter at this remark. Ding Junjie added with a grin. Sure, the sports car is flashy and attracts girls, but it's not as practical as a Rolls-Royce. You could consider getting one next time. It can accommodate more passengers. Gao Zeyue nodded, feeling intrigued. Wang Yong then suggested, since young Master Gao and your companions enjoy visiting the club, why not invest in my nightclub? He explained, the first floor is dedicated to dancing, the second to KTV private rooms, and the third floor is yet to be developed. I envision transforming it into a serene bar with soft music where patrons can enjoy drinks quietly. I could also arrange for some talented singers from Ding's entertainment company to perform sentimental songs. What do you think? Gao Zeyue furrowed his brow in thought. Indeed. His beloved Zi and her friends were at the age where they loved to indulge in such entertainment. They could dance on the first floor, sing on the second, and enjoy drinks and music on the third, allowing them to act as owners, prioritizing Z's happiness above all. Turning to Wang Yong, he asked, so, Brother Wang, how much would I need to invest? Wang Yong, hearing the opportunity, replied excitedly, I plan to make the decor quite lavish and select premium beverages. So I would need 50 million. Gao Zeyue smiled, saying, if we're going to do this, let us make it the most luxurious bar possible. Ensure the resident singers from Ding's company are well compensated. I'll invest 100 million. In the private room, when Gao Zeyue announced his investment of 100 million, astonishment washed over the faces of those present, followed by a chorus of gasps. Wang Yong joyfully slapped Gao Zeyue on the shoulder, exclaiming, brother, you are magnanimous. From now on, I want to call you young Master Gao. Let us just call you Zeyue to keep it brotherly. He assured him, rest assured. This 100 million will not go to waste. I know plenty of affluent individuals who love to unwind in the evenings. I'm developing some luxurious private rooms on the third floor, exclusively for their gatherings. You'll surely recoup your investment within a couple of years, and thereafter, you'll receive annual dividends. Ding Junjie looked at Gao Zeyue with a hint of surprise before laughing heartily. Since Zeyue is investing, I'll join in with an additional 50 million. It'll be more convenient to drink here than to pay each time. Ding Junjie sternly cautioned Wang Yong. Ensure the second floor has some eye-catching beauties to enhance the ambience, but steer clear of any dubious activities, especially anything illicit. If we're going to do this, let us do it legitimately. Otherwise, Zeyue and I will withdraw our investments immediately. Wang Yong's eyes lit up, realizing the excitement of having another investor on board. With both of them investing a total of 150 million, his nightclub now brimmed with confidence. He patted his chest, assuring them, rest easy, esteemed bosses. I will transform this place into the most prestigious nightclub in the city, one that everyone will praise. He then turned to the side and jested with young Master Dong. Dong, would you like to invest as well? Dong Tianbao's face turned awkward, waving his hands dismissively. Brother Wang, you know my father is strict, and my mother tightly controls the finances. I'm lucky if I can even borrow money from you for business. His remark elicited laughter from everyone in the private room. Wang Yong, recalling Dong Tianbao's father's generosity, waved his hand dismissively. No worries, young Master Dong. When you come to drink, I'll cover all your expenses. Dong Tianbao's eyes brightened, his face breaking into a joyful smile. He then turned to Gao Zeyue, who was happily conversing with his girlfriend. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, plopping down beside Gao Zeyue, he grinned broadly, his demeanor catching everyone off guard. Gao Zeyue, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, turned to him and frowned. Young Master Dong, if you have something to say, please be direct. Your smile is a bit unsettling. Nearby, Lin Zi and Ding Ningning stifled their laughter at Gao Zeyue's words. Dong Tianbao chuckled. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Brother Zeyue. Actually, I have a project I'd like to discuss for potential investment. My friend's father was let go by a large company and has been developing an AI software at home, which I believe has significant investment potential. I'm curious if Brother Zeyue would be interested. Gao Zeyue was taken aback by Dong Tianbao's proposal, considering the individuals around him, who were either leading nightclub owners or executives from entertainment companies. He realized Dong Tianbao was not to be underestimated. Smiling, he replied, all right, young Master Dong. Tell me more about this project. Dong Tianbao, sensing a chance, eagerly grabbed a nearby beer, took a sip, and began to articulate his idea, seeing it as his sole opportunity to rise above. He explained, this is an AI design software that allows users to create avatars resembling their favorite people to answer all their queries. The avatars exhibit a lifelike presence. For instance, an elderly person can take a picture of their granddaughter, and the software will generate an avatar of her. A handsome man can use a beautiful woman, while a girl might use her favorite celebrity. Once the software is activated, the chosen avatar springs to life on the user's phone, ready to assist with any inquiries. For example, if a girl wants to make braised ribs, and her avatar is a beloved male star, he will pop up on the screen, guiding her through the cooking process step by step via voice interaction. Moreover, the avatars can also serve as navigation systems. For instance, if I use my girlfriend's avatar, I can say, "Honey, I want to go to Disneyland," and instantly, an avatar resembling her will appear, animatedly directing me on how to get there. The software connects to the internet, sourcing information from various websites to provide guidance. What do you think, Brother Zeyue? Would you be interested in investing? It even includes music. The software is called Little Fool. In an instant, everyone in the room burst into laughter at Dong Tianbao's pitch. Ding Ningning furrowed her brow and asked, "So, if I use my favorite male star as my avatar, can I call him hubby, and he can call me wifey?" In a private room, a group of individuals erupted into hearty laughter. Dong Tianbao remarked, "Indeed, we will continue to develop further functionalities for this software. It is, without a doubt, a flawless AI omniscient, operable on both computers and mobile devices. What do you think? Are you interested in investing?" The software is currently at 40% development, yet it requires substantial computational resources, thus necessitating considerable financial investment. Gao Zeyue observed Dong Tianbao and thought to herself that those who could mingle with the wealthy elite were certainly not ordinary individuals. Ding Junjie, also contemplating the software, furrowed his brow, realizing that if successful, this application could render all home appliances, televisions, computers, phones, fully voice-activated. After a moment's reflection, Gao Zeyue smiled and inquired, "So, how much do you need for investment, Mr. Dong?" Dong Tianbao was momentarily taken aback, but joyfully responded, 500 million will suffice. Gao Zeyue turned to Ding Junjie with a smile, asking, "Brother Ding, are you interested in investing?" "I am prepared to invest 800 million. Instantly, the room filled with gasps of astonishment, and Dong Tianbao looked at Gao Zeyue in delight, exclaiming, "Is that really true?" Gao Zeyue replied with a smile, "However, I require 50% equity in this software." Ding Junjie added with a grin, "Then I shall invest 300 million for 20% equity." The others in the room gazed at the two magnates in utter disbelief. Dong Tianbao chuckled, saying, "Very well, my Uncle Su and I shall each take 15%. I will have Su draft a proposal for you both by tomorrow." Ding Junjie smiled at Dong Tianbao and said, "Our entertainment company has an empty space on the 8th floor. You can move in with your team to develop the software. If you need more hands, just hire a few. 11 billion in development funds should be more than enough." Upon hearing that an office space was available, Dong Tianbao beamed with joy as the group continued to engage in cheerful conversation. Among them, the most delighted were Wang Yong, the nightclub owner, and Dong Tianbao, the young master. As time passed, Gao Zeyue bid farewell to her three companions and prepared to leave, asking Wang Yong for his account details and urging Dong Tianbao to expedite the proposal. After exchanging contact information, they departed. Gao Zeyue returned home with her friends, while Ding Junjie and his sister boarded a Rolls-Royce to head back. Wang Yong and Dong Tianbao watched in envy as Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi drove away in their luxurious vehicles, affirming their status as true power players. Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue cruised down the road in her flashy Bugatti, reflecting on her extravagant spending of 900 million that evening, feeling a pang of regret. She contemplated rising early the next morning to explore the black market of the 1960s, hoping to unearth some antiques to recoup her losses. It was still early, just past 8, and she could rest until midnight to peruse the market. After dropping off Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang at the store, the two returned to their opulent residence in the supercar. Upon stepping inside, they had barely switched to their slippers when Zi tossed the car keys aside. Gao Zeyue playfully pulled the little girl close, chuckling, "You were quite the dancer on the floor tonight. Want to dance a bit more? I would love to enjoy the view." Lin Zi felt a hard object pressing against her abdomen and giggled, "After dancing all night, I'm famished. How about ordering some takeout?" Gao Zeyue grinned mischievously, "I'm hungry too, but I crave you." Lin Zi hurriedly pushed him away, pulling out her phone to order a midnight snack. Observing her adorable demeanor, Gao Zeyue laughed, "Once you're done with your late-night meal, I'll show you how I plan to reward you." Chapter 66. An ambiguous night in the dead of night. Gao Zeyue changed into his sleepwear, grabbed 2 bottles of beer from the kitchen, and stepped onto the balcony to savor the night view of the Bund. Lin Zi also returned to her room, donning a cute Mickey Mouse pajama set as she awaited the delivery. Hearing the arrival of her food, she walked out and called out to Gao Zeyue, "Baby, would you like some sushi? The last place you ordered from was incredibly delicious." Gao Zeyue paused, turning to see the charming girl in the living room unpacking the takeout. He approached with a smile and teased, "Did you just call me baby? Such an endearing term. Would you mind repeating it?" Lin Zi's cheeks flushed as she replied, "No, I won't." Gao Zeyue swiftly embraced Lin Zi's soft frame and planted a kiss on her lips, asking, "Will you say it or not?" Feeling the hardness pressing against her, Lin Zi's face turned crimson as she insisted, "No, I won't." Gao Zeyue held her tight and kissed her again, his hands wandering beneath her clothing to caress her delicate form. Soon, Lin Zi was breathless, pleading, "I'll call you baby, is that okay?" Gao Zeyue playfully nibbled on her cute ear, eliciting a deep blush and making her weak in his embrace. He laughed heartily. "Let us see if you listen from now on. If you don't, I might just devour you." Lin Zi quickly escaped his grasp, rolling her eyes dramatically. "You want to eat me? How exactly would you do that? Steamed or braised?" Seeing her escape, Gao Zeyue regained his bravado, retorting, "Well, of course. I would wash you up and toss you onto the bed. I'm quite hungry now and want to eat you." In a flash, he stood up, prompting Lin Zi to quickly plead, "Baby, I made a mistake. Can we eat first?" Gao Zeyue's heart melted at her adorable display of submission as he replied, "All right then. Come here, and I'll hold you while we eat." Blushing, Lin Zi settled into his lap, feeling the pressure against her. She merely furrowed her brows adorably at him before grabbing sushi from the table with chopsticks and starting to eat. The little girl even fed him a few pieces, and Gao Zeyue felt elated as he savored the sushi she offered. With such a charming and delightful partner beside him, he sighed in contentment, contemplating how to secure her affection and obtain a marriage certificate, knowing she wouldn't be able to escape once that was in place. His hand slipped beneath her cute pajama top, playfully teasing, "Baby bunny, you're so small. Let me help you grow a bit." Upon hearing bunny, Lin Zi initially wore a perplexed expression, but as she felt his hand on her chest, she quickly transformed into a playful little dog, playfully biting the offending hand. Gao Zeyue winced at the sudden pain, withdrawing his hand while chuckling at the bite marks. "Your little fangs are quite fierce, just like a vampire's." Lin Zi, still munching on sushi, interjected, "Stop messing around. Let me enjoy my meal." Thus, the two cuddled together, watching television and enjoying sushi, blissfully immersed in their sweetness. After finishing their meal, they strolled to the balcony to admire the night view of the bund as boats glided across the water's surface. Holding Lin Zi close, Gao Zeyue savored his beer, marveling at the beautiful scenery. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling as though her presence completed him. Gently kissing her forehead, he proposed, "Baby, will you marry me? I truly wish to be with you. I understand you're in college now, which makes it inconvenient, but we could just get our marriage license first, right? Once you graduate, we can hold a wedding. We have no shortage of money. You can manage the coffee shop and finish your studies. And we'll lead a joyous life together." Lin Zi gazed up at Gao Zeyue and asked, "Are you truly unregretful? Are you genuinely willing to sacrifice a forest for a single tree for me?" In his heart, Gao Zeyue thought about how he had serendipitously turned some antiques into profit from the 1960s, realizing that seeking a stunning beauty like Lin Zi would be a challenge beyond his reach. In this world, having a wife suffices. In the 1960s, there was another. "It is quite commendable that my body can nourish two beautiful maidens. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in my arms, I declared, in this lifetime, you shall be my only wife." Instantly, Lin Zi embraced Gao Zeyue and kissed her tenderly. Unable to contain her laughter, Gao Zeyue remarked, "Darling, you danced the night away and are now drenched in sweat. Shall we indulge in a soothing bath together?" Blushing, Lin Zi nodded, and the two of them entered the bathroom, shedding their garments to kiss gently in the warm bath. Lin Zi felt the stirring in her lower abdomen, excitement coursing through her. Half an hour later, they rinsed the foam from their bodies. Gao Zeyue helped dry Lin Zi's flowing hair, and they slipped into Lin Zi's bed, their naked forms cocooned in warmth. With a playful grin, Gao Zeyue said, "Darling, this quilt is truly delightful," as she took Lin Zi's small hand and let it wander. Their kisses became fervent, filled with soft gasps. After half an hour, Gao Zeyue, with a bittersweet smile, held the peacefully sleeping beauty in her arms, contemplating the urgency of getting their marriage certificate, for without it, Lin Zi would not permit any deeper intimacy. Soon, they both succumbed to slumber. At 6 in the morning, Gao Zeyue awoke, had a light breakfast, and returned to her room to change clothes. Upon entering Lin Zi's room, she found the girl had kicked off her covers, revealing her fair skin and long, beautiful legs. Amused, she approached and tucked Lin Zi back into bed, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. After securing the door, Gao Zeyue descended the stairs, took the car keys, and drove towards the Tangong villa. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt in front of the villa. She pushed the door open and headed straight to the basement freezer. Opening it, she retrieved half a pig and 2 chickens, deftly packing them into a burlap sack. As she surveyed the luxurious villa, she pondered, "Should I truly reside here in the future, I might need to hire a few housekeepers. Such a vast space would wear out my precious Z with mere cleaning duties." With a sigh, she decided to put such thoughts aside for now. Living in the luxurious Tycoon was more convenient, offering scenic views every night. The villa could wait until after marriage and having children. Holding the pork, Gao Zeyue swiftly returned to the 1960s, back to the courtyard house. The moon illuminated the dark night brilliantly. She opened the door to the main room, turning on a bright light bulb. The clock on the wall indicated it was 1 a.m, ticking rhythmically. Contemplating the black market, she recalled Suda from the state-run restaurant mentioning a discreet trading spot in Xiqing. Perhaps she could still make it. She found a hat, placed it on her head, and carefully stuffed the half-pig into the burlap sack, securing it to the back of her bicycle. Turning off the light and locking the door, she pedaled through the silent alley towards Xiqing. Meanwhile, Lin Zi awoke to find her bed empty, a fleeting sense of loss washing over her. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that he must be out earning money for their bright future, which brought her joy. Recalling the sight of them entwined in slumber the previous night, her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in the quilt, still feeling the warmth of his body on her fingertips. Chapter 67. A Stroll Through the Black Market. Early in the morning, after freshening up, Lin Zi heated breakfast and sat on the sofa, enjoying her meal while gazing out at the beautiful scenery. The thought of her beloved saying he wished to use this apartment as a betrothal gift felt like a dream come true. Just last month, while working at the sales office, she had wished for such a perfect view apartment, willing to devote her life to it. To her surprise, she encountered a charming boy who adored her, and she found amusement in his mischievous demeanor. Stepping onto the balcony, she observed people jogging along the bund and boats gliding across the water, contemplating how to discuss obtaining their marriage certificate with her parents. Or perhaps she should ask her sister Now first. She wouldn't spill the beans to their parents, would she? After a moment's thought, she picked up her phone and dialed Now's number. Moments later, the call connected, revealing Now's still sleepy voice. "Oh, my dear ancestor, could you allow me a moment's slumber? I was up gaming until 2 a.m. Lin Zi chuckled at her sister's tone and replied, Now, I have something to ask you." Now groaned, burrowing deeper into her blanket. "Hurry up, I want to sleep." Lin Zi bit her lip nervously. "My boyfriend wants us to obtain our marriage certificate first, and then have a wedding after graduation." Now furrowed her brow in confusion. "What certificate? A health certificate?" Suddenly, she sat up in alarm. "Please tell me it's not a marriage certificate." Amused by her sister's reaction, Lin Zi confirmed, "Yes, it's indeed a marriage certificate. He even wants to use a house as a betrothal gift. Do you think I should agree?" Now exclaimed, "Sister, who said we should prioritize career? Aren't men just fleeting clouds? Remember who pounded their chest during the spring festival declaring all men are swine and vowing not to marry before 30? You said you would never rely on a man, and now at just 20, you wish to get married? This is utterly outrageous. Wait, you're not pregnant, are you?" Lin Zi couldn't help but admire Now's leap of logic and laughed. "No, I'm not pregnant. I'm simply asking for your opinion on whether I should get this marriage certificate." Now suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, buy me a plane ticket. I'll pack my bags and come help you check out if your future brother-in-law is dependable. Otherwise, what if he sells you off and keeps the money? By the way, do you have a place to stay?" Lin Zi replied with a smile, "Yes, let me book your ticket for a flight in 3 hours. You should get up quickly. My shop needs temporary help. You can work there for 20 days or so. I'll pay you with the salary for a computer," Now mumbled, sinking back into her blankets. Lin Zi laughed heartily. "What if I also throw in a tablet? Together, they would be worth 1.5 months of my salary." Instantly, Now sprang from her bed, exclaiming, "Sister, you better keep your word. Hurry and buy the ticket. I need to wash up. I'll be flying this afternoon. Remember to pick me up." Lin Zi chuckled, "All right." Now hurriedly began her morning routine, calling out, "Mom, my sister's arranged a temporary job for me at her shop. I'm off to Shanghai to earn money for a computer." Lin Mother was momentarily taken aback. What is this girl up to? An hour later, Now, dressed in a lovely skirt and carrying her suitcase, bid farewell to her mother and headed to the airport. Lin Mother, still perplexed, urged her daughter, "Listen to your sister." Now nodded vigorously. "Mom, you and Dad can also come visit us in Shanghai anytime." Lin Mother smiled. "Sure, we'll come next month when your father has a break." Now happily departed, setting off for Shanghai. Lin Zi had already arrived at the cafe, sipping juice while watching the sleek cars outside, her heart filled with joy. Reminiscent of Gao Zeyue. In the 1960s, Gao Zeyue, wearing a hat, rode her bicycle to Xiqing. After surveying the area, she found no signs of the black market until she spotted 2 men cloaked in scarves, carrying bags, emerging from a narrow alley. Gao Zeyue hurriedly approached them, but the 2 men immediately became wary and shouted, "What do you want?" With a smile, Gao Zeyue replied, "Gentlemen, please don't be alarmed. I simply wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the black market." In an instant, the 2 individuals opposite lowered their guard and smiled, saying, "I thought you were here to snatch something." The black market is just down that alley we just exited, where you'll find two men guarding the entrance. Gao Zeyue expressed his gratitude to the two gentlemen with a smile and proceeded to push his bicycle into the narrow alley. Upon exiting, he encountered two sturdy men standing watch by a dilapidated wall. Approaching the entrance, the two men inquired, "Are you buying or selling?" Gao Zeyue cheerfully replied, "Selling." The burly man glanced at Gao Zeyue and said, "If you're selling, just pay a dime." Without hesitation, Gao Zeyue retrieved a dime from his pocket. He mused to himself how intriguing this black market was, where selling items merely cost a dime, implying that purchases were free. He pushed his bicycle forward and observed the black market, where oil lamps hung from the walls and patrons obscured their faces. Realizing he had neglected to cover his own, he pulled his hat down lower. As he wandered through the market, he noted the eclectic array of goods on display: pots, bowls, stoves, cotton shoes, and even quilts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two handguns that caught his interest. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it unnecessary. If someone were to attempt robbery, he could simply retreat to his mansion. Continuing on, he noticed an elderly gentleman seated on a small stool, with a painting and a blue vase laid out before him. Gao Zeyue approached and cheerfully asked, "Sir, how much for this vase and painting?" The elder, adjusting his hat, squinted and replied, "The vase is 200, and the painting is 300. Gao Zeyue was momentarily taken aback. A total of 500 for the two items was rather steep. He finally understood why this stall attracted no customers. 500 was tantamount to 2 or 3 years' worth of wages for a worker in these dire times. With a grin, he picked up the vase, its antiquity evident, and glanced at the painting. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern its quality. But he reasoned that in the 1960s, when many struggled to afford a meal, who would bother creating counterfeit antiques? He leaned closer to the elderly gentleman and whispered, "Would you be willing to trade for pork? I can offer you 2 pieces of pork and 2 live chickens, plus an additional 100. Instantly, the old man sprang up from his stool, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Let us trade. Hurry and bring them over." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "I only have half a piece of pork weighing 100 jin and 2 chickens on my bicycle. Once we exit the black market, I can fetch the rest in 10 minutes. The old man, beaming, replied, "Let me see the pork on your bike." When Gao Zeyue unveiled the bags, the elder beamed with delight upon confirming the presence of genuine pork and 2 chickens. The old man quickly packed the painting and vase, and together they exited the black market. Once outside, Gao Zeyue handed the meat to the elderly gentleman and, with the vase in hand, veered into an empty alley and vanished back to the villa. After carefully placing the vase, he grabbed a sack and returned for half a piece of pork. Before long, Gao Zeyue rode back with the painting in hand, joyfully heading towards his courtyard. Upon returning, he secured the door, stowed his bicycle, and, with a sense of elation, gazed at the vase and painting resting on the floor. He promptly picked up his phone and called Wang Yuan, saying, "Brother Wang, I have 2 antique collectibles at home. Could you come over and help me appraise them? It would be nice to have some tea together." Wang Yuan replied enthusiastically, "Sure, I'll be right there." Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue, glancing at the clock, realized it was already past 10 in the morning. He took the ancient painting and vase, hopped into his supercar, and sped away from the villa towards the coffee shop. At that moment, Lin Nao was already aboard a plane, en route to the bustling metropolis. Chapter 68. The Beauty Pays the Bill. As Gao Zeyue drove his supercar down the street, the roar of the engine echoing around him, he suddenly felt parched upon passing a supermarket. After parking, the scissor doors lifted upwards, causing passers-by to halt and stare as he emerged from the vehicle. Stepping out, Gao Zeyue immediately felt the sweltering heat of August in Shanghai, akin to an oven, a stark contrast to the cool air conditioning within the car. Entering the supermarket, he was met with astonished glances from the staff as he approached the refrigeration section, grabbing a bottle of mineral water. A cashier called out, "Sir, you need to pay first." Surprised, Gao Zeyue chuckled, "My apologies, I completely forgot. I'm just too thirsty." Having spent several hours running around the city that evening in the 1960s, his thirst was overwhelming. "Sorry, I'm just so thirsty. I'll settle the bill now." Just then, he noticed a familiar figure also at the checkout, and with a smile, he gestured for her to go ahead. Li Yu, observing the courteous Gao Zeyue, smiled and said, "Young Master Gao, you're shopping at the supermarket too?" Gao Zeyue replied, "I became thirsty on the way. My mineral water ran out, so I thought I'd grab another bottle." Li Yu glanced at the luxury car parked outside, and then back at the dashing man before her, biting her lip and boldly asking, "Young Master Gao, where are you headed? Could I possibly get a ride?" Gao Zeyue was momentarily taken aback by the fashionable and beautiful woman before him. Although their initial encounter at the auction house had been somewhat unpleasant, he later learned from Wang Yuan that one needed to make an appointment to sell antiques at the store, allowing the auction house staff to coordinate with the appraisers and set a time for evaluation. given his lack of an appointment during his first visit. It was no wonder she had reacted that way, especially since he had arrived on a small electric bike, looking somewhat disheveled. While Gao Zeyue acknowledged that Li Yu might not possess the ethereal beauty of Zi, she was undeniably a stunning woman in her own right, with long legs, a slender waist, and a fuller bosom than Zi. Additionally, she was a fashionable girl adept at makeup, exuding a different charm than the youthful aura of Zi. As an employee of Huatian Auction House, her acquaintance could prove beneficial during future visits to Wang Yuan's shop, which would be more advantageous than knowing only Wang Yuan. With a smile, Gao Zeyue said, "I'm headed to Lujiazui. What about you?" Li Yu replied cheerfully, "I'm also going to the milk tea shop in Lujiazui to meet a friend and watch a movie. Would it be possible to share a ride?" Gao Zeyue responded with a grin, "Of course. Let us settle our bills first." Li Yu, delighted, offered to pay for Gao Zeyue's purchase. And as she completed the transaction, he was taken aback, thinking to himself that he never imagined a beautiful woman would pay for his items, which brought him immense joy. As they exited the supermarket, Li Yu gazed in admiration at the unique Bugatti supercar, the only one of its kind in Shanghai. In recent days, she had seen videos online discussing the appearance of a limited edition Bugatti worth over 100 million yuan, often spotted alongside a McLaren on the pedestrian street at night. Li Yu speculated that it must belong to Gao Zeyue's girlfriend, as the two seemed to be enjoying their time together. Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Hop in. By the way, I still don't know your name." Li Yu, smiling, opened the scissor door of the supercar and paused, noticing the vase and painting in the passenger seat. Gao Zeyue added, "Oh, I forgot. Could you please hold the vase carefully? I'm worried it might break. I'll just place the painting in the back." With that, Gao Zeyue elegantly slid into the car, cradling the vase while tossing the painting into the rear seat. Li Yu gracefully entered the vehicle, her figure accentuated by her form-fitting attire and high heels, radiating the allure of a sophisticated woman. As she settled in and took the vase from him, she smiled. "My name is Li Yu. Thank you, young Master Gao, for the ride." Gao Zeyue couldn't help but admire her beauty, thinking it was indeed a rare occasion to have such a stunning woman assist him in paying. "Not at all," he replied with a smile. The supercar roared to life, drawing the attention of pedestrians who paused to watch the vehicle depart. As Li Yu settled into her seat, she gazed at the onlookers and the vehicles that veered away from their path, experiencing a taste of the affluent lifestyle for the first time. Looking at the luxurious interior, she beamed, "Young Master Gao, may I have your contact information? I work at Huatian Auction House, and I might be able to assist you in the future." Gao Zeyue remarked with a smile, "Of course," as the two exchanged contact information and WeChat details. Observing the alluring Li Yu, he inquired, "Miss Li, how is it that someone as stunning as you works at an auction house? It strikes me as rather peculiar." With a sigh, Li Yu explained, "Having graduated from a prestigious finance university, I struggled to find a suitable job, so I resorted to working as a receptionist at the auction house. The pay is decent, and my days are not overly taxing. I merely serve as the face of the establishment." The two engaged in cheerful conversation within the car, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of a milk tea shop in Lujiazui. Inside, Li Yu's close friend was sipping tea by the window. The astonished patrons inside the shop exclaimed, "A limited edition Bugatti," and instantly turned to gaze at the luxurious vehicle with envy. Suddenly, they witnessed Li Yu's friend gracefully exiting the car through its scissor doors, conversing animatedly with the occupants before shutting the door behind her. As the supercar swiftly departed from the street, Wang Shui hurriedly dashed out of the shop, calling out to Li Yu, "Goodness, how do you know the Shanghai air?" Li Yu responded, "She is a VIP client at my shop and often frequents it. I ran into her at the supermarket earlier, and she kindly offered me a lift." Wang Shui scrutinized Li Yu, saying, "Are you absolutely certain you aren't being sponsored?" Li Yu chuckled, "I wish. It's unlikely someone like her would take an interest in me. Just a single bottle of Maodai she casually gifted our boss is worth 2 million. Do you really think someone of her caliber would fancy a working girl like us? Let us go. I'll grab a cup of milk tea. We can eat first, and then catch a movie," she suggested. As they entered the milk tea shop, Li Yu felt elated reminiscing about their delightful conversation in the luxury car. Upon stepping inside, the brisk air conditioning enveloped her. She ordered a cup of milk tea and, while waiting for her order, couldn't resist checking Gao Zeyue's WeChat profile. In her haste earlier, she had failed to notice that his profile picture was a rather ordinary cartoon of the big blue cat from Tom and Jerry, which made her smile softly, realizing this man possessed a playful side, enjoying such childish things. Upon arriving at the shop, Gao Zeyue parked and called out to the second floor, "Sister Z, your big baby has arrived." Instantly, the customers sipping coffee turned to smile at the sight of Gao Zeyue's car. Earlier that morning, Lin Zi had been chatting with Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang about why men enjoy being called baby by women. The two girls erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "That's just men's whimsy. Can you imagine, in bed, calling out baby?" Lin Ziyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully tussled with the two girls. Descending from the second floor with a smile, Lin Ziyi spotted her boyfriend stepping out of the supercar with undeniable charm and remarked, "You two best refrain from using the word baby again, or you might find yourselves without a Porsche this spring festival." Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang giggled, acknowledging, understood. "Z baby." The three girls began to frolic at the bar as Gao Zeyue entered the shop, observing them with fondness as he carried some items. Chapter 69, The Astonishingly Priced Antique. Gao Zeyue walked into the shop, teasingly saying, "You three mischievous girls ought to be working instead of playing." The trio quickly straightened their clothes and bowed, greeting him, "Good day, boss. What brings you here this fine morning?" Gao Zeyue chuckled, shaking his head, "Just enjoy yourselves. I cannot control you. Just don't demolish the place." The three girls burst into laughter at his words. Gao Zeyue ascended to the second floor with a vase and a painting, and Lin Ziyi hurried after him, helping him place the items in a private room. Upon exiting, she saw her boyfriend lounging on the sofa, absorbed in his computer, donned in a stunning dress that accentuated her youthful charm. Earlier in the car, having noticed Li Yu's alluring figure and the delightful scent of her perfume, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Transforming into a playful wolf, Gao Zeyue pounced towards the beautiful girl on the sofa, planting a kiss on her lips and caressing her long, graceful legs. Moments later, as he gazed at Lin Ziyi's chest rising and falling beneath him, he marveled at how she resembled a little enchantress and quickly composed himself, allowing his body to recover. Lin Ziyi, sitting up with a smile, teased, "You're acting like a big wolf, pouncing on your prey." Gao Zeyue laughed, "Well, if I can't have the meat, at least I'll indulge in the broth. Since you're not feeding me, I might as well collect some interest." Lin Ziyi chuckled, her eyes sparkling. "My sister will be arriving this afternoon. I'll discuss matters with her, so she can assess your character. This way, when we approach our parents about getting a marriage certificate, we'll have more confidence. They might just agree." Gao Zeyue replied with a grin, "Whatever my Z baby says goes. This afternoon, I'll accompany you to pick up your sister. If I don't, she'll surely have a poor impression of me. Besides, having her around will ease my mind, especially since I'll be busy for several days acquiring items. You can keep her company, and I'll be at ease." He continued, "As for the earnings from the shop, just take what you need. If it's insufficient, let me know, and I'll transfer some more. We're in this together. What is mine is yours." Lin Ziyi's face lit up with joy as Gao Zeyue affectionately caressed her beautiful legs, exclaiming, "Your legs are stunning and a delight to touch. I finally understand the term leg fetish." Lin Ziyi rolled her eyes playfully. "That's just lewdness. You're always up to mischief with me. Can't you behave like a gentleman?" Gao Zeyue, still holding her delicate leg, planted a teasing kiss on her thigh, declaring, "I can't." Lin Ziyi quickly withdrew her leg, exclaiming, "Oh, stop it." Gao Zeyue grinned mischievously, "Little girl, just wait until we're married. I'll have you in bed for 3 days straight, playing all day." Lin Ziyi gulped nervously, "You don't have to be that beastly." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "All right. I won't tease you anymore. By the way, on August 8th, Old Man Ding is celebrating his birthday. Bring your sister along. We've spent over 10 million on a birthday gift. After all, we ought to at least recoup some of that." Lin Ziyi paused, then burst into laughter. How on earth can 3 people consume over 10 million? Just then, Xiao Qi approached, calling out, "Brother Zeyue, the Ding and Dong gentlemen have arrived." Gao Zeyue and Lin Ziyi hurried downstairs to greet them. Gao Zeyue said with a smile, "Gentlemen, it seems you've come prepared." Dong Tianbao and Wang Yong exchanged eager smiles, saying, "Brother Zeyue, we've completed the proposal. We're just waiting for the funds to be transferred." Wang Yong added, "My renovation team is ready. We just need to finalize the funds." Gao Zeyue smiled. "Then please, gentlemen, let us head upstairs." Suddenly, Wang Yuan from Huatian Auction House entered, surprised to see everyone gathered, exclaiming, "Wow, we have quite the crowd today." Gao Zeyue replied, "Let us discuss this on the second floor," and the group ascended happily. Lin Ziyi prepared a Yixing teapot and cups, quickly boiling water and brewing exquisite Longjing tea. As the young men expressed their gratitude, "Thank you, Miss C." Lin Ziyi inquired, "By the way, where's Ning Ning today?" Ding Junjie replied, "She went shopping early this morning. I'll be sure to bring her next time." Lin Ziyi smiled. "You all continue. I'll head downstairs for a bit." Once she departed, Dong Tianbao grinned, "Brother Zeyue, I intend to savor the tea brewed in this 60 million Yixing teapot." Wang Yong gazed at the teapot in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this really the 60 million teapot?" Gao Zeyue remarked with a smile, "Primarily, there are no fine teapots available, so I decided to use this one in the shop." Ding Junjie chuckled, "Zeyue, you truly have an eye for aesthetics. If it were up to us, we would have long since placed this purple clay pot in our homes as mere decoration." Gao Zeyue waved her hand with a grin. "All right, let's not dwell on that. Tianbao, may I see your proposal?" Upon receiving the proposal and flipping through it swiftly, she nodded, Very well, this looks promising. You should proceed with the development according to this plan. Brother Wang, I will transfer the funds to your account right away. Please expedite the renovation of the shop. Wang Yong nodded vigorously, unable to conceal the delight in his eyes. Recently, Gao Zeyue had managed to visit the bank, initially intending only to check her balance, but instead, she astonished the entire establishment, even attracting the attention of the general manager. The manager stared at the lengthy string of zeros on the computer screen, an astounding 80 billion. Gao Zeyue casually produced the antique transaction records from the auction house, prompting the bank to upgrade her to a black card, with the daily transfer limit raised to 10 billion. Clients of her caliber were never to be trifled with. Offending her could result in the loss of tens of billions to another bank, a fate that would certainly jeopardize the manager's position. Gao Zeyue picked up her phone and transferred 1 billion to Wang Yong's account, followed by another 8 billion to Dong Tianbao's, leaving both men elated, feeling as if they had suddenly ascended to a new realm of wealth. Wang Yuan, grinning, suggested, Zeyue, now that their matters are settled, shall we delve into the antique discussion? Gao Zeyue, momentarily taken aback, quickly apologized. Brother Wang, I did not anticipate that Brother Ding would join us. Please wait a moment. She retrieved a painting from the cabinet, along with a vase. Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie gasped in astonishment upon gazing at the blue vase, exclaiming, a Yuan dynasty white dragon plum vase. Meanwhile, Dong Tianbao and Wang Yong, scratching their heads in confusion, inquired, is this truly valuable? Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Of course it is. This vase is worth 40 billion. Do you think that is valuable? Instantly, Wang Yong and Dong Tianbao stared in shock at the vase on the table, hastily retracting their hands. Observing their reactions, Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie burst into laughter, teasing, expensive, isn't it? You two couldn't even afford it if we sold you. Both men nodded in dazed agreement. Gao Zeyue chuckled. Then Brother Wang, at this price, I shall sell the antiques to your auction house, and you may handle the taxes. By the way, could you help me assess the value of this painting? I have no intention of selling it. I wish to hang it in my home. Wang Yuan eagerly nodded. Let me take a look at this painting. Upon revealing it, both Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie gasped, exclaiming in unison. The riverside scene at Qingming Festival. Dong Tianbao and Wang Yong, no longer daring to touch the painting, curiously asked, what is this painting worth? Wang Yuan and Ding Junjie exchanged glances before responding, 80 billion. This painting is a national treasure among national treasures. Who would have thought Zeyue would possess one? Their words left nightclub owner Wang Yong and Secretary Dong utterly speechless. Gao Zeyue herself was astounded, having been shocked by the vase's 40 billion valuation. She was now flabbergasted by the painting's astronomical worth. If it continued to appreciate over the years, it could easily reach a valuation of 100 billion. Overjoyed, she nearly dashed downstairs to embrace her beloved Zeyue, wanting to plant sweet kisses on her little lips to calm her excitement. Gao Zeyue laughed. This price is splendid. I shall hold on to this painting for a few years until it reaches 100 billion before selling. The group exchanged bittersweet smiles, acknowledging the truth in her words. After chatting a while longer, Ding Junjie suggested, Zeyue, remember to bring Ziyi along for the banquet on the 8th. Gao Zeyue replied with a grin. Can I bring her little sister as well? We ought to ensure we recoup some of the over 10 million in birthday gifts. Instantly, laughter erupted among them. On their way home, Dong Tianbao and Wang Yong, who had arrived in high spirits, left feeling as deflated as wilted eggplants. As they pondered Gao Zeyue's 40 billion vase and 80 billion painting, they found their understanding of money utterly transformed. Wang Yuan joyfully cradled the Yuan dynasty white dragon plum vase, and, shortly after, Gao Zeyue received a notification of a 40 billion deposit. As midday approached, she looked over at the bar, where 3 young girls were excitedly exclaiming, Brother, I made money again today. What do you want to eat? I'll order for you. The 3 girls sprang up in delight, shouting, we want sushi. The last time we had it, it was absolutely delicious, albeit quite expensive, 1,500 for 5 of us. Gao Zeyue chuckled. Very well, let us enjoy sushi, and when Ziyi's little sister arrives in the evening, we shall indulge in hot pot. How does that sound? The group erupted into cheerful laughter. Lin Ziyi's phone buzzed, and upon checking, she saw a message from Lin Now. Sister, I'm out and starving. Please bring me a bread, and remember to pick me up early. I'm lost in this city. Lin Ziyi laughed. Baby, order another one. Little sister didn't eat breakfast because she was in such a hurry. Gao Zeyue nodded with a smile, while Xiaoqi and Xiaodang exchanged knowing glances, stifling giggles at the two of them, calling them both big babies. In an instant, Lin Ziyi realized. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully began to tussle with the 2 girls. Chapter 70. The Frolics at the Coffee Shop. During lunchtime, sunlight streamed through the CAF's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow inside, while the air conditioning kept them refreshingly cool. Xiaoqi and Xiaodang had already unveiled the layers of their sushi boxes, revealing exquisitely arranged sushi that ignited their appetites. The glistening tuna shimmered enticingly, while salmon roe sparkled like scattered diamonds atop the sushi. Even the nori displayed meticulous patterns, as if carefully selected. The three girls gazed at the beautifully crafted sushi, unable to contain their joy, bursting into laughter together. This establishment truly excels. The sushi resembles art, Xiaodang exclaimed, lifting her phone for a closer shot, capturing the sushi's sheen in all its glory. I need to take several photos. Xiaoqi struck a pose, one hand resting on the edge of the sushi platter while the other flashed a peace sign, tilting her head toward Lin Zi. Aren't you going to take a picture? Ziyejie? Just as Gao Zeyue picked up her chopsticks, they were intercepted by three little hands reaching across the table, eager to capture the moment. He raised his chopsticks, bemused, watching as the three girls engaged in a flurry of photography, their expressions adorably silly, leaving Gao Zeyue both amused and exasperated. Zeyue, don't move. This angle perfectly captures you alongside the sushi, Xiaoqi exclaimed, adjusting her camera. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Ziyejie, why don't you snuggle closer to Zeyue? That would make for a more interesting photo. Lin Zi's eyes crinkled with laughter as she promptly nestled into his embrace. One hand wrapped around his arm, while the other playfully posed with a peace sign. Gao Zeyue, with no choice but to comply, held his chopsticks while affectionately kissing Lin Zi's little head. After the photo session, Lin Zi scrolled through her phone, noticing Gao Zeyue's furrowed brow yet subtly curled lips. Unable to suppress her laughter, look at your expression. It's as if I've taken you hostage for the photo. Gao Zeyue playfully pinched her cheek. Indeed. I feel as though I've been abducted by three little bandits. Once the girls finally finished their photo spree, the screens lit up again as they began editing their pictures. Xiaoqi's fingers danced across her phone screen, enhancing the sushi images, while Xiaodang added a cute little rabbit in the corner of one photo. Lin Zi opened the picture of herself and Gao Zeyue, smoothing out his furrowed brow and adorning her own head with fluffy rabbit ears. Can the three little princesses finally eat now? Gao Zeyue waved his chopsticks playfully, his stomach growling in anticipation. The three girls nodded vigorously, still engrossed in their phones. Gao Zeyue, unperturbed, picked up a piece of eel sushi and was just about to savor it when he noticed Lin Zi was still preoccupied with posting on social media. He swiftly redirected the sushi towards her mouth. Lin Zi instinctively opened her lips to take a bite, her cheeks puffing up like a little squirrel with its cheeks stuffed with acorns. Muffled, she mumbled a thank you, her eyes glued to her phone screen. Captivated by a message from her mother that had garnered an instant like, her fingers flew across the keyboard as she replied, "Isn't my boyfriend handsome?" Followed by a blushing emoji. Observing her flustered state, Gao Zeyue offered her another piece of salmon sushi. This time, Lin Zi, regaining her composure, pressed her hand against his wrist, her eyes widening in surprise as she stammered, "Stop feeding me. I haven't even swallowed yet." Xiaoqi and Xiaotang erupted into laughter, with Xiaotang poking Lin Zi's arm. "Zi, look. Annie just commented that the young man looks pretty good, and Uncle liked it too." Lin Zi's face flushed crimson as she turned her phone face down on the table, snatching up her chopsticks to devour a piece of sushi. "Let us eat," she said cheerfully, "or the air conditioning will make it cold." The little girl's smile was infectious, her sushi chewing becoming significantly more spirited. Gao Zeyue, noticing the flush on her ears, decided to refrain from teasing her further, silently transferring her favorite sushi onto her plate. While he indulged in the varieties she was less fond of. After their meal, as they ascended to the second floor, Lin Zi continued to reply to messages, her fingers dancing swiftly across her phone. Gao Zeyue gently took her phone from her. "Take a break. Your eyes are almost glued to the screen." She settled onto the sofa, reclaiming her phone, and opened her laptop to watch Crayon Shinchan, chuckling at the antics of Noera Shinisuke on the screen. Gao Zeyue, having removed his shoes, lay his head on her snowy white legs, his nose brushing against her soft skirt, and soon drifted into slumber. As Lin Zi watched the animation and nibbled on a platter of cut fruits, she suddenly felt him stir. Glancing down, she noticed Gao Zeyue had opened his eyes at some point, lifting his shirt to gaze mischievously at her belly. "What are you looking at?" she queried. But before she could react, he embraced her midriff and, without warning, pressed his lips against her, the warmth sending tingles through her body and causing her to stiffen. "Gao Zeyue," Lin Zi shrieked, pushing him away, only to have him seize her wrist. He teasingly flicked his tongue against her belly, provoking laughter that almost brought tears to her eyes as she squirmed. "Stop it. That tickles." The playful tussle on the sofa continued for quite some time, until Lin Zi's clothes were disheveled and her hair a chaotic mess, while Gao Zeyue's shirt hung askew. Finally, they ceased their antics, and he lay back down on her lap, this time obediently closing his eyes and murmuring, "I'm sleepy. Let me rest for a while." Lin Zi playfully tapped his face, yet softened her movements, lowering the volume of the animation as she nestled her laptop closer. Time slipped by unnoticed until a sudden alarm blared from her phone, indicating it was 2 o'clock. Flustered, Lin Zi silenced the alarm and nudged Gao Zeyue. "Wake up, darling. We need to go pick up my sister from the airport." Groggily, Gao Zeyue sat up, rubbing his eyes as he glanced at the time, his voice hoarse from sleep. "I'll wash my face and be right there." Emerging from the bathroom, he found Lin Zi still sitting on the sofa, her brow furrowed, nibbling her lip, appearing quite uncomfortable. He approached her, bending down. "Why are you still sitting? Aren't we going to pick up your sister?" Lin Zi lifted her gaze, her cheeks displaying an unusual flush. "Just give me a moment to recover." Gao Zeyue paused for a couple of seconds, then realized the reason for her discomfort, chuckling at her rigid posture. "Your legs are numb? Why didn't you say so sooner?" He settled beside her, and before she could protest, he grasped her legs and began to gently shake them. "Let me help you get the blood flowing." "Ah, Gao Zeyue, don't." Lin Zi screamed. "I'll bite you." Her shriek echoed through the second floor. Downstairs, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang exchanged curious glances, pondering the antics of the two grown-up children above. After about 10 minutes, Lin Zi was finally able to walk normally, although there was still a slight tingling sensation in her legs. She glared at Gao Zeyue, her eyes filled with mock annoyance, yet devoid of any real anger. Instead hinting at a sweetness she was unaware of. Gao Zeyue extended his hand to take hers, but she swatted it away. "Don't touch me. We still need to settle the score from earlier." Descending to the first floor, Xiao Qi noticed Lin Zi's slightly reddened eyes and curiously inquired, "Z, what happened? I heard you yelling just now." Gao Zeyue interjected, "Your sister's legs went numb, and I was just helping her get back to normal." Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, contemplating how uncomfortable it would be to have their legs shaken when numb. Xiao Qi burst into laughter. "Brother Zeyue, you're so bad. No wonder Z wants to bite you. They say men are bad, but women love them." Gao Zeyue smiled with pride, but his expression shifted when he felt a sharp pinch at his waist, looking down to find Lin Zi twisting his soft flesh, and she grinned at him. "Remember, women can be bad too." "Ouch, that hurts, darling," he exclaimed. Xiao Qi quickly chimed in. "Z, it's already 2:30. Your sister's flight lands at 3. If we don't leave now, we'll miss her." Lin Zi immediately released him, urgency in her voice. "Let us go right now. Hurry up, darling." Gao Zeyue rubbed his waist as he trailed behind her, amused by her brisk demeanor. They each hopped into their respective sports cars, the engines roaring to life as they sped toward the airport. Chapter 71, Sister Strikes it Rich. As Lin now emerged from the airport terminal, dragging her suitcase, she scanned the bustling crowd of greeters 3 times, but failed to spot her sister. Quickly, she pulled out her phone and pressed the dial button. Her sister's cheerful voice resonating through the receiver. "I'm waiting outside the airport. I'll be there shortly." "Okay," Lin now replied, hanging up while pondering her sister's unusual behavior today. The last time she had come to visit, her sister had always arrived at least half an hour early to wait at the exit. Not dwelling on it further, she followed the signs toward the airport exit, stopping momentarily at the bus stop, thinking it was the most conspicuous place, and her sister would surely spot her immediately. Leaning against the sign, she began scrolling through her social media feed, her finger gliding over Lin Zi's post featuring a grid of sushi. The glossy tuna belly sushi made her instinctively swallow, and her stomach audibly grumbled, an inconvenient reminder of her hunger. While she was engrossed in her phone, a deep rumble of engines grew closer, akin to some great beast's roar. Lin now looked up to witness 2 streaks of light cutting through the traffic outside the airport, a black and a blue sports car gliding toward her. "Wow." Lin now gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she snapped photos frantically. "This is so cool. It's even more dazzling than the skins in my games." As she continued to snap pictures, the blue sports car suddenly approached her, coming to a graceful stop in front of her. The door swung open like a butterfly unfurling its wings. Lin now's hand froze midair, her gaze fixed on Lin Zi as she emerged from the car. Her mind momentarily blanked. Lin Zi was dressed in a cream-colored dress, her hair casually tied back, looking nothing like someone who had just come from a bus. "What are you staring at?" Lin Zi laughed, playfully tapping her on the head. "Hand me your luggage." At that moment, the door of the black sports car also opened, revealing Gao Zeyue, who stepped out with a charming smile, a subtle watch adorning his wrist, his eyes sparkling as he addressed her. "You must be now, right? I'm your sister's boyfriend, Gao Zeyue." Lin now nodded mechanically, finally managing to utter, "Hello, brother-in-law." Gao Zeyue and Lin Zi exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Lin Zi took the suitcase and stowed it in the trunk, tilting her chin towards her sister. "What are you still dawdling for? Get in the car." Lin now finally snapped back to reality, cautiously settling into the passenger seat, the leather upholstery molding comfortably against her body, while the cool air from the car's air conditioning enveloped her. Just as she fastened her seatbelt, Gao Zeyue's vehicle emitted a deep rumble, and the two cars drove away from the airport, the envious glances of passers-by visible in the rearview mirror. "Sis, is this brother-in-law's car?" Lin Nao asked, her fingers tracing the car's elegant decorations, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Zi cast her a knowing smile. "Didn't you say you didn't recognize this future brother-in-law? How come you've changed your tune so quickly?" "I had no idea brother-in-law was this wealthy," Lin Nao said with a cheeky grin. "How much does this car cost?" Lin Zi nonchalantly retrieved a wooden box from the glove compartment and handed it to her. "Aren't you hungry? Have a little something to tide you over." The enticing aroma of sushi wafted through the car as Lin Nao opened the box, revealing neatly arranged salmon sushi. She popped one into her mouth and mumbled, "It's delicious. But sis, you still haven't told me how much the car costs." "Zeyue bought it for me. Around 13 million, Lin Zi replied casually. "His is a limited edition. Worth 120 million. 120 million. Lin Nao sputtered, sushi flying onto the center console as her eyes widened in shock. "Sis, are you being kept?" Now. Lin Zi chuckled in exasperation as she grabbed a tissue to clean up. "Eat slowly. You're spraying sushi everywhere. This is a new car." "What do you mean kept?" "We're preparing to get our marriage certificate and will hold the wedding after graduation." Lin Nao was utterly bewildered, her sushi forgotten as she pondered if her sister was truly about to marry into a wealthy family. Blinking in confusion, she finally asked, "Sis, how long have you known him? How did you meet?" Lin Zi grasped the steering wheel and began recounting the story of their acquaintance, leaving Lin Nao in a state of awe. "You two haven't, been intimate yet, right?" Lin Nao leaned in, lowering her voice. "Not yet." Lin Zi's cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, he must be quite the gentleman then," Lin Nao mused. Lin Zi couldn't help but laugh, recalling how Gao Zeyue often teased her, nipping at her ear. In truth, they were merely a step away from becoming husband and wife. She shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further as they soon turned onto a quiet street, halting outside a CF. Inside, Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang were gathered around the bar, chatting animatedly. Upon seeing them enter, they greeted the sisters with bright smiles. Lin Zi introduced Nao. "This is my sister Lin Nao. She'll be helping out at the shop before school starts." The girls exchanged pleasantries, quickly diving into lively conversation. The girls, of similar ages, seamlessly bonded over gossip about celebrities and the latest bubble tea trends, and Lin Nao soon forgot about the sports car entirely. As dusk fell, Gao Zeyue descended the stairs, inviting them for hot pot, prompting the four girls to tidy up and prepare to leave. After their meal, Gao Zeyue brought them back to the luxurious mansion at Tangshaniping. The moment Lin Nao stepped into the grand living room, she was left in awe. A crystal chandelier hung from the lofty ceiling, its light refracting onto the marble floor, resembling a scatter of diamonds. Following Lin Zi into the living room, she pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a breathtaking view of the Bund at night, where boats glided across the river, trailing shimmering reflections, while the skyscrapers across the water sparkled with neon lights. "Wow." Lin Nao leaned against the railing. "This is like a luxurious night view apartment." Gao Zeyue leaned against the doorframe, chuckling, "You sisters must have a lot to discuss. I'll head back to my room." After he left, Lin Zi pulled Nao onto the sofa. The young girl dropped her suitcase and changed into slippers, wandering around the room, touching the decorative paintings on the walls. "Sis, how much is this place worth?" "Over 100 million, I suppose," Lin Zi replied casually. "By the way, I sold this apartment to your brother-in-law. He said he would transfer ownership of both the house and the car to me as a betrothal gift." Lin Nao turned to her, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Why didn't you tell me that before?" "I wanted to surprise you." Lin Zi laughed, ruffling her hair. "You must be tired, right? Let me run a bath for you so you can relax. There are plenty of rooms. Choose whichever you like. Oh, and make sure not to sleep in tomorrow. You need to come to the shop with me. I'll get you a computer and tablet by the end of the month." "Really?" Lin Nao exclaimed, bouncing in excitement. "Sis, can we sleep together tonight? I have so much to tell you." "Of course," Lin Zi agreed with a smile. In the bathroom, Lin Nao soaked in a tub filled with rose petals, gazing out at the night view through the glass, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Is my sister really marrying into wealth? She poked at the bubbles on the water's surface, recalling Gao Zeyue's gentle smile and those two priceless sports cars, suddenly feeling that everything was too incredible to be true. After her bath, the sisters settled on the balcony, holding warm cups of milk. The evening breeze, tinged with the scent of the Bund, brushed against their cheeks as Lin Zi recounted sweet memories with Gao Zeyue, their laughter echoing in the night. Lin Nao listened intently, then suddenly chuckled. "Sis, you look so happy now." "Silly girl," Lin Zi teased, pinching her cheek. "When you meet someone you like, you'll understand." The young girl nodded knowingly, her gaze drifting toward the distant, twinkling lights. The thought suddenly struck her. "Sis, we've hit the jackpot. She glanced at Lin Zeyue, who was smiling at the river, her eyes sparkling in a way Now had never seen before. Perhaps this is wonderful, she mused. Her sister had found someone she adored, who was both wealthy and kind to her. What more could one desire? By the way, sis, Lin Now suddenly remembered. What should I wear to work at the shop tomorrow? We have uniforms there, and I've already prepared them for you. Lin Zeyue replied with a smile. It's getting late, you should sleep now. We have an early start tomorrow. Lin Now nodded, following her into bed. The soft comforter enveloped her, and she inhaled the faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Staring at the ceiling, her mind replayed the day's events, the sports cars at the airport, the laughter at the hot pot restaurant, and the stunning night view outside the window. It turns out that the plots of dramas can indeed unfold in reality. She turned to her sister's sleeping face and smiled mischievously. From now on, she too had a wealthy sister to boast about. As they drifted off to sleep, Gao Zeyue, awake in the middle of the night, glanced at his phone and was suddenly transported back to the 1960s. He sighed, realizing that with Lin Zeyue's younger sister around, he could no longer be reckless at home until she went back to school. Having not seen his wife for several days, he decided to return to the 1960s to be with her, recalling Pan Xiaomei's sweet lips, which filled him with vigor. Chapter 72, The Little Team Leader. In the quaint courtyard of the 1960s, Gao Zeyue admired the flourishing osmanthus tree, envisioning the happiness of playing with Pan Xiaomei and their future child beneath its branches. The clock in the house struck 9 as he locked the courtyard gate and rode his bicycle toward New Honglu team, passing by the supply and marketing cooperative. He recalled the sparkle in Lin Nao's eyes when she spotted canned peaches. Without hesitation, he entered and purchased 6 bottles, along with a small bag of white rabbit milk candies and a few pieces of brown sugar cakes. The ample cloth bag hung from his handlebars, and he imagined the delight on Lin Nao's face upon seeing her treats. Pedaling along the dirt road, he mused about how it would feel to drive his Bugatti over here. He estimated that someone would immediately dispatch a team to tow away his sports car, and he himself might also be taken back for further examination. The thought made him chuckle. Perhaps it was wiser to remain low-key. In this era, the village was relatively peaceful, but in the cities, the red armbands were incessantly scrutinizing everyone. An hour later, Gao Zeyue returned to the village. From a distance, he spotted Pan Xiaomen playing beneath the large tree at the entrance of the village with a few children. Gao Zeyue smiled as he observed them. Pan Xiaomen was sitting under the tree with her younger brother, and upon hearing the sound of a bicycle, she looked up and saw Gao Zeyue had returned. She quickly stood up, her face alight with joy, and exclaimed, "Brother Zeyue, you're back. Why did you take 2 days to return this time?" Gao Zeyue chuckled. "The place where I procured the goods was a bit far. It took me 2 days for the round trip." "Have you been demoted from the grass-cutting team leader to the babysitting team leader?" Instantly, Pan Xiaomen's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at his teasing. Biting her lip, she replied, "I sent it because there was nothing to do at home. I just wanted to come to the fields to help. But my parents dote on me and don't allow me to work, so I had no choice but to play with these kids." Gao Zeyue affectionately said, "Well, don't you dare work in the fields. Our family isn't lacking in money, so what is the point of earning work points?" The little girl nodded eagerly, and Pan Do, with a hint of childish annoyance, called out, "Brother-in-law, do you have any more milk candies? I finished the ones from last time." Gao Zeyue laughed as he pulled out a generous handful from his bag, distributing 2 pieces to each eagerly waiting child under the tree. The children jumped for joy, and Pan Xiaomen took a piece, unwrapping the candy and savoring it, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Gao Zeyue felt his heart swell at the sight. Pan Xiaomen turned to her little brother and said, "Dodo, you play with them under the tree for now. When our parents return, I'll go back with brother-in-law to prepare dinner for you, all right?" Pan Dodo, clutching several pieces of milk candy, cheerfully replied, "Sister, you and brother-in-law can go ahead. I'll wait for mom and dad to come back from work." With smiles shared, Gao Zeyue lifted Pan Xiaomen onto the back seat of his bicycle, and they rode back to the Pan family's small courtyard. Upon entering the house, Gao Zeyue opened his cloth bag and placed canned peaches, milk candies, and brown sugar cakes onto the table. The little girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food as she sweetly said, "Brother Zeyue, I want to eat the canned peaches." Gao Zeyue casually twisted the lid open for her, smiling as he asked, "Have you been drinking your milk powder every morning and evening these past few days?" Pan Xiaomen immediately dug in with her chopsticks, responding between bites. "Mom reminds me every morning to drink a big bowl, and I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it." Gao Zeyue scooped up the little girl, who was engrossed in her canned peaches, holding her close. Pan Xiaomen nibbled on the peach slices like a little squirrel. Watching her, Gao Zeyue chuckled, waiting for her to swallow before gently embracing her small frame and kissing her, his hands slowly sliding under her clothing, caressing her soft curves. After a couple of minutes, they parted, and Gao Zeyue remarked, "You've certainly filled out after a few days of eating chicken, pork, and milk powder. In another couple of months, You'll be in great health. Pan Xiaoman shyly wrapped her arms around his neck and said, Mom says my body is ready for marriage now. Many girls in the village my age have already married. Gao Zeyue felt a pang of tenderness. With your slender frame, you're as delicate as a primary school student. If anything were to happen during pregnancy, I'd be heartbroken. Let us wait a bit longer. A few months won't make a difference. Pan Xiaoman nodded happily, and they lingered in their affectionate state for a while before starting to prepare dinner. They still had half a slab of pork left from the last time, which they hadn't finished yet. At noon, as the rice and pork stew bubbled enticingly in the pot, the bells signaling the end of work rang in the village. Pan's parents approached the large tree, glancing at Pan Dodo, and asked, Where's your sister? Pan Dodo proudly flaunted the milk candies, saying, Brother-in-law gave them to me. They went back to cook dinner and told me to wait for you to return home together. Pan's parents beamed with delight as they led the little one back home. Upon entering the courtyard, they saw their son-in-law setting the table with bowls and chopsticks, and the couple exchanged bright smiles. Gao Zeyue, hearing their voices, looked outside and called, Uncle and Aunt, you're back. Hurry, wash your hands and get ready to eat. The food is already cooked. Pan's mother chuckled. You've been busy for 2 days, and as soon as you return, you're already cooking for us. You should take a proper rest. Gao Zeyue replied, I'll rest after we eat. Once inside, Pan Dodo spotted 5 jars of canned peaches on the nearby table. Licking his lips as he exclaimed, Mom, I want to eat canned peaches. Pan's mother, feeling a pang of concern, said, Oh dear, see, why did you buy so many canned peaches? That's like spending a month's salary. Gao Zeyue laughed, It's all right, Auntie. I can still earn money while collecting supplies outside. Since Xiaoman and Dodo love them, I bought a bit more. Pan's mother looked at her son-in-law with joy, thinking how he seemed to spoil her daughter to the heavens, turning her into a little capitalist princess, free from farm labor and indulged with delicious treats. She worried about her daughter's well-being, fearing their whole family would be affected if she didn't eat well. Pan Dodo tugged at his mother's clothing, calling out again. Pan's father chuckled. Dinner is almost ready. You can have some after we eat. Pan Dodo whispered, Mom, how can I eat the canned peaches after a full meal? This elicited a hearty laugh from everyone. Pan Xiaoman gently took out the remaining half jar of canned peaches from the stove, saying, You can have one now. Eat your meal first. If you can't finish it, you can have it in the afternoon. The little one happily cradled the jar, munching away, which made everyone burst into laughter. Pan's mother smiled. You two should hurry and have a child. It would certainly liven up the household. Gao Zeyue nodded with a grin. I would love a daughter. A beautiful girl, just like Xiaoman. Pan's parents looked at Gao Zeyue with astonishment, thinking how he was different from most men in the village who wanted sons to carry on the family name. He actually preferred a daughter. Pan Xiaoman blushed, unable to respond. Gao Zeyue, seeing the surprised expressions on Pan's parents' faces, explained with a smile, Daughters are wonderful. They are like warm little cotton jackets. And when they grow up, they can be as caring and nurturing as Xiaoman. Regardless of whether our child is a boy or a girl, as long as it's ours, I will cherish them. Pan's father joyfully clapped his thigh, exclaiming, What a splendid thought. In this village, everyone is fixated on having sons to carry on the lineage, yet you're already thinking of daughters. He added, Your aunt and I were worried that if Xiaoman had a daughter, you might not be pleased. It seems our fears were unfounded. Pan Xiaoman, with her cheeks flushed, lowered her head while eating, her ears perked up to listen to their conversation, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Gao Zeyue added a piece of braised pork into her bowl, gently urging, Hurry up and eat, the meat is getting cold. Pan's parents were delighted to see the two so infatuated with each other. Their son-in-law seemed like a treasure from the heavens. Luckily, their daughter was beautiful enough to have lured him into their family. Otherwise, he might have found happiness elsewhere, leaving them in despair. Chapter 73. The village is aflame with gossip. After finishing dinner, while Pan's mother was washing the dishes, she sighed, it seems that Aunt Wang isn't doing well. She has had a low fever for 3 consecutive days, and at her age, she might not pull through. Gao Zeyue paused, curious, and asked, Which Aunt Wang? How old is she? Pan's father sighed with a wry smile. She's the mother of Wang Dalong and Wang Xiaoling, the ones who brought you back. She's been in the fields under the sun. And I'm not sure if it's heat stroke or something else. She's been feverish for 3 days now. She's only about 50. Gao Zeyue suddenly remembered. Those were the brothers who had woven straw sandals for him. He recalled how kind they had been to him. Had it not been for their assistance in bringing him back, he wouldn't have encountered Pan Xiaoman. In the 1960s, with a lack of medicine, even a minor cold in the village could potentially claim a life. Gao Zeyue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before deciding to pay a visit. After all, it was a chance to assist someone who had once helped her. It was merely a matter of returning to fetch some antipyretics and cold medicine, a trivial task indeed. Once dinner concluded, Gao Zeyue bid farewell to Father Pan. announcing her intention to check on Aunt Wang. Pan Xiaoman expressed her desire to accompany her, to which Gao Zeyue smiled and replied, "You needn't join. It's quite sunny outside. After a hearty meal, it's best to take a nap and gain some weight." Father Pan and Mother Pan erupted in laughter, while Pan Xiaoman shot an annoyed glance at her husband. After confirming the location, Gao Zeyue headed south of the village, soon arriving at Wang Dalong's home. As she stepped into the courtyard, she could hear several voices inside lamenting their plight. With a smile, Gao Zeyue called out, "Is Wang Xiaoling here?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of Gao Zeyue, the son of Wang hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "Brother Gao, what brings you here?" Gao Zeyue replied cheerfully, "Uncle Pan mentioned your mother is unwell, so I came to see if I could be of assistance." Instantly, several faces brightened as they stepped outside. Wang's father anxiously stated, "Young Gao, you work in the city. Can you procure some antipyretics? We made a trip to town, but found none." Gao Zeyue chuckled. "I could certainly get them, but I fear that if Aunt Wang takes them and something goes awry, it would be quite troublesome for me." Wang's father, Wang Dalong, and his wife exchanged glances, and Wang Xiaoling quickly suggested, "Let us go inside and discuss this further." Once inside, Wang Xiaoling hurriedly poured a glass of water for Gao Zeyue, saying, "Brother Gao, my mother has been burning with fever for 3 days. If you can get the medicine, it's worth a shot. We wouldn't blame you if anything were to happen." Wang's father chimed in, "Indeed, we wouldn't hold you responsible." Gao Zeyue responded, "If it's merely a cold or a high fever, I have the necessary medication that should bring her fever down after a dose. However, if it's something more serious, that would pose a problem." Wang Xiaoling eagerly said, "Brother Gao, I'll accompany you to the city to fetch the medicine. Rest assured, we wouldn't blame you if anything were to happen to my mother." Gao Zeyue lifted the cup to take a sip and remarked, "That sounds agreeable." Suddenly, she noticed the intricate patterns on the cup, which resembled an antique, and began examining it closely. Observing Gao Zeyue's silent admiration for the cup, Wang Dalong anxiously said, "Brother Gao, if you like that cup, I can give you another one. These were picked up when Xiaoling and I exchanged some rabbits for money at the black market, and they aren't worth much. If you fancy them, please take them." Gao Zeyue laughed, "That won't do. I must purchase these 2 cups. How about 50 yuan? The room fell silent in astonishment. Wang Xiaoling exclaimed, "So valuable? I sold 3 rabbits for only 8 yuan. Wang's father urgently stated, "You focus on getting the medicine. The cups are yours as a gift." Gao Zeyue looked at the humble family and asserted, "That won't do. If you refuse to accept payment, I shall not go for the medicine." The room fell into stunned silence as they gazed at Gao Zeyue, thinking it quite peculiar. Wang Xiaoling, with a gleeful smile, said, "All right, let us settle on 50 yuan for the cups. Now, let us go fetch the medicine." Gao Zeyue produced 50 yuan, placing it on the table, and added, "Who said the medicine is in the city? It's in my little courtyard. I'll fetch it now and return shortly. As for these cups, I'll take them. So keep the money safe." The Wang family's spirits lifted, and Wang Xiaoling eagerly said, "Brother Gao, let me accompany you to fetch it." Gao Zeyue smiled. "I'll go alone. You all stay here and wait. I'll be back shortly on my bicycle." Wang's father chuckled, "Then hurry along, young lad." Gao Zeyue grinned, taking the 2 cups and saying, "I'll retrieve the medicine. It's no trouble. I often take it for my own colds." After leaving the Wang residence, Wang's father remarked, "Eldest son, you and your wife take 20 yuan. Xiaoling, you take 20 to go propose to Arya at the 5th team. We've been worrying about money for your courtship, and here comes a benefactor with cash. The remaining 10 yuan will go to your mother." Wang Xiaoling beamed with delight, while Wang Dalong and his wife exchanged joyful glances at the 50 yuan on the table. After returning to her courtyard, Gao Zeyue swiftly transitioned back to her modern mansion, placing the 2 cups safely. Checking her phone, she noted the time was 7 o'clock. She quietly exited her room, considering that Z and Lin now were likely still asleep. Changing her clothes, she hurried downstairs to a nearby pharmacy, purchasing ibuprofen capsules and cold medicine before returning. Back in her bedroom, she changed again and flashed back to the 1960s, riding her bicycle for just a few minutes to reach the Wang family's courtyard. She delivered the medicine to Wang Xiaoling, who hurriedly brought it into the inner room. Wang's mother took the medication and promptly fell asleep. With nothing pressing on her agenda, Gao Zeyue settled in at the Wang residence, waiting for over an hour. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, just before work hours, Wang Xiaoling's wife emerged, supporting Wang's mother and joyously announcing, "Mother's fever has subsided." The room fell silent in astonishment as everyone turned to Gao Zeyue. Wang Xiaoling exclaimed, "That was remarkably swift." Gao Zeyue chuckled, "Of course. Cold medicine should be taken twice a day, and antipyretics are best taken once in the morning and once in the evening." She continued, "Make sure not to keep the leftover medicine for too long. It expires in a year and should not be consumed." Wang's mother smiled gratefully, "Thank you, son-in-law Xiaoman. If it weren't for you, my life would have been at risk." Gao Zeyue reassured her. Auntie, you're barely over 50. You'll easily live past 80. Rest assured, if anyone in the household falls ill with a cold or fever, just come to me for medicine. The Wang family expressed their heartfelt thanks as the work bell chimed. Gao Zeyue mounted her bicycle and departed. Wang Xiaoling joyfully remarked to his mother, Mother, you must recover swiftly so we can go to the new Hongwu 5th team to propose to Arya. Wang's mother sighed. But they demand a 10 yuan betrothal gift, which we simply cannot manage. Wang's father chuckled as he recounted the story of Gao Zeyue, spending 50 yuan on the cups, instantly lifting Wang's mother's spirits, making her feel as though her ailments had vanished. She then called out, Husband, hand over the money. Xiaoling, you too, provide your share. When we go to propose, I'll give it to Arya's mother. She turned to her daughter-in-law, smiling. Daughter-in-law, you keep the 20 yuan for yourself. Just give 10 to your parents. We didn't provide much in the way of a betrothal gift when we married you. Wang Dalong and his wife laughed heartily at this. Wang Xiaoling, however, wore a distressed expression, prompting Wang's father to declare, All right, let us head to work. Daughter-in-law, you stay home to look after your mother and ensure she takes her medicine tonight. We'll be off to work now. Oh, how invigorating it feels to be in good spirits. They all laughed together, with Wang's father leading his eldest and second sons cheerfully on their way to work. Along the path, villagers observed the trio of father and sons, their faces beaming with smiles, and curiously inquired what brought them such joy. Upon learning that Gao Zeyue had fetched medicine to save Wang's mother, who was now able to get out of bed, the village erupted in excitement. They hailed the son-in-law from the Pan family as a miraculous healer, whose medicine had swiftly revived the ailing woman. Consequently, the villagers praised the Pan family and the village chief, with a few chuckling at the unexpected talents of this young man. After returning to her courtyard and securing the door, Gao Zeyue flashed back to the mansion, glancing at the time to find it was 11 o'clock. She called Wang Yuan from Huatian auction house to inform him she would be bringing the 2 cups and the along the river during the Qingming festival scroll. It'd be better to keep the latter in the villa, lest Z's baby get bored and accidentally damage it, resulting in a significant loss. Descending the stairs, she drove her supercar and soon arrived at Huatian auction house. The reception staff at the lobby gazed in awe at the Bugatti, whispering about the esteemed guest's return. Li Yu, at the front desk, noticed Gao Zeyue's car, and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly jogged outside to greet him, saying, Young Master Gao, Mr. Wang hasn't returned yet. Gao Zeyue smiled at the beautiful and alluring Li Yu, replying, I just called him. He'll be back shortly. I can wait in the lobby, but could you please bring me a cup of tea? Li Yu exclaimed joyfully. Then please, take a seat while I prepare some tea. Gao Zeyue chuckled softly and settled onto the sofa in the lobby on the first floor. She casually pulled out her phone and began to browse, her heart warming as she gazed at a cheerful photo of Ze and Lin Now, both dressed in the CAF's employee uniforms. Li Yu approached with a tray of tea, her gaze falling upon Gao Zeyue as she admired the picture of the 2 lovely girls, and her eyes dimmed momentarily. Regaining her composure, Li Yu said, Young Master Gao, here is your tea. I have placed it here for you. Gao Zeyue glanced at Li Yu and smiled. There's no need to keep calling me Young Master Gao. We're acquainted now. Just call me Zeyue. It feels rather awkward to be addressed as Young Master every time I visit. Li Yu smiled, biting her lip as she pondered, then said, It's almost noon. You haven't had lunch, have you? Why don't I treat you to a meal? Gao Zeyue was taken aback, contemplating how this girl had invited him to lunch for the second time. It would be a grave mistake to decline an invitation from such a stunning beauty. He glanced at his phone and realized it was indeed nearly noon. After dining at Pan's earlier, for hours had passed, and he was feeling a bit hungry. He replied with a grin, Sure, but let me just put away this painting first before we head out for lunch. Delighted, Li Yu exclaimed, Great. I'll take my leave to request some time off, and we can go eat together. You absolutely cannot stand me up. Gao Zeyue chuckled, Rest assured. I won't leave you hanging. Before long, Wang Yuan returned, smiling as he said, Zeyue, why are you selling antiques instead of having lunch on such a fine day? I just returned from half a meal. Let me see what antiques you have. Gao Zeyue presented 2 cups, and Wang Yuan examined them closely, stating, This is a Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cup. It's quite a treasure, and you have 2 of them. How about this? I'll offer you 400 million. And we'll cover the taxes. Gao Zeyue beamed. All right, I appreciate your help, Brother Wang. Just transfer the money directly to my account. Wang Yuan replied with a grin. Not a bother at all. It's merely a meal. He thought to himself that these 2 antiques could fetch 500 to 600 million at auction, and Gao Zeyue was practically a windfall. Moments later, as Gao Zeyue noticed the money had been credited, he said with a smile, Brother Wang, I'll take my leave now. Oh, by the way, Li Yu at the front desk is my friend. We're going to have lunch together. So please let her go. Wang Yuan laughed. Sure, I thought it was something serious. I'll inform the front desk to grant her a couple of days off. Enjoy your meal. Gao Zeyue shook his head with a smile as he exited the auction house and waited for Li Yu. Shortly after, she emerged, having changed into a beautiful long dress, and climbed into Gao Zeyue's supercar as they departed from the auction house. As Gao Zeyue watched her enter the car, he couldn't help but admire her alluring figure. She was neither too thin nor too plump, exuding an enticing sensuality. He wondered how she maintained such a figure. The roar of the supercar echoed on the road as Li Yu settled in, relishing the cool air conditioning and the way all the vehicles cleared a path for them, which filled her with joy. She turned to Gao Zeyue and asked, "What would you like for lunch?" Gao Zeyue glanced at the lovely Li Yu and responded with a smile, "How about we have dumplings? I suddenly have a craving for them." Upon hearing the mention of dumplings, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how affluent individuals usually preferred steak and gourmet meals. Did he not desire to dine in a luxurious hotel with an exquisite spread? Why did he share a common love for dumplings with someone like her? Before long, the supercar arrived at the most opulent villa community in Shanghai. Gao Zeyue said with a grin, "Let us head inside first to put away the painting before we go eat." Li Yu, astonished, nodded in agreement. As Gao Zeyue led her into the Tang Palace villa, Li Yu was utterly amazed. Was this truly the luxurious abode of the wealthy? It resembled a palace, magnificent beyond compare, and surely stretched thousands of square meters. Upon entering the lavishly decorated living room, Gao Zeyue said with a smile, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll head upstairs to put away a few things." Li Yu nodded in response. As Gao Zeyue ascended the stairs, she surveyed the extravagant living room, noting that the dining table alone appeared to span 10 meters, with an equally impressive courtyard view through the windows. Li Yu mused to herself about the stark contrast between her modest rental apartment and this villa. They were worlds apart. Unable to resist, she began counting the rooms, thinking, with such conditions, which young lady in Shanghai wouldn't want to marry into this? She casually checked the price of the Tang Palace villas on her phone, discovering they were around 700 million each, which made her swallow hard, pondering how that amount could cover the entire living room. Meanwhile, Gao Zeyue was hanging the painting in his upstairs bedroom, satisfied with the outcome, and smiling to himself. After securing the door, he hurried downstairs, thinking he mustn't keep the girl waiting for lunch. Upon descending, he found Li Yu gazing out the window, and he teased, "The view of the courtyard outside is quite pleasant, I senti it." Li Yu turned with a smile, "It is lovely, indeed. Zeyue, your house is truly remarkable. Why haven't I seen a maid or butler?" Gao Zeyue explained, "I just bought this house, mainly to store items. It's too large for me to organize yet. Moreover, having a maid or butler is quite a hassle. I currently reside in a place called Thompson Riviera with my girlfriend. The view there is splendid, and I enjoy sipping beer while admiring the night scenery. This villa will be for when we have children. Now, let us depart for lunch. I believe you're hungry too." Li Yu nodded, smiling. Just as they took a couple of steps, Gao Zeyue suddenly recalled, "Ah, it seems my wife, Pan Xiaoman, hasn't he received any chicken to nourish her? I need to grab a few." He turned to Li Yu with a smile, "Wait a moment. I'll just grab some items." Li Yu followed Gao Zeyue to the basement level, where she was once again awestruck by the lavish decor, which included an indoor swimming pool. "This basement is incredibly luxurious. What are those rooms for?" she exclaimed. Gao Zeyue pointed in the direction, saying, "That's the wine cellar. And there's a media room for watching movies." Li Yu was entranced, unable to tear her gaze away until Gao Zeyue retrieved 2 chickens from the freezer and said, "All right, let us go." Reluctantly, she left the villa behind. After securing the door, they settled into the Bugatti, and Li Yu's mind was still filled with the villa's opulence. Gao Zeyue asked with a smile, "Where shall we go for dumplings? Do you have a favorite place?" Li Yu snapped back to reality and hastily checked her phone for well-rated dumpling restaurants nearby. Before long, they arrived at a dumpling house and happily placed their orders. Gao Zeyue felt a surge of joy, thinking, "If a beauty is treating me to lunch, it's like a pig waking up with a smile." As Li Yu examined the menu prices, she couldn't help but admire the good manners of the wealthy. He was quite considerate, not opting for an expensive Western restaurant. She had braced herself for a hefty bill at a fine dining establishment, yet here, with appetizers and main dishes, they barely spent over 200. Once the food arrived, Li Yu curiously asked, "Zeyue, which university did you graduate from? What business does your family run?" Gao Zeyue couldn't suppress his laughter in response to her question, leaving Li Yu looking bewildered. He chuckled until he was satisfied, and then said, "I left school before graduating from middle school to work as a delivery boy. Eventually, I got into antiques, stamps, and Moutai liquor, which allowed me to earn some money. My mother passed away from cancer a few years back, and my father runs a small convenience store. By your standards, I suppose that counts as running a business." Only then did Li Yu understand why he had laughed, and she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know your mother had passed." Gao Zeyue waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. It's all in the past. Let us not dwell on that." What about you? Which school did you graduate from? Li Yu's eyes lit up as she replied, I graduated from a finance university. I've switched jobs several times, but nothing felt right until I came to the auction house. It's quite laid back here, the salary is decent, and I can return home early to do some live streaming in the evenings. The moment the words slipped out, she clapped her hand over her mouth, clearly realizing she had let something slip. Gao Zeyue raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, You still do live streaming? On which platform? I shall follow you. Just to take a peek now and then. Li Yu awkwardly shook her head, replying, Perhaps not. I merely spoke out of turn earlier. Yet, Gao Zeyue persisted. It's no trouble at all. A mere glance won't cost you anything. Do share your Douyin account with me. Left with no alternative, Li Yu reluctantly divulged her account information. Gao Zeyue promptly followed her and, upon entering her profile, was astounded to find she had tens of thousands of followers. As he scrolled through the videos, he encountered an array of suggestive content featuring her long, fair legs, a top that exposed her midriff and shoulders, and even a dancing clip revealing half of her bosom, which elicited an immediate reaction from him. With a playful grin, he remarked, Miss Li, your figure is truly marvelous. What skincare products do you use to achieve such fairness? Li Yu burst into laughter. I told you not to look. The exorbitant cost of living and rent in the magical city leaves my salary only sufficient for basic sustenance and a few clothes. Hence, I resort to live streaming in the evenings to earn a little extra on the side. Gao Zeyue nodded in agreement. Earning your own money through hard work is nothing to be ashamed of. I used to deliver takeout as well. Back then, I felt quite inferior seeing beautiful ladies like you. Yet spending money earned through my own efforts brought me a sense of fulfillment. Curious, Li Yu inquired, by the way. Zeyue, what business are you in? How did you transition from a delivery person to owning luxury cars and a mansion? Gao Zeyue casually replied. I invested in a coffee shop, sold some antiques, and also put money into a nightclub and an AI company. That's about it. Li Yu nearly choked on her dumpling, internally exclaiming, Indeed, those who can thrive in this harsh society are truly formidable, investing in so many ventures. The two enjoyed a delightful meal together, their conversation flowing effortlessly. After dining, Gao Zeyue offered to escort Li Yu back to her residential community. As she watched the Bugatti drive away, she felt a pang of envy, realizing that spending time with the affluent was indeed a different experience. Contemplating how to invite Gao Zeyue out next, whether for dinner or a movie, she received a text from her company announcing a 2-day break, prompting her to smile. I should return to live streaming. I must earn back the money for this meal. Moments later, Gao Zeyue arrived at the coffee shop. As he parked the Bugatti, Xiao Qi, Xiao Tang, and Lin Now were leaning on their chins, gazing in awe. Xiao Qi exclaimed, Isn't it stunning? This car is the most eye-catching sight on our street. Lin Now nodded fervently, Absolutely. Brother-in-law is simply too handsome. When Gao Zeyue opened the scissor doors, the three girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon entering the CAF, he noticed them giggling at him and teasingly asked, What are you three up to? Shouldn't you be working? With a beaming smile, Lin Now replied, Brother-in-law, your car is too cool. You're handsome, and the car is even cooler. Any woman would adore it. Gao Zeyue, looking at his future sister-in-law, chuckled. All right, I get it. You think I'm handsome. How was your day at work? Lin Now shrugged. What do you mean work? It was more like play. We spent the day glued to our phones and computers. Gao Zeyue laughed. Well, enjoy yourselves. If you keep it up, I might reward you with a Porsche for the new year. But first, you must come to work at the CAF before I buy it for you. Instantly, Lin Now leaped for joy. Earlier that morning, she had overheard Xiao Qi and Xiao Tang discussing how their future brother-in-law intended to buy them a Porsche for the new year. And she hadn't believed it. Now she realized she would be included as well. She mused to herself, What a remarkable man. If he weren't my sister's partner, I might just throw myself at him. Gao Zeyue placed 2 chickens in the freezer, cheerfully reminding them, All right, enjoy your time. I'm off to see what your sister is up to. The 3 girls immediately dove into excited chatter, debating which car accessories to buy and what type of air freshener to choose for the vehicle. Listening to their conversation, Gao Zeyue contemplated. Perhaps I should buy them the car sooner rather than later? Otherwise, by the time they use those accessories at New Year, they might not be applicable anymore. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found Lin Zi peacefully napping, sprawled out as she caught up on her sleep. He quietly draped a blanket over her. Chapter 75. Hey. Observing Zi's serene slumber, Gao Zeyue chuckled and retreated to a private room to engage with his phone. To his surprise, he discovered that Li Yu had begun her live stream again. She had wasted no time returning to it. As he watched the stream, Li Yu appeared clad in a strapless outfit that seemed to merely drape around her chest, igniting a sense of yearning within Gao Zeyue. Indeed, it was evident that daring live streamers would attract viewers as long as they pushed boundaries. Gifts poured in, including a luxury car emoji. Li Yu stood up and performed an energetic dance, causing Gao Zeyue to exclaim, Wow. He mused, No wonder her figure is so enviable. Daily dancing must certainly contribute to it. The girl on the screen appeared vastly different from the one he had just dined with, exuding undeniable sensuality with her long legs and high heels. Lin Zi and Pan Xiaoman embodied youthful charm, while Li Yu radiated a sultry allure. In this unforgiving world, even a university student was compelled to resort to live streaming to earn a living. Gao Zeyue found himself utterly captivated by Li Yu's enticing dance, and he casually sent 2 gifts. Just as Li Yu finished her performance and sat down, she was taken aback to see 2 gifts pop up. Recognizing the avatar of Tom from Tom and Jerry, she realized it was Gao Zeyue and bit her lip, contemplating whether she should end the stream. This gesture sent the male viewers in the live chat into a frenzy, showering her with gifts. Li Yu, momentarily distracted from the incoming gifts, recalled Gao Zeyue's earlier words about the dignity of earning one's own money, and she smiled warmly, saying, "Thank you for the 2 gifts, Tomcat." Gao Zeyue typed a brief response, "No need to thank me. I'm off. Bye-bye," before exiting the live stream. Watching Gao Zeyue leave the stream, Li Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, losing her motivation to continue streaming. She bid farewell to her viewers and logged off. Gao Zeyue stepped out of the room to find Lin Zi still asleep. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her lips. Startled, Lin Zi initially thought he was an intruder, but upon realizing it was her boyfriend, she relaxed and wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening their kiss. After 2 minutes, Gao Zeyue chuckled, "If you want to wake up, I'll just have to keep kissing you. It's already 3, if you sleep too long. You want to be able to sleep tonight." Lin Zi pouted, "Why did you leave so early?" Now, and I chatted late into the night. And when I woke up, you were gone." Gao Zeyue affectionately replied, "I had to think of our precious wife. Now that Now is here with you, I feel more at ease. I'll be heading out for a couple of days to the mountains to gather supplies. The phone signal is poor there, but I'll return soon. You two must behave." Reluctantly, Lin Zi nodded, and they shared a tender moment before Gao Zeyue descended the stairs, grabbing the chicken before departing. He drove back to the luxurious Thompson Riviera, parked the car, changed his clothes, and took the chickens to a quaint courtyard reminiscent of the 1960s. Li Yu sat despondently on the sofa, staring blankly at the television when her roommate, Wang Shui, entered. They shared the apartment, returning home from work simultaneously. Wang Shui changed into her slippers and cheerfully inquired, "Hey, why didn't our moon baby stream today?" Li Yu sighed. "I streamed for a short while, but only received 2 gifts." Wang Shui paused. "What gifts?" "2 gifts. Who's this big spender? Why did you stop streaming?" Li Yu sighed again. "The person who sent me the gifts is the same man who drove me to the tea shop the other day." Wang Shui gasped. "You mean the one who drove the Bugatti supercar?" Li Yu nodded with a wry smile, recounting her lunch with Gao Zeyue and their subsequent visit to the villa. Wang Shui was astonished. "Are you saying he owns a villa and a Thompson Riviera apartment with a river view?" Li Yu gave a bitter smile and nodded. "It's not just that. I took a look inside the villa. It spans several thousand square meters. Not to mention the courtyard, which is 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. The 3-story villa even has an indoor swimming pool. I did some research. And it's called the Tang Palace Villa, the most luxurious mansion in the Magic City, valued at around 7 or 800 million yuan." Wang Shui exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, let me check Tang Palace Villa online." The two of them opened Douyin and searched for Tang Palace Villa. After watching for a while, Wang Shui was astonished indeed. It's a mansion. A man like that who hasn't even married, yet is simply the epitome of a golden son-in-law. Why didn't you pounce on him? Li Yu looked at Wang Shui, speechless. "I'm not as forward as you. And that's not all. He also owns a coffee shop run by his girlfriend, a nightclub, an IA company, and he even trades in antiques. Can you believe how wealthy this man is? Just the other day, he was riding around on a small electric bike. Who would have guessed he was so affluent?" Wang Shui nodded. "He really is wealthy. Why don't you try to become his mistress? A man like that could easily spare some cash for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. If you manage to have a son or daughter, preferably a daughter who sweetly calls him daddy, he would surely buy a villa for you both, with tens of millions in living expenses to last you a lifetime. But having a son is a different story. His wife would likely bear the children, and you wouldn't want to compete for his wealth. Men who have clawed their way up from the harshest depths of society are the most formidable. They're not the kind of men we can handle. If we provoke the couple, they could easily spend a little money to take us out, and we'd be left with nothing but to seek sympathy through our daughter." Li Yu sighed. "But what if he doesn't like me?" I didn't see a hint of desire or lust in his eyes. Wang Shui was taken aback. "Sister, with your figure and looks, it would be a shame not to marry a wealthy man. As for men, you just need to capture their deepest desires and keep things low-key. If you have a daughter, you'll be a standard little rich woman for life." Li Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Shui, frowning. "How do I make a man desire me? I don't know how." Wang Shui gasped. "Sister, you're not still a virgin, are you?" Li Yu chuckled awkwardly. Wang Shui sighed. "I'm impressed, but I can't teach you. How about we watch some adult films online, the kind with some action? Li Yu burst into laughter on the couch, nearly rolling over. Wang Shui exclaimed, "Stop laughing. Do you even want a man? Do you wish to live a mundane life, like an ordinary woman? I mainly don't look as good as you. Otherwise, I'd be tempted too. If you became successful, you could help your sisters out." Finally managing to sit up, Li Yu laughed, "You're killing me. Especially with those movements. And the action sounds. Why don't you try imitating a few? I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard I'm in tears. You've cheered me up. I've nearly forgotten about earlier." Wang Shui playfully slapped Li Yu's rear. "Stop laughing. Hurry up and bring over the computer. I'll find you some films." Blushing, Li Yu handed over the laptop from beside the sofa. Wang Shui's fingers danced across the keyboard, and within half a minute, she had accessed a discreet website. Li Yu stared in astonishment. "Wow, your speed is incredible." Wang Shui grinned. "Of course, sister. I have several sites. Want me to send you the links on your phone?" Li Yu chuckled. "Forget it. I'm afraid I might get addicted." Before long, the video began to play, filling the room with suggestive gasps, each wave more intense than the last. The screen displayed bold and explicit scenes of the female protagonist embracing her partner in various ways, leaving both girls breathless and swallowing hard. Exchanging a glance, Li Yu blushed first and murmured, "This is a bit too much. I senti it?" Wang Shui swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain composed. "Take notes. This is a skill to win a man's heart." As she spoke, both felt an involuntary warmth spread through them, rushing to drink from the water on the coffee table. In the 1960s, Gao Zeyue noticed it was still light outside and headed towards the Pan family, bringing a couple of plump chickens to his wife. He planned to watch television from the 60s that evening. Chapter 76, The Son-in-Law from the Pan Family. As dusk fell after work, Gao Zeyue entered the Pan family's small courtyard, carrying 2 juicy chickens. Upon entering, he spotted Pan Xiaoman and Pan Dodo, each holding a coarse porcelain bowl, sipping milk powder at the table. When the little girl looked up, milk stains were still on her lips, her adorable appearance making Gao Zeyue burst into laughter. He refrained from mentioning the milk stain and raised the chickens. "Wife, we'll have chicken stew tonight." Pan Xiaoman's eyes lit up as she took the chickens, smiling. "Brother Zeyue, I didn't see you this afternoon. I thought you went to the city to buy something." She quickly headed to the kitchen, while Pan Dodo watched the two busily at the stove, her little face brimming with joy as she continued sipping her milk powder. Meanwhile, Pan's father and mother were on their way home from work, greeted warmly by the villagers. Aunt Wang chuckled. "Aunt Pan, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. It's hard to find Western medicine in the city, and it's all thanks to him that our village can access it. Next time someone in my family has a headache or fever, I'll have to trouble your son-in-law for some medicine." Pan's mother replied with a smile. "I'll tell my son-in-law when I get home. If anyone has a minor ailment, we'll definitely help out." Village head Yu Wankai frowned. "My son-in-law is kind-hearted, but he's not a doctor. He can handle minor illnesses, but for serious ones, you must go to the hospital. Let us be clear. If anyone has an issue after taking the medicine, don't come looking for us. He's just trying to help. You shouldn't take advantage of his kindness." Wang Dalin chimed in. "What the village head says is true. My mother had a fever the other day. Zeyue said he took that medicine himself, but he was worried it might not suit her, so he told us to think it over. We figured it was worth a shot, and after an hour, her fever broke and she was up and about." "Isn't that impressive?" The villagers nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, we won't blame Pan's son-in-law if anything goes wrong. If someone falls ill to that extent, they're already on the brink of death. Taking the medicine offers a glimmer of hope. Not taking it means preparing for a coffin." Yu Wankai laughed heartily. "All right, when you go to buy medicine for my son-in-law, just be prepared to buy a coffin too." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, with everyone teasing Village Head. "You're too harsh." Just then, 3 voices called out from behind. "Village Head, what are you all laughing about?" Everyone turned to see Wang Dalin's mother and his wife leading a girl towards them. Upon seeing Wang's mother, the villagers were taken aback, their eyes wide in shock. "Dalin's mother, you've recovered too quickly. Where have you been?" Wang's mother beamed. "Where else could I have gone? I took my second son to propose. After taking the medicine at noon, she had felt better, and in the afternoon, she brought her wife to the 5th Brigade to meet someone. And here they were with the girl." Nearby, an aunt teased, "Second son's mother, have you struck it rich? Is there money to propose for little Dalin?" Wang's mother replied happily, "Actually, we've made a little." When Pan's son-in-law came to deliver the medicine, he noticed the 2 cups my second son brought back from the city and said they were antiques. He bought them for $50. We said we couldn't accept it, but Pan's son-in-law insisted that if we didn't take the money, he wouldn't give us the medicine. So that is how we ended up with money to propose. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers erupted in excitement. "What cups could possibly be worth $50? That is too expensive. I'd better check at home. Maybe I have some valuable antiques too." The chatter under the village's big tree was lively and animated. Wang Xiaoling had just finished counting his work points in the fields and was heading towards the village when he noticed a crowd gathered under the tree, piquing his curiosity. Upon catching sight of his mother leading his sister-in-law and a young girl named Arya, he immediately flushed crimson and dove into the throng, exclaiming, "Arya, what brings you here?" Wang Mu gently patted her son's arm, saying, "We went to arrange a match for you. Arya wanted to come to our village to watch television, so I brought her along." Wang Xiaolong gazed at Arya, grinning foolishly. Yuan Kai waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's head home for dinner. After we eat, we can go to the village committee to watch TV. Wang Xiaolong shouted enthusiastically, "Okay." The crowd responded in kind, dispersing in small groups towards their homes. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the villagers wielding their hoes, while the village road buzzed with chatter about the evening's television dramas. As Pan Fu and Pan Mu entered their small courtyard, a rich aroma of stewed chicken wafted from within the house. The couple exchanged glances, smiles blooming on their faces. As Pan Mu walked into the house, she chuckled. "Ever since our son-in-law arrived, our daughter has never been short of meat. Today it's stewed pork, tomorrow it's chicken. Who would have dared to imagine this before? Back then, we could hardly afford cornmeal buns." She continued, "Look at us now. Rice, milk powder, canned peaches. We're so afraid our little Min doesn't eat well. She is truly spoiled, even more than we were as parents." Pan Fu chuckled in agreement. "Zeyue is indeed a wonderful child. Thankfully, we didn't agree to the marriage proposal from the village head last year. I heard his wife works in the fields daily and still has to take care of the children and cook. If Min had gone there, she would have been utterly exhausted. Now how splendid it is. This young couple may have their household registered in the city, yet they've settled close to us. Even buying a home for Min in the city, she won't have to toil in the fields for her entire life. It's as if they've become a son-in-law in every sense." Pan Mu laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. It wouldn't be good for the village head to hear you say that." They exchanged joyful smiles. Inside, Pan Xiaomin was setting the table when she heard her parents laughing. Turning around, she saw them return and quickly called out, "Mother, hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Upon seeing her daughter's flushed face, Pan Mu burst into laughter, and Pan Fu joined in merriment. Pan Xiaomin, bewildered by their amusement, was soon joined in laughter by Gao Zeyue and Pan Dodo, realizing only then that she had something on her face. Pan Mu laughed heartily. "Enough of that. Go wash your face quickly. You look like a little calico cat." Turning to Gao Zeyue, she added, "Zeyue, why didn't you remind her? Letting her cook with such a messy face." Gao Zeyue, stifling a chuckle, replied, "Aunt, she looks adorable this way. I quite enjoy it." Pan Xiaomin hurried to the basin outside, and upon seeing her reflection, she noticed a ring of milk on the corner of her mouth. Her face turning beet red as she scrambled to clean herself, calling back into the house, "Pan Dodo, why didn't you tell me I had something on my face?" The sight of her flustered expression sent her family into fits of laughter. In no time, the family gathered around the dining table. Pan Mu recounted the lively events from the afternoon. Wang Daling's mother is quite something. She just recovered from a fever at noon. By afternoon, she took her daughter-in-law to the 5th Brigade to arrange a match for Xiaolong, saying that Zeyue gave her 50 yuan for 2 cups, which served as the bride price. Gao Zeyue and Pan Xiaomin were taken aback by the news, with Gao Zeyue silently marveling at the villagers' resilience. Eager to arrange marriages just after recovering from illness, Pan Fu chuckled. What's even funnier is that when she mentioned those 2 cups sold for 50 yuan, everyone in the village started rummaging through their old belongings. Upon hearing this, Gao Zeyue was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. He had been contemplating how to collect antiques from each household, and now the Wang family had effectively done the advertising for him. As evening fell and the village committee began broadcasting television, villagers from nearby communities would certainly hear about it. He thought that he might not even have to run errands himself. This business was turning out to be quite lucrative. Just then, he turned to Pan Mu, stating earnestly, "Aunt, I'm considering building a brick house in the village, a 2-courtyard layout. Xiaomin and I will reside in the front courtyard, and you and Uncle can take the back courtyard. We plan to live here for the next few years. Moreover, these mud brick houses aren't sturdy. A brick house would be much more comfortable. Our household registration is in the city, but the house will be in your name. What do you think?" Pan Fu and Pan Mu looked up, astonished at their son-in-law, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared thought. Is this child truly intending to embrace being a son-in-law? Pan Mu set down her chopsticks, her brow furrowed as she remarked, "Building a brick house isn't a trivial expense. It requires a significant amount of money. Doesn't it? You needn't worry about finances," Gao Zeyue replied with a smile. "I've recently earned some money from collecting supplies, which should be sufficient. My main concern is to provide a spacious living arrangement for our family. When I go out, I'll feel more at ease knowing Xiaomin is at home with you." Upon hearing that they would be living together with her parents, Pan Xiaoman was instantly filled with joy. Pan Fu and Pan Mu gazed at the couple, realizing that their son-in-law truly regarded this place as his home. Outside, the night gradually deepened, while inside, the warm glow of the lights mingled with the aroma of the stewed chicken and the laughter of family. Gao Zeyue looked at the cheerful Pan Xiaoman beside him and then at the beaming faces of Pan Fu and Pan Mu, suddenly feeling that the 1960s wasn't so bad after all, living a rural life in the village with a beautiful wife by his side. Pan Dodo, noticing her parents engrossed in conversation and neglecting their meals, chimed in, "Mother, hurry and eat. I want to watch television." Pan Mu laughed, "Let us eat quickly, or we want to find a good spot later." Lately, folks from the 4th and 5th Brigades have heard about our village's television and have been flocking here every evening, filling the village committee to capacity, with people even climbing the walls to get a view. Gao Zeyue added, "Once the house is built, I'll bring back a television from the city, so Xiaoman can watch from the comfort of her bed every night. In winter, she won't have to go to the village committee to watch." Pan Fu and Pan Mu nodded eagerly in agreement. After dinner, the 5 members of the Pan family carried small stools toward the village committee at the end of the village. Gao Zeyue held Pan Xiaoman's hand, both exchanging smiles filled with uncontainable affection. Pan Fu glanced back to ensure everyone was following, just in time to catch a glimpse of the sweet scene of the young couple holding hands, prompting Pan Mu to turn around as well, unable to stifle a laugh. Pan Xiaoman, caught in her parents' gaze, quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head and hurried ahead, eliciting another round of light-hearted laughter from her family. Upon arriving at the village committee, the courtyard was already packed to the brim, with people clambering up walls and branches to catch a glimpse. Pan Fu shook his head with a wry smile. "Looks like we're late. Folks from the 4th and 5th Brigades have come to watch television." Gao Zeyue couldn't help but chuckle at Pan Xiaoman's adorable expression as she wrinkled her nose and pouted, marveling at how infatuated people were with television in this era. It was a stark contrast to 2025, where modern individuals scarcely glanced at televisions, each engrossed in their smartphones, giggling at their screens. Yu Xiaowang spotted the Pan family's arrival and quickly called out, "Uncle Pan, Brother Gao, there's room over here." He waved them over from afar. The crowd turned in unison to see them, and Pan Fu, with a wry smile, led his family inside, warmly greeting the neighbors along the way. As they settled down, Yu Xiaowang, Wang Xiaoling, and his fiancée greeted them cheerfully, and Gao Zeyue reciprocated amicably. Just then, the television flickered to life, and Pan Xiaoman, transfixed by the screen, felt her excitement flush her cheeks. As the climax of the storyline approached, her little tiger teeth shone through her delighted smile. Gao Zeyue endured 2 hours of watching with her, finding it unbearably dull. Had it not been for his little wife's enjoyment, he would have returned home to sleep long ago. He playfully began to fiddle with Pan Xiaoman's fingers, causing Pan Fu, Pan Mu, and Yu Xiaowang to chuckle quietly. The little girl, utterly engrossed, didn't even notice when Gao Zeyue slipped chocolate into her mouth. She merely chewed and swallowed it without a second thought. "Sister, is this brown sugar tasty?" Pan Dodo asked, leaning in curiously at her sister's side as Gao Zeyue fed her the dark treat. Pan Xiaoman finally regained her senses, smacking her lips as a blend of sweetness with a hint of bitterness blossomed in her mouth. "What is this? It's delicious." She turned to Gao Zeyue, while Yu Xiaowang, Wang Xiaoling, and Arya, who had also diverted their attention from the television, stared intently at the dark treat, their eyes reflecting a desire to taste it. Gao Zeyue chuckled. "This is called chocolate, a delicacy found only in the bustling cities of the north." He retrieved several unwrapped pieces of chocolate from his pocket, saying, "Here, try some." Yu Xiaowang and Wang Xiaoling eagerly accepted, with Wang Xiaoling breaking off half a piece for Arya, taking a bite himself, his eyes instantly sparkling. "It's exquisite. How much does this cost?" Gao Zeyue casually replied, "About 5 or 6 yuan a piece," momentarily forgetting that this was the price of chocolate in a modern supermarket. The revelation caused the others to gasp in astonishment. The price was exorbitant, enough to purchase chicken. Pan's parents observed Gao Zeyue's affectionate gestures as he fed chocolate to their daughter, silently reflecting, "This son-in-law truly dotes on Xiaoman, stuffing her with every delightful treat." Gao Zeyue offered 2 pieces to Pan Dodo, who chirped in her sweet, childish voice, "Thank you, brother-in-law," before bouncing back into her parents' embrace. Pan's father and mother unwrapped the chocolate and savored it, exclaiming how delicious it was. They glanced at Gao Zeyue, who continued to spoil their daughter, eventually even giving her a piece of milk candy, prompting the couple to shake their heads and laugh. Seeing the milk candy, Pan Dodo hurried back for a few more pieces before returning to her parents. Noticing the eager expressions on Yu Xiaowang, Wang Xiaoling, and Arya, Gao Zeyue also handed them a few pieces. Wang Xiaoling gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Zeyue." Gao Zeyue then slipped a piece of milk candy into Pan Xiaoman's mouth. As the little girl continued to gaze at the television, blissfully unaware of the laughter directed at her, Yu Xiaowang and the others were also given milk candy, with Wang Xiaoling unwrapping the candy and feeding it to Arya. They munched away while watching, creating a lively atmosphere that surpassed the television show. Meanwhile, outside a modern CAF in Lujiazui, Shanghai, Lin Zi finished work and, after a joyful meal with her companions, drove back to the luxurious residence of Tang Chin Yiping with Lin Naonao in a sports car. Upon entering and changing into slippers, Lin Naonao sprinted to the balcony, exclaiming, "Wow, we're finally back. The night view of Tang Chin Yiping is truly mesmerizing. Sis, this house is absolutely stunning. Look at the night view across the river with the ships below. Brother-in-law is such a great person. Why aren't you rushing to marry him? Are you foolish? If another woman snatches him away, you'll regret it too late." Lin Zi frowned as she retrieved 2 bottles of beer that Gao Zeyue had bought from the fridge. Walking to the balcony to hand one to her sister, opening one for herself and taking a sip, chuckling bitterly, "Your brother-in-law is wealthy, and I do like him. But how long can a woman's beauty last? When I grow old, he might seek out someone younger and more beautiful. In the end, I'd be left with just a house, a car, and a few million in alimony. That frightens me." Lin Naonao took several sips of beer and rolled her eyes. "Isn't this enough? This house is worth $1 billion. Besides, wealthy men often have multiple women. It's only the incapable ones who stick to one. If I were as rich as brother-in-law, I'd want to date several super handsome guys, switching every few days. How delightful would that be? As long as you're the legitimate wife, who can take your assets? Ordinary men are dependable. Once you hit 30 and grow weary, you can still divorce. And you'll have nothing left, struggling to find a job to raise kids." Lin Zi glared at her younger sister and shouted, "Lin Naonao, I'm not even married yet, and you're already wishing for my divorce." Lin Naonao immediately adopted a conciliatory smile, saying, "I was just making a metaphor. Sis, you've seen brother-in-law driving a luxury car, living in a mansion, and being handsome. Any woman would be drawn to him. I'd even want to throw myself at him. Do you think you can keep him?" Lin Zi yelled, "Lin Naonao, can you speak properly? What do you mean you want to throw yourself at your brother-in-law? I'm not dead yet." Lin Naonao quickly begged for forgiveness. "Sis, I was just making a metaphor. Brother-in-law is the kind of man who, standing on the street in a luxury car, would attract hundreds of women wanting to ride with him. Think about it." As Lin Naonao continued to drink her beer, she finished one bottle swiftly, exclaiming, "Oh, and you can't deny brother-in-law picked this beer well. It's delicious. I'll have another bottle." Enjoying the night view with a cold beer is simply blissful. Lin Zi, gazing at her sister in exasperation, said, "Drink less. At night, you'll sleep in another room. With so many rooms, why must you squeeze into one bed with me?" Lin Naonao laughed, returning from the fridge with a beer. "Isn't this house too big? I feel scared all alone. It's fine to squeeze with you." Lin Zi scolded with a smile. "What do you mean squeeze? After school starts, hurry to your dormitory. I don't want to see you." Lin Naonao protested, "No way. I still need to work at the store. Brother-in-law promised to gift me a Porsche before the new year. You can't delay my chance to own my own car." Lin Zi sighed, covering her forehead. "How did I end up inviting this little troublemaker over? You truly complicate my life." Lin Naonao cheerfully opened her beer, gazing at the night view as the two sisters began to playfully tease each other, enjoying the moment. As the clock struck 10, the television drama from the 1960s concluded, and everyone joyfully discussed the plot while returning home. Teams 4 and 5 also happily made their way back. Wang Xiaoling held Arya's hand, escorting her to her home. Yu Xiaowang began to pack up the television to return it to the village committee's office. As Pan's father remarked, "Let us head back as well." The group cheerfully ambled towards the Pan household, and upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Gao Zeyue smiled. "Uncle, I'll take my leave now. You all should rest early. Xiaoman, you should sleep early too." Pan's father replied with a chuckle, "Take your time, but do go to bed early. Light some mugwort to ward off the mosquitoes. They can be quite bothersome at night in this village." Gao Zeyue laughed. "I've bought mosquito coils, so there are no mosquitoes in my room. I'll bring some for you and Annie tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries, he headed towards the courtyard. Pan's father smiled. "This son-in-law is truly diligent. All right, Xiaoman, go inside. There are many mosquitoes outside." Pan Xiaoman bit her lip, watching Gao Zeyue walk ahead, then turned to her parents, saying, "Mom, I want to sleep at Brother Zeyue's house tonight." Pan's mother laughed. "Go ahead. You two are already registered. Why ask us?" The little girl instantly beamed, chasing after Gao Zeyue, prompting Pan's parents to chuckle at the scene. As Gao Zeyue walked, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he found his beloved wife rushing into his embrace, holding the little girl as he asked, "Why aren't you asleep? You chased after me." Pan Xiaoman blushed, replying, "I want to sleep with you, Brother Zeyue."